Chapter 261 How Strong is the Void Divine Body? Ancient God Realm. Zhong Hao and others held hands, like a long centipede, and were pulled out of the whirlpool portal by Chen Fan. When everyone came out, Chen Fan took the blind man's handprint. The restrictions on the eyes of Zhong Hao, Feng Xiaoxiao, and others were opened at the same time. A group of people felt their eyes blurred and could see things again. They all subconsciously squinted their eyes and lowered their heads. Feng Xiaoxiao quickly glanced around and said a little frightenedly, "Senior, may I ask where this place is?" Zhong Hao said in a deep voice. "It's very similar to the 5th restricted area. There are also huge cracks. But that weird and terrifying feeling is 100 times stronger than the 5th restricted area." Xian Tianji took a breath of air and said, "It's not the 5th restricted area. It's definitely not the 5th restricted area. Just when I couldn't see anything, I felt frightened. I felt like I was being targeted by something scary. How could there be a place like this?" Shangguan Xiao raised her hand, pointed at the Tongtian divine pillar in the distance and said, "What is that? What a strange mountain. Like a pillar." "That's a pillar," Chen Fan said calmly. "You don't need to worry about where this is. You just need to know that from now on, you will all start working hard. Summon all your beasts." While he was talking, there was a clatter, sound coming from beneath some cracks. Zhong Hao quickly ran to the edge of the crack, looked over, and his expression suddenly changed. "There are so many skeleton monsters. There are many skeleton monsters climbing up in the crack abyss." Everyone present was shocked, and they immediately summoned the beasts one by one. "Senior," Feng Xiaoxiao said anxiously, "we just contributed star power to the 5-color sacred stone, and we haven't had time to recover yet. Considering the difficulties you have to face, when we contributed star power to the 5-color divine stone this time, 1/3 of you did not participate." Chen Fan interrupted Feng Xiaoxiao and said, "Divide into 5 people. Team! Let's fight together as a team. The demons that crawl out of the cracks are only level 26 or 27, and most of them can't fly. But you are all already at the 6th level and can fly. I have also helped your beast masters improve their combat power. It is not very difficult to deal with monsters of this level. But you are very weak now and need to cheer up." Everyone present looked at each other. Chen Fan added, "What you have to do now is to kill like crazy. Kill these demons and take out their crystal cores. Don't worry about food and water. I will provide them for you." Feng Xiaoxiao acted quickly and immediately stood up and began to form teams one by one. Each team has at least one beast master who is at the peak of his star power. The teams immediately dispersed. In the cracks, some skeleton demons have crawled out. Zhong Hao held up his mace and shouted loudly, "Kill!" A group of people rushed forward with their own beasts and swords waving. Chen Fan summoned the phantom demon. "You go and kill too. Kill like crazy. Kill as many as you want." Chen Fan said softly, "In addition to killing demons, help me take care of these people so that they don't really die in the ancient god realm." "Yes." Wan Mo's voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind. The next moment, the phantom rose into the sky, like a black cloud, and landed on the edge of the crack on the left-hand side of everyone. "Violent!" The phantom looked up to the sky and screamed. In an instant, all the skeleton demons that had just climbed up the crack stood motionless as if they had pressed the pause button. The phantom opened its mouth, let out a breath, and spat out a mouthful of black water. Black water swept out. The skeleton demons touched by the black water all melted into piles of withered bones. "Hack!" Xian Tianji on the other side swallowed hard and said, "Fortunately, I saw the beast summoned by the senior. Otherwise, when I saw this scene, I might have turned around and ran away." Zhong Hao frowned. "What nonsense! Didn't you see that these demons on our side are also immobilized? Hurry up and take the opportunity to kill them!" Xian Tianji and others reacted, and immediately started to kill the skeleton demons with their hands at the same time. Chen Fan turned around and returned to the palace on the top of the mountain, sending people from various forces such as the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Demon Clan into the Ancient Demon Realm and the Ancient Demon Realm respectively. In the Ancient Demon World, Chen Fan left behind the newly signed Void Bone Dragon. In the Ancient Demon World, Chen Fan left behind the Beholder who signed a contract some time ago. He actually didn't care much about the life and death of those in Yang Kingdom and Xing Kingdom. But no matter what, they are still needed to help contribute star power to the colorful sacred stones and collect the demon crystal cores. In the main hall, the blind man is still studying the ceiling formation. Chu Xian, Yi Hao, Shen Daoao, as well as Yun Songhai and Yi Wushuang, respectively entered the 4 realms including the ancient god realm to help Chen Fan find things. Star Tian Yuan Fruit. Cold Spirit Ghost Flower. Brilliant Blood Heart Gigi. Black Heart Demon Soul Flower. And Purple Spirit Cloud Chrysanthemum. Among the materials that helped the little stone man break through, these 5 materials were not found. Qin Fan suspected that those 5 materials were among the 4 realms including the ancient god realm. Neither the blind man nor Yuan Songhai had ever heard of the names of the 5 materials. Qin Fan had no choice but to use his powerful mental power to condense the appearance of the 5 materials, and then ask Chu Xian and the others to enter the 4 realms to find them. Chu Xian and Yi Hao have magic weapons in their hands, so Qin Fan doesn't worry much about them. But when these 5 materials can be found is also a question. Qin Fan sat down cross-legged in the hall and closed his eyes. System Energy, 213658879. Host, Qin Fan. Level, 6th grade. First level. Void Divine Power, 11.5 cards plus. Psychic Power, 4859 Hz plus. 5-layer Soul Altar, 0 layer plus. Void Pollution Degree, 10 out of 100. After a moment of silence, Qin Fan consumed 2000 W of system energy and increased the void power to 12.5 calories. To increase the void power by 1 point, 2000 W of system energy is required. Zitzizi! As Qin Fan's void power increased, golden lighting once again surrounded his body. The void divine body seemed to become stronger as its star power grew. Qin Fan opened his eyes and looked at the golden lighting crackling in his palms. Thoughtfully, immediately, he turned his head and glanced at Xiao Bai, who was playing with Jade on the other side. Name of the royal beast, Purple Lightning Cat King. Xiao Bai. Combat Power Level, Level 23. Race Level, Medium Epic. Racial Skills, Thunder Blade Plus. Thunder Flash Plus. Thunder Armor Plus. Chain Lightning, 12 targets Plus. Thunder Dragon Plus, releases dragon-shaped thunder and lightning. Can attack from a distance. Can attack at close range. Thunder Gun Plus. Lightning Strike Plus. Racial Level Evolution Route 3. The third. Hidden Mutation Evolution Route. Ragdoll Cat Purple Electric Cat King Purple Electric Thunder Tiger Bays. More than a month has passed, and Xiao Bai has broken through to level 23. But because her racial level has reached a medium epic level, her true strength is now much more powerful than level 38 phantoms and beholders. As Qin Fan thought, pieces of his armor immediately flew up and separated from his body. The pieces of armor quickly became smaller, and then they all condensed together and turned into a ring, which was worn on his finger. Qin Fan flashed lightning and moved to the edge of the hall, then waved to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai! Attack me with a Thunder Spear Dot! A group of beasts cheered and ran over. Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing, who were practicing, also opened their eyes and walked over. Xiao He flew onto the back of Bai Ruja's beast-controlling black iron dragon turtle and said, Xiao Bai is very powerful now. Master, aren't you afraid that she will kill you with a bolt of lightning? Xiao Bai tilted his head sharply. His eyes flashed with lightning, and a lightning strike hit Xiao He. Xiao He screamed and fell down, black smoke rising from his body. Meow! Xiao Bai walked up to Qin Fan and looked up at Qin Fan, his jewel-like eyes full of concern. It's fine, Qin Fan said. Try it. Use a quarter of your strength first. As he spoke, Qin Fan spread his legs and steadied his figure. Xiao Bai nodded and took a few steps back. Then, she opened her mouth, and the power of thunder and lightning condensed into a thunder spear, which hit Qin Fan's chest with a bang. Ah! Fang Qingqing exclaimed. But then he saw that the thunder spear punched a hole in Qin Fan's clothes and then shattered them. Qin Fan tore open the clothes with a hole in them and took a look at his chest. No trace. And what he just felt was like being pushed gently. Stop talking about pain. Not even the body swayed. The void divine body is weirder and more powerful than imagined. Just now, he didn't activate the divine power of the void at all. He just used the power of the divine void body to directly receive Xiao Bai's blow. Xiao Bai! Use 2/3 of your strength! Qin Fan took a deep breath. Xiao Bai hesitated for a moment, but obediently activated the thunder gun again. See! A thunder spear condensed into shape again and hit Qin Fan's chest hard. Boom! The powerful force exploded, and Qin Fan's body shook violently. This blow can be felt a little bit. It felt like a gentle tap with a finger. Qin Fan lowered his head and glanced at his chest. Still no trace. Etc. Qin Fan's expression suddenly changed. His right hand gently pressed on his chest. A bolt of lightning was drawn out of his body. This is Xiao Bai's power. The divine void body is not just hard. The divine void body swallowed up more than half of Xiao Bai's power. Chen Fan's eyes widened, and he took up the lightning and pressed it lightly on his chest. The power of lightning immediately integrated into his body. However, it is completely different from being blasted into the body by the enemy's power. That power, under the guidance of his own void divine power, has been dissolved and became his own power. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Chen Fan laughed wildly. He thought that after directly using the system to activate the void divine body, he already knew the void divine body very well. Unexpectedly, I haven't even touched the threshold yet. This void divine body is probably as powerful as the description says. When you practice to the ultimate level, your divine body will be perfected. Your divine soul will be immortal. You will be able to evolve into the void. All laws will not be broken, and all evil will not invade. Too strong. Li Fengxing walked around Chen Fan with a look of envy and hatred on his face. Brother Fan, how do you practice? This is too hard. Chen Fan smiled slightly and was about to say something modest. Li Fengxing added, Brother Fan, if you ask for your wife in the future, your sister-in-law may be in pain. Bang! Chen Fan kicked Li Fengxing away with one kick. Li Fengxing groaned and couldn't get up for a long time. Bai Ruj pursed his lips and shook his head. You're lucky I didn't kick you to death. The orange cat sighed softly and said, It's been a long time since I saw Feng Xing get beaten. Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention to these guys, and raised his fingers towards Xiao Bai and said, Xiao Bai, use all your strength to cast Thunder Dragon Dot. Thunder Dragon is Xiao Bai's strongest attack. However, this move takes too long to accumulate momentum, and is too easy to be interrupted. Xiao Bai has not used this move for a while. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Xiao Bai immediately opened his mouth and began to gain momentum. A breath of destruction immediately came out of her mouth, which frightened the emeralds on the side to fly up and fall on the little skull's head. After a while, the Brontosaurus took shape. Xiao Bai's mouth suddenly opened. Roar! The thunder dragon flashing with dazzling light blasted towards Chen Fan. The wind is strong. Thunder and lightning. Everyone and the beasts watched this scene intently. Boom! The terrifying thunder dragon bombarded Chen Fan, and Chen Fan's shirt instantly turned into ashes. But that's all. The crazy and domineering thunder dragon exploded and disappeared without a trace after hitting Chen Fan's chest. Chen Fan closed his eyes and sensed the power in his body. The void divine body swallowed up at least 2/3 of the power of Xiao Bai. The thunder dragon. Unimaginable. Suddenly, a figure flashed on the field. The blind man had already appeared in front of Chen Fan. He looked at Chen Fan's chest and said softly, Has your divine body swallowed up Xiao Bai's power? Chen Fan nodded. It swallowed almost 2/3 of the power. As soon as this power entered my body, it instantly became my strength. I'll take the test. Li Fengxing rushed over again. Brother Fan, what exactly are you practicing? When can you teach me? Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing also had looks of yearning on their faces. Chen Fan sighed and said, I'm afraid it won't work for now. I'll think of a way later. Li Fengxing suddenly felt like a deflated ball. Let me help you test the defense of the divine body, the blind man said. Look at how strong your defense is now. Chen Fan nodded. The blind man took 2 steps back, pointed like a sword, and lightly slashed Chen Fan's chest. And a sword energy lit up. Shang! The sword energy cut into Chen Fan's chest, and the sound of metal and iron echoed, as if it was cutting into steel. So strong! The blind man exclaimed. The power of the 7th grade and 1st heaven can only draw a white mark on your chest. Chen Fan was startled. Blind Grandpa! You are a 7th grade and 1st level heaven the moment you make a move. Are you not afraid of killing me? The blind man laughed. How can a divine body die so easily? Even if your chest is really cut open, it won't take long for you to recover. Chen Fan couldn't help but rolled his eyes. The blind man said, Okay, I'm going to continue. Chong chong chong. Lines of sword energy struck Chen Fan's chest. Chen Fan kept retreating. It hurts a little. Chong! Another sword energy struck Chen Fan's chest, and golden blood spurted out. Chen Fan groaned in pain. Chen Fan! Brother Fan! Uncle Master! Bai Ruj and others were startled, and they all gathered around. It's unimaginable that the sword energy of the 7th grade and 5th heaven can tear such a small hole in your chest. Before the blind man finished speaking, he exclaimed again. Everyone was also staring at Chen Fan's chest. Chen Fan lowered his head and looked. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. I seem to be bleeding just now. Right. Why is there no wound? It's not that there were no wounds, Fang Qingqing said. It was that as soon as the wounds appeared, they healed immediately. Chin Fan. Bai Ruj nodded and said, the 5-centimeter long wound healed immediately after it appeared. The blind man laughed and said, I didn't even finish a word before the wound healed. This is the divine body. Very good. Xiao Hei flew over, landed on the blind man's shoulder, looked at Chin Fan and said, then if my master's head is cut off, will he survive? Everyone. Chin Fan stretched out his hand, grabbed Xiao Hei's wings, shined them on his head, and fanned him with a crackling sound. You want me to die, don't you? You want to cut off my head? Right. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Hei was beaten to tears. I'm just discussing with you the power of the master's divine body. Chin Fan casually threw Xiao Hei on the floor. Xiao Hei became dizzy, stood up, and fell down again, which made people laugh. Chin Fan just wanted to speak. Xiao Hei on the ground said again, if you cut my master in half from the waist, then will the head grow from the waist up? Or will the waist and legs grow from the head? Everyone. Chin Fan raised his head slightly and said quietly, suddenly I want to eat roasted pigeon. Xiao Hei was stunned. There are no squabs here. The orange cat came over, glanced at Xiao Hei, and said leisurely, if you don't have squab, roasted crow will do. Xiao Hei fluttered his wings and flew to the entrance of the hall, looking at Chin Fan pitifully. At this time, the blind man said, Xiao Fan, how much energy did you use when you were defending? Nothing is useless. Chin Fan said, I just wanted to see how strong the defense of the divine body is now. But your attacks never hurt me before, so I didn't activate the divine power of the void at all. Blind man. You just stood like this and blocked the 7th grade and 5th level attack with just the power of your divine body? Chin Fan said, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult to go up further. I was already injured just now, although it was only a minor injury. I'm going to activate my divine power now. Blind Grandpa, please help me try it again. The blind man nodded slightly. If I attack again, it will be above the 8th level. Chin Fan took a deep breath. Come on! The blind man pointed his fingers like swords, and with a flash of light from his fingertips, a sword energy hit Chin Fan's chest. Chong! Chin Fan took 3 steps back. Everyone was staring at Chin Fan's chest. No injuries. A power of level 8 or above couldn't tear through his defense. Li Fengxing's eyes widened. Although I know that Brother Fan is a monster, and even though I saw this scene with my own eyes, I still can't believe that Brother Fan didn't break through to the 6th level just yesterday, the blind man said. I have told you before. Xiao Fan's current level of cultivation can no longer be measured by the level of cultivation in the mortal world. His body has been transformed into a divine body, and his strength has been transformed into divine power. How can it be measured by the 6th and 7th grades of the human world? With that said, the blind man raised his hand again. Continue. Chin Fan coughed and said, although the blow just now didn't hurt me, it made me feel a heavy blow and my chest felt a little tight. Next, I'm going to call a void character. Bring it on! Yeah. The blind man nodded slightly. He pointed like a sword and swung the sword several times towards Chin Fan. Chong! 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 One sword is more powerful than the other. One sword is more terrifying than the other. When the last sword hit Chin Fan's chest, the terrifying force directly tore a half-foot long hole in Chin Fan's chest, and the huge force pushed Chin Fan out and hit the wall hard. Under everyone's gaze, the sword wound on Chin Fan's chest healed quickly. The sword wound disappeared completely within 10 seconds after it appeared. Bai Ruj's eyes widened, and he murmured to himself, Uncle Master, is he already immortal? It's not that exaggerated. Chin Fan came back and said, Blind Grandpa's last strike made me feel a little uncomfortable. I activated my divine power and swallowed that power completely. And then I felt a little better. Shin Hongxiu immediately looked at the blind man and said, Blind Grandpa, what level of power was that sword you just struck? The blind man was silent for a moment and then said, 9th grade 2nd heaven. Everyone present. Chin Fan also widened his eyes. If I hadn't tried it, I wouldn't have known that my divine body was so powerful. As he spoke, he said a little frustrated, with the power of the void divine body, I can't exert much defense at all, although it is countless times stronger than before. Reaching the 9th level, my attack power is probably still below the 8th level, but you have the 9 sky-breaking swords, the blind man said with a smile. In addition to the sword skills that dominate the world, you also have the magic weapon of the sky-breaking demon sword. This calamity, all hope lies with you. Shin Hongxiu, Fang Qingqing and others all looked at Chin Fan silently. Everyone's eyes were shining with light. When the night falls, I hear the roar of dawn in my heart. Hope. Hope. Not dead. Tomorrow morning the sun will rise. At this time, in Chen Fan's beast controlling space, the goblin responsible for monitoring the four realms spoke. Lord Chen Fan, Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang are back. Oh! Chen Fan was slightly stunned. Immediately entered the beast control space, and then put on the battle armor. I saw Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang, who were also wearing battle armor and helmets in the ancient demon world, coming here quickly. Behind them, a mountain-sized beast was chasing after them. Seeing the giant beast charging towards them with the force of destroying the heaven and the earth, a group of demon sect members, who had just entered the ancient demon world, were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Chen Fan walked out of the beast control space. The leader is here! Protect the leader! Stop that demon! The members of the heavenly demon sect cheered and gathered around. Chen Fan raised his head slightly. Then, soar into the sky. Chapter 262. The Demon King of the Eastern Region was deposed. Chen Fan's speed is too fast. They are even much faster than Yun Sanhai and the two who were already at the 7th level and 5th level. Before a group of people from the demon sect could react, Chen Fan had already appeared above the demon. Everyone was surprised. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Fanqiu floated above the demon's head, like a small dot, insignificant. And the aura emanating from that huge mountain-like demon was simply terrifying to the extreme. Just the evil thoughts it exuded made these 6th level people dizzy, and felt like they were about to sink into the netherworld. It's too late. It's faster than that. Chen Fan fell down like lightning, and stepped on the demon's head. Boom! A seemingly simple kick actually trampled the devil directly to the ground. The earth shook. The terrifying energy was centered on the demon, and rippled in all directions. Seeing this, Yun Sanhai and Yi Wushuang stretched out their hands at the same time, grabbed the group of people, and then quickly pulled. Call! Everyone in the demon sect jumped into the air at the same time, and were thrown back by a powerful force. Yuan Sanhai and Yuan Sanhai also crossed their hands and opened a shield at the same time. Roar! The void demon was truly evil. After being stepped on by Chen Fan, he immediately roared and struggled again. Chen Fan raised his right foot and stepped down again. Boom! The huge demon fell to the ground again. This kick is even more terrifying than the previous kick. The position where the devil was sitting collapsed directly, and in the end only a head was left on top of the devil. It's too strong. Xiaofan only broke through to the 6th level yesterday. How could he be so strong? Isn't this at least a power above the 8th level? Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang looked at each other, surprised and happy. Chen Fan was surprised and happy. After the void divine body opened to the 3rd level of Devil Heart, because the void divine power was too weak and could only call one void character. He never tested how strong the void divine body was. It wasn't until he tested the defense of the void divine body with the help of a blind man that it could block even the power of the 9th grade 2nd level heaven. That Chen Fan discovered. After practicing hard for so long and breeding animals for so long, he is no longer what he used to be. Seeing the demon chasing Yun Sanhai and the two this time, Chen Fan also wanted to test the attack power of the void divine body on this demon to see how strong it was. Boom! Another kick. The void demon screamed again, and lay on the ground unable to move. This kick used the divine power of the void. But the void character of the void divine body was not called. Just a simple kick was enough to crush this level 39 void side demon. If this power were used to activate the skybreaking demon sword, how powerful would it be? If this power were used to activate the skybreaking demon sword, and then use the 9 skybreaking swords, how powerful would it be? Chen Fan was very surprised by the growth rate of his divine body, and even couldn't keep up with the pace. Or is it because for more than a month now, the main time has been spent on raising beasts and waiting for system energy, instead of fighting and training in the 4 realms such as the ancient god realm? So I am not sure about my strength at all? Chen Fan gave a wry smile and activated the Demon King Whisper towards the sickle demon below. I am the king of demons. Surrender, and I will grant you eternal life. Resist, I will skin you, cramp you, and refine your soul. You will never be reincarnated. The sickle demon under his feet instantly became as docile as a rabbit. This made Chen Fan a little eager to give it a try. He really wanted to find a more powerful demon and test the Whisper of the Demon King. The level 39 side demon can now be easily suppressed. So, what about those above level 40? If we could capture a few demons above level 40 to sign contracts, it would save us a lot of effort, and we wouldn't have to waste resources to help them break through. Chen Fan moved his palm slightly and activated Purification. Zitsizi! Roar! Black smoke was rising from the side demon as big as a mountain, and it was screaming in agony. Don't be impatient. Chen Fan once again stepped up the suppression of Whispers of the Demon King. Red lines were released from the body of the Demon King Fa, piercing through the body of the side demon. The sickle demon was trembling, but he lay on the ground and did not dare to move. After a while, the mountain-like sickle demon has been purified. The leader is so powerful that such a terrifying demon was crushed to death by his 3 feet. Demons are different from ordinary monsters. Demons are difficult to surrender. I didn't expect that this terrible demon would be as docile as a little sheep under the leader's feet. It's strange. Have you noticed that after bursts of black smoke came out of the demon's body, it seemed that he no longer had the same heart-stopping evil thoughts as before? I felt it too. I thought it was an illusion. Did the leader do something? No. Right? If something like a demon could be purified, it wouldn't be called a demon. Yes, demons and demons are not the same concept. By the way, who are the 2 adults at the back? They seem to be very strong. Are they also strong men from our heavenly demon sect? Possible. Just when everyone was talking about it, the beast controlling space summoning circle was activated. The beast control space is open. Do you want to sign a contract with the void side demon? Chen Fan directly clicked. Yes. Under the stunned gaze of a group of heavenly demon sect members, Chen Fan successfully signed a contract with the side demon. In the beast controlling space, the goblin stared with wide eyes as he watched Chen Fan's beast controlling space begin to expand crazily. Chen Fan, who was standing on the side demon, shook his body suddenly and received the star power that the side demon signed in return. The star power fed back by the level 39 side demon directly increased the void power by 0.3, bringing Chen Fan's void power to 12.8 cards. If system energy is used to enhance it, 0.3 calories of star power requires at least more than 6 million system energy. With a thought, Chen Fan took the sickle demon into the beast controlling space. In the beast control space, the goblin saw the side demon as big as a mountain appear, and was so frightened that he almost called for help. In addition to the huge gap in strength between the 2 sides, the main reason was that the side demon was too big and had a terrifying appearance, which scared the goblins quite a bit. Who could stand such a terrifying thing lying behind him? No. The goblin wiped away cold sweat and thought to himself, you can't let Master Chen Fan take him lightly. Little Boo, you must hold on. That's the Beast Master signed by Master Chen Fan. It's different from the demons outside. The little goblin clenched his fists and kept cheering himself up. Behind him, the sickle demon curiously looked at Chen Fan's beast control space, and then looked at the goblin. This green-skinned dwarf has never been seen before. The sickle demon raised his sickle-like palm and lightly touched the goblin's back. The goblin fell to the ground with a thud and shouted hysterically, Master Chen Fan, help! Master Chen Fan, please help! Chen Fan walked in speechlessly with Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang. As soon as he walked in, the goblin jumped up and hid behind him. It's not trying to attack you. It's just curious about who you are. Chen Fan smiled and said, don't worry. This demon has been purified by me, and it is purer and purer than ordinary beasts. The goblin glanced at the side demon and said nothing. He doesn't know whether it's pure or not. But the side demon is huge and terrifying, and it doesn't look like a good thing at first glance. The phantom is much better. Like a black cloud. There is nothing scary about it. Although the beholder is weird and weird. Just a big eyeball with a beard. It is much prettier than this thing. Chen Fan glanced at the side demon and said, shrink your body a little. It's too big, and it's a bit inconvenient. The sickle demon nodded, and his body quickly shrank, turning into the size of a calf. Demons of this level can fly into the sky and escape from the earth, and can transform freely, which is far beyond the ability of ordinary demons. As soon as it became smaller, it suddenly became much cuter in the eyes of the goblin. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction, led Yuan Sanhai and the others back to the mountaintop hall, and then summoned the side demon. In the main hall, a group of beast masters saw a new partner coming in and immediately surrounded them. In particular, Chen Fan's group of beast masters, except for the relatively tender Jade, were all difficult to mess with. The demons killed no one knows how many, and looked at the sickle demon without any fear at all. Gongzi even walked up to the side demon and touched the 2 sides of the side demon out of curiosity. Before the side demon could say H, Lo to a group of friends. Chen Fan hooked his hand towards the five-colored sacred stone. The five-colored sacred stone floated in front of the side demon. Chen Fan communicated with his mind and said, "Give your power to the five-color sacred stone." The sickle demon was puzzled by Chen Fan's order. However, the souls of the Beast Master and the Beast Master were intertwined, and he could not feel the slightest bit of malice from Chen Fan. So he raised his claws and held the five-colored sacred stone. Call! In the main hall, a whirlwind suddenly broke out. After a while, the sickle demon collapsed limply on the ground. He had been injured by Chen Fan before, and now his star power was almost drained. The sickle demon lay on the ground and looked at Chen Fan feebly, not understanding what happened to him. It feels so much like a dream. At this time, Xiao Hei flew over, landed on the side demon's head, and asked, "What's the name of this bastard?" The side demon didn't understand what dirty guy meant, but after all, he was of a very high level and was an emperor-level demon, so he could hear contempt in Xiao Hei's voice. "Call!" The sickle demon waved his claws and slapped Xiao Hei, but with its star power drained away, it was weak and extremely slow, so it was avoided by Xiao Hei. "Okay, stop making trouble," Chen Fan said. "I just beat him up and hurt him a little. Don't bother him. Take him to the edge to rest." Xiao Hei nodded. "Gongzi, take him to that corner to rest." Gongzi bared his teeth at Xiao Hei, and then took the side demon over. Yi Wuxuang suddenly said, "Sifan, you can sign a contract with a high-level demon now. Why not find a demon above level 40 to sign a contract? The key is that they can't be found." Chen Fan shrugged and said, "When I entered the ancient demon realm and other 4 realms, the demons that climbed up from the cracks were basically level 27 or 28 demons. And occasionally there were 1 or 2 level 30 demons. Demon, when you and Brother Yin enter the 4 realms, you can only attract demons around level 36. Huh? Speaking of which, why did you lure out a level 39 demon?" Yuan Songhai and the two looked at each other and smiled. Immediately, the Shui ring on Yuan Songhai's finger flashed with light. 3 jade boxes appeared out of thin air. Yuan Songhai opened the 3 jade boxes and said, "Look." Chen Fan took a closer look and was overjoyed. "This is the Star Tian Yuan fruit, Cold Spirit Ghost Flower, and Brilliant Flame Blood Heart G." 3 of the last 4 materials that helped the little stone man break through suddenly appeared. Only the Black-Hearted Demonic Soul Flower is left to be found. Yuan Songhai said, "We traveled to many places and dealt with countless demons. The locations where these 3 things are located are protected by powerful demons. If you hadn't helped us sign a few powerful void demons, we might not have been able to grab these things. The side demon is the demon guarding the Cold Spirit Ghost Flower. I asked Wuxuang to take his bone dragon to lure the side demon away, and then I picked this Cold Spirit Ghost Flower. As a result, the side demon became furious and pursued him to the death. We weren't afraid of him, but as soon as we had a fight, we were trying to think of a way to get rid of him, but we accidentally attracted more demons. We have no choice but to take the best option." Yi Wuxuang smiled and nodded. "Fortunately, I did not disgrace my fate." Yuan Songhai was stunned. "You fake foreign devil. Why don't you speak English?" Yi Wuxuang glanced sideways at Yuan Songhai and said calmly, "Most of the trouble in the world is caused by people wanting to be important." Fang Qingqing came over and said, "Most of the troubles in the world are caused by those who want to become important people." Yuan Songhai and Chen Fan. "Wrong," Shen Hongxiu said with a slight smile. "It should be translated like this. There are always unscrupulous people who want to harm me." Fang Qingqing, Chen Fan and others. The blind man came over and said, "Songhai and Wuxuang's auras are unstable and consume a lot of energy. Let's go and rest first. I haven't found the Black-Hearted Demonic Soul Flower, so there's no need to rush. Zhu Xian and Yi Hao are also looking for him." Yuan Songhai and Yi Wuxuang nodded slightly and found a deserted side hall to meditate and recover. Chen Fan waved to Shen Hongxiu and others, turned around and entered the beast control space, and then brought the newly signed side demon to the Angel God King realm. The body of the side demon has grown much larger, like a small mountain. Chen Fan flew to the side demon's shoulder, sat down cross-legged, and said, "Look in any direction. Let's go look for the Black-Heart Demon Soul Flower." Having said this, Chen Fan used his mental power to condense the image of the Black-Heart Demonic Soul Flower. "Have you ever seen this kind of thing?" The side demon shook his head. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said, "Write down the image of this thing, and go catch a few demons everywhere and ask." "Yes." The side demon roared. Immediately, The scythe demon rose into the sky, raised a cloud of black mist, and flew towards the mountains in the distance. Boom! The sky-breaking demonic sword fell, and chopped off an arm of the demon king of the east region with one strike. The two demon kings were so horrified that they flew out to both sides like lightning. Yi Hongyan held the five-colored sacred stone in the palm of her left hand, and held the sky-breaking demon sword in her right hand, floating in the air like a female war goddess. In the void on the left and right sides in front, two demon kings stepped on the earth, with the sky above their heads, and black energy billowing around them. Yi Hongyan, the demon king of the East Territory, the firstborn with two horns, shouted loudly, "Where did this sword of yours come from?" His broken left arm kept growing and exploding into ashes. With his vast power, he was unable to stop the destructive power of the sky-breaking demon sword. Yi Hongyan had no expression on her face, and walked toward the demon king of the East Territory step by step. She said, "You chased me for more than 100,000, and you're in trouble. Now it's time to pay some price." "Right," the demon king of the Western region said coldly. "Even if you have the five-colored sacred stone and this knife in your hand, it won't be that easy if you want to kill us." The corner of Yi Hongyan's mouth curled up slightly. "I don't know if it will be easy. I only know that one arm is not enough." The words just fell. Yi Hongyan's body flashed with fire, as if she had traveled through space. She appeared on top of the demon king of the East Territory out of thin air. Suppression! The five-colored divine stone in her hand fell down like lightning, emitting five-colored divine light, shrouding the demon king of the Eastern region. The demon king of the East Territory roared loudly, as if he was stuck in a quagmire. His movements became extremely slow. "Empress, you are too presumptuous." The demon king of the Western region was furious when he saw Yi Hongyan throwing the five-colored sacred stone to suppress the demon king of the Eastern region. Without the colorful divine stone, Yi Hongyan would be no match for them. Now Yi Hongyan actually threw the five-colored sacred stone out. At this time, Yi Hongyan's defense is the weakest and her strength is the least. The demon king of the Western region took a step forward, and the giant sword in his hand fell towards Yi Hongyan as if cutting through space. At this time, a crack suddenly appeared between Yi Hongyan and the demon king of the Western regions. From the crack, a sword energy that dominates the world came out. "Zhang Jiang? How dare you!" The person who took action was Zhang Jiang, who guarded the imperial capital of Tang Dynasty. The demon king of the Western region stopped his forward movement and moved hundreds of miles away without even thinking. Zhang Jiang of the Tang Dynasty practiced the 9 sky-breaking swords of the martial ancestor Chen Han. In terms of attack power, Li Mu has to be defeated. How dare the demon king of the Western regions take it on head-on? Snort! Zhang Jiang's voice came from the crack. "Why don't I dare? I haven't settled the score with you yet for threatening Li Mu with the demon city. You actually came here to hunt down the Empress, trying to steal the five-colored sacred stone?" While speaking, Yi Hongyan, who used the five-colored sacred stone to suppress the demon king of the East Territory, struck back with a knife. The sky-breaking demonic sword flew out and stuck into the chest of the demon king of the East region. "No!" The demon king of the East region was horrified. Next moment, boom! The five-colored sacred stone and the sky-breaking demonic sword exploded into the sky at the same time. The demon king of the East region, with only half of his body left, turned into a wisp of black wind and quickly rushed towards the demon king of the West region. Upon seeing this, the demon king of the Western regions took a step forward and grabbed half of the demon king of the Western region's body with a big hand. Then, the demon king of the Western region rose into the air, took 3 steps in the void, and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. In the air, Yi Hongyan did not chase her, but said coldly, "After a while, I will go to the Nightmare Court to visit all the demon kings. I hope you are mentally prepared." The demon king of the Western regions did not respond. "That's it." Zhang Jiang's voice came out from the crack. 2 demon kings were chasing you, but you destroyed one. It can be called a great victory. Even if Li Mu and I faced them one-on-one, we would not have achieved such great results. The demon king of the East Territory spent most of his power before he knocked away the 5-colored divine stone and the sky-breaking demonic sword. He was even more miserable than when he was beaten by Qin Cheng. He will not be able to pose a threat to us for 100 years. One of the 5 demon kings has gone away, and there are only 4 left. They should calm down a little in a short time. Yi Hongyan tilted her head slightly. "You also know about the sky-destroying demon sword?" Zhang Jiang chuckled lightly and said, "You took out the sky-breaking demon sword from the 5th restricted area of the demon city. You don't think we don't know about it? Do you? It was when the sky-breaking demonic sword flew out that Li Mu put a spiritual force on it, so that we could determine your location. Your Majesty, the Tang state is your ally. You are being hunted by 2 demon kings. But why don't you ask us for help? Yi Hongyan smiled slightly, but did not explain too much. The Demon Empress has the dignity of the Demon Empress. A lost dog is usually hunted by people. How can it ask for help unless it is a last resort? If she had to ask for help, she would only ask for help from the boy in the dream. Yi Hongyan looked at the sky-breaking demonic sword in her hand, and a smile appeared on her lips. After being alone for so many years, I suddenly found another life in my dream. Very amazing experience. Sudden, a ray of light lit up on the sky-breaking demonic sword. Li Mu's shadow condensed. Li Mu smiled and looked at Yi Hongyan. Call! Yi Hongyan flicked her hand. Li Mu's phantom that condensed his spiritual power disappeared instantly without a trace. Ha 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 ha! The cracks slowly merged, and Zhang Zhang's hearty laughter came from them. A vortex appears out of thin air. Yi Hongyan put away the 5-color sacred stone and the sky-breaking demonic sword, put her hands behind her back, and stepped into the whirlpool. In the far east, the magical capital of Tang Dynasty. In the office, Li Mu put his feet on the table, with a dark look on his face. Haven't said a word yet. How rude. He was about to remind Yi Hongyan to return the sky-breaking demon sword as soon as possible. These women are really more difficult to deal with. I was worried about them all day long, but they didn't appreciate it at all. Anyway, why can Yi Hongyan control Chen Fan's sky-breaking demon sword? Moreover, after encountering a crisis, he can cooperate with Chen Fanli to take away the sky-breaking demon sword from the barrier of the 5th restricted area. These 2 people. There must be adultery. However, it seems that they only met once at Qixing Mountain in Donghai City. Right? Irritable. It feels like I know too much. And I feel like I don't know anything. When dealing with these people, you have to guess all day long. Exhausted, Li Mu sighed and dialed Han Jianshua's phone. Hey! Go back to Demon City. Yi Hongyan is fine. She chopped off half of the Demon King of the East region. The Demon King of the Western region ran away with his tail between his legs. Han Jianshua, Li Mu added. How about you come to the Magic City? I can at least trick those 3 old men into going to the Demon City and help you take charge. It just so happens that you can come to Magic City and help me. That thing in the 5th restricted area is much scarier than the Demon King of the 6th heaven. I'm here alone, and I feel a little panicked. That is a more terrifying existence than Master. Han Jianshua's face was as dark as water. You say all day long that you are the #1 person in the Tang Dynasty. How capable and useful are you? Now that we are facing such a crisis, you let Chen Fan and a few juniors fight inside, while you and others are watching the show outside? Li Mu. Oh, the signal is not very good. What did you say just now? Can't you hear it? Huh? What did you say? Forget it. Hang up! Han Jianshua. It belongs to your uncle, Li Mu. If anything happens to Chen Fan, I will definitely kill you. You remember it. Chapter 263. The storm is coming. Outside the 5th penalty area, Li Mu had his hands behind his back, floating in the air. On Tanlang Mountain below, streaks of light were flashing rapidly. Led by the lame, the deaf, and the mute, a group of 9th-level experts from the Tang Kingdom were cooperating with each other to set up a large formation. 8th and 9th-level experts from several countries, including Yang Kingdom and Xing Kingdom, as well as experts from the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Demon Clan, were also summoned to help a group of powerful people from the Tang Kingdom set up a large formation. The people in the Nightmare Garden were left alone, neither leaving nor staying. It is impossible to leave. How could the Nightmare Garden give up the 5-colored sacred stone, but stay here? People like Tang was set up a large formation outside the 5th penalty area. They didn't know what the formation was. There was no news coming out of the 5th restricted area. Everyone who was sent in was like a meat bun beating a dog and never came back. What on earth are these guys from Tang State doing? No one dares to ask. This guy Li Mu is a gangster, among the most powerful men in the Tang Kingdom. Zhang Jiang and Han Jianshua were both reasonable, but Li Mu was completely unreasonable. If he wants to kill people in the Nightmare Court, he will do it even if the Demon King of the East region is nearby. No. To be precise, if the Demon King of the East region appeared here, he might pounce directly on him, and then chase the Demon King of the East region into the sky and into the earth. Who can afford this? But? Are you a little too arrogant by setting up a big formation here in front of our Nightmare Garden? You haven't even seen the shadow of the colorful sacred stone yet. Are you preparing to snatch it? A group of strong men in the Nightmare Court felt a headache. This is the magic city of Tang Dynasty. There are only 5 9th level people in the Nightmare Court who guard the 5th restricted area. If the people in the 5th penalty area really got the 5-colored sacred stone, and then brought the 5-colored sacred stone out. So, who can defeat a powerful being like Li Mu? Even if the Demon King of the East region and the Demon King of the West region want to intervene remotely, it is impossible to snatch the 5-color sacred stone from Li Mu without him coming in person. Right? A group of people in the Nightmare Garden looked at each other, but they did not dare to communicate with each other mentally. They know that Li Mu is very shameless and has no dignity of a strong man in the Holy Realm. He likes eavesdropping and peeping the most. They want to communicate under Li Mu's eyes. But how easy is it? Hello! Li Mu suddenly looked at the 5 9th grade experts in the Nightmare Court. The 5 people were trembling all over. One of them clasped his fists and said respectfully, "What are your instructions, sir?" Li Mu waved his left hand lightly, and 5 points of light flew out and landed on 5 locations on Tanling Mountain. Then, he said, "You 5, stand in these 5 positions, and you are not allowed to leave." 5 people in the Nightmare Court. Li Mu continued, "These 5 positions are very important formation points. The 5 of you are responsible for maintaining these 5 formations." Mud. The 5 people in the Nightmare Court almost yelled. "You treat us like donkeys? This is the formation set up by your Tang state. Do I have to help you increase the power of the formation and then use it to deal with yourself?" Li Mu's face darkened and he said, "What are you looking at? Want to challenge me?" "Your mother." The leader of the Nightmare Court cursed in his heart, but his face became more respectful. "My lord, you have misunderstood. It's just that we don't understand why we need to set up such a large formation in the 5th penalty area. It's been more than 10 days. With such a huge formation, could something unexpected happen in the 5th penalty area?" Li Mu smiled slightly. "You are not stupid. Depend on. No matter how you say it. I and the others are also at the 9th level and 3rd level." Li Mu continued. "There is a terrifying power sealed in the ancient barrier in the 5th restricted area. If there is a problem with the barrier, the force will directly rush out of the 5th restricted area. The Demon City bears the brunt. This formation is to block the exit of the 5th restricted area. Just in case." The 5 people in the Nightmare Garden. "You look at me. I look at you." This bastard Li Mu really treated them like donkeys. He actually asked people from the Court of Nightmares to help him from Tang State to stop the flood. Li Mu's face darkened slightly and he said, "People from other forces have been helping us for more than 10 days. It's just you guys watching the show. You're not happy to let you do some work now, are you?" So, Li Mu raised his right hand and pointed his palm at the 5 people below. The 5 powerful men in the Nightmare Court below were shocked. The leader's face straightened and he shouted, "Sir, Li Mu is right. The evil power in the ancient barrier wants to break out of the seal, and our Nightmare Court will never sit idly by and ignore it." Everyone. The 5 people quickly dodged and landed in a position. As soon as they landed in that position, the people in the Nightmare Court felt a strange pressure coming over them. Subsequently, the star power in their bodies was unexpectedly difficult to control and was extracted. "Am I him? Damn! They really treat us as batteries. What formation It's his. He's using us as formation flags. This bastard. What is going on? There is a terrible power sealed in the 5th forbidden zone? Why do our people know nothing about it?" The 5 people jumped in anger, but did not dare to say a word. They sat down cross-legged at the same time, activating their star power to counter the power of the formation. But this formation is strange and unpredictable. No matter how hard the 5 people struggled, their star power continued to drain away. Even if they risked their lives to compete with the power of the formation, it would only slow down the flow of star power a little. No wonder everyone said they would rather face Zhang Jiang and Han Jiangxue at the same time than Li Mu. This guy is so shameless. I've never seen anything so unreasonable. A figure flashed in the sky. The lame man appeared next to Li Mu, panting. "Alas! The one who is best at formations among the 4 of us is the blind man. It's a pity the blind man isn't here. Otherwise, if we set up this great formation, he alone can defeat the 3 of us." The mute voice immediately rang in the minds of the 2 of them. "You don't have to blow the blind man to such an extent. It's our main strength that went to the Demon City. The current clones of the 3 of us are not even powerful enough to reach the 8th level. It's too difficult to set up this Halcyon returning formation." The deaf man's voice also sounded in several people's minds. "Say less. There is no other way. Only by using this formation can we hope to send the power of Li Mu and Han Jiangxue into the barrier. The lame man snorted and said, It's useless to send them in. They're all just a holy realm. That thing inside is at the level of gods and demons. And I don't even know how powerful the gods and demons are. I told him to give us the key to the passage seal. But he wasn't happy. Now he can't get the key out. Damn! If the passage between the two realms can be opened, let us enter the Tianyi realm, the mute said coldly. Do you want us to come here and die? A few half-dead demigods going to fight real gods and demons? The lame man was furious. Mute, don't damage morale here. Xiaofan and the others are still working hard inside. A few little guys are only at the 6th level, but they have to bear such a heavy burden and bear such pressure. Can't you say something nice? The mute said nothing nice, but after hearing what the lame man said, he didn't complain anymore. Li Mu smiled bitterly and shook his head. The arguments between these old men never stopped. Oh no. Actually, they didn't quarrel much when Xin Fan was at home. But during this time, the 3 old men almost got into a fight when you scolded me, and I scolded you. The 4 major holy lands of Tianyi realm disobey no one. At this time, the lame man suddenly turned his eyes and looked at Li Mu again. How is the Empress Yi Hongyan doing? She was asked to send over the 5-colored sacred stone and the sky-breaking demonic sword. Did she refuse? It's not that she refuses. Li Mu touched his chin and said, She is on her way here. The lame man was startled. She wants to come here in person? Li Mu nodded. The lame man's face became even weirder. Is it for Tang State or for Xiaofan? Li Mu blinked. Then who knows? The cripple frowned and said, You and we can't touch the sky-breaking demon sword. Why can she not only touch it, but also control it? Li Mu blinked. Then who knows? I don't know anything about it. The lame man was furious. Then what else do you know? You. The bone dragon with 2 wings lay in front of the sickle demon, letting out strange roars and shaking its head. The bone dragon, whose head was as big as a hill, was terrified, and its whole body was trembling. Xin Fan sat on the side demon's shoulder, looking down at the bone dragon below, and couldn't help but frown. The sickle demon sensed Xin Fan's thoughts, and its sickle-like arm flashed across like lightning, and cut off the bone dragon's head with one strike of the sickle. A sparkling crystal core flew up and landed in Xin Fan's hand. The level 32 bone dragon crystal core contains powerful power. But now when Xin Fan faced this power, he felt that he could crush it with just a few strokes of his hand. 12 days. It has been 12 days since I entered the Angel God King realm. Countless void demons have been captured and countless void demons have been killed. But the Black Heart demonic soul flower has still not been found. And Chu Xian and Yi Hao did not come back either. Xin Fan became a little restless. Can't tell why. He had never been so anxious after waiting for a month before. Vaguely, Xin Fan felt that time was getting less and less. The 6-eyed abyss lord under the mountain stopped moving after a void terror demon was killed by Xin Fan with the sky-breaking demon sword. But precisely because there was no movement, Xin Fan became a little uneasy. Xin Fan couldn't think of what tricks the demon could do when suppressed by the seal. But dogs will also jump over the wall when they are anxious. What's more, it's such a god-demonic existence? Although Xin Fan already possesses a divine body, he knows nothing about the methods of gods and demons. If he cannot help the guardian of the sacred stone to increase his strength, he will not feel safe at all. In fact, even if he could help the little stone man break through a combat power level, he might not be able to compete with the 6-eyed abyss lord. Xin Fan felt a little depressed. Li Mu and Lizzie couldn't get in. He can't get out either. Even though Yun Songhai and Yi Wuxuang had broken through to the 8th level a few days ago, the group of people in the palace on the top of the mountain were still too weak to face existences at the level of ancient gods and demons. Even the blind man, whose real strength is in the late 9th stage, can only serve as a battery for the colorful sacred stone now. How can we survive this disaster? The real hope lies in a few magical weapons such as the sky-breaking demon sword and the 5-color divine stone. But they who control the divine weapons are still too weak. After Yi Hongyan took away the sky-destroying demon sword, she still hasn't returned it. Xin Fan sighed and pointed in a random direction. The sickle demon immediately rose into the air and flew towards that direction, continuing to look for other demons to ask for directions. Xin Fan closed his eyes. System energy, 37885865. Host, Xin Fan. Level, 6th grade 2nd heaven. Void divine power, 13.2 cards plus. Psychic power, 4935 Hz plus. 5-layer soul altar, 1 layer plus. Void pollution degree, 11 out of 100. 12 days later. There is another 3788W system energy. Zhong Hao, Feng Xiaoxiao, and the others were indispensable. It would be nice if there were more zeros at the end. Chen Fan sighed, and used his mental energy to strike the second sword of the 9 blades of Duan Tian. Do you want to consume 800W of system energy to activate the second sword of the 9 blades? Please click yes to confirm. Chen Fan immediately clicked yes. Countless mysterious information immediately poured into his mind. Around him, the crazy and domineering sword intent condensed into magic knives, spinning rapidly around him. The sickle demon under his feet trembled and slowed down a lot. The terrifying sword intent that suddenly bloomed from Chen Fan's body scared even the level 39 sickle demon. 9 sky-breaking swords. Consumes the same energy as Void Divine Body and Demon King's Whisper. The first sword of the 9 cutting swords, like the first level of the Void Divine Body, requires 400W of system energy. The second sword of the 9 cutting heaven swords is the same as the second level of the Void Divine Body. It is directly doubled and requires 800W system energy. The third sword of the 9 cutting blades, the third level of the Void Divine Body, requires 1600W of system energy. I don't know if it will be the same in the future. It will be doubled based on the previous layer. If this is the case, the system energy required for the last sword of the 9 cutting swords and the last layer of the Void Divine Body will become an astronomical figure. After sorting out the second sword of the 9 heaven-breaking blades in his mind and keeping it in mind, Chen Fan clicked on the third sword of the 9 heaven-breaking blades. Do you want to consume 1600W of system energy to activate the third sword of the 9 blades? Please click yes to confirm. The moment Chen Fan clicked yes, boom! The sword intent surged around him again. When the second sword was activated, the crazy sword intention condensed into a magic sword. But every magic knife at that time was translucent. But now, all the magic knives have condensed into substance. Even the appearance is exactly the same as the sky-breaking demon's sword. Chen Fan opened his eyes, stretched out his hand, and grasped a knife in front of him. The touch is very real. If Yi Hao and Shen Tao were present, they might think that Chen Fan had obtained the sky-breaking demon's sword again. Chen Fan let go of his hand, then waved his right hand gently. Whirring, whirring! Magic knives flew out like lightning. Boom! 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 Snowy mountains were cut open and collapsed. The 9 swords that cut off the sky are really unparalleled. Just the condensed sword intention has such terrifying power. If the power of the Void Divine Body is used to control the 9 sky-breaking swords, who knows how powerful it will be? In the past few months, the improvement in strength has been terrifying. But Chen Fan still felt that it was a little too slow. System energy, 1388585. There is still 1388W system energy left. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and directly consumed 1000W of system energy, all of which was added to the divine power of the Void. Void Divine Power, 13.8 cards plus. The 1000W system energy only adds 0.5 cards of Void Power. It's a pity that the monsters killed by Chu Xian using the Sky Sacrifice Monument and the demons killed by Yi Hao using the Heaven-Bearing Divine Pillar did not increase the system energy. Only the demons killed by their master beasts will provide system energy. Otherwise, just Chu Xian's Heaven Sacrifice Monument was like a meat grinder. Once the Heaven Sacrifice Monument was thrown out, it would kill more people than Zhong Hao's large group of people. Chen Fan! Chen Fan! Chu Xian and the others are back! In the beast control space, the lazy orange cat shouted. Chen Fan stopped the sickle demon and turned back to the beast control space. From the ancient god realm, Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and Shen Tao were also seen flying towards them wearing battle armor and helmets. Upon seeing this, Feng Xiaoxiao and others immediately deployed their defensive formations, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Chen Fan opened the whirlpool portal and took Chu Xian and the others into the beast-controlling space. The light on Henry Chu's body flashed. The helmet disappeared. And he said, "We found the Black Heart Demon Soul Flower and the Star Tianyuan Fruit. But the other 2 materials were not found." Okay! Chen Fan was overjoyed. Brother Yuan and the others have found 3 materials. And now they only need the Black Heart Demonic Soul Flower. Really? Yi Hao and Shen Tao also had expressions of ecstasy on their faces. Let's go! Chen Fan led the 3 of them directly out of the beast control space. The orange cat also wanted to follow him out, but was kicked back by Chen Fan. In the palace on the top of the mountain, Shen Hongxiu and others immediately surrounded him. Yi Hao smiled and Maiden, Okay, gesture. Very good! Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing cheered. The little stone man is a god and demon level existence. Helping the little stone man break through level 1 is probably much better than helping other beasts present to break through level 100. Even the blind man, who had been studying the ceiling formation, didn't look like a senior at this moment and ran over. Chen Fan didn't say much. Ran to the corner of the hall, took out piles of crystal cores, and began to arrange the star-gathering array according to the instructions on the attribute panel of the little stone man. This star-gathering array is the most complex star-gathering array he has deployed so far. In addition to being complicated, the crystal cores consumed by this star-gathering array are also the largest. Almost all of them are monster cores above level 30. Stacked together, they almost form a hill. A breakthrough at the level of gods and demons is much more terrifying than a breakthrough from dozens of level 30 or 40 beast masters. Everyone stared at Chen Fan's movements without blinking, and were extremely nervous. Even the little stone man's eyes were full of anticipation. For such a long time, he would see Chen Fan helping those beast controllers to break through every day. If Chen Fan can really help him break through, everyone's pressure will drop drastically. Even after the breakthrough, his power still can't kill the six-eyed Abyss Lord. But combined with the 5-color sacred stone, he can at least completely suppress the demon. It's exciting. The little stone man looked at Chen Fan silently. His memory was shattered, and he couldn't remember many things. He also couldn't understand why the unpredictable existence from ancient times would search for successors in the human world. He even couldn't understand why Chen Fan could control the heaven-breaking demon sword, activate the 5-color sacred stone, and activate the heaven sacrifice monument and the heaven-bearing divine pillar. Very strange feeling. In the broken memory, a long time ago, there was indeed a shocking existence who could control these rare treasures of heaven and earth at the same time. Just when everyone was looking at Chen Fan nervously, Chen Fan suddenly raised his head, looked at the little stone man and said, "Little stone man, are you willing to sign a contract with me?" Blind, Chu Xian and others, even Yun Songhai and Yi Wushuang, who had just come out of the side hall, were stunned. Chen Fan's courage is a bit too bold. Right? He actually wants to sign a contract with the gods and demons? He actually wants a god-demon level being to be his beast master? Too crazy. Chapter 264 The little stone man successfully breaks through, and the devil is about to break out of the seal. No way. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the little stone man shook his head and said, "Although you can control the sky-breaking demonic sword and the 5-colored divine stone, you are qualified for me to sign a contract with you. But that's not possible. The strength of your divine body now cannot withstand the divine power I feed you back. There is an upper limit and a lower limit for the divine power that can be fed back. But even the lowest level of divine power is something you can't bear now. We'll die." Before Chen Fan could speak, the little stone man added, "Moreover, among all the people present, I am the strongest, and my power is very important. It won't help if I give you my power." Chen Fan smiled and nodded. "I just said it casually. Don't take it seriously." Everyone was silent. When they heard Chen Fan ask that before, they were really excited and looking forward to it. "Okay, I'll continue." Chen Fan moved the cauldron over, poured a lot of ingredients into the cauldron, and said to Yun Songhai, "Brother Yun, please help me light the fire." Yun Songhai nodded, took a step forward, and moved his mental energy. The big pot was immediately lifted up slowly. Yun Songhai shook his hands slightly. "Call!" 2 flames were released from his palms and burned towards the bottom of the pot. Chen Fan came back and continued to set up the star-gathering array. Time passes little by little. When bursts of strange fragrance came out of the big pot, the star-gathering array was finally successfully deployed. A series of spiritual threads are connected between the crystal nuclei. Chen Fan took a breath, pointed at the star-gathering array, and said to the little stone man, "Sit in the middle of the star-gathering array." The little stone man did as he was told. Chen Fan pointed like a sword and pointed lightly at a crystal core in the star-gathering array. A stream of divine power shot out from his fingertips and merged into the crystal core. The glowing crystal core suddenly became brighter. The entire star-gathering array started instantly. The surging power, like a torrent, began to gather quickly towards the little stone man. The powerful power that surged out from each crystal core made Yi Wushuang beside him feel stunned. And the star power in the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be attracted, and began to gather crazily towards the star-gathering array. Yi Wushuang looked at the scene in front of him and sweated subconsciously. Such vast and unpredictable power. If an ordinary 9th-level person is in it, his body will explode in just a few breaths. Chen Fan said that the little stone people are gods and demons. This time I finally saw it. Such turbulent and huge power merged into the little stone man. And it was like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea, without causing any setbacks at all. At first glance, Yi Wuxiang was a little worried whether this power would be enough to help the little stone man break through. The blind man, Henry Chu and others also stepped back a distance and watched this scene without blinking. The little stone man's breakthrough has had a huge impact. It is unimaginable for existences at the level of gods and demons to break through even a small section. Only Qin Fan can help a being at the level of gods and demons break through. Only Qin Fan can do it successfully. Make people look forward to it. The fifth restricted area. Outside the barrier. A strong man in the nightmare court suddenly frowned. What's going on? It feels like the energy of heaven and earth in the entire fifth restricted area is converging towards this barrier. When a strong man from the Tang Kingdom saw this, his expression moved slightly and he said, "It's really strange. What happened inside?" A strong man from the demon clan said, "It's not a good idea for us to send people in every day. The people we send in are like meat buns beating dogs and never come back. How can this be done?" On the side of the demon sect, someone snorted and said, "Tonight, send a few 7th level people in to see what happened. After the 7th level realm is sent in, it will be immediately repelled by the power of the barrier. But as long as you can go in for a while, you might be able to get some information." People from all the surrounding forces nodded. Outside the 5th penalty area, Li Mu, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, the figure flashed, and the lame man appeared beside him and said, "Someone has arranged a star-gathering array inside, and is frantically absorbing the energy of the world. In addition to the vitality of heaven and earth in the 5th restricted area, the power of the star-gathering array has begun to plunder the star power from the outside world through the exit of the 5th restricted area." Li Mu's face looked a little solemn. "The 5th restricted area is so big, and the vitality of heaven and earth within it is not enough. And you still want to plunder the star power from the outside world? How big is the star-gathering array?" The lame man said in a deep voice. "I don't know how huge it is, but I know that only 2 people can arrange such a terrifying star-gathering array. One is the blind man, and the other is Xufan." Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. "If it were them, that would be fine. I thought it was the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord who was causing trouble." After a while, several figures flew out of the 5th restricted area and flew towards the positions of the various forces. One of them flew to Li Mu, saluted Li Mu, and then told him about the strange situation that happened in the barrier. "It is indeed within the barrier." Li Mu glanced at the lame man, and they both nodded at the same time. At this time, 3 figures flew up from below. Chu family Chu Tianan, Feng Jia Feng Haoyu, Shang Wenhong of Shangwan family. They are all in the 8th level. Feng Haoyu frowned and said, "Minister, do my little granddaughter and the others still have a chance to come back alive?" Chu Tianan and Shang Wenhong looked at each other, both worried. "Alas," Li Mu sighed softly and said, "if everything goes well, they will naturally be able to come back safely. If things don't go well, it might be us who die. But they should be fine." "Oh?" Feng Haoyu and others were confused. What does the minister mean? If things don't go well, then the 6-Eyed Abyss Lords are likely to break out of the 5th restricted area. And then the demon city will bear the brunt, and none of them will be able to escape. But if the Lord of the 6-Eyed Abyss really rushes out, how can Chu Xian, Feng Xiaoxiao, Qin Fan, and the others survive? Li Mu said. "Those little guys are all good kids. When they heard something happened, they all rushed to go. No matter what, even if I die, I will find a way to protect them." Suddenly, Han Jianqua's voice rang in the minds of several people. "You're bragging there again. If the Lord of the 6-Eyed Abyss comes out, you and I will be killed first. What ability do you have to protect those children?" Chu Tianan and others looked at each other in confusion. They all knew who was speaking. Li Mu smiled bitterly. "You don't have to dismantle me in front of so many people. Right. Facing existences at the level of gods and demons. My little power is really not enough. But Qin Fan can." "What?" Feng Haoyu and Shang Wenhong were shocked. Only Chu Tianan and Lizzie looked normal. Shang Wenhong said, "Minister, I have seen Qin Fan's child. He is indeed a genius, and his ability to cultivate beasts is better than his own. But he has the skills and means to protect Xiao and the others? In addition, since the day of the accident, my Shangwan family has been mobilizing personnel. Among these personnel, there are no Qin Fan and Chu Xian at all. Is it time for them to go in?" Chu Tianan slapped Shang Wenhong on the shoulder and said, "There's no need to break the casserole and ask the truth. Anyway, I am more familiar with Chen Fan than you are. I know he has the means to protect everyone. So, if you have to worry, let's worry about ourselves at that time. As the minister said, if the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss really breaks out, we won't be able to escape. Shang Wanhong was silent for a moment, and then couldn't help but say, Minister, are you really not going to tell the demon sect and the Court of Nightmares about such a big matter? There are also Yang Kingdom and Star Kingdom? Li Mu shook his head and said, most of the giants in the Nightmare Court are from the Tianyu realm. How can they care about the life and death of our Tang Kingdom and Blue Star? Shang Wanhong said in a deep voice, if the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss comes out, they won't be able to escape. The layman said coldly, escape? Why do they want to escape? The Nightmare Court and demons are inextricably linked. Who knows if they will directly surrender to the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss and continue to harm Blue Star? If it doesn't work, they will break the seal and rush to Tianyu realm. Shang Wanhong, Li Mu said. As for the two guys from Yanhua and Xinghua, just like Zhang Jiang, they dare not leave easily. How can they dare to leave so easily when the Nightmare Garden is watching? Shang Wanhong's fists clenched loudly. Sooner or later, I'm going to kill all these bastards in the Nightmare Garden. Feng Haoyu rolled his eyelids and said, you can break through to the 9th level first. Shang Wanhong, Li Mu said softly, you really need to work harder. Songhai and Wu Shuang have broken through to the 8th level a few days ago. Shang Wanhong's eyes widened. Minister, are you kidding me? They had met Yun Songhai and Yi Wu Shuang some time ago, both of whom were still at the 7th level and 3rd level. 2 or 3 months later, did you break through to the 8th level? What an international joke. I didn't expect that either. Li Mu smiled bitterly and said, there is a boy who hides a lot of secrets. Although I often spy and eavesdrop, I still didn't expect that his methods are so powerful. Peeping and eavesdropping. Several people present glanced at Li Mu silently. The dignified Minister of Education. The most powerful person in the Tang dynasty. How do you keep your face calm and your heart not beating when you are peeping and eavesdropping? Shang Wanhong whispered. Minister, who is the boy you are talking about who hides many secrets? Li Mu blinked. This is a secret. Shang Wanhong, Li Mu said faintly. If this calamity can pass, it will be just around the corner for you to break through to the 9th level. I guess you will have to queue up. And it will be a long queue. Feng Haoyu whispered. Can you use the back door? Chu Tianan and Shang Wanhong. Hilltop Palace. Chen Fan's palm gently pressed on the head of the little stone man. Then, he suddenly turned around and pulled a group of people holding hands, like centipedes, into the beast control space. The beast masters who were originally in the main hall have already returned to their respective beast master spaces. Less than 10 seconds after Chen Fan and his group entered the beast controlling space. Boom! The little stone man exploded with overwhelming energy. The entire palace on the top of the mountain was instantly filled with stars. A breakthrough. A real breakthrough. It's unimaginable that just when the breakthrough occurs, the star power on the body's surface explodes, releasing such a terrifying shock wave. The power in the little stone man is not star power. It is divine power. Such a terrifying power. Even if 100 level 40 beasts break through at the same time, it's far inferior. Wait for the outside world to be calm. Chen Fan led everyone in Xiaobai and the others out of the beast controlling space again. Monster name, Thunderstone Man, Guardian of the Divine Stone. Combat power level, 4th level of the free mortal realm. Race level, creation of the ancient god. Monster attribute Thunder. Monster status, friendly. Happy. Racial skills, Thunder Grip Plus. Thunder God's Grip Plus. Thunder Chain Plus. Thunder Flash Plus. 9 Heavens Thunder Sword Plus. Ancient Thunder Dragon Plus. Thunderstorm Plus. Lightning Arrow Plus. Lightning Shield Plus. 9 Heavens Thunder Fall Plus. Stealth Plus. Requirements for breaking through to the 5th heaven, the first method. The second method. Racial level evolution route, none, created by the ancient gods. Only by breaking through the free mortal realm can the racial level be improved. Looking at the attribute panel of the little stone man, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. With so many skills, were they given to him by the ancient gods when they created him? Or were they cultivated by himself? Thanks! The little stone man saluted Chen Fan, his eyes becoming more respectful. Wait a moment. Chen Fan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when he saw the little stone man's skill proficiency. After the system upgrade, he could clearly see the attribute panel of the little stone man. But he hadn't looked at it carefully during this period. Now when he saw the proficiency of the little stone man's skills, Chen Fan couldn't help but be surprised. The proficiency of the first skill, Thunder Grip, is 488. The skill proficiency of other skills ranges from more than 400 to more than 500. The existence of gods and demons. The upper limit of skill proficiency seems to far exceed that of beast control in the mortal world. Don't move yet! Quickly start clicking the plus sign behind the little stone man's skill, Thunder Grip. 500. 600. 800. 1000. It wasn't until the skill of Thunder Grip reached 1000 that I couldn't click it anymore. Chen Fan immediately started to click on other skills. The little stone man was completely shocked. His own skills are getting stronger and stronger. And he can clearly feel it. What exactly is this method? He is a creation of the ancient god. And I want to help him improve the power of his skills. This should only be done by the ancient god. Right? But the Chen Fan in front of him was clearly a human who had just transformed into a divine body. After raising the proficiency of all the little stone man's skills to 1000, Chen Fan still didn't stop. He began to copy the skills of the little stone man and copy the skills of the little stone man to Xiao Bai. Noob. However, if only 6 skills are copied, there will be no system energy. He originally had 388 W energy points left. Copying a skill to Xiao Bai requires 50 W system energy. Ah! Chen Fan was a little crazy. This system energy, just like the money before time travel, is never enough. And when the critical moment comes, we will be short of money and energy. What's wrong? Seeing Chen Fan's collapse, the blind man was startled and asked cautiously. Didn't the little stone man successfully break through? It's okay. Chen Fan sighed. He did successfully break through and became much stronger. At this point, Chen Fan suddenly rolled his eyes and asked, Little stone man, I remember you told me before. There were originally 9 fear demons sealed underground. The 2 void terror demons in front were wiped out by the power of the formation. The 3rd void terror was crippled by the power of the formation. And you went down to kill it yourself. The 4th void terror demon was beaten to death by the power of the formation. But it was still extremely powerful. It almost killed you. But the 5-colored sacred stone turned on its own and killed it. The 5th void terror demon was barely killed after you gave all your power to the 5-colored sacred stone. The little stone man nodded. Chen Fan said, So, without the help of the 5-color sacred stone and the sealing formation, compared with your strength and the void terror demon, who is stronger and who is weaker? The little stone man was silent for a moment and said, Without the help of the 5-color sacred stone and the sealing formation, even in my heyday, I was no match for any void terror demon. Everyone. But now, the little stone man said, feeling the power in his body, I should be able to kill a void horror now. But it may take a long time. Chen Fan asked again, What if we use the power of the 5-color sacred stone? The little stone man said, Then we can easily kill the last 3 void terror demons. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. How does it compare with the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss? The little stone man was silent. After a while, he said, The Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss is too strong. I'm not sure. When he said this, most of the little stone man's original confidence disappeared instantly. Don't worry, Chen Fan said. We have the sealing formation. We have the 5-colored sacred stone. And we also have the sky-breaking demonic sword and the heaven sacrifice monument. Yi Hao walked over and said calmly, There is also the Tontian divine pillar. Shin Tao walked to the other side of Chen Fan and said expressionlessly, There are also the 12 wings of the God King. Li Feng walked to Chen Fan, took a deep look at Chen Fan, and said, And me. Everyone. Bai Rouge raised his foot and kicked Li Fengxing to the ground. Why are you pretending to be in front of my uncle? Suddenly, there was a click outside, and a thunder exploded. Bai Rouge was excited and took Chen Fan's hand. Uncle, it's thundering outside. I'm so scared. Ah! Shin Hongxiu squinted her eyes, leaned into Bai Rouge's ear, and whispered, Stop hacking pretending. Bai Rouge blushed and glared at Shin Hongxiu, but did not let go of Chen Fan's hand. How come there is thunder for no apparent reason within the barrier? The blind man looked at the little stone man. The little stone man shook his head. There has never been thunder within the barrier. Chen Fan swayed and flew to the stone platform, holding the 5-color sacred stone. But he checked and found nothing unusual. Under the ground, the 6-eyed Abyss Lord and the last 3 void horror demons were motionless, as if dead. At this time, Yun Songhai said, Xiao Fan, can you continue to help the little stone man break through? As long as we can break through, no matter what the material is, we will help him find it even if we travel all over the 4 realms including the ancient god realm and the ancient demon realm. Chen Fan came to his senses, jumped down from the stone platform and said, "I'll check it out. If I can help him break through to the first level, that would be great." The words just fell. Boom! The whole palace shook. No. To be precise, the whole mountain shook. What happened? Chen Fan flew to the stone platform again and held the 5-color sacred stone. Everything under the ground immediately appeared in his mind. I saw 3 void terror demons next to the 6-eyed abyss lord underground, and their huge bodies began to turn into fly ash. Not good! Chen Fan was horrified. The 6-eyed abyss lord devoured the last 3 void terror demons. He wants to break the seal. Everyone present was shocked. What? Could it be that the little stone man's breakthrough shocked the 6-eyed abyss lord and forced him to fight to the death? Boom! The hilltop palace continued to shake violently. Outside the palace, in the barrier, there was lightning and thunder, and strong winds, as if it was the end of the world. Chapter 265: A Life and Death Battle. You enter my beast-controlling space immediately. Chen Fan suddenly changed his expression and shouted loudly. No! Henry Chu and Yi Hao said in unison. Henry Chu stepped out and said in a deep voice, Chen Fan, you are not our Nani. We can't watch you working hard outside every time, while we hide in the beast control space to watch the show. I have a memorial tablet. Yi Hao also said, fight with him. I also want to see how much he can stop me. Shen Tao Ao. Brother Fan, let's fight side by side. Shen Hongxiu and others did not speak, but they all stood beside Chen Fan. Everyone's eyes are extremely firm. Let's fight together. Let's die together. You? Chen Fan was a little panicked. At this time, I saw the little stone man's palm facing the stone platform under the colorful sacred stone, and gently pushed it out. Boom! The entire palace on the top of the mountain shook. Li Fengxing turned around and shouted, Brother Fan, the palace is flying! Everyone looked outside, and sure enough they found that the palace was flying upwards quickly. Not only that, golden light was released from the stone platform below the 5-colored sacred stone. The entire hall seemed to be enveloped in layers of golden light. The little stone man said, Don't worry. Let alone the 6-eyed abyss lord, who can't break through the seal formation. Even if he can break through the seal, he can't break through this hall. Although this hall is not as good as the heavenly sacrifice monument, this hall is also the natal magic weapon of an earth-shattering being back then. The heaven sacrifice monument is just a projection, but this hall is a real thing. I have now activated the main hall and activated the ceiling formation to the extreme. He won't come out that easily. The blind man immediately said, Xiao Fan, let Henry Chu and the others stay here. They will definitely be able to help you. Pull out all those people from the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. Although their power is weak, together with the beast control, they are still a considerable force. Let them contribute all their strength to the 5-colored sacred stone. Chen Fan nodded fiercely. Okay. Wait a minute. The blind man stopped Chen Fan again and said, First send Chu Xian and Song Hai to the location where the heaven sacrifice monument was. Send Yi Hao and Wu Xuan to the location of the Tontian divine pillar. And send Shen Tao Tao, and I send it to the location of the God King's 12 wings. Hongxiu, Qingqing, Xiao Bai, Beholder and the others are all staying here too. The little stone man's body flashed with light, and another little stone man appeared out of thin air beside him, saying, Send me to the location of the sky-breaking demon sword. Yuan Songhai and Yi Wuxuang took a step forward at the same time and handed over a bottle. Sifan, take these pills. Yuan Songhai said, These pills can help you replenish your strength. Ordinary people can't take 1 or 2 pills. But you are already a god, so you should be able to withstand more powerful power. Okay. Shen Fan took the elixir and put it away. Then, without hesitation, he activated the formation and moved Chu Xian and Yi Hao out. Shen Hongxiu and others, who had all put on their battle armor, moved and jumped onto the stone platform. Their masters, Xiao Bai and the others also gathered around. Chen Fan entered the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, and picked out all the people from all forces. The restrictions on the faces of this group of people were activated again, and they were all unable to see. They were brought back in a daze and panic by Chen Fan, and then locked into the original room. What happened? That adult seemed to be in a panic. Isn't it the devil below who has rushed out? Crow's mouth. What are you talking about? Damn! My heart is beating so hard. I feel like something big is about to happen. Look at the windows. This mountaintop palace seems to be flying. People in various rooms were talking a lot. Many people noticed the movement outside the window and all rushed to the window. Every side hall still has windows, although there are restrictions on the windows. Through the translucent restrictions, you can still vaguely see everything outside.
Damn it! It's really flying! There's lightning and thunder outside.
It's like the end of the world. Damn it. That thing down there is probably really going to come out. Look at the mountains below. They are shaking and seem to be falling over. How to do? Brothers and sisters of the Tang Kingdom. Everyone sit down. The 5-colored sacred stone will definitely need our power in a while. Don't hold it back. Don't hold it back. As long as we have one breath, it will be fine. Yes. Give all your power to the 5-colored sacred stone. Summon all the beasts. When the 5-colored sacred stones draw out our power, don't resist. Don't resist. Take out the elixirs on your body. If there is no elixir, take other people's elixirs. Life or death depends on this.
Before Chen Fan could explain, everyone in the side halls had already started taking action. At this moment, no matter which force or country it is, everyone is united. Gather the sand to form a tower. Gather water to form a sea. After a while, the big formation that the blind man had laid out began to activate. Auras of light flashed in every room. Coming. The people in each room were completely relaxed, activating their star power and gathering into the formation. The great formation drew out the power of everyone and all the beasts, and quickly gathered towards the 5-colored sacred stone. Xiaobai and Gonzi, as well as the beasts like the Eye Demon and the Side Demon, all contributed their own strength. Roar! A shocking roar came from the ground. The big mountain below collapsed with a roar. There was a sound of the earth shattering. The world-destroying storm started from where the mountain collapsed and swept in all directions. Destroy the world. The sky is falling. The jungle around the mountain turned into ashes in an instant. Above the palace, strong winds raged. Thunder and lightning struck, and countless space cracks appeared. A huge vortex formed by the gathering of various violent energies, spinning crazily, as if connected to the 9 netherworlds, making people feel only 2 things: die, destroy. Under this terrifying force, the light seemed to begin to bend slightly. It's as if the space has been distorted, and that huge vortex is expanding outward crazily and getting bigger at an unimaginable speed. Everything he passes by becomes nothingness. Coming out. Chen Fan closed his eyes slightly, while connecting with the 5-colored divine stone. Everything underneath the ceiling formation was appearing in his mind. The body of the 6-eyed Abyss Lord is growing crazily, and he is trying to break through the seal. Chen Fan subconsciously shook his hands. The knife is not there. Damn it! The sky-breaking demon sword is still in Yi Hongyan's hand. Chen Fan slapped his forehead fiercely and shouted, Hongyan, send back the sky-destroying demon sword. On the stone platform, Shin Hongxiu turned her head and glanced at Chen Fan resentfully. Chen Fankai and Yi Hongyan obviously met once. How could they be so intimate with each other? Fang Qingqing curled her fingers slightly and tapped Shin Hongxiu on the head. What time has it been? What are you thinking about? Shin Hongxiu rarely got angry. She turned her head and looked at the little stone man. Give all our power to the 5-colored sacred stone. Right? The little stone man said. Don't worry. Wait a while. Chen Fan patted his forehead again. No response. Chen Fan was so angry that he cursed his mother, and then shouted, Haozi, give me the divine pillar of heaven. After Yi Hao and the others left behind the divine pillar and other artifacts to consolidate the formation. Under the leadership of Chen Fan, they retrieved an artifact from the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. Chen Fan's sky-breaking demon sword is now in Yi Hongyan's hands, but Yi Hao and Chu Xian still have a divine weapon in their hands. As Chen Fan shouted loudly, 3 meteors flew quickly in the sky. Chu Xian and Shin Taoao also sent over the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the 12 wings of the God King. Good. Chen Fan roared violently and stretched out his hands. Click. 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 The left hand holds the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, and the right hand holds the heaven-bearing divine pillar. And the 12 wings of the God King were also worn on Chen Fan. The 12 wings behind Chen Fan stretched out and soared into the sky. On the stone platform, Bai Rouge said foolishly, My uncle is much more handsome when he puts on the 12 wings of the God King than when Dao Ao puts on the 12 wings of the God King. Shin Hongxiu was stunned for a moment, then punched Bai Rouge on the forehead. What time has it been? What are you thinking about? Bai Rouge rubbed his head in pain. The orange cat ran to Chen Fan's feet and said, Chen Fan, I am too weak. You should let me return to the beast control space. Chen Fan waved the divine pillar. I'll give you a stick.
The orange cat was so frightened that he ran back again. Gongzi and Shohei immediately looked at the orange cat with contempt. But the orange cat was thick-skinned and didn't take it seriously at all. At this time, roar! The roar of the six-eyed Abyss Lord sounded again. Seeing where the mountain collapsed, there was sudden lightning and thunder, and a huge power grid appeared. The six-eyed Abyss Lord, whose body is as huge as a mountain, has his head breaking through the power grid. Snort! The little stone man snorted coldly and said, Chu Xian, you instill power into several magical weapons, such as the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the Tontian Divine Pillar. Then control those magic weapons and activate the power to the extreme. His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder, resounding in the minds of Henry Chu and others. Chu Xian and others immediately mobilized several magic weapons frantically. The power of the thunder and lightning grid below, which had already developed a gap, instantly increased dramatically. The six-eyed Abyss Lord who originally had his head exposed was actually suppressed, leaving only half of his head. The little stone man immediately said, Chun Fan, throw out the Heaven Sacrifice tablet in your hand. Use the Heaven Sacrifice Monument to swallow his power. Okay. Chun Fan moved his left hand and threw the Heaven Sacrifice tablet out. The Heaven Sacrifice Monument spun quickly in the air, rose up in the wind, and became like a big mountain, hovering above the head of the six-eyed Abyss Lord. Immediately, the black mist surged out of the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, as if it had turned into a black hole, and started to snatch the power of the six-eyed Abyss Lord. Roar! The eyes of the six-eyed Abyss Lord flashed with anger. He knew that the situation was unfavorable, and if he persisted like this, he would become weaker and weaker, and was finally completely suppressed by the Heavenly Sacrifice Monument. The six-eyed Abyss Lord roared again, trying his best to use up all his strength to rush out half of his body first. The crazy and violent demonic energy, with the six-eyed Abyss Lord as the center, rotated rapidly, forming a huge whirlpool. Then, the six-eyed Abyss Lord suddenly rushed upward. Boom! 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 Countless thunderbolts exploded around it. The top two arms of the six-eyed Abyss Lord broke through the seal. Not good! Chun Fan was shocked and turned to look at the little stone man. What should I do? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the two arms of the six-eyed Abyss Lord suddenly grabbing the power grid below, as if he wanted to tear the power grid apart. The little stone man shouted loudly, Except Chun Fan, all of you and the Beast Masters, pass your power to the colorful sacred stone. Shen Hongxiu and others did not hesitate and immediately aimed their palms at the five-colored sacred stone. Wave after wave of power is sent towards the colorful sacred stone. The little stone man gave a soft drink. His body expanded several times, and then he quickly pushed towards the five-colored sacred stone with both palms. Call out! A ray of multicolored light was released from the multicolored sacred stone and hit the head of the six-eyed Abyss Lord below. Kong! Ha! Tang! Ting! Fa. The Lord of the six-eyed Abyss came out with a sound that Chun Fan and others could not understand at all. And he raised his hands suddenly. Right between his hands, a black hole like black cloud appeared, blocking the strike of the colorful divine stone. On the stone platform, the five-colored sacred stone trembled violently. Chun Fan saw that the little stone man activated the five-color sacred stone, but still could not hurt the six-eyed Abyss Lord. And he suddenly became anxious. Fight! Chun Fan controlled the formation and moved to the side of the sky-breaking demon sword that was guarded by the little stone man's clone. The little stone man was slightly startled. Chun Fan! You? Chun Fan flicked the divine pillar of heaven in his hand and inserted it directly next to the sky-breaking demon sword. Replace this sky-breaking demon sword with the heaven-bearing divine pillar. Chun Fan shouted softly and said, Give me the sky-breaking demonic sword. The little stone man raised his head and glanced at the six-eyed Abyss Lord in the distance. He gritted his teeth and slapped his palm on the heaven-bearing divine pillar. The light of the sky-reaching divine pillar surged, sank for a while, and then quickly changed, turning into a giant pillar supporting the sky. Shift! The little stone man shouted softly. The sky-breaking demon sword, originally used to consolidate the ceiling formation, quickly became smaller and moved out. Chun Fan stretched out his hand and immediately grasped the sky-breaking demon sword. But the moment the sky-breaking demon sword and the Tontian divine pillar were replaced, the six-eyed Abyss Lord still seized the opportunity. Another big hand emerged from under the chest of the six-eyed Abyss Lord. Not good! In the palace, the little stone man exclaimed and slapped the stone platform with his palm. The stone platform glowed brightly and turned quickly. Next moment, crash! In the void around the six-eyed Abyss Lord, chains shot out of the holes and, stabbed towards the six-eyed abyss lord like swords. The lord of the six-eyed abyss made an incomprehensible sound. His two big hands continued to contend with the power of the five-colored sacred stone, while the third hand suddenly lifted up and grabbed the two chains. But other chains took the opportunity to penetrate his body and wrap him tightly. On every chain, there is lightning flashing.
Very good!
In various side halls, the weak people looked at all this through the blurred windows and cheered.
Brush!
Just when the third hand of the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss was desperately trying to break the chain, a flash of light in the void. Chen Fan, who was controlling the 12 wings of the God King, appeared above him.
One knife volleyed into the air and shattered the thunder.
Chen Fan called a void character and activated the first of the 9 swords of the Skybreaking Sword, slashing wildly at the hands of the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss that were competing with the 5-colored sacred stone.
Ku! Ta! Ming!
Fan. The Six-Eyed Abyss Lord turned his head and looked at Chen Fan, just like gods and demons looking at ants.
Boom!
Chen Fan slashed at the arm of the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord with one strike, and there was an earth-shattering roar. Crazy and violent energy exploded, sending Chen Fan flying out. Chen Fan's armor was shattered, and his left arm exploded into pieces.
Ah!
The people in the various side halls looked at this scene. Their eyes were about to burst, but the next moment, everyone's expressions froze. Chen Fan's left arm, which was shattered by the blast, actually regenerated extremely fast.
Crack!
A flash of lightning lit up. Chen Fan used Thunder Flash to move behind the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord.
Thunder Flash?
In the side hall, Zhong Hao's eyes suddenly shrank. The skill, Thunder Flash, is a general skill for controlling beasts with the thunder attribute. Although not all lightning-attributed beasts can be awakened, it is indeed not that rare. But as someone who wields a sword and possesses the thunder and lightning skill to control beasts, Zhong Hao only knows Chen Fan so far. Xian Tianji turned his head and looked at Zhong Hao.
What's wrong? Nothing.
Zhong Hao shook his head. With only a knife and lightning flash, Zhong Hao was not sure whether the person in front of him was Chen Fan. Moreover, although Chen Fan is strong, it is far from being this strong. Right? That sword strike just now was so devastating. Just the strength of its rebound felt like it could destroy a city. What level of cultivation is Chen Fan Kai? Zhong Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. How long has it been since he finally recognized the person in front of him as Chen Fan? I saw the mysterious man who had moved behind the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss, suddenly hovering, and then said something that puzzled everyone.
When the roar shatters the sky, when the power flattens the abyss, when all life and death, they call me the King of Demons.
Everyone. Little Stone Man, the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss, felt his head was in a trance and was stunned for a moment. Chen Fan continued.
God is not omnipotent, and the devil is not omnipotent. The King of Demons is omnipotent.
Everyone. What happened? Was that mysterious and powerful being just beaten stupid? What nonsense would you say to a powerful demon that is about to break out of the seal? Chen Fan activated the
Whisper of the Demon King
to the extreme, directing all the red threads on the Demon King's body toward the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss. If it weren't for the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord contending with the seal and the 5-colored sacred stone, he wouldn't have had such a chance. Now, there are 7,896 red lines that have penetrated into the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord. Although this amount of red thread cannot really suppress the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss, it can already affect his thinking.
Stupid void demon. Why don't you kneel down when facing the Demon King? Give up resistance and surrender to me. You are provoking the Supreme Demon King.
Chen Fan's voice resounded in the void. To others, it sounds absurd and inexplicable. But to the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss, every voice and every word sounded like it was the sky-breaking demon sword stabbing into his mind. The Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss wanted to turn around and kill Chen Fan, but his hands were still contending with the 5-colored sacred stone, and his third hand was locked by the chain. His whole body was still trapped in the seal, and he had no time to take action.
Roar!
The Six-Eyed Abyss Lord struggled even more fiercely. Under the power grid, the fourth hand will be drawn out at any time.
God is not omnipotent, and the devil is not omnipotent. The King of Demons is omnipotent.
Chen Fan knew that even if he tried his best now, he might not be able to hurt the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss. So he simply used the
Whisper of the Demon King
to continuously interfere with the latter. Under the interference of his
Whisper of the Demon King,
the movements of the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord were indeed much slower. The fourth hand under the seal was about to break out of the seal several times, but was suppressed again.
This is not the way to go.
Chen Fan looked at the huge back of the six-eyed Abyss Lord's head with great eagerness. The power of the colorful divine stone is declining rapidly. Although the Heaven Sacrifice Monument is devouring the power of the six-eyed Abyss Lord and then passing it on to the five-colored divine stone, it is too slow. At this time, Chen Fan's forehead felt stinging. With a flash of light, Yi Hongyan's shadow appeared in front of him.
Open the barrier, and I will send in the five-color sacred stone and the sky-breaking demonic sword. You're finally here.
Chen Fan had the urge to cry.
I almost got killed by you.
Despite the scolding, Chen Fan activated the formation and opened a hole in the barrier.
Roar!
As soon as the six-eyed Abyss Lord sensed the opening in the barrier, his body was shaken, and he raised his head.
Call out! Call out!
Two streams of light flew quickly. Another colorful divine stone. Another sky-breaking demon sword.
Ha 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 ha!
Chen Fan laughed wildly and raised his hands. The flying demon sword and the demon sword in his hand merged into one. And after he grabbed the five-colored sacred stone, he threw it towards the palace above. In the palace, the little stone man also laughed wildly. The flying colorful sacred stone immediately landed on the stone platform. The little stone man divided his hand into one hand and quickly pushed towards the flying colorful sacred stone.
Boom!
The five-colored sacred stone shook suddenly, and a more powerful light shot out like lightning, instantly piercing the chest of the six-eyed Abyss Lord. The dazzling light penetrated the body of the six-eyed Abyss Lord. There is a big hole in the chest of the six-eyed Abyss Lord, which is getting bigger quickly. The light of the five-colored sacred stone seemed to be annihilating his body quickly.
Roar!
The six-eyed Abyss Lord was shocked and angry, and roared again. Sudden, a big hand flew in from the gap in the barrier that was about to close. The big golden hand, with a click, was clasped on the huge head of the six-eyed Abyss Lord. Then, Li Mu's voice came out from inside.
Ho ho ho! I'm yelling at you! I'll kill you!
The big hand grabbing the head of the six-eyed Abyss Lord suddenly grabbed it.
Boom boom boom!
The head of the six-eyed Abyss Lord exploded with destructive energy. Immediately, Han Jianshua's voice came out.
What kind of pen are you pretending to be? With the strength of 3 people plus the strength of dozens of 9th level people.
You still can't break this guy's face. It didn't cause any harm at all. Yi Hongyan's voice also came out.
You are really thick-skinned. I admire you. Don't waste time here. Let me take control.
Li Mu.
You are not as strong as me.
Yi Hongyan.
Shut up and give your power to the five-colored sacred stone to cause more damage.
Han Jianshua.
She's right. You idiot. Give her the control.
Li Mu.
Can you give me some face? I'm always calling you a second-rate person. But I'm the #1 person in the Tang Dynasty after all.
Han Jianshua.
Just you?
Chen Fan. How can these people fight in a place like this?
You go back too.
Han Jianshua shouted.
What about you? Brat. I don't want to kill you. Get up there quickly.
As soon as he finished speaking, the big hand let go of the six-eyed Abyss Lord's face, quickly became smaller, and then flew towards the palace. Chen Fan naturally did not go back. He is still frantically drawing red lines into the six-eyed Abyss Lord. After the power of the second colorful divine stone severely damaged it, he took this opportunity to drive more than 3,000 red threads into the demon's body. After so many red threads penetrated his body, the movements of the six-eyed Abyss Lord became a little uncontrollable. Although the Lord of the six-eyed Abyss is still struggling, but Chen Fan activated the
whisper of the Demon King
and kept telling him in his mind not to struggle with the movements of the six-eyed Abyss Lord. And occasionally he began to be controlled by Chen Fan.
Boom!
The light of the five-colored divine stone, which was originally much weaker, suddenly increased sharply. It seems that the power of Li Mu and Yi Hongyan has also come in handy. Chen Fan took out the bottle given by Yun Songhai from his Shumi ring, opened the cap, poured it into his mouth, and swallowed all the dozen pills. Try the knife again. If this knife doesn't work, then just use the
whisper of the Demon King.
Chen Fan's eyes flashed, and while activating the
whisper of the Demon King
to suppress the six-eyed Abyss Lord, he began to call the void characters. The power of a void character is integrated into the sky-breaking demon sword.
3 swords cut through the air and swallowed the sun and the moon.
As Chen Fan shouted loudly from the bottom of his heart, he slashed out with the 3rd sword of the sky-breaking devil's sword.
Brush!
The sword light that shattered the ages slashed straight down, cutting off both arms of the six-eyed Abyss Lord with one strike. The 2 arms of the six-eyed Abyss Lord exploded instantly and turned into black ash, surging all over the sky. The ray of light from the five-colored sacred stone pierced through the head of the six-eyed abyss lord with a bang. The heaven sacrifice monument above quickly turned around, taking the opportunity to swallow up all the power of those two arms. Everyone was stunned. Even Li Mu and the three people who had been paying attention to Chen Fan in that big hand were stunned and speechless. Although the three of them did not enter here, most of their power was gathered in that big hand after fusing dozens of ninth-level people. Such power could not break the defense of the six-eyed abyss lord. Chen Fan cut off both of his arms with one strike of his sword. Just for a moment, when everyone was stunned. The sudden change. The six-eyed abyss lord with a big hole in his chest and head turned his head like lightning. His eyes flashed. And he hit Chen Fan. Chapter 266, Old Devil. I want your head. Call! The 12 wings of the God King behind Chen Fan moved and disappeared out of thin air. Lord of the six-eyed abyss. The blind man. Henry Chu and others. Where are the people? In the palace suspended in the air. The little stone man scratched his head. Where are the people? Outside the boundary. Chen Fan looked at the barrier below and was a little confused. The God King's 12 wings moved out of the barrier? Does this penetrate space? I never said before that the 12 wings were so weird and unpredictable. Below, next to the barrier, people from all factions raised their heads and looked at the tattered armor in the sky, holding a black knife, and the strange presence of 12 wings behind him. Chen Fan's eyes turned cold, and he waved the magic knife in his hand. Brush! As if the void was cut open. A black light swept through the group of people in the Nightmare Garden. A group of 7th-level people in the Nightmare Garden instantly turned into ashes before they could react. The two sky-breaking magic knives fused together are so powerful that it is simply unimaginable. No wonder. After cooperating with the 9 sky-breaking swords, he just chopped off the 2 arms of the six-eyed abyss lord with one blow. Just when Chen Fan was sighing in his heart about the power of the sky-breaking demonic sword, people from all forces below were already scattering in all directions, as if they were faced with a formidable enemy. Chen Fan made a few gestures with his left hand to the group of people from the heavenly demon sect, then looked in the direction of the strong man from Tang State, and said in a deep voice, Everyone, the ancient demon god sealed in the ground has awakened. Minister Li Mu and the others cannot suppress them. Please give me a helping hand. Everyone below was shocked. Is he one of our demons? He is from our Tang country. The two forces were overjoyed. People from several other forces also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. One of them stepped out and said loudly, What should we do? Chen Fan said, Come to me, and I will try to see if I can send you into the barrier. He is now outside the barrier and cannot control it. But if the 12 wings of the God King have such power to penetrate space, it should be no problem to send the dozens of 7th grade peaks below. At the peak of the 7th grade and 5th level heaven, the strength of any one person is much stronger than Zhong Hao and Shen Hongxiu. In critical moments, more strength means more hope. Good. A group of strong men flew into the air and gathered in front of Chen Fan. As Chen Fan thought, the 12 wings of the God King behind him suddenly grew in size, overwhelming the sky and the earth. Then, 2 of the wings quickly wrapped up all the dozens of 7th grade and 5th level heaven peaks. It's not that strenuous. Chen Fan was a little jealous of Shen Nao's God King 12 wings. The 12 wings of the God King are not like the sky-breaking devil sword, which can only slash and kill. The 12 wings of the God King can fight, defend and run. They seem to have many wonderful uses. Chen Fan turned slightly and looked at the barrier. The 12 wings of the God King behind him moved slightly. Call! With a flash of light and shadow in front of his eyes, Chen Fan entered the barrier again with a large group of 7th grade and 5th level peaks. Lord of the six-eyed abyss. Chen Fan immediately sent a mental message to the blind man. Blind Grandpa! Block their sight, and I will send them up to be used as batteries. The blind man was stunned for a moment, but his movements were not slow, and he made several handprints. Everyone who was wrapped by the 12 wings of the God King saw darkness in front of them, and they could not see anything immediately. Even the mental power cannot leave the body. Don't worry. I'm just blocking your view. The 12 wings of the God King behind Chen Fan moved again, soared into the sky, and flew into the palace in the sky like lightning. Plop! Plop! Figures fell down one by one. What's the situation? Li Mu's voice came from the big hand. You brought them in? Then why didn't you bring us in? It's Minister Li Mu's voice. The blindfolded group of people were surprised and happy. Chen Fan said, I didn't know that before. First use everyone's strength to suppress the demon. The blow I just made cost too much, and I won't be able to use the second blow in a short time. Let me see if I can bring you in. A wisp of flame emerged from that big hand, condensing into the shape of Yi Hongyan. Yi Hongyan stretched out her hand.
Give me the sky-breaking demon sword. You go outside and pick us up.
Chen Fan nodded slightly, threw the sky-breaking demonic sword to Yi Hongyan, swayed, and used the God King's 12 wings to get out of the barrier again and fly towards the exit of the 5th restricted area. In the barrier, Shen Taotao smiled proudly.
Sure enough, my 12 wings of the God King are the strongest. No wonder he is called the God King. God King. Ha ha ha. It's a pity that Brother Fan is not yet proficient in using the 12 wings of the God King. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to use the 12 wings of the God King and the sky-breaking demon sword to kill that bullshit demon.
The blind man turned his head and looked at Shen Nato. Shen Taotao felt a little weak, but the blind man patted him on the shoulder and said,
It's really very powerful. Very, very powerful. This time it all depends on your God King's 12 wings. You and Xiaofan are both heroes of the Tang Dynasty.
Shen Taotao smiled and scratched his head.
I don't think that much about the heroes of the Tang Dynasty, but I am still very happy to fight alongside Brother Fan and really contribute a little bit.
Outside the 5th penalty area, above the void, Li Mu and Yi Hongyan were waiting eagerly. Han Jiangxue hid her figure and stood beside them. Sudden, a figure flashed in the entrance of the passage. Chen Fan, wearing a tattered armor, stepped out. People from various forces on Tanlang Mountain below were stunned when they saw this mysterious man wearing armor and a helmet appearing. Li Mu blinked.
So fast!
He still had a weak connection with the spiritual clones in the seal, so he knew that Chen Fan was going to come out to pick them up. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan came out in a blink of an eye.
Walk!
Chen Fan opened the whirlpool portal in the beast-controlling space and pushed Han Jiangxue and Yi Hongyan in. The cripple flew over and was about to enter the beast control space, but was pushed away by Li Mu.
We are all gone. Who is in charge here? Senior, help me take care of the Magic City.
The lame man was furious.
Sir, you put all the burdens on us. We are just a clone. And a clone of a clone.
Li Mu's voice rang in the minds of all the powerful men in the Tang Kingdom.
Everyone, guard the entrance to the 5th restricted area. Anyone who follows the orders of the 3 seniors and who dares to make any move in the Nightmare Court will be killed without mercy.
Chen Fan closed the beast control space, turned around, and entered the 5th restricted area.
Quick! Be quick!
Chen Fan activated the divine power of the void and concentrated it on the 12 wings of the God King, directly penetrating through the layers of space. After just 2 flashes, the barrier appeared in his sight again.
Enter!
The 12 wings of the God King led Chen Fan through the barrier and entered the palace in the void like lightning. The beast control space opened, and Li Mu and the other 3 walked out. And within that big hand, 2 rays of light also escaped, becoming one with Li Mu and Han Jiangxue respectively. Han Jiangxue made a move, and the glove that had scratched the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss hard on the face flew over and was put on her right hand. Li Mu turned around and wanted to walk towards the palace exit, but Han Jiangxue pulled him back.
Why are you going? Come here and use it as a battery.
Li Mu, the most dignified person in the Tang Dynasty, can't help with anything and can only act as a battery. Li Mu glanced at the exit of the palace. At the exit, Yi Hongyan jumped down with the sky-breaking demon sword. Han Jiangxue's face turned pale with anger.
The Empress's cultivation is indeed not as strong as yours, but she has the sky-breaking demonic sword in her hand. Do you believe she can chop you into ashes with one strike? If she goes down now, she can hurt the devil. If you go down now, you will be used as cannon fodder. TSK! It's getting more and more ugly the more you talk about it.
Li Mu turned around and walked to a colorful sacred stone with Han Jiangxue. The 2 of them raised their right hands at the same time, as if holding a ball, and hugged the colorful sacred stone. The colorful divine stone is a masterpiece of light. On the other side, the 12 wings of the God King behind Chen Fan moved and appeared above the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. Standing on the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, Chen Fan looked down silently. The scene below is a bit weird. Yi Hongyan held the sky-breaking demon sword, and as if teleporting, she appeared on the left side of the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss, on his back, and in front of him. But no matter how she moved, the head of the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord would face her, staring at her. Even if she turns behind the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord, the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord will turn his head 180 degrees and look behind him while his body remains motionless. Yi Hongyan is in the Holy Realm, and her real power is much stronger than Chen Fan's now. She was carrying the sky-breaking demonic sword, which had obviously made the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss feel a huge threat. Similarly, When Yi Hongyan saw the six-eyed Abyss Lord staring at her, she did not dare to stay in the void. She could only keep changing directions and looking for opportunities. Qin Fan's eyes fell on the six-eyed Abyss Lord. After the second five-colored sacred stone came over, and he activated the sky-breaking demon sword to cut off the two arms of the six-eyed Abyss Lord. The six-eyed Abyss Lord's aura had dropped sharply. At this time, the Lord of the six-eyed Abyss only had one arm above the power grid. On his head and chest, there was a light of five-colored sacred stone, penetrating through. After being penetrated by the light of the five-colored sacred stone, the big holes in his head and chest continued to grow bigger. Qin Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now with the addition of all the power of Li Mu and other three powerful men in the Holy Realm, the power of the five-colored divine stone is even greater. The power of the Lord of the six-eyed Abyss is constantly declining. But the Sky Sacrifice Monument is taking the opportunity to devour its power, and then make the colorful sacred stone stronger. Under the circumstances, this devil can't hold on for long. However, we cannot delay too long. There is no Li Mu in charge of the Magic City now. If an accident occurs, I am afraid that I will regret it. No, it's not just the Magic City. Li Mu, Zhang Jiang, and Han Jianxue were the three most powerful men in the Holy Realm of the Tang Dynasty. They are located in the Demon City, the Imperial City, and the Demon City respectively. But they are not just guarding these three main cities, but they are centered on the three main cities and radiate to the main cities in a large area around them. Can't wait too long. It's better to fight quickly. It's just a pity that Yi Hongyan can't cut the sky with 9 swords. Otherwise, Qin Fan took a breath, and while activating the Whisper of the Demon King, his mind was racing, thinking about countermeasures. Previously, he had used the third sword of the 9 heaven-breaking swords to break off both arms of the Lord of the six-eyed Abyss, almost exhausting his divine power. Even if he draws the sword again now, it is impossible for him to strike a third time. With his current strength, if he activates the first or second sword, he may not be able to hurt this terrifying ancient demon. This was also the reason why he did not take back the sky-destroying demon sword. Qin Fan frowned, sat down cross-legged on the top of the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, then patted the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and said, "Give me the power you devoured." Nothing happens. Qin Fan was furious and slapped the Heaven Sacrifice Monument under his butt 3 times in a row. Bang! 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 Give me your devouring power. The memorial tablet trembled slightly. The next moment, an overwhelming force poured into Qin Fan's body. Qin Fan grinned and immediately activated the Void Divine Body, began to absorb this power crazily, and then transformed it into the Void Divine Power. The divine power of the Void began to recover quickly, and then continued to increase. 14 cards, 15 cards, 20 calories, 25 calories, 35 cards, 41 cards. It wasn't until the void power reached 41 calories that Qin Fan felt uncomfortable. Reached the limit. The current strength of the void divine body can only accommodate so much divine power. Qin Fan had a thought in his mind and tried to call the void characters. Two void characters can be called. He tried his best before, but he could only call one. Qin Fan glanced at the six-eyed Abyss Lord below and laughed. The power on the Heaven Sacrifice Monument mainly comes from this ancient demon. Use the power of ancient demons to deal with ancient demons. It's really refreshing. Give me the knife! Qin Fan stood up and shouted loudly. Yi Hongyan, who was playing hide and seek with the six-eyed Abyss Lord, frowned. He could feel Qin Fan's strength rising. But Qin Fan's current power is still far from being comparable to that of the Holy Realm. Yi Hongyan moved and moved directly in front of the six-eyed Abyss Lord, and then flicked her right hand, as if the sky-breaking demon sword had penetrated the space. It appeared in front of Qin Fan, and was caught in Qin Fan's hand. Call! The six-eyed Abyss Lord looked directly at Qin Fan. The 12 wings of the God King behind Qin Fan moved and moved out as if teleporting. This time, the person playing hide and seek became Qin Fan. After moving several times in a row, Qin Fan had already gathered his momentum and completed it. Click! The 12 wings of the God King suddenly burst into light, turned into a suit of armor, and were worn on Qin Fan. Then, Qin Fan held the sky-breaking demonic sword in his hand. His aura surged, and he slashed at the six-eyed Abyss Lord with one slash. Yi Hongyan on the other side was furious when she saw this. You know, the six-eyed Abyss Lord has been staring at Qin Fan. Qin Fan's sky-breaking demon sword slashed out for the 3rd time, and 2 of the eyes of the six-eyed Abyss Lord also shot out 2 black rays of light at the same time. This is not a level contest at all. It's too late. It's faster than that.
Brush!
The peerless sword light cut through the black light with one strike, and then cut off most of the head of the six-eyed Abyss Lord. But a small part of the black light still fell on Chen Fan.
Boom!
The heaven-destroying aura exploded on the head of the six-eyed Abyss Lord and on Chen Fan at the same time. Like a missile, Chen Fan was directly blasted into the distance.
Violent!
Where Yi Hongyan was, a mountain like Suzaku suddenly appeared, spitting out a mouthful of flames and wrapping around the remaining part of the six-eyed Abyss Lord's head. Below, the blind man was shocked and said,
Yi Hongyan! Leave quickly!
The words just fell. The remaining 3 eyes of the six-eyed Abyss Lord flashed with black light. The black beam of light instantly pierced one of Suzaku's wings. In the void, Yi Hongyan spurted blood from her mouth and staggered back. At this time, the six-eyed Abyss Lord's eyes flashed again, seeing that another black light is about to be shot out. At the critical moment, a figure flashed in the air, and Chen Fan appeared beside Yi Hongyan out of thin air and picked her up.
Brush!
The black beam of light penetrated through Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan.
Chen Fan!
In the palace, many people screamed in fear. Li Mu said in a deep voice,
Don't be impatient. That's an afterimage. The devil just made a move, but it didn't hurt them.
Shin Hongxiu and Bai Rouge burst into tears. Below, Chen Fan appeared at the entrance of the palace with Yi Hongyan. As soon as the figure flashed, he had already carried Yi Hongyan in and landed beside the stone platform. Everyone took a closer look and saw that Yi Hongyan's left arm had been penetrated, and a hole appeared in her arm, with black energy emanating from it. The black energy was still corroding her arms. The hole is still getting bigger. Li Mu frowned.
What should I do with such terrifying power?
The little stone man immediately said,
Don't touch it. Let him go.
The him that little stone talks about is none other than Chen Fan. Chen Fan took a deep breath, handed the heaven-breaking demon sword to his left hand, and grabbed Yi Hongyan's arm with his right hand.
No!
Yi Hongyan grabbed Chen Fan's wrist with her other hand.
This power is evil and terrifying. You will die. I have a 5-color sacred stone to protect my body, so nothing will happen to me.
Chen Fan shook his head.
The 5-colored sacred stone is currently suppressing the six-eyed Abyss Lord. It cannot protect you. Don't worry. Although my divine body is not yet immortal, this kind of power cannot kill me.
As he spoke, Chen Fan moved his arm and pressed his palm on the hollow of Yi Hongyan's arm. Void divine power movement. Chen Fan's palm suddenly pulled out.
Call!
It was as if a black dragon had been pulled out by him. Yi Hongyan groaned, sweat dripping from her face.
Receive!
Chen Fan shouted loudly and absorbed all the power of the void demon in Yi Hongyan into his body.
Boom!
Chen Fan's right arm instantly exploded into flying ash, and his whole body was thrown backwards.
Chen Fan!
Yi Hongyan was so horrified that she ducked and hugged Chen Fan. Shin Hongxiu pursed her lips tightly and remained silent. The people sitting cross-legged in the main hall, with the blind man placing restraints on their faces, silently memorized the name Chen Fan. Yi Hongyan lowered her head and looked at the pale Chen Fan. I saw that Chen Fan's arm was also filled with black energy. However, a new arm is slowly growing out. Although Chen Fan's divine power is far inferior to that of the six-eyed Abyss Lord, but the divine power of the Void is obviously several levels stronger than the power of darkness. As the two forces clashed, Chen Fan's arms continued to grow, while the dark force continued to die.
I'll take the test.
Li Mu's eyes widened.
I'm starting to get jealous. I'm so jealous now. This is the divine body? This is the divine power. But it seems like it's only been a few days. Right.
Han Jianxue glared at Li Mu.
Will you die if you don't speak? Hey!
Li Mu said a little dissatisfied.
Can you stop always lecturing me like a master's wife? My wife has never taught me such a lesson. Please reflect on it for me. Master wife is so gentle. Look at you. You look like a bitch.
Han Jianxue's face turned pale.
Li Mu, do you want to fight?
The blind man's voice rang out in the main hall.
Shut up. All of you. How long has it been since this guy can you still make a noise? Use it as your battery. You are not as good as your apprentices.
Li Mu and Han Jianxue. Li Mu remembered something, took out a bottle from the sumer ring, and floated it towards Chen Fan.
Take this bottle of pills, and take 3 pills first.
Chen Fan caught the bottle, nodded, and then said in confusion,
There are only 3 pills in the bottle. That's for sure.
Li Mu said.
There are 9 in total in the entire Tang Kingdom. 3 on me, 3 on Jiang Shui, and 3 on Qin Cheng.
Chen Fan took out an elixir and immediately felt the vast and unpredictable power of the elixir. In the entire tank state, there were only 9. Too expensive. At this time, the blind man's voice rang again.
Don't be reluctant to eat. Swallow it all in one breath. It will help you regain your strength. Deaf people are best at things like elixirs, as long as you have the materials. A deaf person can make any elixir.
After hearing this, Chen Fan did not hesitate and swallowed all 3 pills in one gulp.
Boom!
As soon as he swallowed the 3 pills, a flood-like sound immediately came out of his body. All the power of the medicine was transformed into the divine power of the void, flowing crazily in his body. The black energy on his newly grown arm was completely refined by his void divine body within a short time and turned into his own power.
TSK! TSK! Tisk!
Li Mu started to feel envious and jealous. How terrifying is the power of ancient gods and demons. Yi Hongyan's true form is the sacred beast Suzaku, and she is already in the middle stage of the saint realm. She is helpless even if she is hit by a move. Chen Fan's strength was far inferior to that of Yi Hongyan, but in the end, he refined the power of the ancient gods and demons in just a few minutes. Is this the legendary divine body? The blind man seemed to hear Li Mu's thoughts, and sneered and said,
Stop dreaming. Even a divine body cannot be so powerful. His divine body is no ordinary divine body.
Li Mu was helpless.
Senior, at this time, shouldn't you give more encouragement to improve morale? How can you hit someone like this?
The blind man smiled and said no more. Chen Fan, on the other hand, stood up energetically again. He and Yi Hongyan stood face to face, neither of them speaking. After a while, Chen Fan turned around. Be careful. Behind him, Yi Hongyan whispered a warning. Chen Fan did not turn around and could not see the tenderness behind him. This scene seemed like I had seen it in a dream. Chen Fan's figure moved and floated in the void. Below, the remaining half of the head of the 6-eyed Abyss Lord raised his head.
Old devil, I want your head.
Chen Fan held the sky-breaking demon sword and shouted loudly. Chapter 267 Serious Injury. Void Pollution. This moment, the Lord of the 6-eyed Abyss seems to have sensed the crisis. Chen Fan mobilized the divine power of the void to control the sky-breaking demon sword, which posed a great threat to him. But at this time, he was still being suppressed by the power of the formation, and half of his body was exposed. Of the 3 arms he broke out of the seal, 2 had been chopped into ashes by Chen Fan, and 1 was chained and unable to break free. The Lord of the 6-eyed Abyss made an incomprehensible voice, and Chen Fan's eyes flashed as he looked at the sky.
Boom!
A black light shot out, as if cutting through the space, and penetrated through Chen Fan's body. Almost at the same time, Chen Fan appeared behind the Lord of the 6-eyed Abyss and slashed down with his sword. The 6 eyes of the Abyss Lord's black light just hit his afterimage. It's too late. It's faster than that. Before the Lord of the 6-eyed Abyss could turn around, a beam of sword light that destroyed the world had already landed on the small half of the Lord of the 6-eyed Abyss head. The 3rd sword of the 9 swords that cut off the sky. A sword that gathered all Chen Fan's power.
Boom!
It was like a series of angry thunders exploding. The remaining half of the 6-eyed Abyss Lord's head exploded. Dark clouds filled the sky, earth-shattering. At a certain position in the formation below, Henry Chu released his hands from the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, and suddenly grabbed the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, suppressing the Lord of the 6-eyed Abyss with both hands.
Swallow!
The Heavenly Sacrifice Monument, which was originally devouring the power of the Lord of the 6-eyed Abyss, suddenly swelled like a black hole, swallowing up the black energy surging within the barrier in an instant.
Good!
In the palace in the void, the little stone man was overjoyed and immediately activated one of the colorful sacred stones. The power of the 5-colored sacred stone originally penetrated the head of the 6-eyed Abyss Lord. Now that the 6-eyed Abyss Lord was gone, the light from the 5-colored sacred stone changed direction and hit the headless body of the 6-eyed Abyss Lord. The 2 rays of light from the 5-colored sacred stone crazily shattered the body of the 6-eyed Abyss Lord. The 2 big holes in the body of the 6-eyed Abyss Lord are getting bigger and bigger.
Brush!
The 12 wings of the God King behind Chen Fan moved, fell like lightning, and struck the 6-eyed Abyss Lord's locked arm with a knife.
Boom!
There was another loud noise. The arm of the 6-eyed Abyss Lord broke and flew into the air. The power of Chen Fan's sword was far inferior to the one just now. After the 6-eyed Abyss Lord's arm was broken, it did not explode. Instead, as if he was conscious, he quickly flashed and wanted to blast above the barrier.
Not good!
Chen Fan was surprised. But at this time, his power was almost exhausted, and he could only maintain the 12 wings of the God King.
If he tried to pursue him again, he would be half a beat too late. Chen Fan thought about it. The power of the God King's 12 wings blooms again. Chen Fan broke through the space and appeared in front of the severed arm out of thin air. At the same time, the whirlpool portal in the beast-controlling space opened behind him. Boom! The six-eyed Abyss Lord's severed arm hit Chen Fan heavily. Chen Fan groaned miserably, dropped the sky-breaking demonic sword, and directly hugged the huge demonic arms with both arms. Then, he and the demon arm fell into the beast-controlling space. Chen Fan! Yi Hongyan rushed out of the palace, took back the sky-breaking demon sword, and screamed miserably. In the beast-controlling space, Chen Fan held the huge demon arm, rolled violently, and rolled into the ancient demon world. Brush! Above the void, a sword light fell like lightning. The demon's arm trembled violently, as if he was extremely frightened, and he turned quickly and wanted to escape. But the speed of that sword light was too fast. As soon as the devil's arm flew up, the light of the sword had already fallen. Boom! A mountain-like sky-breaking magic knife nailed the demon's arm to the ground. The devil's arms were like a fish, struggling constantly, but the sky-breaking demonic sword was too powerful and terrifying. In just a short while, the demon's arm quickly turned into ashes from where it was pinned. By the time Chen Fan struggled to get up from the ground, the demon's arm had turned into a black cloud, spinning rapidly around the sky-breaking demon sword. Then, all the black clouds were submerged into the sky-breaking demon sword. Chen Fan spurted out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the ground. He resisted the demonic energy surging in his body, stretched out his hand towards the sky-destroying demonic sword, and grabbed it fiercely. The sky-breaking demon sword shook, but it didn't fly over. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. If you don't obey me, I'm going to die. The sky-breaking demonic sword made a soft cry, quickly became smaller, flew over, and was caught in Chen Fan's hand. As soon as he held the sky-breaking demon sword, Chen Fan sensed a vast and monstrous force. The sky-breaking demon sword can also swallow up power, like the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. He now holds a heaven-breaking demon sword in his hand, which is much more powerful than the two heaven-breaking demon swords merged together before. You gave me such great power from the beginning. Why did I fight so hard? Chen Fan didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and immediately returned to the beast control space, and then returned to the barrier. Within the barrier, Yi Hongyan went crazy, holding the sky-breaking demon sword, and slashed crazily at the body of the six-eyed Abyss Lord. Although her power has not yet been transformed into divine power, she is already in the middle stage of the Holy Realm after all. Such a crazy attack also left canyon-like wounds on the body of the six-eyed Abyss Lord. Chen Fan, who was holding the sky-breaking demon sword, suddenly froze when he saw this scene. Several blurry images flashed through his mind. He seemed to have had such a dream. In the dream, Yi Hongyan looked like this. Also for him. Puff! Chen Fan couldn't control the surging demonic energy in his body, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The God King's 12 wings can't even be controlled. Chen Fan's body fell quickly like a kite with its string broken. Call! Yi Hongyan, who was below, sensed the strange movement above, ducked, caught Chen Fan, and carried Chen Fan directly back to the palace. Without waiting for everyone in the palace to speak, Yi Hongyan dodged and was already carrying Chen Fan onto the stone platform. Save him! Yi Hongyan's words were not meant for Little Stone Man and Li Mu. Her words were spoken to one of the 5-colored sacred stones. The 5-colored sacred stones spun around and released a ray of light that enveloped Chen Fan. The demonic energy in Chen Fan's body was surrounded and suppressed by the colorful divine stones and the divine power of the void. There was no way to escape, and he was crushed in an instant. Call! Chen Fan exhaled a heavy breath, sat cross-legged, and activated the divine power of the void. The broken meridians in the body immediately began to recover quickly. Even the shattered meridians grew again. The third-level void divine body has reached this point. Chen Fan himself feels unbelievable. After a while, under everyone's concerned gazes, Chen Fan opened his eyes. I'm all right. Chen Fan smiled, but he was still very weak. Inside the palace, it was very quiet. No one cheered. But those 7th-level experts, who were blindfolded, all felt a kind of carnival-like joy. You work too hard, just like your dad. Han Jiangxue touched the moist corners of his eyes. The whole place fell silent. Silence. Chen Fan turned his head and widened his eyes. Do you know my dad? He didn't know Han Jiangxue. He just judged from the previous conversation between Li Mu and Han Jiangxue that the woman in front of him was Han Jiangxue, one of the 4 most powerful men in the Tang dynasty.
Does Han Jiangxue know his father? Han Jiangxue opened his mouth and said after a while,
I am your mother.
Qin Fan. Everyone present. Li Mu roared.
Stop making fun of you.
Han Jiangxue's face turned red, and she said tit for tat.
I want to recognize him as my son. But that's not possible.
What is this all about? Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing looked at each other in confusion. I always feel that these supreme powerhouses from the Tang Kingdom are a bit unreliable. Crazy. Chaotic. At this time, the blind man's voice rang out in the hall.
The Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss is not dead yet. Do you still have time to make noises here? Oh.
Li Mu and Han Jiangxue came to their senses and continued to send power to the colorful sacred stone. Qin Fan looked at Han Jiangxue and said,
Do you know my dad? I came from Earth. How do you know my dad?
You are indeed from Earth. And you lied to me that you were from the imperial capital. Fang Qingqing pursed her lips and glanced at Qin Fan with resentment. Han Jiangxue's eyes averted a little, and she coughed lightly and said,
Now is not the time to talk about this. If we can survive this time, we can talk about it later. Okay?
Qin Fan nodded and stood up. Yi Hongyan stretched out her hand and put it on his shoulder.
You are so weak now. You are not suitable to fight anymore. Give me the knife.
Li Mu's eyes lit up.
Hey! Did you come up with another knife? I didn't even notice it just now.
Qin Fan looked at Yi Hongyan and said,
Although you are much stronger than me,
your power is not divine power. Even if you activate the sky-breaking demon sword, it will be difficult to cause fatal damage to the demon.
Yi Hongyan was silent. Although she can control the sky-breaking demon sword, she really cannot push the power of the sky-breaking demon sword to its extreme. Just like Qin Fan controls the five-colored divine stone, Qin Fan can also control the five-colored divine stone. But he is also unable to fully activate the power of the five-colored divine stone.
The devil won't be able to come out for a while. So you should rest first.
Yi Hongyan handed the sky-breaking demon sword to Qin Fan. Qin Fan held a heaven-breaking demon sword in each hand, walked to an empty corner, and then raised both hands at the same time. The two magic knives merged together instantly. Boom! Terrible energy swept across Qin Fan's body, shaking violently.
Too strong.
What kind of power is this? No wonder the sky-breaking demon sword only sent a projection to him before. Even if you give him such power, it will be difficult for him to control it. Now! His void power has increased several times. But holding this sky-breaking demon sword still feels like lifting a mountain. At this time, the memorial tablet that suppressed the headless six-eyed abyss lord outside suddenly turned around. A vast and unpredictable force came through the air and merged into Qin Fan's body. Qin Fan's body swayed, and golden lightning crackled all over his body. Thanks,
Henry Chu.
The corners of Qin Fan's mouth curled up slightly, in order to kill the six-eyed abyss lord and exhaust all his strength. However, the Heaven Sacrifice Monument used the power of the six-eyed abyss lord to help himself regain his strength. At this moment, it is not ourselves who are desperate, but the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss. Qin Fan moved and appeared in the void at the edge of the palace. He sat cross-legged in the void. The sky-breaking demon sword was placed across his legs. The power is not enough. As long as the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss can't use any other means, he can continue to wait and accumulate momentum. This time, with the sky-breaking demon sword in his hand, he was confident that he would be able to distinguish between life and death with the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord. In the side hall, Zhong Hao and others looked through the window at Qin Fan in the void outside. Their blood was boiling, and they could not control themselves. This is the leader of our heavenly demon sect. No wonder the Protector told us that with the leader here, our heavenly demon sect is the strongest. The Nightmare Court originally spread rumors that the leader had been killed by them. But they didn't expect that the leader would be suppressing the world-destroying demon here. After this battle, our heavenly demon sect will become famous all over the world. Xiao Xiao. When the senior outside was injured, did you hear anything? It seemed like someone was calling his name. I heard it. Someone was shouting George Han. Do you think the devil can still struggle? His head has been chopped off. It's hard to say. Didn't you see that most of his head was chopped off, and he was still alive and kicking? There was only a little bit of his head left, and the light beams from his eyes still had the power to destroy the world. It's terrible. The fifth restricted area, there is such a terrifying existence sealed in it. Yes. In the end, all the forces wanted to come to the force to grab the colorful sacred stone. It's a pity that we are too weak. I don't have enough power now. Xian Tianji, do you still have any pills on you? Give me 2. You don't want to die? You just took so much. You can't bear the side effects of that medicine.
If you're afraid of death, don't use it as a battery. If you have any, use it. There's so much nonsense.
The situation is finally stable. Chen Fan closed his eyes tightly. While absorbing the power transmitted from the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, he activated the
whisper of the Demon King.
Taking advantage of the sudden decrease in the power of the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord, he continued to drive the red thread of the Demon King's Dharma body into the demon's body.
Sudden,
he sensed something abnormal and couldn't help but look at the system panel. System energy, 699858865. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 6th grade 2nd heaven. Void divine power, 45 cards plus. Psychic power, 4935 Hz plus.
5-layer soul altar, 1 layer plus. Void pollution degree, 55/100. Chen Fan was shocked. What's the situation? The system energy originally only had a few million left. But why did it suddenly become 6998W? The void pollution degree was only 11 before. Why did it suddenly become 78? At the moment when Chen Fan was stunned, the void pollution level became 56 again. Gone! It's because of the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord below. Every time he hurt the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord before, the system collected huge amounts of void energy. At the same time, the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord poked his head out from the seal, and his void power was constantly contaminating him and everyone. Damn it! Chen Fan became nervous. He can use purification to eliminate his own pollution. But what about everyone else? It hasn't been long since the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss broke out of the seal, and the pollution has reached such a terrifying level. If it continues for a while, won't it become 100? Chen Fan immediately activated the 4th level of purification. Purify the 1st level, ordinary demons. Purify the 2nd level, ordinary void demons. Purify the 3rd level, God level demons. Purify the 4th level, God level void demon. Only by purifying the 4th level can the void pollution be eliminated. As soon as he opened the 4th level of purification, Chen Fan did not hesitate and immediately began to purify himself. Void pollution degree, 0 out of 100. Terrible. No wonder the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord suddenly fell silent after having 3 hands and head chopped off. It's not that he doesn't have the strength to resist. His void power is crazily corroding everyone in the barrier. Chen Fan swayed and moved into the palace like lightning.
Everyone, don't move!
Chen Fan shouted loudly.
You have all been polluted by the power of the void, and I will help you purify it now. It may be a little painful. Just bear with it.
The words just fell. Chen Fan raised his hands and pointed his palms at everyone in front of him. Purification, prompt. The invisible force instantly enveloped everyone present.
Ah!
Li Fengxing was the first to scream. Black energy appeared on everyone's body. Even the little stone man at the level of gods and demons was covered in black smoke.
Oops! I forgot. The little stone man explained. The palace can resist the attack of the demon, but I am not the master of the palace. I cannot maximize the power of the palace. The palace's barrier cannot stop the corrosion of the void.
Li Mu was angry and angry.
What does the corrosion of the void mean? I didn't feel anything unusual at all. Why did I get infected?
Where does Chen Fan have time to explain? He dodged quickly and ran downstairs first to purify the blind man and Chu Xian. Then he returned to the palace and purified Zhong Hao and others in the side hall. Li Mu was extremely surprised and said,
That's great. You can help us purify it. No.
Chen Fan frowned, shook his head and said,
It hasn't been long since the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord broke out of the seal. In such a short period of time, void pollution has penetrated in, and even my divine body has not been able to block it. You are even more unstoppable.
Yi Hongyan's face was as dark as water.
So, the longer it lasts, the more detrimental it will be to us.
At this moment, Li Fengxing waved towards Chen Fan and said timidly, Brother Fan. Chen Fan turned around.
What's wrong? You were the one who screamed the loudest just now.
Li Fengxing whispered.
I feel like I can control this hall.
What? Everyone present was shocked. Bai Rouge, who was standing next to Li Fengxing, kicked Li Fengxing.
What time has it been? What a nonsense. Don't waste my uncle's time.
Li Fengxing shrank his head and said,
No. It seems that I can really control it. When I first came in, I had a picture of all the locations in the entire hall in my mind. But at that time, Brother Fan said that he could see the pictures of all locations in the barrier. And he could also see the demons suppressed underground. I thought it was the power of the main hall. And I thought everyone could see it. Later, I remotely controlled the door of a side hall and closed it.
Chen Fan was furious.
Then why didn't you tell me earlier?
Li Fingxing said with a sad face.
I thought that was the formation arranged by the blind grandpa.
Chen Fan looked at the little stone man. The little stone man said,
If he can control this hall,
then he can activate all the defenses of the formation. Even if you can't completely resist void penetration, you don't need to worry at all in the short term.
Chen Fan suddenly appeared next to Li Fingxing, and then looked at the little stone man.
How do we make the palace recognize Fingxing as its master?
The little stone man narrowed his eyes slightly. In the main hall, light suddenly flickered continuously. In the open space, a huge magic circle appeared. The little stone man flicked his hand, and Li Fingxing landed in the center of the magic circle.
Subsequently,
ouch! Li Fingxing screamed and raised his hand. Blood was flowing from his wrist, and drops kept falling into the magic circle below.
Boom!
The whole hall shook violently and made a huge roaring sound. Everyone looked at Li Fingxing nervously. After a while, Li Fingxing blinked and then laughed wildly.
Snapped.
Chen Fan appeared next to Li Fingxing out of thin air, and slapped him on the head.
You're so ridiculous. Did it succeed?
Li Fingxing scratched his head and nodded.
Success? Success?
Look at me! I saw him sitting cross-legged, making a strange seal with his hands, and then shouted loudly,
Open!
In an instant, countless mysterious characters appeared on all the walls of the palace. The rays of light kept flashing. The little stone man showed surprise.
It really worked. The defense of the main hall has been fully activated.
Chen Fan turned around and saw a curtain of light appearing at the exit of the hall. On the light screen, countless tadpole-like runes were swimming quickly.
Well done.
Chen Fan gently patted Li Fingxing's shoulder. Li Fingxing cried with joy.
I also have a magic weapon. I thought I was abandoned by God.
Everyone couldn't help rolling their eyes at this idiot. Li Fingxing added,
I can finally help.
Chen Fan smiled and said,
Even if you don't control the hall, you are always helping. Play less backgammon next time.
Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief.
If the main hall can prevent void pollution, then you don't have to worry about the people in the main hall. You just need to help blind old man purify them after a while.
Chen Fan nodded. The hanging heart can finally be let go. It's almost impossible to recover. Chen Fan immediately looked at the system energy. Tens of millions. Use 3200 W system energy to activate the 4 sword of the 9 blades of Duan Tian. There is also 3398 W system energy. If it is used to transform void divine power, it can only increase 1.5 cards of void divine power. For now, increasing the void power by 1.5 cards will not help. So, turning on consumes 3200 W system energy and turns on the 4th level of
Whisper of the Demon King.
As soon as he thought of it, Chen Fan immediately consumed the system energy and opened the 4th level of
Whisper of the Demon King.
After doing all this, Chen Fan dodged and moved to the edge of the entrance of the hall. Chen Fan sat down cross-legged and lightly traced his fingers across the body of the sky-breaking demon sword. Still need to accumulate a little more strength. Memorial tablet. Continue to send me strength. Chen Fan's divine body, like the boundless sea, absorbed the overwhelming power transmitted from the heaven sacrifice monument. The 4 sword of the 9 swords that cut off the sky, plus this sky-breaking magic knife in his hand. If the sky can be broken, what's the difficulty in killing you? A void demon? Chapter 268, Killed. Wiped out in ashes. The Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss seems to be really suppressed. After being severely wounded by the sky-breaking demonic sword, being devoured by the heaven sacrifice monument, and being constantly consumed by the light of the 2 colorful sacred stones, the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord was stuck in the ceiling formation, unable to get down or get up. Everyone finally had a chance to breathe. Even Li Mu and others began to meditate and recover in batches. Many people's Beast Masters were even more decadent and weak, and had to be recalled to the Beast Master space to recuperate. Chen Fan sat in the void, monitoring the movements of the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss, while absorbing the power transmitted from the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. The void divine body is like a sea. The power transmitted from the Heaven Sacrifice Monument is like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea. Chen Fan waited patiently. Crazy buildup.
Prepare for the final blow. With such power, call more than 2 void characters, and then use the brand new sky-breaking devil sword to activate the 4 sword of the 9 sky-breaking swords. This knife can decide life or death. More than an hour later, Chen Fan opened his eyes. It feels like thousands of years have passed. Chen Fan silently grasped the handle of the sky-breaking demonic sword and stood up. At this moment, everyone in the palace and the Beast Masters all turned their gazes over.
Boom!
The blade of the sky-breaking demon sword vibrated. and a strong wind swept across it. Crazy and violent momentum bloomed from Qin Fan and the sky-breaking demon sword. At this moment, the six-eyed abyss lord below seemed to have noticed something was wrong, and his huge body struggled again. Boom! The huge headless body of the six-eyed abyss lord slowly rose again, trying to break through the seal. The two rays of light emitted by the two multicolored sacred stones surged instantly, trying to suppress them.
The four-knife star sea is also returning.
The 12 wings of the God King behind Qin Fan moved, breaking through the space, and appeared less than 5 meters directly above the six-eyed abyss lord.
Brush!
The sky-breaking devil sword was filled with black energy, as if it was cutting through space, and struck the six-eyed abyss lord with one strike.
Boom!
The huge body of the six-eyed abyss lord was split into two by that knife. The huge body like a mountain was like a mountain being split apart, and the crack quickly went downwards, forming a huge canyon. In the canyon, black blood flows like a flood. The power of the sky-breaking demon sword is crushing its vitality crazily. The canyon-like crack keeps getting bigger and deeper.
Roar!
The arms of the six-eyed abyss lord, while tightly locked by lightning chains, directly penetrated the seal and came out. He felt the crisis of destruction, and no longer cared about the fact that attacking the seal would consume his own strength. One by one, the magic hands broke the seal.
Brush!
The magic sword in Qin Fan's hand flashed again. One by one, the demonic hand shattered in response. The sky sacrifice monument is running crazily, constantly devouring the power of the six-eyed abyss lord. Qin Fan makes a move with his left hand. The sky-breaking demon sword that had been inserted into the chest of the lord of the six-eyed abyss from who knows how many thousands of years ago flew up like lightning. The flying sky-breaking demon sword and the sky-breaking demon sword in Qin Fan's hand merged into one again. Qin Fan grabbed the sky-breaking demonic sword and threw it downwards. The sky-breaking demonic sword rose up against the wind and turned into a huge, shocking blade that plunged directly into the Grand Canyon that had been chopped out before. With the sky-breaking demon sword as the center, a storm of destruction swept across. Wherever he passed, the flesh and blood of the six-eyed abyss lord turned into nothingness. On the other side, Li Mu, Han Jianxue, and Yi Hongyan in the palace cooperated with the little stone man to activate the two colorful sacred stones. The two rays of light from the 5 colored sacred stones fell on the two halves of the body that were split by the sky-breaking demon sword. Superior. The two halves of the six-eyed abyss lord began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Boom!
The entire barrier is shaking. The six-eyed abyss lord is still struggling to his death. Qin Fan slashed with his sword several times, and his strength was exhausted again. At this moment, in addition to controlling the sky-breaking demon sword and destroying the six-eyed abyss lord through the power of the sky-breaking demon sword itself, he is also activating the
Demon King's Whisper
to continuously drive the red thread of the demon king's body into the six-eyed abyss lord. In vivo, the dying lord of the six-eyed abyss used all his strength to resist the sky-breaking demon sword and the 5-colored divine stone. But Qin Fan seized the opportunity. Countless red threads penetrated the soul of the six-eyed abyss lord without him even noticing it. Next moment, a scene that stunned everyone in the palace appeared.
Die!
Qin Fan in the void shouted loudly. I saw the six-eyed abyss lord's arm on one half of his body, making a sudden movement and tearing off the other half of his arm. Everyone in the palace was in shock. After the six-eyed abyss lord was split in half, why did the two halves of the body fight? Before they could react, the two halves of the six-eyed abyss lord had already started fighting to the death. Pieces of meat as big as hills were torn apart. The arms were thrown upward one by one, and then were crushed and refined by the power of the heaven sacrifice monument. In just 10 seconds, the two halves of the body had torn each other into pieces. The power of the sky-breaking demon sword and the 5-colored divine stone are constantly eroding the body of the six-eyed abyss lord. The body of the six-eyed abyss lord, who was as big as a mountain, quickly became smaller again. Under the circumstances, the power of the seal completely gained the upper hand. The electric grid and chains that could only seal and lock his body actually began to continuously refine the body of the lord of the six-eyed abyss into nothingness.
Rise!
Qin Fan, who was in the void, grabbed half of the six-eyed abyss lord's body with his left hand. A huge black mist was pulled away from the body of the six-eyed abyss lord. That is the six-eyed abyss lord demon soul controlled by the
Whisper of the Demon King.
Half of the demon souls. As soon as the demon soul was pulled out by Qin Fan, the 12 wings of the God King behind Qin Fan shook violently. 12 shocking giant swords shot out of the air, just like chopping melons and vegetables. With a few strokes, they chopped the demon soul that had completely lost its resistance into pieces. The heaven sacrifice monument in the sky quickly rotated and swallowed up all the crushed demon souls. The body that had been separated from the demon soul suddenly collapsed like a mountain. Without the resistance of that half of the power, the sky-breaking demonic sword suddenly flew up, from top to bottom, and pierced the other half of the six-eyed abyss lord with one strike. The power of the five-color divine stone, combined with the power of the sky-breaking demon sword, formed a vortex of destruction that quickly spun. Boom! In the whirlpool that destroyed the world, the other half of the six-eyed abyss lord was twisted into ashes. Black mist shot out of the sky, rolled continuously, and then was swallowed up by the black hole transformed into the heaven sacrifice monument. This situation lasted for more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the last wisp of black mist exploded with a bang. Heaven and earth have returned to peace. Chen Fan landed lightly on the heaven sacrifice monument and looked down silently. The earth-shattering sound just disappeared. In the palace, no one spoke. Even the beast masters held their breaths. After a while, even the heaven sacrifice monument stopped and hovered motionless in the air. Then, Chen Fan raised his left hand, made a fist, and yelled, "Success!" Boom! The center of the palace and the various side halls instantly burst into cheers like thunder. Li Mu had no dignity as a supreme strongman and sat down on the ground. The orange cat howled strangely. "Li Mu! You're sitting on my tail!" Li Mu grabbed the orange cat and threw it to the side. The orange cat cursed. "Chen Fan! Chen Fan! Let the heaven sacrifice monument give me some power. My power has been exhausted." A group of beast masters glanced at the orange cat with disdain. All the beasts are half dead from exhaustion. Even Gongzi, who has unlimited energy, is lying on the ground unable to move. Only Orange Cat is jumping around. He has the nerve to say that his power is exhausted. This silly cat must have been working hard just now. At this time, the 7th grade strongest man in the Tang Kingdom, wearing a hat on his head and with his eyes sealed, said, "Minister, is the demon dead?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "No." A group of 7th-level powerhouses with sealed eyes, as well as Shen Hongxiu and others nearby, were all shocked. Li Mu then said, "To be precise, it was completely destroyed. Even the body was crushed into ashes, and the soul was torn into pieces and then devoured." Han Jiangxue was furious and kicked Li Mu out. "If you continue to scare people like this, I'll beat you to death." Li Mu flew out and stood at the edge of the palace exit. Chen Fan flew up with Yu Xian, Yun Sanhai, and the others and landed in the palace. "Master." Yun Sanhai walked up to Li Mu. His eye circles a little red, from the time when the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss broke out of the seal and was now reduced to ashes. It actually didn't take long, but Yun Sanhai and others felt as if a lifetime had passed. "I almost missed seeing Master." Li Mu smiled slightly and patted Yun Sanhai on the shoulder. "You did a good job." "Very good." Yun Sanhai's face turned slightly red and he said, "You should praise Xiao Fan for this." "Right. We actually didn't do anything." "I mean," Li Mu said, "you and Wushuang are good as batteries." Yun Sanhai and Yi Wushuang. Han Jiangxue walked over, glanced at Li Mu and said, "You and I are also batteries." Yi Hongyan did not come over. She just glanced at Chen Fan and then quickly looked away. She did not have the domineering aura of the Empress before. Shen Daodao laughed wildly. "Brother Fan, my 12 wings of the God King have contributed a lot this time." "Right." Chen Fan smiled. "Not only if I didn't have the 12 wings of the God King, I might have been beaten to death by that demon, but it would also be impossible for me to kill that demon." Shen Taotao became even more proud. Come on! Come on! Give me the 12 wings of the God King. I don't even know it has so many wonderful uses. Go away and wear it for me for a while." Chen Fan turned sideways and looked at Yi Hao. Yi Haola had a long face and looked very ugly. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. "Injured?" Yi Hao shook his head, and then sighed. "Brother Fan, I didn't help at all this time. I am the most useless." "What are you talking about?" Chen Fan frowned and said, "Originally, the 4 divine weapons including the heaven-breaking demon sword and the heaven sacrifice monument suppressed the demons. Later, I replaced the heaven-breaking demon sword with another heaven-breaking divine pillar. If it weren't for your 2 heaven-reaching divine pillars, how could you have trapped that demon and allowed me to chop it down?" Henry Chu came over and said, "Actually, he is very proud." Yi Hao was furious. "Who is proud? You are proud of me." Everyone laughed. Chen Fan dodged and appeared next to the little stone man, and said, "Can you confirm it for me? The Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss is completely destroyed.
Completely wiped out in ashes. Right.
The little stone man nodded.
It disappeared into ashes. Not even a ray of soul escaped. It's time for me to go back too.
Chen Fan was stunned.
Go back? Where?
The words just fell. A curtain of light suddenly fell from the sky and turned into a ladder that extended to an unknown direction. Li Mu was taken aback and moved over.
Hey, Senior, don't leave in a hurry. We have a big devil in Blue Star. Can you help us kill that big devil before we leave?
The little stone man smiled slightly.
There are no gods or demons in Blue Star.
Before Li Mu could say anything else, the little stone man stood on the ladder to heaven. He looked at Chen Fan, bowed and said,
We will meet again. Respected Demon King.
Everyone. Now when everyone hears the word devil, they feel frightened. When you call Chen Fan that way, is it too disrespectful?
Goodbye.
Chen Fan nodded slightly.
Thank you for your hard work.
The little stone man stepped onto the ladder, ascending step by step, and soon you disappeared into the void. Li Mu sighed and turned to look at Chen Fan.
Send us out first. It's probably a mess outside.
Chen Fan looked at the group of people whose eyes were sealed. Li Mu smiled.
Don't worry. Let me handle it.
Seeing this, the blind man released all the people in the side hall. But as soon as everyone's eyes left the side hall, they were immediately sealed again. Han Jiangxue walked up to Chen Fan, raised her hand, and rubbed Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan. Yi Wushuang. Chen Fan opened the barrier. Li Mu flicked his sleeves, rolled up Feng Xiaoxiao and the others, and flew away through the air. In the main hall, Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan looked at each other speechlessly. The blind man waved his hand and motioned for everyone to step aside. Shen Taoao didn't want to leave.
My God, King 12 Wings.
The blind man gave him a hard time. Shen Hongxiu pouted and wanted to come over. But Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge grabbed her from the left and the right and dragged her out. Li Fengxing walked up to Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan in a swagger, and raised his head slightly at Chen Fan.
Brother Fan, I have made a great contribution this time. Right.
Yi Hongyan flicked her sleeves. Li Fengxing screamed, flew out, and hit the wall hard.
Why did you hit me?
Li Fengxing felt aggrieved. The orange cat grinned.
Idiot. People are talking about love there. You run over and be a light bulb. Who will hit you if I don't hit you?
Yi Hongyan's sleeve swung again.
Call!
The orange cat hit the wall next to Li Fengxing, felt dizzy, and shouted,
Yi Hongyan, don't be too arrogant.
Yi Hongyan slowly turned her head and looked towards the orange cat. The orange cat was shocked.
Your Majesty the Empress. Just do whatever you want. No one will disturb you. I will help you supervise these little guys.
Everyone. The blind man walked onto the stone platform, minding his own business. The orange cat was stunned and jumped up.
What do you want to do?
The blind man said without raising his head.
Study this great formation. Now that the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss has been killed by us, we can study it patiently.
The orange cat bared its teeth and said,
You are stupid. What kind of formation are you studying? Go and seduce Chen Fan and get Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan to the Tianyu realm.
The blind man said,
You know nothing. If we don't get rid of the Sixth Heaven Demon King, how could Li Mu let me take away Xiaofan and Yi Hongyan?
The orange cat nodded.
Then let's go find the Sixth Heavenly Demon King now. After killing the Sixth Heavenly Demon King, we can go to Tianyu realm.
The blind man turned his head and said,
I realize that you haven't done anything. Why do you suddenly look down on the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven? Have you forgotten the pain of her holding your head and rubbing it on the ground?
The orange cat said proudly.
What does the Sixth Heaven Demon King mean? Is it worth a toe of the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord? The Six-Eyed Abyss Lords were all killed by us. It's just a six-day Demon King. It won't be a matter of minutes to kill him.
The blind man looked at Yi Hongyan silently and said quietly,
Did you do anything when you sealed him into the orange cat? I feel like his IQ has dropped significantly.
Yi Hongyan looked at Chen Fan and said without looking back,
Don't put the blame on me. He has such a low IQ to begin with. There is no such thing as a decline.
Orange cat. Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan sat down side by side on the stone chairs. Neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was very strange. Chen Fan wanted to open his mouth several times, but didn't know what to say. What to say? How many times have these two met? But in the dream, the two seemed to have experienced a lifetime. Suddenly, Yi Hongyan spoke first.
Have you ever had a dream?
Li Feng walked over and said,
This is what I said. Who hasn't dreamed yet?
Before he finished speaking, he was dragged away by Henry Chu and Yi Hao. Chen Fan said,
I have had many dreams. I dreamed that I was a little skeleton at first, and then met the princess of the Dutianyi clan.
Yi Hongyan turned her head.
Some dreams are very clear, and some dreams are very confusing.
Chen Fan turned to look at Yi Hongyan and said,
Sometimes I can't tell whether it's a dream or a memory.
Yi Hongyan's face turned slightly red, and she turned her head away.
I also had many dreams. Just like your dreams. I also dreamed that you came to steal my 5-colored sacred stone. And I beat you up.
Chen Fan. On the stone platform. The blind man seemed to be studying the ceiling formation. But his ears pricked up. The princess of the Dutianyi clan? Chen Fan stole the 5-colored sacred stone and was beaten up. What's the situation? Chen Fan has never said that he had such a dream before. The two of them had only met once or twice. But they seemed to be lovers. Did they actually meet in a dream? The blind man scratched his head. Yom country. In a mysterious secret place, there stands a strange obelisk. Above the 9 heavens, the endless power of thunder gathered into a pillar of light and penetrated into the obelisk. On top of the obelisk, streaks of lightning swirled and crackled. Endless and vast demonic energy rolled out from the bottom of the obelisk, as if it wanted to penetrate the obelisk and escape to the sky. The two forces of Yin and Evil and Yang and Gang used this obelisk as a battlefield, constantly fighting and fighting. The silent battle lasted for who knows how many years. Strange formations are clearly arranged around the obelisk, using the power of heaven and earth to continuously consume the terrifying demonic energy. Sudden, deep under the obelisk, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Devil.
I sense the power of the demon.
A woman's voice came out, exploding like thunder.
Chu Qing Chung. You shameless brat. You are using the seal to devour my power. Now that the devil has emerged, you will die. Demon?
Inside the obelisk, a handsome young man appeared out of thin air. The young man sat cross-legged in the void, looked down silently, and said,
Is this the demon king that your nightmare court believes in?
The woman's voice resounded in the obelisk.
You feel it too. Right. The aura of the demon comes from the location of your Tang Kingdom's demon capital. Chin Han is not in Blue Star now. And the devil is about to come to Blue Star. You're done. Ha 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 ha. At that time, it will be the time when I, the king, will come to the world.
Chapter 269 Chen Fan. You are dead.
Boom!
The memorial tablet fell from the sky, like an insurmountable gate, blocking Chen Fan's way. Chu Xian, who was surrounded by demonic aura, clasped his hands on his chest, expressionless, and landed on the heaven sacrifice monument, looking indifferently at Chen Fan below. Chen Fan smiled and turned around. Behind him, Shen Naodao stepped out of the void. The 12 wings of the God King behind him were blooming with holy light, forming a sharp contrast with the demonic aura on Chu Xian's body.
Chen Fan, you can't run away.
Shen Daotoxu was floating in the air, looking at Chen Fan indifferently and said,
Yi Hongyan is now trapped in the Dutian God realm and can't get out. Without her to support you, I'll see how you can jump around. The clown stole the Dutian Divine Clan's divine pillar, and also wanted to steal the 12 wings of the Divine King from our Angel Divine Clan, and turn the vast divine world into a mess. I'll see where you run away this time. Chen Fan, you are dead. Tisk.
Chen Fan frowned and said,
You are just a defeated general. How many more wings do you think you are so great? If you fight alone, believe it or not, I will beat the shit out of you. Presumptuous.
Shen Taoao shouted angrily.
Shameless devil. You only know some dirty tricks. I won't kill you today.
Chen Fan.
Am I your father?
Shen Taoao's face was as dark as water, and he looked at Chu Xian on the opposite side of the memorial tablet.
Demon ancestor, if you don't take action now, you will wait until later.
Henry Chu said nothing.
All right.
Shen Taoao said coldly.
Then I'll take the first shot.
With that said, Shen Naodao raised his right hand and pointed his finger at Chen Fan.
Great prophecy. Destruction.
There was no flow of divine power at all, and the robe on Chen Fan's upper body collapsed into ashes inch by inch. Chen Fan lowered his head and glanced at his naked upper body, and said quietly,
It would be great if a beautiful woman performed this move on me.
Shen Taoao. At this time, Henry Chu spoke.
He has refined the Tongtian divine pillar into his spine, and integrated it with the essence and blood of the ancient demon dragon. Your great prophecy can't hurt him.
Shen Taoao was very unwilling and stretched out his hand and pointed again.
Great prophecy. Your whole body is itchy.
Chen Fan. The next moment, a strange itch swept through Chen Fan's body.
Ha ha oops. Ha ha ha.
Chen Fan couldn't control himself, laughing and tickling him all the time.
Die.
Shen Taoao seized this opportunity, and the 12 wings of the God King behind him flashed with light. 12 giant blades flew out, merged into one, and slashed at Chen Fan, who was scratching his itch. Chen Fan clicked his right hand and grabbed a magic knife. Without even taking a step back, he struck out with the knife. The 2 giant blades struck each other like lightning. Clang! The magic knife in Chen Fan's hand broke into 2 pieces. The giant blade formed by the 12 wings of the God King slashed down on his head. Not good! Chen Fan dodged and moved out, avoiding the heaven-destroying strike of the God King's 12 wings. What a risk! What a risk! Chen Fan wiped a cold sweat and said, Maid, the angel God King who pretends to be serious all day long, is more sinister than me. Tao Tao is the angel God King? Chen Fan scratched his head, feeling like he had forgotten something again. He raised his right hand and glanced at the magic sword with a section broken off in his hand, with a depressed look on his face. What's going on? Although my sky-breaking devil sword doesn't have as many magical effects as his God King's 12 wings, its attack power is obviously higher than his God King's 12 wings are much stronger. My sword is made from the bones of the Dark Abyss demon Qilin. Although it is very strong, it is indeed far inferior to the 12 wings of the God King. Why would I use this knife to confront the 12 wings of the God King? Why do I think this sword is the sky-breaking demonic sword? What is the sky-breaking demon sword? Why do I know this name? Chen Fan was a little crazy. I always feel like I've forgotten a lot of things. Confused. He is now on par with the God King and the demon ancestor, and is no longer the little devil he was back then. Why does my head always feel unclear? At this moment, a huge palace suddenly flew over and landed on the edge of the battlefield. Li Fingxing stood at the top of the palace and laughed loudly. It's so lively. The angel God King and the demon ancestor have joined forces. Chen Fan, you are in danger this time. Shen Tao Tao said coldly. Li Fingxing, Yu Tianlong clan has been tortured so much by him. I don't know how many Tianlongs he has captured to cramp and peel their skins. Now you are going to stand on the sidelines and watch the fun? The smile on Li Fingxing's face disappeared, and he said lightly, Catch my Tianlong cramps and peel off his skin. I really hate him. But last time in the ancient mysterious realm, he pulled me out of the whirlpool of the ancient gods, and I was able to escape. I owe nothing to him now. Shen Tao Ao snorted coldly and said, All the gods believe that your Tianlong tribe's heads are full of muscles. Only I understand that you look like a fool on the surface. But in fact you are even more shameless and insidious than Shen Fan. You came here to watch the fun, but you actually wanted to see us both lose. And then the fishermen gain. Right? Li Fingxing laughed dumbly. So, am I so great in your eyes? Am I stronger than Chen Fan? Thank you very much. He's going to run away. Chen Fan, who had just moved out, was blocked by Shen Tao Tao. My sword is broken today. Let's fight again tomorrow. Chen Fan waved his hand and wanted to leave, but Shen Nao's consciousness completely locked him. Shen Tao Ao looked down from a high position, like a god or demon looking at an ant, and said coldly, In the face of absolute power, those little tricks of yours are just a joke. Now I have completely controlled the 12 wings of the God King. I can truly lead the angels and gods, and my power is not what it used to be. In my eyes, you are almost like a grasshopper. Chen Fan smiled and said, You are very confident. So confident that you are so confident that you lick your face and ask Henry Chu to join forces to kill me. You are looking for death. Shen Daodao's face darkened, and the 12 wings of the God King behind him flashed again. A giant blade appeared out of thin air, directly breaking through the space and appearing above Chen Fan. Chow. So fast. Chen Fan was shocked. He felt that he was suppressed by the power of the 12 wings of the God King. He wanted to move out, but it was difficult to move. The critical moment, a giant axe came through the air, and with a clang, it knocked away the 12 wings of the God King. Brother Fan, I'm coming. Yi Hao's voice sounded in the void. A pair of hands directly tore the space apart. Then, Yi Hao walked out of the void. 2 against 1. Isn't it fair? Count me in. Shen Tao Ao looked at the axe that was taken back by Yi Hao, and his lungs almost exploded with anger. Shameless thing. You stole the Qianquan culvert of my angel god clan and made it into an axe, since you brought it to the door yourself. This time I will even you kill them together. Yi Hao put the axe on his shoulder and said calmly, It depends on whether you have the ability. With that said, Yi Hao turned to look at Chen Fan and said, Brother Fan, leave this thing to me, and you can just concentrate on dealing with Henry Chu. Be careful with Li Fingxing. That guy looks like a fool, but he's actually the most insidious and cunning person. Don't let him sneak up on you.
Li Fengxing scratched his head.
It sounds like you are complimenting me. But something doesn't feel right. Hey, Howsy, are you complimenting me just now?
Yi Hao shook his head.
No, I was praising you.
The words just fell. Yi Hao's eyes turned cold, and the axe in his hand flew out of the air, carrying thunderous thunder,
and hit Shin Nato. Although Shin Tao has the 12 wings of the God King, he does not dare to be careless. He is ready to take action as soon as his mind moves. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A red ribbon suddenly flew through the air and wrapped around the axe handle.
The
moment Yi Hao was stunned, the axe had been swept away by the red ribbon and disappeared.
Damn it! It's Chaos Ling from the Angel God clan.
Yi Hao looked around and fixed his eyes on a deserted void.
Okay. Shen Hongxiu. So you hid here early just to seize my sky-bearing axe?
In the void, Shen Hongxiu appeared in a red dress. Behind Shen Hongxiu, 6 red wings were shining with faint light. She glanced at the Tontian axe in her hand and said calmly,
I stole the Tontian Divine Pillar from the Dushanai clan, and then stole the Qianquan Cauldron from my Angel God clan, and fused the Tontian Divine Pillar and the Qianquan Cauldron to make something like this.
A sky-reaching axe? It's a pity that although my Chaos Ling's attack power is not very strong, it can destroy all the divine weapons. Now, are you and Chen Fan ready to fight without mercy? Or are you going to let us do it ourselves?
Yi Hao's eyes were gloomy and scary. Chen Fan touched his chin and said,
I don't know why, but there is always a feeling of betrayal and alienation. But the Angel God King and Demon Ancestor have never kissed me. Hongxiu, stop making trouble and return the axe to Howsy.
Shen Hongxiu looked at Chen Fan silently without saying a word. Yi Hao took a step forward and appeared beside Chen Fan out of thin air. He said,
Brother Fan, there is no way to fight. The 12 wings of the God King and the Sky Sacrifice Monument are not a joke. How about we leave first and settle the score with them next time?
Want to leave?
It seems too late. Right?
Henry Chu, who had not spoken much, suddenly took action. The Sky Sacrifice Monument just flashed and appeared above Chen Fan and Yi Hao out of thin air. A terrifying aura enveloped Chen Fan and Yi Hao, who were instantly frozen and unable to move.
Not good.
Chen Fan and Yi Hao were shocked. They tried their best and raised their hands at the same time. Boom! The Heaven Sacrifice Monument, which is countless times larger than the planet, suppresses it. Chen Fan and Yi Hao blocked the Heaven Sacrifice Monument with their hands as if they were holding up the sky. But the bones in their bodies were cracking. Shen Hongxiu in the void opened his mouth, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes.
Ha 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 ha.
Shen Dao laughed wildly and was born. The 12 wings of the God King condensed into a giant blade, which directly broke through the space and penetrated through Chen Fan's body.
Ah!
Chen Fan exclaimed and sat up from the bed. This is the magic city of Tang Dynasty. He is at home. After returning from the 5th penalty area last night, he fell asleep. Unexpectedly, I was dreaming again.
Irritable.
It's this kind of dream every time. Either I'm being chased by this, or I'm being chased by that. In the dream, he caused chaos in the dark abyss, making a group of ancient demons jump with anger, and even went to the Dutian God realm and the Angel Holy realm to cause trouble. What we are doing is really angry and resentful, and the whole world is an enemy. In this dream, even the ancient demon clan and the Angel God clan, who were originally mortal enemies, joined forces. Just as Chen Fan was wiping his sweat, the sound of footsteps came. Shen Tao and Chu Xian opened the door and rushed in.
Brother Fan, what's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare? What happened?
Looking at Shen Hongxiu, who was wiping his sweat, and a group of other people, Chen Fan felt as if he was in another world. Henry Chu suddenly said,
You didn't even show a trace of fear in your eyes when facing the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss. Why are you so scared that your face turns pale?
Everyone showed concern when they saw Chen Fan's pale face. Chen Fan raised his fingers toward Shen Tao.
What's going on?
Shen Tao bent down and leaned over. Snapped. Chen Fan knocked Shen Nato to the ground with one slap. Shen Tao rubbed his head and got up with great grievance.
Brother Fan, I didn't do anything. Why did you hit me?
Chen Fan said angrily.
In the dream, you hacking teamed up with Chu Xian, condensed the 12 wings of the God King into a giant blade, and stabbed me.
Shen Tao. Things in dreams also count. In that dream, I still had a group of wives and concubines. Shen Tao felt even more aggrieved.
Brother Fan, are you dreaming? How could I do such a thing? I would rather stab my dad than stab you.
Huh? Everyone looked at Shin Tao Tao. I always feel like there's something wrong with this. But there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Henry Chu turned sideways.
It is impossible for me and Tao Ao to join forces to deal with you.
Chen Fan just wanted to speak. Henry Chu added,
Even if I have to deal with you, I will do it alone. It is absolutely impossible to join forces with others.
Chen Fan. Everyone. Shin Tao Ao was furious.
Why? It's embarrassing to join forces with me. Right? If we really join forces, I will definitely join forces with Brother Fan. And then cut your wood into pieces.
Henry Chu said nothing. Shin Tao Ao looked at Shin Fan again and said,
Brother Fan, things like dreams are reversed. When I ran out of money, I kept dreaming of finding a treasure in a secret place and becoming rich overnight.
Shin Fan said nothing. Yi Hao cautiously reached over and said timidly,
Brother Fan, I didn't join forces with them to kill you. Did I? No.
Shin Fan said,
You came to save me. But you were tricked by Hong Xiu, who snatched your axe away.
Yi Hao wiped a cold sweat.
Ha ha ha. That's what I'm saying. You see? Only Brother Fan and I are real brothers.
Shin Hongxiu glared.
There is no way I can do such a thing.
Li Fingqing also said timidly,
What about me? Brother Fan, did you dream about me?
Yes. Chen Fan nodded expressionlessly.
You're just watching the excitement. And you're still planning to get some profit. This is impossible.
Li Fingqing's expression changed drastically and he shouted. Bai Rouge also said,
Uncle, this is definitely impossible. With his IQ, he can't even understand the word.
Fisherman gets profit.
Li Fingqing was stunned. Is Rouge speaking for me or scolding me? Bai Rouge rolled his eyes and asked,
Uncle, did you dream about me? And where is Qing Qing?
Shin Fan shook his head.
No.
Bai Rouge and Fong Qingqing both had a hint of disappointment in their eyes. At this time, Li Mu's voice came from outside.
It's just a dream. Don't take it too seriously. Now that you've woken up, come out.
Chen Fan walked out of the room. The garden outside the house was already full of people. In addition to Li Mu and Yi Hongyan, there are also Chu Xian's grandfather Chu Tianin and Chen Fan's master Zhang Hai. But Chen Fan didn't know most of the other people. And Han Jiangxue is not here either. Zhang Hai came over and put his arm around Chen Fan's shoulders.
Did you just have a nightmare? Oh, you are a bunch of useless old guys. Putting all the burden on you is so stressful. If it were you, I would have nightmares.
Li Mu and others suddenly laughed bitterly. Chu Tianin walked over and said,
There are only 2 days until the Chinese New Year. You and your master, please go to my Chu family to celebrate the New Year.
It's the New Year? Does Blue Star also celebrate the New Year? Chen Fan raised his head in shock. Counting the time. I entered Donghai City Aries Academy in September. I never thought that the Chinese New Year would be here as soon as I came out of the 5th restricted area. Chen Fan raised his head and searched among the crowd, but did not see Han Jiangxue. Li Mu saw this and said,
Are you looking for Jiang Shui? Stop looking for her. She has already returned to the demon capital. She needs to stay in the demon city. But she doesn't dare to leave the demon city easily.
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and said,
Minister, do you know my father?
In the barrier, Han Jiangxue once let something slip. But Li Mu was obviously taken aback and intercepted Han Jiangxue's words without letting her finish. Li Mu remained silent. When Zhang Hai saw this, he immediately became angry.
Is there anything you can't say? Even if his father is a big devil who does all kinds of evil, he can't be involved. Right.
Chen Fan. Li Mu looked stunned.
When did I say that his father is a big devil? Then why are you pretending to be stupid?
Zhang Hai frowned and said,
Xiao Fan has saved everyone now. Save the demon city. Save Tang State. And save Blue Star. Is there anything you can't tell him?
Li Mu sighed and said,
I just don't want to put too much pressure on him.
The blind man came over and said,
Wait a little longer. Xiao Fan, you have experienced such a thing now. And you still feel uneasy. After a while, Li Mu will tell you everything about your parents.
Question marks appeared in the eyes of a group of strong men around them. All they knew was that Chen Fan came from Earth and had just arrived at Blue Star not long ago. But he was extremely talented and had extraordinary strength. With the help of the power of the sealing formation, he was able to kill existences at the level of gods and demons. But they never expected that Minister Li Mu would know about Chen Fan's father. At this time, Yi Hongyan came over and said,
I'm going back to the far north.
Chen Fan looked at Yi Hongyan, opened his mouth, but stopped talking. Yi Hongyan turned around, took 2 steps, and then said,
Come to the far north to find me.
After saying this, she disappeared into thin air. Chen Fan opened his mouth and swallowed what he wanted to say. Are you big shots like this? Coming and going without a trace? I didn't even let anyone finish my words. Finally gone. Shin Hongxiu breathed a heavy sigh of relief. A series of glances looked at Shin Hongxiu at the same time. Shin Hongxiu's face turned red, and she turned around. Li Mu said, Her Majesty the Empress wants to take control of the far north. She led the demon clan to block the centaurs in the restricted area of the far north. She cannot leave the far north for too long. The 2 colorful sacred stones were also taken away by her. Perhaps that is her thing. Speaking of the 5-colored sacred stone, Chen Fan suddenly felt something strange. Where's my knife? Hearing this, Yi Hao, Chu Xian, and others all showed strange expressions. Chen Fan couldn't summon his sky-breaking demonic sword and was furious. Where is my sword? Where has it gone? Chapter 270 Past Life Memory. Chen Fan rushed back to the room. There was only one scabbard in the room. The sky-breaking demon sword is missing. After I came back yesterday, before I went to bed, the knife was still there. Chen Fan walked out holding the scabbard with a gloomy expression. The mute voice rang in Chen Fan's mind. It seems to have flown into your beast-controlling space. What? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. The mute voice rang in his mind again. Just after you fell asleep last night, before we and Li Mu left your room, the whirlpool portal in your beast-controlling space automatically opened. Then the sky-breaking demon sword flew in automatically. Chen Fan. Will the beast control space open automatically? Never encountered such a thing. Chen Fan concentrated for a moment and looked at the beast control space. There is no sky-breaking demon sword in the beast controlling space. Could it be that he flew back to the ancient demon world? This sky-breaking demon sword is a fusion of multiple projection clones. Even if you take it back, at least leave one for me. Chen Fan couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Li Mu came over, patted him on the shoulder and said, You will stay in the Magic City during this period. Stop running around, and have a good rest. Chen Fan didn't say that I wanted to breed animals. Anyway, after Li Mu and the others left, he would definitely go straight to store number 9. After such a long time, there are no longer many beasts in the number 9 store. If you don't go crazy and breed animals, you won't have clear ideas. Li Mu and others all left. In the garden, only Chen Fan, Chu Xian, and the 4 blind men were left. Chen Fan turned around and entered the ancient demon world. Where's my knife? Chen Fan shouted loudly. A stream of light flew from a distance and fell into Chen Fan's hands. Chen Fan looked at the sky-breaking demon sword in front of him and went a little crazy. He could clearly feel the power within the sky-breaking demon sword. Now this heaven-breaking demon sword is the same as the heaven-breaking demon sword he summoned in the first place. But in the 5th restricted area, he has fused several sky-breaking demon swords. Even the sky-breaking demon sword that was originally inserted into the chest of your 6-eyed abyss lord has been fused together by him. Chen Fan was extremely angry. Are you too stingy? Just use it for me, and then take it all back? The mountain-like sky-breaking demon sword showed no reaction. Chen Fan cursed and left the ancient demon world. In the garden, everyone saw Chen Fan coming out and gathered around him. Blind man. What happened? Did you get it back? Chen Fan glanced at the sky-destroying demon sword in his hand silently, put the sky-destroying demon sword into its scabbard, and said, This is the original sky-destroying demon sword. The ones that were later fused have all been taken back. His uncles. Everyone laughed dumbly. Deaf Man smiled and said, It would be nice to get one back. In the ancient demon world, the sky-breaking demonic sword obviously suppressed even more terrifying existences. If I give you all my power, I'm afraid it will have a big impact. Chen Fan nodded, turned around and left. I'm going to shop number 9 to breed the beasts. As soon as he took a step, Shin Tao Tao and Yi Hao grabbed him from the left and right and pulled him back. Brother Fan, there is something I haven't told you yet, Shin Tao Tao said. Actually, we have also had strange dreams. Huh? Chen Fan was stunned. Did you also dream about chasing me in your dream? How is it possible? Shin Tao Tao said. Actually, a few of us were also frightened to wake up. After I woke up, I didn't dare to fall asleep. Chen Fan frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Talk about the important points. Shin Dao Dao opened his mouth and said after a while, I dreamed last night that I suddenly appeared in a very strange place. The environment there is like a fairyland, but the trees were covered with dead angels. Angel's body? Chen Fan frowned. Shin Tao nodded and said, Just like the ones on TV. With white wings. 2 wings. 4 wings.
There are men and women. Their bodies were all hanging on the trees. Blood stained the ground red. By the way, every one of them is surrounded by the kind of demonic aura that exists on the void demons in the four realms, such as the ancient god realm. When I saw that scene, I almost collapsed. I knelt down and cried for a long time. It wasn't because I was scared that I cried. I don't know why. Anyway, I felt very uncomfortable and sad. Then, I saw the 12 wings of the God King. The 12 wings of the God King are just like those in the angel God King realm. Like a big mountain. Where I stand is at the foot of the mountain.
Chen Fan's eyes widened.
Then what?
Shen Taodao blinked.
Then I woke up. After I woke up, I never dared to sleep again. I was afraid of dreaming about that scene again.
Chen Fan said nothing. From the many dreams he had had, he was almost certain that Shen Yutao was the king of angels in his previous life. In his dream last night, Shen Taodao himself said that after he completely controlled the 12 wings of the God King, he could truly lead the Angel God clan. Shen Naoto has this kind of dream. Isn't it because the Angel God clan was completely slaughtered? Chen Fan felt cold in his heart and looked at Chu Xian. Henry Chu's face was as dark as water.
My dream was similar. I dreamed that around the memorial monument, there were all corpses. There were people and demons. Bodies piled up.
Only, Chen Fan's expression changed slightly.
Just what?
Henry Chu looked a little ugly and said,
It's just that they all seem to have died in the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. As if all their strength was swallowed up by the Heaven Sacrifice Monument.
Everyone. Then, everyone looked at Yi Hao. Yi Hao's eyes were a little red and he said,
I dreamed that my dad asked me to escape with the Heavenly Pillar. The strange thing is that this is the first time I met the dad in my dream. Not my dad from Donghai City. He threw me into a place where there was not just one divine pillar reaching the sky, but many. My dad asked me to take those divine pillars to the sky to find Brother Fan.
Chen Fan fell silent. Hearing what Yi Hao and the others said, he felt very uneasy. I just solved the catastrophe caused by the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss. And I dreamed about this kind of thing. Chen Fan thought of the four realms connected by the beast controlling space. Could those four realms be one of the realms that Chu Xian and the others dreamed of? Ancient God Realm. Ancient Demon Realm. Ancient Demon Realm. Angel God King Realm. In the four realms. Except for Chen Fan, who saw a pair of golden eyes appearing in the void in the Ancient God Realm. No existence other than the void demon has ever been discovered in the other realms. If the Angel God King Realm is the realm where Shen Taodao lived in his previous life, and if the Ancient Demon Realm is the realm where Chu Xian lived in his previous life, we can't say that the ancient gods and ancient demons are all dead. Right? Cold sweat dripped from Chen Fan's forehead. This guess is not impossible. Etc. Wrong. In his dream, he visited the realm of gods many times. Dutian Empress Yi Hongyan also took him to many places in the Dutian God realm. But the environments in the dream realm are completely different from the ancient God realm. And the ancient demon world is different from the dark abyss in dreams. The vast world of gods in the dream is just one world. The Angel God Clan. The Ancient Demon Clan. The Dutian God Clan. And the Heavenly Dragon Clan and countless powerful God Clan all live in this world. They are not separated in the four realms.
Brother Fan? Brother Fan.
Yi Hao shook Chen Fan's shoulders.
Huh? What's wrong?
Chen Fan came to his senses.
What's wrong with you?
Yi Hao said.
I see you are sweating constantly. Are you thinking of something?
Chen Fan shook his head and then looked at Li Fengxing.
Where are you, Fengxing? Aren't you dreaming?
Li Fengxing shook his head and said,
No. I slept until dawn.
This idiot made everyone speechless for a while. Chen Fan took a deep breath and said,
I'm not sure if you had this kind of dream. Is it because of the pollution of the void? Or because a few divine weapons such as the Heaven Sacrifice Monument awakened your memory? But I hope it's the latter. I will help you purify it again later to see if you will have this kind of dream again.
Shen Taodao smiled bitterly and said,
I'd better practice hard during this period. Anyway, I'm already at the 6th level. If I practice hard, I don't need to sleep. Listen to what I have to say.
Chen Fan said.
If it is not because of the pollution of the void, but because a few divine weapons such as the Heaven Sacrifice Monument are awakening your memories, then this will be of great benefit to you without any harm.
Henry Chu was stunned.
How to say?
Chen Fan said.
In the past, both you and I thought that you and I just accepted the inheritance and became the next generation of the divine weapons. But I had so many strange dreams. After I put these broken and chaotic dreams together, I can at least confirm that we did not actually receive any inheritance. Things like the sky-breaking demon sword and the Heaven Sacrifice Monument are actually what we had in our previous life.
The expressions of Henry Chu and others changed.
Previous life?
Li Fengxing's eyes widened.
Look! Look! Am I right? That time you got the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the Heaven-Bearing Divine Pillar. I told you that maybe you were Brother Fan's enemy in your previous life. Brother Fan beat you to death and robbed you of your treasure and your world. Snapped.
Bai Rouge slapped Li Fengxing to the ground.
You find it very satisfying to sow discord, don't you?
Li Fengxing got up with a sad face and said,
But Brother Fan's nightmare last night was about being chased by Tao Tao and Henry Chu. Those are just memory fragments.
Chen Fan said,
I had a lot of dreams, in which I was chased by Yi Hongyan many times. But then, what happened next?
Shen Hongxiu's face almost touched Chen Fan's.
I escaped later.
Chen Fan pushed Shen Hongxiu's face away and said,
Anyway, who can say for sure whether we are friends or enemies? Isn't it normal to be enemies at first and friends later? If it's really an enemy, I can't possibly control the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the 12 wings of the God King. Right. It took Tao Ao so long to get the 12 wings of the God King. And I flew twice without knowing how to use them. But in the end, I put on the 12 wings of the God King and directly broke through the space.
Shen Tao was silent for a moment, then laughed and said casually,
Even if we were enemies in the previous life. So what? We are brothers now, and we will be brothers in the future. The past life was the previous life, and the present is now. I don't care.
Shen Hongxiu looked at Shen Tao and said,
Since you were a child, you finally said something like a man.
Shen Tao smiled proudly, then immediately put away his smile.
Where is that sentence? Which sentence of mine doesn't sound like a man?
Chen Fan reached out and slapped Li Fengxing on the head. Li Fengxing rubbed his head, looking puzzled.
Brother Fan,
why did you hit me again?
Chen Fan said.
What I was about to say was interrupted by you, and I almost forgot it.
After saying that, Chen Fan glanced at Chu Xian and Shen Tao Tao, and then said,
I mean, if these things like the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the Tontian Divine Pillar are what we had in our previous life, then there may be something like the powerful skills we practiced in our previous lives sealed inside. So, next time you have this kind of dream, try to communicate with your own magic weapon. If it was the magic weapon that allowed you to see these memories, then you can definitely get more.
Henry Chu and others looked at each other and nodded at the same time.
I understand.
At this time, Fong Qingqing, who had been silent, suddenly turned slightly red and said,
Chen Fan, in 2 days, will you come back to Donghai City with us to celebrate the new year?
Yi Hao nodded repeatedly.
Yes. Yes. The new year is coming soon. Let's go back to Donghai City together. I won't go.
Chen Fan smiled and shook his head and said,
You can go back to celebrate the new year. I have a lot of things to do during this time. And there is a possibility of being watched by the Nightmare Court. It would be bad if he went to Donghai City and brought bad luck to Donghai City.
Fong Qingqing and others were a little disappointed. Suddenly, the orange cat walked by singing a song.
One. Wandering alone on the streets at midnight. I am like a homeless stray dog.
Chen Fan kicked the orange cat away. Xiao Bai, Gongzi and the others swarmed up and punched the orange cat with a flurry of punches. Chen Fan activated
purification
and helped everyone purify it again, without the pollution of the void. If Chu Xian and the others still have such dreams in the future, it should be because of these magical weapons such as the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the Tontian Divine Pillar. Chen Fan sighed. He now wishes he could cultivate all the beasts in the world. After nurturing all Blue Star's beasts, go to Limu to get the key and go to Tianyi Realm to breed the beasts in the larger Tianyi Realm. The more beasts you cultivate, the better. As long as he takes enough time and cultivates enough beasts, he can increase his strength as quickly as possible.
You didn't sleep well. Go and have some rest.
Chen Fan waved his hand and walked towards the back mountain. The blind man asked,
Sifan, where are you going now?
Chen Fan didn't look back.
Go to store number 9 to breed animals.
Yi Hao and Fong Qingqing rushed out at the same time.
I'll help you.
When the others saw this, they all followed. With a flash of lightning, Xiao Bai got into Chen Fan's arms. Jade flew up and landed on Chen Fan's head. Gang Zippity and Pidian followed. The orange cat looked at Chen Fan's back, then at the warehouse, rolled his eyes, and ran towards the warehouse. Seeing this, the blind man stretched out his hand, and a force grabbed Chu Xian, Yi Hao and others back.
If you don't want to sleep, then go practice, the blind man said. He went to breed animals. What did you do with him? Watch the animals. How about asking Siofan to send you to practice in the ancient god realm? Or, should I send you to the 5th restricted area? No. No. No.
Shin Dao Dao smiled dryly and waved his hands.
I haven't recovered yet. Let's practice at home. Chapter 271 God really does exist in this world. Far West. This area with a radius of 8,000 miles is known as the Cursed Place. According to legend, this is an area cursed by God. No matter whether people or monsters enter it, they cannot come out. In the end, they can only bury their bones here. And even their souls cannot escape. Some people even witness with their own eyes that many monsters only reach the edge of the cursed land before being sucked into the miasma and disappearing without a trace without even making a scream. Starting more than 2,000 years ago, the cursed land extended outward for 3,000 miles and became the first forbidden land in Blue Star. At this time, the void in the far west trembled. 5 shadows appeared. Demon King of the East region, Demon King of the West region, Demon King of the North region, Demon King of the South region, and Demon King of the Middle region. The 5 giants of the Blue Star Nightmare Garden. 5 demon-like shadows looked at each other speechlessly. After a while, the Demon King of the South region glanced at the weak Demon King of the East region, and couldn't help but snort coldly.
We joined forces with the Demon King of the West region, and we were almost killed by Yi Hongyan.
East region. You are sure you didn't do it on purpose? The Demon King of the East territory flashed with murderous intent in his eyes.
What do you mean by this? If it were you, it would be worse than me.
The Demon King of the Western region said calmly.
What time has it been? Do you still have time to tease me?
The Demon King of the North territory said in a deep voice.
What is going on? Why did the Tang Kingdom seize the 5-color sacred stone before we could react? There was news from the eastern region that there was another saint in the Tang Kingdom, and his strength was higher than that of Li Mu. Li Mu and Yi Hongyan teamed up with that mysterious being to kill a god-demon level being in the 5th restricted area?
The 4 of them all looked at the Demon King of the East region. The Demon King of the East territory was silent for a moment, and then said,
I'm afraid it's not just the Holy Realm. In the 5th restricted area, none of the 6th and 7th level people we sent in survived. However, among the people of Star Kingdom and Yang Kingdom, there are our people. They saw with their own eyes that the mysterious existence, together with Yi Hongyan, killed the demon in the seal. Besides, Yi Hongyan seems to be just an assistant. At that time, many people saw that with the 5-colored sacred stone suppressing the 6-eyed demon, Yi Hongyan was holding the magic knife. No matter how she attacked, it did not cause much damage to the demon. Later, Yi Hongyan gave the magic knife to the mysterious man. The mysterious man took the magic knife and finally killed the 6-eyed demon. From here, we can at least see that the mysterious man is at least stronger than Yi Hongyan. Maybe even better than Li Mu. Otherwise, Li Mu should be the one to take action.
The Demon King of the Central Realm said.
How can we be sure that the demon is a god-demonic level existence?
The Demon King of the East territory frowned and said.
That is definitely not the power of a mortal. During the battle within the barrier, the terrifying aura even directly penetrated the 5th restricted area. The 9th level people who were guarding outside the 5th restricted area were all frightened.
Correct.
Before the battle, that bastard Li Mu set up a large formation outside the 5th penalty area, and then forced our people to use him as a formation flag to forcefully extract their power. According to the descriptions of those people, Li Mu's face was very ugly and worried at that time. The entire formation has mobilized almost all the 9th level powerhouses in the Demon City.
The Demon King of the South territory murmured.
A magic knife, a huge stone tablet, 2 colorful sacred stones, and 12 golden wings. Except for the 5-colored divine stone, we have never heard of the other 3 divine weapons in the Tianyu world. Yi Hongyan took that magic knife and easily severely wounded the Demon King of the East region. But Yi Hongyan tried her best. But she couldn't do much harm to the sealed demon. Now, all those magic weapons are in the hands of Tang State?
The Demon King of the East territory shook his head.
Not sure. The only thing that is certain is that the 2 colorful sacred stones are in Yi Hongyan's hands. And Yi Hongyan has now returned to the far north.
The Demon King of the Western region showed anger in his eyes.
What should we do now? The day Dongyu and I were chasing Yi Hongyan, we were already angered by that woman. When we were escaping, she warned that she would come and meet you for a while. Humph.
The Demon King of the South territory snorted and said.
A person from the 3rd level of the Holy Realm dares to threaten the peak of the Holy Realm.
The Demon King of the East territory sneered.
Even if she is only in the 3rd level of the Holy Realm, she can easily beat you to death with 2 colorful sacred stones.
The Demon King of the Southern region retorted.
That's you. Not me.
The Demon King of the East region continued to sneer.
Then you and the Demon King of the North region go to the far north. That's enough,
said the Demon King of the Central realm.
The Tang Kingdom actually hides such a terrifying person. This is a very big threat to us. Before, our power was combined into one, and their power was dispersed. So a balance was maintained. But now, the balance has been broken. If that mysterious existence finds us, how will we deal with it?
The Demon King of the Western region said.
Could it be Zhang Jiang? Using a sword. His strength is still higher than that of Li Mu. I'm afraid there is only one Zhang Jiang in the Tang dynasty.
The Demon King of the Central realm shook his head.
If it is Zhang Jiang, there is no need to hide his head and show his tail.
The Demon King of the North Territory said.
Could it be that Chen Han is back?
The other Demon Kings were shocked. The Demon King of the Southern Territory shook his head repeatedly and said.
Chen Han is so arrogant. How can he hide his face? If Chen Han comes back, we will die.
The Demon King of the West region said.
The most important thing now is to find out where the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven was sealed. If we can't find the place to seal the Sixth Heavenly Demon King, we can't save the Sixth Heavenly Demon King. And the Nightmare Court will eventually die. Only by rescuing the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven can there be hope for the Nightmare Court.
The several Demon Kings looked at each other speechlessly. It's quiet at night. After Chen Fan cultivated the last beast in the 9th store, he picked up Xiaobai and flew directly into the sky with a bang, flying towards his home. Xiao He and Jade also flew up and followed quickly. Only Gongzi was left, walking around on his short legs to the back door of the number 9 store.
Slow down. Slow down. Wait for me.
Gongzi wished he could grow wings too. In the garden, a group of people, including Yihao and Shen Hongxiu, were all watching TV. The blind man and the lame were drinking tea.
What are you looking at?
Chen Fan took the coffee brought by the goblin and sat on the chair. On TV, there was a commendation meeting at the Lord's Mansion of the Demon City. Feng Xiaoxiao and Shang Wanxiu all became heroes. Zhong Hao, Xian Tianji and others were also among them. There are no names like Chen Fan and Chu Xian. But Yi Hao and Shen Taoao were all very happy to see it. In order to protect them, Li Mu did not mention their names at all, and also told them not to use things like the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the Heaven-Bearing Divine Pillar unless absolutely necessary. Even Chen Fan's scabbard was changed. Although he did not become a widely known hero, the Lord's Mansion of the Demon City was quite generous. In addition to giving each a Chu Xian and others a powerful magic weapon, they were also given a summer ring. You know, even at the 9th level, not everyone can possess the summer ring. Yi Hao and others were very satisfied. Sudden, there was a sound of motor outside. Uncle Dong, the butler, opened the door. Feng Tianlin drove in with a group of people in a luxury car. Everyone. I've never seen someone bring so many people in a luxury car. In addition to Feng Tianlin, there are also Shangwan Sanlong and Shangwan Wulei, Jiang Yuanfan, Chen Fan's nephew Zhang Chen, Little Fatty, Mu Yuan. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan was completely speechless. He had only seen this kind of scene on a tractor.
Ha 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 ha!
Feng Tianlin stopped the car and jumped out of the car with a loud laugh. Yi Hao walked around the sports car and asked in confusion.
How on earth can your car fit so many people? Do you know how to shrink your bones?
Feng Tianlin's eyebrows were beaming.
You are also watching the commendation meeting. My sister has become a hero. She saved our Tang country and Blue Star. Our Feng family has also been commended by the Lord's Palace of the Demon City.
The guy was walking as he talked, like a big cock that had won a battle. Chen Fan and others looked at each other and smiled. Shangwan Sanlong and a group of others came over. The goblins and the old ape took a group of beasts and moved out some chairs. Everyone sat in a circle. Shangwan Wulei said,
Chen Fan, which secret realm have you gone to practice during this time? Something terrible has happened. I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
Feng Tianlin stopped Shangwan Wulei. Shangwan Wulei rolled his eyes and was too lazy to answer him. Feng Tianlin immediately began to tell what happened in the 5th secret realm, talking so hard. It was like he was there at the time. No, just like he wore black armor and killed the 6-eyed Abyss Lord. Chen Fan and the others didn't say anything. They just watched him pretending to be beautiful.
That mysterious man is really awesome. There are 12 wings behind him. Like an angel. A few swords will kill a god-demon level being. You can't even imagine it. What kind of scene is that? The world is destroyed and the earth is shattered. My sister also heard someone shouting that person's name.
The coffee in Chen Fan's mouth almost spurted out.
What?
Yi Hao also became a little nervous. Frowned and said,
What's your name?
Feng Tianlin said.
It seems to be called George Han.
Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said,
That's the name of a writer. I don't know.
Feng Tianlin said.
At that time, my sister and the others were imprisoned in the side hall. They could not hear clearly through the restriction. Oh, so he was imprisoned in the side hall?
Yi Hao said with a dumb smile.
I thought it was your sister who rushed out and hacked the demon to death. Jealous. You are just jealous.
Feng Tianlin said.
Although my sister and the others are imprisoned in the side hall, they are contributing to the colorful sacred stones. They said that they were used as batteries. But they are very proud. So proud. You want to be a battery. But you haven't qualified yet. Well, Chen Fan has this qualification. But Haozi and you don't. Because the person who enters that barrier must have at least a 6th level cultivation level. Oh, it's a pity that I didn't witness the battle between gods. A battle between gods and demons. Tisk.
Shen Taotao and others grinned. Feng Tianlin was a little dissatisfied.
Why? You don't believe it? Real. My sister saw it with her own eyes. Songlong's sister also saw it. Existence in mythology. God really does exist in this world.
Shangwan Wulei nodded and said,
I heard what Feng Tianlin said from my sister. So it shouldn't be an exaggeration. Maybe the scene will be even more exaggerated than this.
At this time, Shen Hongxiu circled Feng Tianlin's luxury car twice.
This car is so cool.
Feng Tianlin waved his hand generously.
I'll give you a minute.
Chen Fan and Yi Hao left in a hurry. Jiang Yuanfan also stood up and left. Others are baffled. Shen Hongxiu drove the car in a circle. Suddenly, the luxury car rushed towards everyone like a wild horse. Shangwan Songlong and others were startled and jumped away at the same time.
Bang!
Shen Hongxiu drove her car and knocked away the stone table that everyone was surrounding, and then rushed towards the blind man and the lame man.
Bang!
There was a flash of light around the blind men, and the luxury car hit an invisible wall and was torn apart.
My car! My car!
Feng Tianlin howled. Although in the previous battle between Chen Fan and Zhong Hao, he made a huge profit. But this car cost tens of millions after all.
Difficult to drive.
Shen Hongxiu jumped out of the scrapped car.
The speed is too slow. Not as fast as I can run.
Feng Tianlin. Shangwan Wulei came over, took a look, and said,
There's no way to fix it. I have a phone number for scrap metal collection. Do you want it?
Feng Tianlin roared.
Get out!
Uncle Dong brought people over to clean up the mess and replaced a batch of tables and chairs. Everyone was watching TV and chatting again. Feng Tianlin felt extremely distressed when he thought about his scrapped luxury car.
Haozi, can you lend me some money so that we can do something big together?
Yi Hao.
There is a couplet in my family. I won't ask about the hatred of killing my father. I won't mention the hatred of taking away my wife. I'll criticize. Don't mention borrowing money.
Feng Tianlin.
You are so cruel. Actually, I'm not asking you to borrow money. I'm asking you to invest. Didn't we make a huge profit from the last battle between Chen Fan and Zhong Hao? Now we have some money. So we must invest. Money makes money.
Jiang Yuanfan and Mu Yuan came closer, with eager expressions on their faces. They were also scared of poverty during this period, because Chen Fan gave them beast control. They owed Chen Fan a lot of debt. During this time, they rushed to the secret realm to kill monsters, and killed them until the sky was dark. And then, they made some money back. So when they heard that Feng Tianlin wanted to invest, they were all very interested. Shangwan Songlong couldn't help but ask,
what to invest in?
Feng Tianlin talked about every track from new retail to SaaS, from new energy to mass consumption, from VR to the metaverse, and from the metaverse to semiconductors. And he was very excited when he talked about it. After hearing this, Yi Hao nodded.
Although you poor guys don't have much money, you know a lot.
Feng Tianlin. Mu Yuan couldn't help but ask,
Chen Fan, when will you go to the Magic University of Martial Arts to block the door? Last time I had no money, and didn't make any money. This time I'm going to risk all my fortune and make a big fortune. Stop dreaming,
Bai Rouge said.
Everyone thinks so. What's the point of betting? If my uncle blocks the door again and everyone is betting on him to win, what's the point? That's right.
Zhong Hao and the others were very depressed. Henry Chu stood up. Shen Taoao was stunned.
Xian Chu, why are you going?
Henry Chu.
I will go to the Magic City Martial Arts University to block the door.
Everyone. Yi Hao quickly pulled Qianchu back.
Even if we have to go, we should go as a group. Come on. Let's discuss this. This is an opportunity to make money. And it's also an opportunity to test our strength. That's good. Brother Fan, please don't go. It's too bullying. I'm going to block the door of Modern Martial Arts University. Chu Xian, you're going to block the first military academy. Now Gua, you're going to block the door of Fudan Martial Arts University. Fingxing. Forget it.
Li Fingxing was furious.
What are you doing? Looking down on me. Do you think you are the only one who has the power to reach the sky?
Before he finished speaking, Bai Rouge covered his mouth. Bai Rouge looked at his own hands, which were drooling, and became so angry that he kicked Li Fingxing away. Feng Tianlin was stunned.
You guys want to challenge those martial arts universities on Chen Fan's behalf? Challenge freshman year?
Yi Hao sneered and said,
Of course the freshman and sophomore will challenge together.
Feng Tianlin,
you are crazy! As for sophomores, every top sophomore in Wuhan University is already at least mid to late 5th grade. And I've heard that Zhong Hao, who was defeated by Chen Fan before, is now at the 6th level. Zhong Hao, Xian Tianji, and the others have also entered the 5th restricted area.
Do you still need to say it? Brother Fan had been using them as batteries for a while. And everyone looked at each other and laughed. Henry Chu nodded.
I just want to fight at the 6th level.
Feng Tianlin glanced at Shangwan Songlong, and then asked,
Is this guy so crazy that he is a little unreasonable?
Shangwan Songlong scratched his head.
In my impression, Chen Fan is actually a bit crazier, while Chu Xian is more cautious. You don't really have the strength of the 6th level. Do you?
Yi Hao.
What is the strength of the 6th level? He is the same as the rest of us. He is already in the 6th level. A real 6th level. What? What's the problem?
Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Songlong were completely stunned. If Yi Hao said that Chen Fan was already in the 6th level, they would not be surprised at all. But a few months ago, these guys and their strength were on par with each other. After a few months, why can't I catch up with you? Feng Tianlin turned around and held Chen Fan's hand.
Brother Chen Fan. From today on, I will call you Brother Fan. Big brother, please help me cultivate the beast. I'm your brother too. You can't treat one with favoritism. Yi Hao and the others have widened the gap in strength so much that Songlong and I will not be able to get along in the future.
Shangwan Songlong and Jiang Yuanfan nodded silently. Chen Fan took out his hand in disgust and wiped it on his clothes a few times. Feng Tianlin, Chen Fan said,
Let's do this. I will help you cultivate the beasts at least twice a month. And each time you will increase your combat power level and race level. But there is a condition.
Feng Tianlin was overjoyed.
Tell me. I'm not short of money now.
Chen Fan shook his head.
It's not about money. I mean, every time I help you cultivate a beast, you go into the secret realm for at least 10 days to kill monsters. What's the condition?
Jiang Yuanfan said.
There is no need for you to say that after you help us cultivate the beast, we will definitely take the beast to the secret realm. On the one hand, I want to make money, and on the other hand, I must improve my beast controlling strength through actual combat.
Feng Tianlin nodded.
Yes, that's right.
Chen Fan threw a chopstick over.
You used to leave the beasts here for a month or two, and they would play in the forest and bask in the sun on the grass every day.
Jiang Yuanfan and others turned red and smiled. Beside him, Zhang Chen's eyes widened, and he said with disbelief,
Uncle, you won't tell me that the mysterious beast breeding master in shop number 9 is you. Right.
Everyone looked at Zhang Chen like a fool. This guy from the Tang Kingdom's #1 beast breeding family is Chen Fan's nephew. But after this guy came to the Magic City, he was thrown into the #9 store by Chen Fan's master Zhang Hai to do odd jobs. Looking at him like this, he has worked hard at shop #9 for so many months. And he doesn't even know that Chen Fan is the real owner of shop #9. He didn't even know that the breeding beasts in store #9 were not cultivated by Zhang Hai at all. Bai Rouge sighed, shook his head and said,
I thought you knew everything, but I didn't expect you didn't know anything.
Zhang Chen stood messy in the wind. At this time, Butler Dong Shu came in with a few people. The leader is a girl. As soon as Li Fingxing saw the girl, he turned around and wanted to leave.
Li Fingxing, stop!
The girl raised her eyebrows and shouted angrily.
Shameless thing! You still want to run away?
Li Fingxing stood still, but his expression was very ugly. Chen Fan frowned.
Who are you calling shameless?
The girl glanced at Chen Fan coldly, then turned her gaze to Li Fingxing, and said,
Last time, I asked you to come to my house to meet my parents and asked you to bring some gifts. You mocked me for saying that I came to buy goods from you? Are you still going to do it? I block you. I came here looking for you many times, but you avoided me. Are you still a man?
Chen Fan. Now he remembered it. When Li Fingxing was chatting with a girl, the girl asked Li Fingxing to take this and that. When Chen Fan saw this, he became angry and directly replied for Li Fingxing. Did not expect. The other party actually came to the door. So, Chen Fan grinned.
Are you ready to come to Fengxing to purchase goods now? Ha ha ha.
Yi Hao and Shen Tao couldn't help laughing.
Bastard.
A man behind the girl shouted angrily, stepped out, and slapped Chen Fan.
Crack!
A bolt of lightning struck, and the man was blown away. Immediately, all the beasts in the garden, led by Xiao Bai, cheered and surrounded the girl and the others. It feels like poking a hornet's nest. Why are there so many beast-controlling girls here who look a little pale? A figure flashed on the field. Yi Hao had already appeared in front of the man who had just taken action. Don't wait for the other party to react. Yi Hao kicked out and hit the opponent's chest.
Boom!
A burst of energy exploded in the man's chest. His sternum was broken, and he flew out screaming. Another man wanted to help, but was blocked by Shen Tao. Shen Naoto pointed at the man, shook it slightly and said,
If you're smart, you'd better not move. Otherwise you might be even worse off than him. Ah!
The girl screamed hysterically. But as soon as she screamed, Shen Hongxiu stepped out, grabbed her hair, and knocked her directly against the tree.
Boom!
The big trees were broken and collapsed. Chen Fan felt distressed for a while.
Just hit someone if you want to. What did you hit my tree trunk for?
Shen Hongxiu grabbed the girl's hair with one hand, and slapped her with the other hand for forehand and backhand.
Bullying Fengxing, to be honest.
Right. You came to my house and beat my man. Right. You brought people to my house to show off your power. Right. Snapped. Snapped. Snapped.
Fengxing pursed her lips.
Shameless. You should be beaten.
I don't know if she meant being shameless by scolding the girl or Shen Hongxiu.
Sudden.
Shen Hongxiu's hand was grabbed by Shangwan Songlong. Shangwan Songlong frowned and said,
Are you Ding Lingling from the Ding family?
Ding Lingling saw Shangwan Songlong clearly and immediately howled.
It's me, brother Songlong. Help me quickly. They are ganging up to bully me.
Shangwan Songlong hasn't spoken yet. A ray of light suddenly flew like a meteor and landed in the garden. Shangwan Songlong was stunned when he saw who was coming.
Grandpa? Why are you here?
Shangwan Wulei and Feng Tianlin also came over immediately to say Lo. The person who came was none other than Shangwan Songlong's grandfather, Shangwan Hong. Shangwan Hong blinked and said,
My dear grandson, you are here too. I'm here to find Chen Fan. Chen Fan, the new year is coming soon. You can go to our Shangwan's house for the new year this year.
Chen Fan. Ding Lingling. Chapter 272, Taking Over the Demon Sect.
Shangwan. Shut up.
As soon as Shangwan Hong finished speaking, a loud shout came from the air. Then, a figure burst into flames, flew like a meteorite, and landed in the garden. But although he came with a fierce force, he landed lightly on the ground and did not really make a big hole in the ground. Feng Tianlin was stunned for a moment.
Grandpa, why are you here too?
Feng Haoyu was too lazy to pay attention to Feng Tianlin. He stepped forward and stood in front of Shangwan Hong. He said coldly,
You old guy. You lied to me and said that the minister had something to do with me. After you sent me away, you came to find Chen Fan.
Chen Fan. Don't promise him. This Chinese New Year, you come to our Feng family. I have prepared a matter for you. Much bigger than this.
Shangwan Hong was furious.
Do you want to fight?
Feng Haoyu.
I'll beat you. I'll beat the shit out of you, old guy. Believe it or not.
Chen Fan scratched his head. Before being trapped in the 5th restricted area, he was already breeding beasts for the Feng family and Shangwan family. So I have met these two old men. But he didn't expect that these two old men would have such a hot temper. Ding Lingling, whose hair was grabbed by Shen Hongxiu, and the two men brought by Ding Lingling were completely stunned. What's the situation? The two ancestors of the Shangwan family and the Feng family actually got into a fight over inviting Chen Fan to their home for the new year? Still ready to take action? Sudden, Shen Hongxiu grabbed Ding Lingling's head, shouted, and hit her head against a bluestone on the ground.
Bang!
The bluestone exploded. Shangwan Hong and Feng Haoyu. Are all young people today so fierce? We two old men said we were going to fight. But we didn't actually fight. Why did you start fighting? Shang Wanhong was stunned for a moment.
Xiao Lingzi?
Although Ding Lingling was beaten to a bloody head, Shang Wanhong still recognized her. The Ding family and the Shangwan family have a pretty good relationship. Shang Wanhong has always regarded Ding Lingling as his granddaughter. But, before Shang Wanhong could speak, Ding Lingling had already started crying.
Grandpa Shangwan, please help me. This woman wants to kill me.
Shang Wanhong didn't move. He turned to look at Shangwan Songlong. Shangwan Songlong said expressionlessly,
Ding Lingling bullied Feng Xing and brought people here to beat Feng Xing. Chen Fan said something, and the people she brought wanted to slap Chen Fan.
Shang Wanhong and Feng Haoyu were both petrified. Chen Fan had just saved Demon City, Tang State, and Blue Star. People from the Ding family broke into his house and beat him? Although, even if the Ding family rushed over in a swarm, they would not be able to hurt Chen Fan. But, Shang Wanhong's face darkened.
Get out! Get out! Let your grandpa come to see me in person. I want to see how he teaches his granddaughter.
Ding Lingling opened her mouth wide, and her whole body trembled. Ever since she could remember, she had never seen Shang Wanhong so angry. What Shang Wanhong looks like now. It felt like I had broken one of Shangwan Songlong's legs. Her uncontrollable rage was as if she and the entire Ding family were going to be burned down. When Feng Haoyu saw this, he shook his head repeatedly.
Ding family! You Ding family people! You let me down so much! You have been well-fed, pampered, and arrogant since you were a child. Snort! You look down on Li Fengxing, don't you? Do you look down on Chen Fan? If it weren't for Chen Fan and Li Fengxing, you and the Ding family would have been wiped out by now. Huh?
Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Songlong all looked at Feng Haoyu with wide eyes. Where did this begin? This must be Chen Fan's first time meeting Ding Lingling. How come the Ding family was so involved that the entire Ding family was reduced to ashes? Shangwan Wulei glanced at his grandfather, rolled his eyes thoughtfully. At this time, Li Feng walked over and said,
Hongxiu, let her go.
Shen Hongxiu pushed Ding Lingling to the ground with a fierce push. Ding Lingling lay on the ground, trembling all over, not even daring to cry. A group of people turned around and stopped looking at Ding Lingling. The two men walked over cautiously, helped Ding Lingling up, and then looked timidly at Shang Wanhong. At this time, two figures appeared out of thin air in the open space. Li Mu and Chu Tianan are here. When Ding Lingling and the two men saw Li Mu, their bodies immediately froze. Although Li Mu has seen the dragon, but not its tail. Who doesn't know him in the Demon City? This is one of the 4 patron saints of the Tang dynasty. He is also the true patron saint of the Magic City. Why is he here? Li Mu glanced at the crowd, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and smiled.
There are quite a lot of people. Right.
With that said, he walked over and put his arm around Chen Fan's shoulders.
Didn't I let you rest? Why are you breeding animals again?
Ding Lingling and the other 3 looked frightened. Shang Wanhong shook his head and flicked his sleeves.
Get out!
The two men immediately took Ding Lingling away, as if they were granted amnesty. Shang Wanhong looked at his grandson and granddaughter again.
You guys, get out too. Us?
Shangwan Songlong and Shangwan Wulei pointed to their noses. Shangwan Hongi glared.
Nonsense!
Shangwan Songlong and others were helpless, and then walked out with their heads lowered. Feng Tianlin didn't move. Feng Tianlin stood behind He Hao, lowering his head and pretending not to hear. The moment Shangwan Songlong and Zhang Chen walked out of the door,
bang!
Feng Tianlin hit the ground like a sack. Everyone. Feng Tianlin got up from the ground, patted his clothes, and said,
I suddenly doubted whether the old man inside was my grandfather. I feel like he is more like Chen Fan's grandfather.
5 things. Li Mu sat down at the stone table and poured himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he looked at the blind man and said,
Senior, can you reproduce the seal formation in the barrier of the 5th restricted area? The blind man said without raising his head.
You are daydreaming again.
Li Mu smiled bitterly and said,
That great formation can seal and suppress even the terrifying existence of the 6-eyed Abyss Lord. If it can be reproduced and used to suppress the 6th Heavenly Demon King, we may be able to eliminate the 6th Heavenly Demon King in the shortest time.
Demon King? You think too highly of me.
The blind man shook his head.
It's not that simple. I studied there for a few months, and I only learned a little bit about it. We haven't even touched the core of the formation yet. That is the real ancient divine formation. Just a few spiritual lines and characters among them can keep me studying for several years. In my current state, even if I devote all my time and energy to studying the formation, It is still a question whether I can thoroughly study the formation before my lifespan is exhausted.
Li Mu was speechless. Is the ancient divine formation so complicated and mysterious? The blind man is the supreme formation master in the Tianyi world. If even he can't replicate that formation. Li Mu sighed softly and said,
The second thing. Qin Fan's 4 realms are mysterious and weird. But the ancient god realm is also connected to the 5th restricted area. And the 5th restricted area is connected to Blue Star. This makes me feel very uneasy.
The lame and deaf people all raised their heads. No wonder Li Mu is uneasy. The Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss escaped from the ancient god realm. What if something like this escapes again in the future? Qin Fan said.
Before we came back, we searched carefully within the barrier and found no cracks connecting the 5th restricted area and the ancient god realm. Maybe it existed before, but it must have been sealed by some powerful existence. Otherwise, it would not be said that there are only the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord and a few feared demons in the sealing formation. In the palace of the ancient god realm, there is a teleportation array leading to the 5th restricted area sealing array. But from the 5th restricted area, there is no way to return to the ancient god realm.
Li Mu immediately became nervous again.
If there is a teleportation array in the palace, will the powerful demons from the ancient god realm enter the 5th restricted area through the teleportation array? Not sure, but it should be impossible.
Qin Fan said.
When I saw the palace for the first time, I felt that the palace was a bit weird. The devil dare not come near that palace. You can't see a single demon even far away from the palace.
Li Mu said.
Even if there is a slight possibility, there may be endless troubles. So, I want you to go back to the palace and see if you can destroy the teleportation array and cut off the link between the ancient god realm and the 5th restricted area.
Qin Fan nodded.
Let me give it a try. The third thing,
Li Mu said.
Now Songhai and Wushuang are already at the 8th level, and they can enter your 4 realms. So I think, together with Songhai and Wushuang, I will send some absolutely trustworthy 8th level people to enter your 4 realms to explore these 4 realms. Maybe some useful information can be found. It's even possible to find magic weapons, like the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. Didn't you say that you dreamed of a red ribbon on the red sleeves? Maybe the red sleeves are red ribbons. And they're in one of the realms? It's possible.
Qin Fan nodded, and then immediately widened his eyes.
Minister, are you going too far by always eavesdropping on our whispers like this?
Li Mu waved his hand and said,
Don't worry about such details.
Is this a detail? Qin Fan looked at Li Mu speechlessly. When he was talking about dreams with Henry Chu and the others, Li Mu had already left. Did not expect? Shen Hongxiu came over and said very excitedly,
The minister is right. My red ribbon is in the realm of the angel god king.
The blind man and the lame man also nodded slightly. Whether it is the sky-breaking demonic sword, the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, or the 12 wings of the God King, they can all be regarded as unparalleled divine weapons. Just a projection clone is powerful enough to kill a god-demonic level existence, like the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord. Yi Hongyan even relied on the 5-colored divine stone and the sky-breaking demon sword to fight 1 against 2, and almost killed the demon king of the eastern region, who was much higher in cultivation than her. If the red ribbon on Shen Hongxiu that Qin Fan dreamed about really existed, 1 more of such peerless weapons could change the whole world. Even Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu are still weak, but just give them time to grow and give them the resources to grow. Even if they turn into demon gods, it's not impossible.
Good.
Qin Fan nodded and said,
As for the personnel, Minister, you can arrange it. But to be on the safe side, before entering the 4 realms, their vision must be sealed first. I know.
Li Mu nodded and said,
I will arrange it.
Qin Fan asked,
What about the 4th thing?
Li Mu glanced at the orange cat sleeping in the distance and said,
The people from the demon sect are looking for me.
The sleeping orange cat immediately pricked up its ears. Li Mu said,
You told the people of the heavenly demon sect in the barrier that you were the leader. Those guys from the heavenly demon sect are now stalking me, saying that our Tang state has hidden their leader. I'm going to let you take over the demon sect and take over all the resources of the demon sect. This time, in order to deal with the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss, we almost exhausted all the resources of the demon city. Even for monster crystal cores above level 40, the demon city can't get even a single one now. So they have all been sent to the 5th restricted area. We are really poor now. So I originally wanted to give you some rewards, but they can only be postponed. No.
The orange cat rushed over in a flash.
Li Mu,
you are still thinking about the property of the demon sect. Don't even think about it.
Henry Chu and others were stunned for a moment. Talking about the demon sect. Why are you? An orange cat. Worried? Shang Wanhong and Feng Haoyu glanced at the orange cat, then looked at each other. Li Mu looked at the orange cat.
Leader, do you want to transform?
Chu Xian and others, as well as Shang Wanhong and Feng Haoyu, were all shocked. Is the orange cat the leader of the demon cult? The orange cat was silent for a moment and said,
Chen Fan, you go ahead. You must get all the property of the demon sect and find the traitor by the way. I will kill him.
Li Mu said.
Actually, I wanted Chen Fan to take over the demon sect before. The demon sect is, after all, a considerable force. But he was too weak before. And we can't be sure who the person who betrayed the old leader was. If Chen Fan meets that traitor, he will definitely die. It's different now.
The blind man answered.
Now, even if Xiao Fan can't defeat the 9th level player, it's almost impossible for an ordinary 9th level player to kill him.
Not even the power of the six-eyed Abyss Lord could destroy Chen Fan. Ordinary 9th level realm. Even if Chen Fan's body is split into several pieces, it may not be able to cause fatal damage to him. Even the blind men were extremely jealous of that void divine body.
I can take over the demon sect,
Chen Fan said.
But wait, give me a little more time.
He doesn't need time to break through. He needs to be nurtured. Crazy breeding beast. This time, no one can stop me from breeding animals. Let's start by cultivating thousands of beasts. Never mind other things. There is nothing more important than raising animals.
No problem. Let's talk about the 5th thing.
Li Mu said.
Chen Fan, I can completely trust you. You can also trust me completely. So, I want to ask you, can you cultivate beast masters of my level and Zhang Zhang's level?
Shang Wanhong and Feng Haoyu immediately stared at Chen Fan closely. Before Chen Fan could speak, Shen Nato had already sneered and said,
Minister, let alone your beast control. In that ceiling formation, Brother Fen helped the little stone man of the god-demon level to rise to a higher level.
What? Li Mu was surprised and happy. Shen Taoao was stunned.
Didn't Brother Yin tell you?
Li Mu slapped his thigh in anger.
This traitor didn't even tell me such an important thing.
Chen Fan said,
all beasts can be cultivated, as long as I have enough resources. I can cultivate even gods and demons.
Hearing these words, Li Mu and Shang Wanhong showed ecstasy in their eyes. Before this, they all knew that Chen Fan's ability to cultivate beasts was extraordinary. However, no matter what, Chen Fan is still just a child who is less than 19 years old. Therefore, even if they kept improving Chen Fan's ability to cultivate beasts in their minds, they never expected that Chen Fan's ability to cultivate beasts would be so powerful. I knew he was so powerful. Why should he go to shop number 9 to cultivate those level 10 or 20 beasts? He should be allowed to directly help the 9th level masters cultivate beast-controlling beasts.
Well,
Li Mu sighed and said,
it's so hard for you to hide this from me.
Idiot. The blind man cursed directly and said,
isn't it all your fault? You should have told him earlier.
At this point, the blind man came to his senses and did not say the rest of his words.
Tell me what?
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Li Mu immediately answered and said,
I tell you that you can trust me completely. That's not right.
Chen Fan said,
there's something in the blind grandfather's words. What else are you hiding from me? No more. Really no more.
Li Mu said,
why do we need to hide it from you? So be it. During this period, don't go to the Feng family and Shangwan family to cultivate beasts. Just go to the Demon City Lord's Mansion beast breeding base.
Shang Wanhong and Feng Haoyu's faces suddenly said,
Minister.
Li Mu just pretended not to see it. Chen Fan said,
I can still go to the Feng family and Shangwan family. I can also continue with store number 9. Because cultivating beast-controlling animals mainly depends on whether the resources are complete. There is a lot of material, and it may take a lot of time to collect. The higher the level of the beast master, the greater this difficulty may be.
Li Mu frowned.
But you spend all your time raising animals, so you don't need to practice anymore?
Chen Fan said,
I know my cultivation very well, so don't worry. The cultivation of the divine body itself cannot be practiced like ordinary people. Although I spend a lot of time raising animals, it will not affect my cultivation.
Li Mu and others nodded. Even the blind and lame people can only have a partial understanding of things like the divine body. They have no idea how to cultivate the divine body. Although it was a little difficult for them to understand why Chen Fan spent a lot of time breeding animals, they still chose to believe in Chen Fan. Li Mu said,
the Demon City Lord's Mansion has a beast breeding base. Basically, the beasts of the 7th level beast masters and above in the City Lord's Mansion are cultivated in the beast breeding base. In addition to your master, There are 3 beast breeding masters at the beast breeding base. In addition to the master beast breeders, there are hundreds of extraordinary beast breeders and senior beast masters. But now I put all my hopes on you.
Chen Fan nodded without any humility.
I'll give it a try.
Li Mu laughed and was in a good mood.
You just go ahead and do it. Don't worry about resources. I will mobilize all the resources in Tang Dynasty to cooperate with you. If Tang State's resources are not enough, I will go to Star State and Yang State.
Chen Fan was in a very good mood and could finally breed animals freely. In the past, even with the support of Master Zhang Hai, after the opening of the 9th store, he did not dare to be too presumptuous and could only cultivate more than 20 beasts every day. Now, in addition to the Feng family and other major families, there is also shop number 9 and the Demon City Lord's mansion. Chen Fan could already imagine the rising system energy. The sea is wide by the leaping fish. The sky is high and the birds can fly.
Sudden, the blind man said, Li Mu, I want to send Chu Xian and the others to Tianyu Realm. The 4 major holy places of Tianyu Realm all have power inheritance. If Chu Xian and the others are still too weak, the power of the divine weapons such as the Heaven Sacrifice Monument will not be able to be exerted at all. I want them to go to the 4 holy lands to receive the inheritance of power.
Li Mu's face became a little weird, and he said awkwardly,
Blind old man, my master took me and Zhang Jiang and the others to the 4 holy lands to dig up your foundation. Do the 4 holy lands still have the power to pass on it now?
Shang Wanhong and Feng Haoyu looked at Li Mu in astonishment. This was the first time they had heard of this kind of thing. No wonder these seniors in the Qianyu world were not very willing to help Tangua at the beginning.
Humph. The blind man snorted and said, The 4 holy places have been inherited for tens of thousands of years, and their heritage is profound. How can you imagine it? Your master dug up all the power we plan to leave to the new generation of emperor, and then dispersed it to you and Zhang Jiang. Do you think there are no other treasures in our 4 holy places?
Li Mu smiled and said,
Can you wait a little longer? Chu Xian and the others are still too weak now, and the Qianyu realm is too chaotic. When our side stabilizes, I will definitely let Chen Fan and Chu Xian go to Tianyu realm.
The blind man's face immediately darkened. Seeing this, the lame man said,
In fact, there is no need to rush the inheritance of the 4 holy places. For Chu Xian and Yi Hao, the power they truly inherit should be the power of the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the Heaven-bearing Divine Pillar, the dream that Henry Chu and the others had before. I feel Xiao Fan's guess was very accurate. It's very possible that the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and other divine weapons are telling them something. What they have to do now is to find a way to communicate with these divine weapons, and then transform their bodies into divine bodies.
Yes. The blind man nodded and said,
During this period, Henry Chu, you should sleep more.
Chu Xian and others. The blind man said again,
Li Mu, please arrange for candidates to enter the 4 realms including the ancient god realm as soon as possible to explore those 4 realms.
Li Mu stood up.
Yes, I understand. Chapter 273 The Road of Gods and Demons. The garden was very lively. At the edge of the forest in the distance, Xiaobai surrounded all the beasts of Shangwan Songlong, Feng Tianlin and others with more than a dozen cats. A group of beasts were beaten by Xiaobai until they howled and screamed strangely. The terrible thing is that I can't even run away, because Xiaobai's speed is too fast, and he can also thunder flash all around. The Tianwang Divine Ox, the Hannan Golden Horn Dragon, as well as the goblins, the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast, and other royal beasts were waving flags and shouting. Well, the orange cat raised his head, sighed and said,
I am over level 40. Bullying a group of rookies who are in their teens. Xiaobai, are you embarrassed?
Feng Tianlin, Jiang Yuanfan and others, who were forming a circle suddenly sat upright. Everyone looked at Chen Fan who was lying in the rocking chair with a look of horror on their faces. Chen Fan, who was playing computer, sensed everyone's gaze and turned around.
What's wrong?
Feng Tianlin came over and whispered.
You have raised Xiaobai to over 40 levels?
Shangwan Songlong and others stared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan shook his head and said,
No, it's only level 29. It's just level 29.
Feng Tianlin looked at Chen Fan blankly. Some time ago, Xiaobai was still only at level 10. Why did Chen Fan and the others disappear for almost 2 months and come back at level 29? Are you going to let others live? Just listen to Orange Cat say.
The combat power level is level 29. But Xiaobai's race level is already higher epic. There is still 1 step left, and her racial level will evolve to the mythical level. Although a racial level is not equal to a combat power level, it can be roughly converted. You do the math. Starting from the medium extraordinary. Each racial level of extraordinary, Lord, King, Legend, and Epic is divided into low, medium, and high. Is Xiaobai considered to be over 40? Ordinary beast masters of over 40 levels are no match for her.
Feng Tianlin stretched out his hands, started counting with his fingers. Everyone was speechless as they watched him count his fingers. Immediately, Feng Tianlin's face collapsed.
Chun Fan, are you boring now?
What? Chun Fan raised his head and glanced at Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin said,
You deliberately took Chu Xian and Yi Hao away and hid outside for 2 months. Then you raised the combat power level of those beast masters by a big margin. We, the people, stand at the foot of the mountain and look at you at the top of the mountain. Do you know how much our hearts hurt?
Shangwan Wulei and others nodded repeatedly. Chun Fan said without raising his head,
I was forced to have no choice but to find a way to increase the power of Xiaobai and the others. We, as a group, may not be able to come back.
Feng Tianlin was stunned for a moment.
Why can't you come back? Where have you been during this time?
Chun Fan realized what he had said and immediately flattened his lips and said,
Don't look like a donkey with a long face. I have some free time now. During this time, I will help you cultivate the beast. But I told you the conditions yesterday. I will cultivate it once, and you will go to the secret realm for 10 days. Absolutely no problem.
Shangwan Sanlong took a step forward and said,
Leave this matter to me, and I will supervise them. TCH.
Feng Tianlin said,
Do you still need to supervise this? Going to the secret realm to kill monsters is also a way to help us control the beasts and become stronger. And it makes money.
Chun Fan turned to look at Zhang Chen.
From now on, don't go to the 9th store. Leave your beast control to me.
Zhang Chen was overjoyed and said timidly, But
I will tell my master.
Chun Fan interrupted Zhang Chen and said,
But I still have to figure out one thing. Do you want to be a master of beast breeding? Or do you want to be a powerful one?
Beast master. If your ideal is to become a master of animal breeding, then you go to store number 9 and continue studying animal breeding with Mr. Chung and the others. If you want to become a strong person and a powerful beast master, don't waste your time in shop number 9.
Zhang Chen looked straight and said,
I want to become a powerful beast master.
Yes. Chun Fan nodded.
Then don't go to the number 9 store to do odd jobs. My master probably just wants you to suffer some hardships and temper your character. He doesn't really want you to do odd jobs. Bai Rouge walked up to Zhang Chen and said,
Are you still in the 2nd level realm now?
Zhang Chen's face turned red.
2nd grade 4th level heaven.
Just a few months after being admitted to the first martial arts university, Zhang Chen's ability was actually quite outstanding. Bai Rouge sighed.
Too weak.
Zhang Chen blushed.
You are only a little better than me. Don't be too arrogant.
The two are of the same generation and have known each other since they were children. And their petty quarrels have never stopped. Seeing Bai Rouge's contemptuous gaze, Zhang Chen was also a little annoyed. This damn girl. Wasn't it just that she relied on the support of her junior uncle to help her cultivate the beasts? Why are you so arrogant? Zhang Chen just wanted to say a few more sarcastic words, but his mouth opened and did not close for a while. He saw Bai Rouge in front of him, with his hands behind his back, his body slowly rising slowly, and finally stopped in the void.
66th level.
Zhang Chen, Feng Tianlin, and a group of others were stunned. Yi Hao once said before that he and Chu Xian were already at the 6th level, and were ready to challenge several martial arts universities in the Demon City. But Feng Tianlin and others never expected that Bai Rouge was already at the 6th level. Suddenly, Feng Tianlin turned to look at Chun Fan again.
Brother Fan, won't they all break through to the 6th level?
Chun Fan said without raising his head.
Yes. Of course, he has broken through to the 6th level. Is this weird?
Is this more than weird? You guys are just freaks. You guys have only disappeared for 2 months. Feng Tianlin was shocked. Shangwan Sanlong said,
Grandpa Feng is the same as my grandfather. Both are at the peak of the 8th and 5th heaven levels.
Jiang Yuanfan, Mu Yuan, and the little fat man opened their mouths so much that they could stuff an egg into their mouths. The lame man's eyes flashed, and he pushed it out gently with his left hand. A red palm print was like lightning, flashing in the void for a moment before being printed on Chun Fan's chest.
Boom!
Chun Fan's shirt exploded into pieces, and his whole body retreated like a missile. But as soon as he retreated a few dozen meters, a flash of lightning flashed across his body, and he immediately returned to the same place. Everyone took a closer look. I saw a shocking red bloody handprint on Chen Fan's exposed chest. But the color of the red blood handprint is fading quickly. In just a short while, the red bloody handprint disappeared without a trace. As for Chen Fan's skin, no scars could be seen at all.
What a monster!
Shangguan Wulei smiled bitterly. The figure flashed on the field, and the deaf man stood next to the lame man, saying coldly,
Are you crazy? You used the 4 elephants' blood handprint on him. Aren't you afraid of something happening?
The lame man grinned and said,
That thing can't kill him. So what do the 4 bloody handprints mean?
The deaf man was silent. The lame man continued,
We are all old. The secrets of the 4 holy lands can only be regarded as things at the mortal level. We only touched the edge of the level of gods and demons back then. And now I understand why the blind men never taught him the secret skill of Spirit Flame Cave. Because it's simply not necessary. The path he took was originally the path of gods and demons.
The mute came over and nodded silently. Feng Tianlin looked at the old man, scratched his head and said,
Grandpa Lame, what are you talking about? What gods and demons? Lame Grandpa. That bloody handprint you just made seemed so majestic. Didn't it? Can you teach me? It seems very majestic,
said the blind man who was still drinking tea on the other side.
Back then, the lame man used this bloody handprint to kill 28 demon kings of the Nightmare Courtyard with one move. Oh, the demon king is the Limu you know. There are levels of existence.
Everyone present, 28 people likely were beaten to death by a cripple. Bragging is too exaggerated. But judging from the minister's previous attitude, these old men seem to have extraordinary backgrounds.
Old.
The lame man smiled and waved his hand.
A good man never mentions his bravery.
The mute voice sounded in everyone's mind.
It really shouldn't be mentioned. But now that the palm has passed, it hasn't broken even a single hair of Xiao Fan.
The lame man was furious.
I'm so dumb. Do you want to fight?
The deaf man turned his head and said,
It's true that I didn't break a single hair.
The cripple was so angry that he walked back bitterly, picked up a bowl of tea, and drank it all in one gulp.
Are you a cow?
The blind man frowned.
This is tea, not wine.
Cripple,
you take care of me.
Gongzi rushed into the room and took out a jacket for Chen Fan. Chen Fan took the clothes and put them on, then laid down on the rocking chair again. Feng Tianlin pulled Yi Hao to the side.
How do you practice?
Yi Hao stretched out his hand.
Give me 5 million and I will tell you.
Feng Tianlin.
Damn!
Chen Fan opened the Beast Control Forum and posted a post on the Beast Control Forum. In the post, he put forward the idea that allowing the beast to kill monsters will lead to faster growth than letting the beast hit stone pillars. Let the beast kill more monsters, which can help the beast to break through the combat power level and racial level as soon as possible. Not long after the post was posted, there were a lot of comments. Many people say this is a fallacy. Some people say that even if it is a little higher, there won't be much difference. Some people agree with this statement and believe that with experience in blood and fire, whether you are a beast master or a beast master, you will definitely improve greatly. Suddenly, many people started tit for tat on the post and started making a fuss. On the other side, Yi Hao was chatting with Feng Tianlin and others, while also browsing the Beast Control Forum. Seeing the post that just became popular, Yi Hao was stunned for a moment. And then he immediately became angry. Isn't this the theory that Chen Fan told him on the way to the Magic City? On the way to the Demon City, Chen Fan had helped their beast masters improve their skill proficiency, while the combat power level and race level of the beasts have not changed. All their beast controlling skills have become a lot stronger. Such important information was leaked. Huh? This nickname looks a bit familiar.
The most handsome father in Blue Star.
Isn't this the little rookie that I met earlier? As soon as the rookie registered on the Beast Control Forum, he posted a post asking the Beast Control Master if he could enter his own Beast Control space. This stupid bird. Yi Hao immediately logged in to his account. Invisible coquettish.
Whose urine is yellow? Come and wake him up quickly. What's the difference between killing monsters and using puppet stone pillars to train beasts? A lot of people immediately commented and agreed. I have diabetes. Can I laugh at him? No. We can't let him taste the sweetness. Diabetes is not an option. Uremia is a priority. You all get out of the way. I'll run away. No. We can't feed him.
Chen Fan. These guys really deserve a beating. Chen Fan circled, Invisible saw, and said,
Hey, we meet again. Where have you been during this time? I haven't seen you.
Invisible saw.
Of course you can't see me. I have been practicing hard in the secret realm during this period. After several months of hard training, I have broken through from the 1st level 5th level heaven to the 6th level realm.
Before Chen Fan could send the message, a group of people below started making a fuss again.
Damn! Who is this shameless thing? After several months of hard training, he broke through from the 1st level 5th level heaven to the 6th level realm. Why don't you go to heaven? Why is the sky so dark? Because the cows are flying in the sky. Why are the cows flying in the sky? It's because the invisible coup is blowing below. These keyboard warriors are invincible when they press a key.
The most handsome father of Blue Star.
After several months of hard training, you just broke through to the 6th level? So bad? After several months of hard training, I can compete with the 8th level.
Invisible coquettish.
Can I have a little face?
The father of Blue Star's most handsome man.
Everyone is judging. Who is the first to be shameless?
Invisible show.
Where are you now?
The most handsome father of Blue Star.
Why? After we disagree, you want to come along the network cable and kill me again?
Invisible coquettish.
I am a very reasonable person. I just want to find you and prove to you whether I am bragging.
Blue Star's most handsome father.
I'm in Shanghai.
Invisible coquettish.
What? Are you in the Magic City too? Send me your address and I'll find you. Don't worry. I won't beat you. I'm a very reasonable person. I'm just proving it to you. Look at the strength of the 6th level.
The most handsome father of Blue Star.
If you don't send it, I'm afraid you'll chop me.
Yi Hao looked at Feng Tianlin.
Does your family own a technology company?
Feng Tianlin was stunned.
Yes. What's wrong?
Yi Hao.
Please help me find a hacker in your technology company and find out the IP this guy gave me. I want to have a good chat with him.
Feng Tianlin and the others came over, took a look, and laughed. Chen Fan raised his head.
What are you so happy about?
Shen Hongxiu said.
Halsey was bullied on the Beast Control Forum.
Fong Qingqing glanced at him and said,
That man is quite disgusting. He takes advantage of others with such a nickname and is not afraid of being beaten to death.
Chen Fan. Yi Hao said with a gloomy face.
Brother Fan, do you know a hacker? I want to find this guy's address. Don't worry. I don't want to beat him. I just want him to see what it means to sit in a well and watch the sky.
Chen Fan shook his head and said,
I don't know any hackers, but I have also learned some hacking techniques. Really?
Yi Hao ran over and said,
Then you can check it for me and see if you can find his address?
Chen Fan stretched out his hand.
Give me 10 million.
Yi Hao.
Which one of us is following which one? Do you need money?
Chen Fan.
Nonsense. Brothers will settle the score.
Yi Hao pursed his lips and transferred 10 million to Chen Fan. Chen Fan reopened the computer, tapped a few times, and logged into the Beast Control Forum. Then, he turned the interface to Yi Hao and said,
I blocked his account. Take a look.
Feng Tianlin and others gathered around. Yi Hao looked over. His eyes widened, and he was overjoyed.
Ha ha ha. This kid is really dead. I see him.
As he spoke, his voice became smaller and smaller. And next to her, Fong Qingqing's face was as red as an apple. Yi Hao looked at Chen Fan and whispered,
Brother Fan, can you give me back the 10 million?
Chen Fan sneered.
You still want to take out the money in my pocket. Do you think it's possible?
Yi Hao's head drooped.
I should have thought it was you when you asked about the Beast Control Space.
Feng Tianlin.
What is the Beast Control Space?
Shen Hongxiu looked at Fong Qingqing and said quietly,
Just now. I thought I heard you saying that Xiaofan was disgusting.
Fong Qingqing almost cried. Yi Hao said,
Brother Fan, why did you send out such an important thing? Is it something important?
Feng Tianlin and the others were stunned. They scrolled up the interface where Yi Hao logged in and saw the main content of Chen Fan's post. Let the Beast Control kill the monsters. Shangwan Songlong looked at Chen Fan.
Is this why you let us take the beast into the secret realm?
Chen Fan nodded. At this time, the person named Dafeng Xiao next to the post said,
That's indeed the case. The information coming out of the number 9 store is like that. After the number 9 store cultivates a beast, it will remind the Beast Master every time and ask the Beast Master to immediately take the beast to the wilderness or secret realm to kill monsters. They said that this will be beneficial to the improvement of the combat power level and racial level behind the beast.
In the post, everyone was shocked and talked about it. They can disbelieve what
Blue Star's most handsome father
says, but they can't disbelieve what store number 9 says. Shop number 9 has now become a holy place for animal breeding. Countless people are thinking about sending the beast in. Suddenly, Feng Tianlin said,
Dafeng Xiao. This is my sister's account.
Strong wind? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and thought about Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Tianling's sister Feng Xiaoxiao is quite beautiful. But doesn't she look big? To say big. Red sleeves are big. Chen Fan glanced at Shen Hongxiu subconsciously. Turning around, he saw Feng Qingqing. Qingqing seems to have grown up too. Chen Fan raised his head slightly and met Feng Qingqing's eyes. Feng Qingqing pursed her lips, her eyes looking very strange. Chen Fan blinked, turned his head as if nothing had happened, raised his head slightly and said,
"The weather today is really good."
As soon as he finished speaking, the rain poured heavily. The raindrops pattered on the barrier above the garden. Chen Fan, Shen Taodao said,
"Brother Fan is in a good mood. It's raining so heavily, and he says the weather is good. In this kind of weather, it's easy to get struck by lightning if you're not careful." Crack!
Thunder exploded in the void. Chen Fan suddenly sat upright. He thought of the chattering crow's beak. He also remembered the great prophecy that he dreamed about in his dream. Henry Chu and Yi Hao also looked at Shen Taotao. Shen Taotao shrugged.
Coincidence. Definitely a coincidence. If I am so good, why am I still practicing?
Yi Hao came over, glanced at Li Fengxing who was playing with the golden horned dragon in the cold pool in the distance, and whispered,
Now, let's give it a try. Curse Fengxing. For example, he will be struck by lightning. Snapped.
Chen Fan slapped Yi Hao.
Fengxing regards you as his brother. If you want him to be struck by lightning, you are really telling me to give it a try. If it really works, then you will be a loser.
Chu Xian and others. Shen Tao glanced at everyone, and then at Li Fengxing in the distance. After a while, he said,
"Oh, on a rainy day, Fengxing went to play under the big tree. It's easy to get struck by lightning under the big tree."
Everyone tensed up and stared at Li Fengxing. After a while,
fine.
Although it was raining heavily outside, Chen Fan's entire training ground and garden were covered by a barrier. How could lightning come in? Shen Tao laughed.
Look, I just said, how can I be that powerful? I want to be that powerful. Crack!
A bolt of lightning struck down and struck the barrier. Everyone present's eyes widened instantly. The thunder and lightning hit the barrier above Li Fengxing's head. A group of people looked at Shen Nato as if they had seen a ghost. Shen Nato himself was stunned. He was always scolded by everyone before, which made him very angry. But, at this time, the blind man and the deaf man also came over. The two of them looked at Shen Naonao, and then at the enchantment that was still shining with light, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Chen Fan was also in disbelief. Although his
Whisper of the Demon King
is powerful. It is so powerful that it can confuse people's hearts, and even control demons or enemies. This is different from Shen Taotao. Shen Taotao's situation looked like the great prophecy he had seen in his dream. Henry Chu suddenly said,
"When Brother Yun and the others were being hunted, Chen Fan asked now, who among the people in the nightmare courtyard would die first? And which demon would die first?"
Feng Qingqing looked at Shen Taotao as if she was seeing a ghost and said,
"Later, it seemed that I was really right."
Chen Fan touched his chin. At that time, it was purely a temporary idea. But he really never thought of relying on Shen Nao's
crow's mouth.
After Shen Naodao talked about a man and a demon, he took the lead in taking action against that man and the demon. And later he did kill them. He didn't think much about it at the time. After all, it was his own choice. And he tried his best. Even if you choose another person and another demon, you can definitely kill the other person. But thinking about it now, and comparing it with the thunder and lightning just now, Chen Fan was both surprised and happy. The blind man said,
"Taoao has been inherited by a powerful being,"
Yi Hao said, but before Taoao was passed down, he was already like a crow's mouth. Hao Ye's face suddenly turned pale.
"Brother Fan, help!"
Chen Fan. Henry Chu frowned.
"We do too. But we don't seem to have obtained such a powerful and weird power. This must have nothing to do with inheritance."
Shen Taotao smiled proudly.
"This should be something you are born with. This is called talent."
By Rouge threw a nut SHL over.
"Don't be so proud."
Just when Chen Fan was about to speak, his WeChat message suddenly rang. He clicked it and took a look, slightly stunned. The person who sent him the message was actually the powerful man from the demon cult whom he met in the sparkling fireflies swamp. That time, two powerful men from the heavenly demon sect joined forces and killed a person from the nightmare court and a 6th level member from the Li family. Chen Fan clicked on the message.
"Master Protector, are you in the Magic City? A commander wants to see you. The commander said that he has found the leader."
Chapter 274 Then. Beat him until he is convinced. Have you found the leader? Chen Fan grinned when he saw the message from the demon sect. After the people from the heavenly demon sect came out of the 5th restricted area, the people of the heavenly demon sect knew about the existence of the new leader, and they probably became excited. Chen Fan glanced at the nickname of the powerful man from the demon cult who sent him a message.
So handsome that he is hunted down.
How shameless. He had clearly seen each other in the sparkling fireflies swamp. Where is the handsomeness? Can he be as handsome as Blue Star's most handsome father? Chen Fan's voice reply was,
I won't go. I don't have time.
Although Li Mu asked him to take over the demon sect, he agreed. But Chen Fan has no time to deal with the demon sect now. Recently, all his energy has been focused on breeding animals. If you don't cultivate all the beasts in the demon city, how can you have time to deal with the people of the demon sect?
So handsome that he was being chased.
Was obviously stunned. It seems that he did not expect that this Dharma protector would be so willful. After a while,
handsome is being chased,
said,
Sir, the commander-in-chief said that this matter is not trivial and I must see you. No, he said. It's not a matter of whether he wants to see you or not. It's a matter of the higher-ups sending him to contact you.
Chen Fan.
Who is greater, the protector or the commander? So handsome that he is being chased. Of course, he is the great protector. Our heavenly demon sect only has 6 protectors in total. Oh, if you are included, there are 7.
Chen Fan.
Well,
that's easy. Then I won't go. So handsome that he was hunted down.
The orange cat ran over and said,
Are you in contact with people from the demon sect?
This guy's ears are really pointy. He was just sleeping under the big tree over there. But as soon as Chen Fan said,
Protector and Commander,
here, he immediately ran over. Chen Fan said,
Well, there's a commander who wants to see me. You're not a beauty commander. What's there to see?
Feng Tianlin leaned his head over and said with wide eyes,
The leader of the demon sect is looking for you.
Why? The orange cat jumped into the air, kicked off its hind legs, and kicked Feng Tianlin away. At over level 20, he is no longer the weak saber-toothed orange cat he once was. With the orange cat's kick, Feng Tianlin screamed and flew out like a missile. Fortunately, he is already in the middle stage of the 2nd level. Otherwise, this time, the skin will peel off even if you die. The orange cat kicked Feng Tianlin away and immediately grabbed Chen Fan's trouser leg and said,
Go. 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 You promised me before that you would help me find my enemy.
Huh? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and said,
When did I promise you that I would help you find your enemies? What day? What time?
The orange cat blinked, looked at Shangwan Songlong and the others, and waved his little paw.
You guys, all get out.
Shangwan Songlong scratched his head and walked out. But Shangwan Wulei, Jiang Yuanfan and others did not move. You are a little orange cat. Do you think you are a minister? Although I can't beat you. But this is Chen Fan's home, not yours. Shangwan Wulei and others rolled their eyes at the same time. Feng Tianlin ran back angrily and was about to speak. The blind man flicked his sleeves. Call. Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Wulei all flew out and fell to pieces outside. But the most honest Shangwan Songlong has nothing wrong with him. Shangwan Wulei looked through the big iron gate at Chu Xian and others in the garden, and said depressedly,
We seem to be squeezed out.
Feng Tianlin said expressionlessly,
It doesn't seem like it. Or I'm being squeezed out.
Shangwan Songlong said,
Okay, there are many things that it is better not to know than to know. Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing.
In the garden, the orange cat bared his teeth and said,
Didn't you promise Li Mu that you would take over the demon sect?
Chen Fan nodded.
Yes. But that and helping you get revenge are 2 different things. Right? It's the same thing.
Orange cat roared angrily.
If you want to be the leader of the demon sect, you must avenge the leader of the previous generation.
Chen Fan rolled his eyes.
Let's talk about it then.
The orange cat said angrily.
You are perfunctory again. I am your master beast. As a beast master, shouldn't you help your own beast master? Oh, you also know that you are my beast.
Chen Fan said coldly.
You have signed a contract with me for so long. What have you done? I'm either sleeping or sleeping every day. I didn't help you. I helped you start from level 1 and raise it to level 26 now. But I didn't help you. I can raise a pig better than you.
The orange cat was furious.
Your words are so hurtful.
Chen Fan.
Then tell me, is what I said true?
The orange cat stayed for a moment, then waved his little paw and said,
I'm in the palace, and I'm serving you as a battery.
Chen Fan lay down helplessly.
That's all you can do.
Everyone couldn't laugh or cry. The orange cat was a little frustrated and said,
Let's go and meet him. Maybe that commander is a beauty?
Huh? Shin Hongxiu kicked his eyes, grabbed the orange cat's cat, and lifted the ladder up. One person and one cat. Looking at each other,
Shin Hongxiu asked expressionlessly, What did you just say?
The orange cat blinked and said,
I just said that even if you are a beauty, how can you be more beautiful than Hongxiu? Don't worry. I will follow Chen Fan when he goes. I will definitely supervise him. If he dares to do anything outrageous, I will never agree to it.
Fang Qingqing turned to Yi Hao and said,
I always feel that the leader is becoming more and more like a cat. What is an image?
Yi Hao said,
The leader is originally a cat. A saber-toothed orange cat.
At this time, Chen Fan's smartwatch flashed. A call came in. It's an unknown number. Chen Fan's mental energy moved.
And he and the rocking chair turned half a circle, with the camera facing away from the people in front. Then he answered the phone. A virtual screen appeared in front. On the screen, a middle-aged man said majestically,
Your name is Chen Fan. I have investigated you and found out that you are a disciple of Zhang Hai, the master of beast breeding. I also know where you currently live. If you are unwilling to come to see me, I will personally come to your residence to find you.
The smile on Chen Fan's face slowly dissipated, and he said calmly,
Are all the people in your heavenly demon sect so annoying? Your heavenly demon sect,
the middle-aged man said.
You are indeed not from our heavenly demon sect. Why are you pretending to be the protector of my heavenly demon cult? Where did you learn the code words of the demon sect?
Chen Fan tilted his head.
What if I don't tell you?
The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Fan silently and hung up the phone. Yi Hao took out a small knife from somewhere and sharpened his nails there. While sharpening, he said,
Brother Fan, it looks like he wants to come to your door.
Chen Fan looked at the orange cat.
If you don't want to be embarrassed, you'd better keep quiet for a while.
The orange cat turned his head and said,
No need for you to remind me.
The leader was maimed and possessed by an orange cat. This kind of thing is really embarrassing. The old leader is not willing to let the people of the demon sect know that he has now become an orange cat. Shin Tao asked,
What kind of guardian identity do you use? Didn't the minister say that Brother Fan should take over the demon sect? Just use your identity as the leader to talk to them.
Shin Hongxiu glared at Shin Nato and said,
Use your brain. When he was in the 5th restricted area, he was wearing a battle armor and a helmet, and told the people of the demon sect that he was the leader. If I communicate with the demon sect as the leader now, the people of the demon sect will immediately know that he is the person who killed the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss in the 5th restricted area. Who can be sure that there are no people from the Nightmare Garden in the demon sect? The old leader was plotted against. Isn't it the work of a traitor? Even if Xiaofan is not afraid, it may cause endless trouble.
Shin Tao looked at Shin Hongxiu for a while before saying,
That makes sense.
Everyone. Li Fengxing speaks and does things without thinking at all. It's like only half of what you say or do goes through your mind. No way. The orange cat said.
Then, let's continue to communicate with them as a protector.
Fang Qingqing frowned and said,
Chen Fan has a ring to prove what the leader said. But if you are a protector, do you have a token? Yes.
Chen Fan raised his hand, made a fist and said,
That's the fist.
Fang Qingqing. Yi Hao grinned.
This is the simplest and most direct token. He dares to come here to show off his power. So get him some color.
Henry Chu glanced at Yi Hao.
You seem to be able to defeat the leader of the demon cult.
Yi Hao was furious.
If I use the Tontian Divine Pillar, do you believe I can hammer him to death?
Chu Xian said.
Why don't we use the Divine Pillar of Tontian?
Yi Hao was speechless. Seeing Yi Hao blushing, Chen Fan suddenly remembered something and said,
By the way, how's he? Did Yi Hongyan talk to you when I was sleeping?
Yi Hao blinked, suddenly sat upright and said,
Brother Fan, if you don't tell me, I still want to tell you. The Empress. It seems that the way she looks at me is different from the way she looks at Henry Chu and the others. Didn't we have a nightmare and be frightened to wake up? At that time, she and the minister and the others had been talking in the garden. After we came out, I felt like she looked at me for a long time. And then she looked at me several more times.
Shin Tao sneered and said,
Who do you think you are? The Empress looked at you for a long time? Looked at you several times?
Fang Qingqing whispered.
It seems to be true. I also noticed that I felt pretty weird at the time.
Yi Hao became a little nervous.
Brother Fan, listening to what you said, you seem to know something? Why would the Demon Queen, the Empress, who has never seen me notice me? Is it because I have a divine pillar that reaches the sky?
Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said,
Do you remember that I asked you several times before if you have heard of the Dutian clan?
Fong Qingqing immediately said,
Is this the Dutian god clan that the little stone man mentioned?
Chen Fan nodded and said,
The Dutian clan is also known as the Dutian divine clan. That is one of the strongest clans of gods in the vast divine world.
Everyone was stunned. What does this have to do with Yi Hao and Yi Hongyan? Chen Fan smiled and said,
I have had many dreams about many things in the vast god realm and the Dutian god clan.
Henry Chu narrowed his eyes.
Are those dreams you suspect to be memories of previous lives?
Chen Fan nodded and said,
In the dream, Yi Hongyan was the empress of the Dutian divine clan. How's he? He is her biological brother.
Everyone.
Impossible.
Shen Hongxiu shouted.
Fan, those dreams of yours must have been manipulated by Yi Hongyan.
Chen Fan had a nightmare before, in which he was chased by Shen Detao and Chu Xian. And Shen Hongxiu helped Shen Detao and the two of them, and even stole Yi Hao's axe. Shen Hongxiu was very worried about this matter. So, Yi Hao pursed his lips and said,
Brother Fan, have we been brothers since the past life?
Don't wait for Chen Fan to speak. Yi Hao suddenly pointed at Henry Chu and Shen Taotao and roared,
You two ungrateful, heartless things. You were against me and Brother Fan in your previous life. It's your luck that I didn't beat you to death.
Chu Xian and Shen Taotao. Li Fengxing said,
Maybe he was beaten to death? If he wasn't beaten to death, how could he be reincarnated?
Everyone looked at Li Fengxing. This idiot. Sometimes what he says is always to the point. Shen Taotao waved his hands repeatedly and said,
It's impossible. Impossible. I absolutely can't be Brother Fan's enemy. What if I was deceived and bewitched by Henry Chu when pursuing such a thing?
Henry Chu took a sip of water.
A bunch of idiots.
Shen Taotao and Yi Hao were furious.
What did you say?
Sudden. Outside, Feng Tianlin shouted,
Brother Fan, a guest is coming.
Everyone turned their heads. I saw the middle-aged man who appeared on the phone before, walking slowly with 3 people with his hands behind his back. Chen Fan glanced at the 4 people lightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Among the 3 people following the middle-aged man, 2 were the 6th-level heavenly demon sect encountered in the sparkling fireflies swamp. The last person was a woman, whom Chen Fan had never seen before.
Feel sorry.
The middle-aged man came over and said,
You don't mind coming here uninvited, do you? Mind,
Chen Fan said. Middle-aged man, from behind,
so handsome and being chased,
came out and said,
Master Protector, Commander Xing has no other intentions. He actually just wants to confirm your identity.
Commander Xing couldn't help but frown when he saw that he still called Chen Fan Master Protector. When he saw the strange woman whom Chen Fan had never seen before, he took a step forward and said,
Lu Chen, this person in front of you is not the protector of our heavenly demon sect. Please stop shouting like a protector. So handsome that he was hunted down.
Is his real name Lu Chen? Lu Chen still sounds better. Chen Fan glanced at Lu Chen. Lu Chen took 2 steps back in embarrassment. The strange woman looked at Chen Fan coldly and said,
You are a disciple of Master Zhang Hai, with the Zhang family protecting you. Our heavenly demon sect will not do anything to you. But you need to give us an explanation for stealing the secrets of our heavenly demon cult. Stealing the secrets of the demon sect?
Chen Fan laughed dumbly. The strange woman said in a deep voice,
If it wasn't stolen, how did you know the sign language of our heavenly demon cult protector?
Suddenly, Li Mu's voice came from the side.
He is the protector of your heavenly demon sect. It is absolutely true.
Except for the 4 blind men. Everyone else was shocked. The 4 members of the demon sect were even more frightened. And they all saluted Li Mu.
I've seen Minister Li.
Outside the garden, Feng Tianlin looked at Li Mu inside and was a little speechless.
Something feels wrong. Why is the minister running to Chen Fan's house all day long now? It makes Chen Fan seem like his illegitimate son. Snapped.
As soon as Feng Tianlin finished speaking, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. He had already received a slap on the face and was sent flying out. Shangguan Wulei and others shook their heads.
This idiot deserves to be beaten.
Feng Tianlin lay on the ground, holding his head in his hands, not daring to speak or get up. In the garden, Li Mu said calmly,
I said he is the protector of the demon sect. Do you have any objections?
Commander Xing's eyes flashed and he said,
Minister Li is the #1 person in the Tang Kingdom, and also the #1 person in Blue Star. How can we, the juniors, dare to question what you say? But this is a matter within the demon sect. Minister Li is interfering in the affairs of our heavenly demon sect. I'm here, not convinced.
Li Mu smiled and nodded, looking at Chen Fan.
Then, beat him until he is convinced.
Chapter 275, How could it be so strong?
Then, beat him until he is subdued.
Hearing these words, the whole place fell silent. Yi Hao, Shen Hongxiu and others all laughed. Commander Xing and the woman also laughed. However, these two people were sneering. Commander Xing looked at Li Mu silently and said,
Minister Li, are you kidding me? I have investigated Shen Fan. His talent is truly astonishing. And it's not an exaggeration to call him historical talent. Just a few months ago, he easily defeated Zhong Hao of the 5th grade and 5th heaven at the gate of the first martial arts university. Give him enough time, and he'll definitely surpass me by far. But now it would be a joke for him to attack me. A joke?
Li Mu laughed and said,
This joke is not funny at all. Are you in the 8th level?
Commander Xing nodded proudly.
8th grade 3rd heaven.
Li Mu also nodded.
Then let's fight.
Commander Xing. Commander Xing looked at Li Mu silently, trying to find the reason for Li Mu's actions from Li Mu's expression. Let a 5th level person fight with an 8th level 3rd level heaven like him. Are you tired of living? But Li Mu didn't seem to be joking. Commander Xing looked at Chen Fan. So weird. Chen Fan's eyes were very calm. It's a bit scary to be calm. There was not even a trace of nervousness in his eyes, let alone a little bit of fear. Commander Xing fell silent. It was very strange for Li Mu to interfere in the affairs of the demon sect in Chen Fan. In the end, Li Mu also said that he would let Chen Fan beat him into submission. How could something so weird happen? Commander Xing's expression moved slightly. He tilted his head and said,
Chu Xia, since Minister Li wants to see the strength of our heavenly demon sect, then you should compete with Chen Fan. Be careful and don't hurt him.
Chu Xia walked to the open space in front and looked at Chen Fan silently. Li Mu said calmly,
Don't fight here. Go to the mountain to fight.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present felt that their eyes were blurred, and they had moved to the top of the back mountain out of thin air. A hint of fear flashed in Commander Xing's eyes. Although he knew that Li Mu was one of the 4 patron saints of the Tang dynasty, and the most powerful person, but the dignified 8th level realm was moved to such a far place without any notice. Such means unbelievable. Commander Xing glanced at Li Mu, and his previous arrogance instantly disappeared. Instead, there is reverence and adoration.
Let's fight here.
Li Mu put his hands behind his back and said calmly. Chen Fan scratched his head.
Do you really want to fight?
Li Mu.
Nonsense.
Chen Fan had no choice but to walk out. As soon as he walked out, Xiaobai and Gongzi, as well as the eye demons, phantom demons, and other beasts behind him, all followed him with a huff. Li Mu turned his head and glanced at the dazed orange cat. The orange cat also walked out angrily. Early summer. Commander Xing. Can you people from the Tang dynasty still have some face? It's about Chu Xia's sparring match with Chen Fan. You brought over other people's beast masters? Commander Xing turned to look at Li Mu. Li Mu was stunned.
What do you think I'm doing? Those are his beasts.
Chu Xia screamed.
This is impossible.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, etc. How could anyone in the world have so many beasts? You, Li Mu, are known as the #1 person in the Tang dynasty. Do you have so many beasts to control? It's obvious that you are bullying people. Commander Xing also fell silent. To say that Li Mu lied to him. That's not true. How could a strong man of this level deceive him with such low-grade lies? But if Li Mu is telling the truth, this is even more impossible.
You all go over to the side and watch the show.
Chen Fan waved towards Xiaobai and the others. Xiaobai and the others retreated to the back. Gongzi ran over and hugged Chen Fan's legs. This fighting maniac hasn't let go of his hands and feet to fight for a long time. Within the boundary of the 5th restricted area, Gongzi also served as a battery with Xiaobai and the others for a long time. He was probably holding it back too. Now that there was finally a fight, he held Chen Fan's leg and kept transmitting his thoughts to Chen Fan.
Fight me! I want to fight! I want to fight her! Okay. Okay.
Chen Fan had no choice but to compromise.
Then you stay.
Gongzi immediately cheered and stared at Chu Xia with stars in his eyes. Chu Xia was a little annoyed. Gongzi's look seemed to convince her. A mere blue-eyed honey badger. How dare you look down on me? This is simply unreasonable. Wrong. This brat has a lot of beasts to control. But he only uses one blue-eyed honey badger. This is simply unreasonable. Chu Xia snorted coldly and summoned his beast. A level 28 purple-tailed marten. A level 29 earth-violent bear. A level 29 gargoyle. Chu Xia glanced at Chen Fan and said calmly.
I am the second level of the 7th level. 2 of the 3 beasts are level 29, and 1 is level 28.
As she spoke, she stared at Chen Fan. It seemed that he wanted to see the look of fear in Chen Fan's eyes. But Chen Fan just nodded slightly, without any change in his expression. At this time, the Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast on the periphery suddenly shouted,
Gongzi, come on! Beat those 3 guys to death!
The goblin immediately raised his arms and shouted,
Gongzi, come on!
Ice White Python,
Hiss!
Dragon-Blooded Crazy Lion,
Ho 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 ho!
Jade,
Chi 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 chi!
The dark-blooded Stone Man hammered his chest with both fists.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Even the Holy Moon Morning Glory was waving its little hands. Extremely excited, these hateful beasts looked down upon me, and my lungs almost exploded with anger. At this moment, Xiao He, who had been silent until now, squeaked,
Master, you don't have to move. Just lie there and let her come up and move on her own.
Everyone. Then, Shen Hongxiu and others looked at Yi Hao with dark faces. Yi Hao was stunned.
Look what I'm doing. I wasn't the one who taught Xiao He how to drive. And what Xiao He said is right. That little girl, if she can break Brother Kai Fan's defense, my name will be written upside down.
Chu Xiao's face became even more ugly. What exactly is going on? When did the 7th level Master Realm become so bad? It's okay if a group of beasts don't know. These guys who have already started to go to college. Don't they know how terrifying the 7th grade is? Chu Xiao's eyes became extremely gloomy. The commander asked her not to hurt Chen Fan. But now, she was ready to teach this ignorant boy a lesson. Chu Xia raised her head slightly.
Are you ready? Aren't you going to put on the armor?
Chen Fan said calmly.
No need. Let's get started.
The people and beasts on both sides separated immediately. The battle itself is a matter of cooperation between the Beast Master and the Beast Master. But it also depends on the situation. Current situation. Chen Fan doesn't care. If you are willing, there is no problem in attacking me with the beast. As for Chu Xia, she wanted to take matters into her own hands and teach Chen Fan a lesson. Therefore, Gongzi faced off against the 3 beasts. In early summer, he stood in front of Chen Fan.
You won't draw your sword?
After Chu Xia unsheathed the long sword in her hand. Seeing Chen Fan had no reaction, she couldn't help but ask again. Chen Fan still said calmly,
No need.
Xiao He stood on Yi Hao's shoulder and stabbed him.
If my master draws out the sword, you will die without a burial place.
This damn crow. Chu Xia glanced at Xiao He and wished she could immediately find a big pot and stew the crow. I have never seen such a beast that deserves a beating. Good. Since you are so arrogant, you can't blame me. With a thought in Chu Xia's mind, she ordered her 3 beasts to attack Gongzi. At the same time, she swayed and headed towards Chen Fan.
Even if I don't kill you, I still want you to remember your arrogance today.
Chu Xia appeared on Chen Fan's right side like a whirlwind, and slashed his sword towards Chen Fan's shoulder. Chen Fan remained motionless and seemed to have no reaction.
Nothing more than that.
A smile appeared on Chu Xia's lips, and she stabbed Chen Fan on the shoulder with a long sword in her hand.
When?
The sound of metal and iron clashing sounded, and a golden light exploded where the long sword came into contact with Chen Fan's body. Chu Xia only felt a vast and unpredictable force surging forward. The long sword in his hand shook and almost fell to the ground. Her body was also shaken by the rebounding force, and she quickly retreated backwards.
How can it be?
Chu Xia looked at her trembling hands with disbelief in her eyes. Even though she didn't use all her strength with the sword she just struck. Even if an ordinary 7th level person was struck by this sword, she would still be seriously injured. But Chen Fan clearly didn't put on his armor. Yet he easily and casually knocked away her long sword. Chu Xia gritted her teeth, swayed, and quickly spun around Chen Fan like lightning.
So fast!
Shen Hongxiu saw the afterimages on the field and couldn't help but praise. She and Yi Hao were all still in the 6th level, and their eyes could hardly follow Chu Xia's figure.
When? 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 When?
The sound of metal and iron ringing together is endless. Yi Hao and others couldn't see Chu Xia take action, but they could only see golden light blooming from Chen Fan's body. But Chen Fan is like a big tree, taking root, no matter how Chu Xia attacks. He can't do any harm to him. At this moment, Commander Xing, who was standing outside, had his eyes widened. Even Commander Xing himself would not be able to defend against Chu Xia's attack with the strength of his body alone. You know, the long sword in Chu Xia's hand is a
middle-grade heavenly weapon
that is superior to the mysterious weapons
Boom!
Another sword stabbed Chen Fan in the chest, making an earth-shattering sound. Chen Fan's eyes flashed. He raised his left hand, and with a click, he grabbed the blade of the Chu Xia's sword.
What?
Chu Xia was shocked. This kid actually grabbed her middle-grade heavenly weapon with his hands? Before Chu Xia could react, Chen Fan grabbed the middle-grade heavenly weapon and turned it around violently.
Boom!
Unimaginable power came from the long sword. Chu Xia groaned. The tiger's mouth cracked and staggered back.
Call!
Chen Fan, who had seized the sword, stalked in like a ghost.
How could it be so fast?
Chu Xia looked frightened. In the flash of lightning, Chen Fan slapped her left shoulder with his right hand.
Boom!
Chu Xia screamed, and her body flew out like a cannonball, smashing large rocks.
Early summer.
Lu Chen, who had followed Commander Xing, was shocked and rushed over to help Chu Xia up. Blood was bleeding from the corner of Chu Xia's mouth. She waved her hand and said,
I'm fine. I'm just slightly injured.
He showed mercy. Lu Chen said,
Don't hit the protector for being too strong.
Chu Xia glared at Lu Chen.
Didn't you say at the beginning that his cultivation level was not yet at the 6th level?
Not really. Lu Chen looked sad. Back in Shining Firefly's swamp, Chen Fan was chased by people from the Li family, and later met people from the Nightmare Garden. At that time, Chen Fan was indeed no match for the 6th level. Later, even the armor on his body was shattered by the demonized Nightmare Court strongman. But a few months passed. Chen Fan is actually so powerful that he can crush even the 7th grade Grandmaster to death. Chu Xia sighed. Do not fight. If you continue to fight, you will be humiliating yourself. The gap between the two sides cannot be calculated based on lies. Suddenly, there were sounds of fighting from the other side. Everyone turned their heads and looked, and saw Gongzi lying on the neck of the Earth Fury Bear, his little paws constantly patting the Earth Fury Bear's head. The bodies of the two are not proportional. Gongzi is a little bit bigger, and the Earth Violent Bear is huge. But Gongzi's little paw slapped the Earth Dire Bear's head, and it made a loud bang.
Z! Call!
A scarlet ray from the gargoyle and a purple flame from the purple-tailed marten hit Gongzi at the same time. The
magic crystal armor
on Gongzi's body only had 2 or 3 small cracks. Gongzi turned his head and looked at the purple-tailed marten, who was still breathing fire at it. When the purple-tailed marten saw Gongzi looking towards it, it was immediately frightened. Next moment,
Call!
Gongzi charged forward and collided with the purple-tailed marten at an extremely fast speed. The purple-tailed marten itself is known for its speed, but it is not faster than Gongzi's charge. Gongzi charged over and slapped the purple-tailed marten.
Bang!
The purple-tailed marten screamed, and like its owner, flew out like a missile.
Roar!
Seeing that his partner had been severely injured, the earthly furious bear, who had regained his composure, was furious. The earthy yellow aura flowing around his body pressed towards Gongzi like the weight of Mount Tai.
Hiss!
Gongzi grinned and used Amethyst Stab. Amethyst thorns emerged from the ground and blocked the Earth Fury Bear. The violent Earth Bear braked hard and was almost disemboweled by the Amethyst thrust. The Earth Violent Bear wiped off cold sweat and looked at Gongzi fiercely. But where Gongzi was originally, there was no badger. On the other side, Chu Xia, who had stopped fighting, also exclaimed at this time,
How can the blue-eyed honey badger have the skill of sneaking?
Commander Xing was also very puzzled. The blue-eyed honey badger, no matter how much it evolves, theoretically will not be able to awaken the skill of stealth. Why? Henry Chu glanced at the shadow demon next to him and smiled slightly. At this time, Gongzi appeared out of thin air behind the Earth Fury Bear, hugged the Earth Fury Bear's right foot, opened his mouth and chewed it.
Bite like crazy!
Gongzi's simplest and most commonly used skill.
Crack! Ouch!
The defensive armor that the Earth Violent Bear has always been proud of was instantly bitten by Gongzi. Blood flowed. The Earth Violent Bear fell to the ground with a roar and kept rolling. The gargoyle in the sky wanted to help, but when the geoglyph was rolling around on the ground, it couldn't find a chance to attack Gongzi.
Crack!
There was another crisp sound, but it was Gongzi who bit the Earth Violent Bear's other leg. Early summer. The violent Earth Bear was frightened and angry. He turned over and sat up, and slapped Gongzi with his huge bear paw. Cracked mountains and rocks. However, an incredible scene occurred. Gongzi didn't even dodge, and suddenly opened his mouth.
Boom!
A big rock was shot out of his mouth and hit the Earth Fury Bear in the chest. This is the skill Chen Fan copied from Shaoqing. Rock Cannon. Shaoqing and Gongzi both belong to the rock type. Chen Fan copied Shaoqing's Rock cannon, because Gongzi's legs were short, and he had no useful long-range skills except amethyst thrust. As soon as the giant rock cannon was fired, the violent earth bear screamed and spit blood from its mouth. Chu Xia was shocked. It wasn't until this moment that she realized that Gongzi's strength was far superior to her three beasts. The gargoyle in the air was also stunned and forgot to attack.
Hiss!
Gongzi destroyed the violent earth bear with one move, turned his head, and smiled at the gargoyle. The gargoyle felt a chill in its heart, and when it moved its wings behind it, it quickly rose up. Next moment,
crack!
Gongzi's body was surrounded by lightning, and he appeared out of thin air behind the gargoyle in the air.
This is impossible!
Chu Xia and Commander Xing were stunned. The green-eyed honey badger actually used Thunder Flash? That's not a lightning-attributed beast. Is the world crazy? It's too late. It's faster than that. Gongzi used Lightning Flash to move behind the gargoyle, and with a roar of his little paw, he slapped the gargoyle on the head. Although the gargoyle also has powerful armor, its defense is not as good as that of the violent earth bear. The earth fury bear could hold on for 2 more times, but the gargoyle could not hold on even once, and was knocked to the ground by Gongzi with a bang. Gongzi also fell to the ground with a bang, and then stood up, looking at Zixiong. The goblin immediately raised his arms and shouted,
Gongzi wins! Gongzi is so awesome!
The Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast also shouted,
Gongzi is so powerful! Gongzi is so powerful!
A group of royal beasts roared as if they were beaten to death. After the group of beasts had finished roaring, Xiao Hei said calmly,
It's really ugly when Gongzi beats such a few little guys. And it takes so long. If it were me, it would only be 3 seconds. One move at a time with the mental spikes,
and I'll kill them all.
All the beast masters looked at Xiao Hei angrily. Can't you say something nice? Can your mental spike really kill someone? Seeing a group of beast masters looking at him, Xiao Hei snorted and said,
What? You want to taste my spiritual spikes?
Xiao Bai was furious and shot Xiao Hei off Yi Hao's shoulder with a
thunder spear.
Xiao Hei fell to the ground, flapped his wings twice, flew up again with black smoke, landed on Yi Hao's other shoulder, and said,
Well, Xiao Bai, your thunder gun has become more powerful.
Congratulations,
all the beasts. You are addicted to being beaten. At this time, Li Mu looked at Commander Xing again.
Do you still think I'm joking?
Commander Xing stepped out with a solemn expression. He walked to the front of Qin Fan and said calmly,
If you and I fight, there will be no need to control the beast. I want to see how strong you are.
Qin Fan nodded slightly.
Okay.
Xiao Hei stood on Yi Hao's shoulder and sneered.
What kind of commander is this? He is obviously afraid of my mental spike. He is afraid that I will kill him with one move, and he will lose his face.
A few people in early summer. Commander Xing remained silent. Xiao Hei added,
Why don't we let the Beholder and the Phantom Demon come in? Those two have illusion skills, and can fool the commander around without seriously injuring him.
Commander Xing said,
How about you ask this crow to come over too?
Xiao Hei immediately flew over and landed on Qin Fan's shoulders.
Okay. As you wish.
Chapter 276 Protector.
Stay there for a while.
Qin Fan grabbed Xiao Hei and threw him out. Xiao Hei flapped his wings and flew back to Yi Hao's shoulder. Yi Hao grabbed Xiao Hei in disgust and put him on Shen Nao's shoulder. Shen Tao Tao and Xiao Hei were both stunned for a moment. Yi Hao,
don't look at me. Mainly, I don't want people to think of me as a bird.
Shen Nato stared angrily, grabbed Xiao Hei, walked silently behind Li Fengxing, and put Xiao Hei on Li Fengxing's shoulders. Li Fengxing looked at Shen Tao Tao, then at Xiao Hei, and grinned. On the side, Fang Qingqing looked at the blind man nervously and said,
Blind Grandpa, if they fight, they won't destroy this mountain and the houses over there. Right. It doesn't matter.
The blind man said calmly.
The moment I came here, Li Mu had already set up a barrier on this mountain. You just stand here. Don't get too close and nothing will happen.
Henry Chu walked over silently and stood behind the blind man. Yi Hao and Shen Hongxiu looked at it, and all of them followed. A group of beast masters were all ghosts, and they all hid behind Li Mu with a huff. In the center of the field, only Qin Fan and Commander Xing were left. Commander Xing silently glanced at Qin Fan and was slightly shocked.
Boom!
His shirt exploded, and flames began to burn all over his body. Through the flames, one could vaguely see fiery red meridians on his body, as if they were flowing with lava. Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim.
The commander activated the lava body from the beginning.
This? Chu Xia's eyes were solemn, and she didn't speak. Obviously, after her fight with Qin Fan, The commander had figured out the details of Chen Fan, so he did not dare to underestimate the enemy again. But how is this possible? The leader is at the 3rd level of the 8th level. A few months ago, Chen Fan was still jumping up and down while being chased by the 6th level realm. While in the sparkling fireflies swamp, Chen Fan was not only chased by a 6th level member of the Li family, but later his armor was broken by a member of the Nightmare Court. No matter how talented he is, it is simply impossible to break through to the 8th level within a few months. Just when I was frightened in early summer, Commander Xing raised his head proudly and said, "I regard you as my opponent, and I will not show mercy just because Minister Li values you. If you have any means, you can use it as soon as possible. If a fight breaks out, I may not give you this chance." Chen Fan nodded slightly, twisted his neck, and suddenly stepped down with his right foot. Boom! Amidst the deafening sound, the huge rocks around Chen Fan levitated. Then, he stepped out with both feet and kicked a dozen or so boulders floating in front of him towards Commander Xing with a few booms. Commander Xing snorted softly and simply pushed his left hand forward. A flash of fire flashed, and the huge rocks that came violently exploded into flying ash. Crack! The moment the fire flickered, an electric light lit up, and Chen Fan had appeared behind Commander Xing. Call! Chen Fan's fist struck Commander Xing's back like lightning. Thunder flash? Commander Xing's expression remained unchanged. He suddenly turned around and punched out with a fist wrapped in flames. This move seemed simple, but it was as if he had expected Chen Fan to appear behind him. It was fast and fierce. 2 fists collided with each other, just like sparks hitting the earth. When these 2 forces collided, it was like a huge thunderbolt exploded, causing the entire back mountain to shake crazily and the ground to shake. Chen Fan and Commander Xing retreated at the same time. Both of their feet plowed a long ravine in the ground. In the void, figures came through the sky one after another. There are also powerful spiritual powers sweeping in from all directions. Although Li Mu's barrier blocked the leakage of energy, the huge roar still attracted the attention of the powerful people in the demon city. But after seeing Li Mu, everyone who came over immediately backed away like a tide. Chu Xia's eyes were wide-eyed and her mouth was bitter. Just after her fight with Chen Fan, she already knew that Chen Fan was merciful to her. However, she never expected that Chen Fan would be so powerful, with the leader activating the lava body from the very beginning. The 2 of them directly punched each other, and there was no winner. This is too exaggerated. Suddenly, Chen Fan looked at his fist, frowned and said, "No offense intended, but if you only have this little strength, you can't take my punch." Commander Xing raised his eyebrows. "Chen Fan, you are indeed very strong, but it is too early to say such things now." When he said this, his tone was calm, but there was clearly anger burning in his eyes. Maybe Chen Fan really didn't mean to offend him, but as the leader of the demon sect, he cannot tolerate being looked down upon by a young boy. The furious emotions drove Commander Xing's momentum to skyrocket crazily. Commander Xing's right foot suddenly stomped on the ground, and he rushed towards Chen Fan like a cannonball. He did not use his beast-controlling skills, nor did he use martial arts. He just relied on his tyrannical strength to fight hard, trying to suppress Chen Fan in terms of strength and speed. "Take my punch and see!" Commander Xing's fist burst into flames, and he punched Chen Fan wildly. The strong wind howls, scraping the face like a knife. Before the fist could reach Chen Fan, the large rocks behind Chen Fan had quickly flown up and then exploded into ashes. "Careful!" Although Fang Qingqing knew that Chen Fan was powerful, she still shouted nervously when she saw the scene. Under the watchful eyes of everyone and all the beasts, Chen Fan's right foot suddenly took a step back, and his body leaned forward slightly, facing Commander Xing's fist with his chest. "What?" Commander Xing was shocked, faced with such a violent punch from him. Chen Fan didn't even try to avoid it, but directly resisted. Commander Xing tried to stop him again, but it was too late. It's too late. It's faster than that. His fist was filled with flames, and he punched Chen Fan hard in the chest. Oops. Commander Xing's heart suddenly sank. He had no enmity with Chen Fan. He just came to investigate Chen Fan's identity as a Dharma protector. If you really beat Chen Fan to death, how could Li Mu let it go? The moment this thought arises, Commander Xing felt a mountain-shattering force suddenly rebound from Chen Fan's chest. Boom! Commander Xing groaned, and his body flew backwards like a meteorite. A figure flashed in the air, and Li Mu pressed Commander Xing's shoulder with one hand, catching the ladder and falling down. Commander Xing's whole body was shaking. When he looked down, He saw that the flames all over his body had been extinguished and his right hand had completely lost consciousness. If Li Mu hadn't helped him remove Chen Fan's power just now, even if he didn't die, he would still have lost half his life.
Lord Commander!
Several people from Chu Xia ran over and looked at the pale commander with great concern. Commander Xing took a deep breath, saluted Li Mu and said,
Thank you, Minister Li, for your help. Otherwise, I will die or be disabled.
What? Chu Xia and Lu Chen looked at Commander Xing, dumbfounded, with Chen Fan motionless. Could he kill Commander Xing with just the force of the counterattack? How can this be? Xiao He sighed.
Oh, you fell down before I even took action.
Commander Xing, Xiao He said lightly.
The pearls of rice also emit brilliance.
Commander Xing, Xiao He said again.
The shining fire dares to compete with the bright moon?
Commander Xing's face turned dark. I really want to kill this crow. Li Fengxing grabbed Xiao He and threw him out. He said seriously,
That is Brother Fan's beast, not mine.
Everyone was stunned. This guy is usually so stunned that he doesn't know how to clear up the relationship at the critical moment. At this time, Chen Fan came over and said,
I'm sorry. I'm not very familiar with my current power, and I can't fully control it. Just now.
Commander Xing smiled bitterly and said,
I don't blame you. I blame myself for not being good at my studies. I learned the lesson. I never expected that the Tang dynasty would have such an amazing and brilliant genius. I am completely convinced of my defeat.
Chu Xia and others silently glanced at Chen Fan's chest. Not even a scratch. What kind of monster is this? He clearly didn't use any defensive skills just now. Nor did he use the beast-controlling defensive skills. Just relying on the power of the physical body. Can you kill an 8th grade 3rd level heaven? If this person were replaced by Li Mu, it would be normal. But the Chen Fan in front of me has obviously just arrived in Moda not long ago. And he still has to wait until September next year to really start his freshman year. Commander Xing took a deep look at Chen Fan and said,
With your strength and talent, if you really join the Heavenly Demon Sect, it will be a blessing for the Heavenly Demon Sect.
But, the corner of Li Mu's mouth curled up slightly.
He is originally from your Heavenly Demon Sect, and he is the protector of the Heavenly Demon Sect.
Commander Xing was speechless. When he arrived angrily, Li Mu had said that Chen Fan was the protector of the demon sect. Although he did not dare to question the existence of Li Mu, he did not believe it at all, because it is too ridiculous and unbelievable. But now, Li Mu said calmly,
Your Heavenly Demon Sect originally had 6 guardians. However, the new leader appointed Chen Fan as the 7th protector.
Commander Xing became a little nervous.
Minister Li, may I ask where our leader is now?
Li Mu said.
You, the old leader of the demon sect, were plotted and poisoned by your own people. In the end, your whereabouts were leaked, and you were killed by the Nightmare Court. Now the new leader is recovering from his injuries in the secret realm. After he recovers from his injuries, he will naturally go to see the people of your Heavenly Demon Sect.
Commander Xing opened his mouth and said after a while,
I understand. I will pass the information back to several guardians.
With that said, Commander Xing turned around and saluted Chen Fan.
I have offended you many times before. Please forgive me. Protector.
Chu Xia also lowered his head. Lu Chen and Chen Fan, who had met Chen Fan once in the sparkling fire marsh, were both very happy. Chen Fan nodded slightly and said nothing. He understood what Li Mu meant. The fact that he is the new leader cannot yet be made public, because he killed the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss in the 5th restricted area as the
leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect.
Now, both the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Nightmare Court are eyeing this mysterious, new leader. Li Mu was not worried at all about the traitors of the Demon Sect. With Chen Fan's current power, even if he couldn't defeat the 9th level, if he wanted to escape, ordinary 9th level would not be able to do anything to him. But if you are targeted by the Nightmare Court, it will be very troublesome. The 5 demon kings of the Nightmare Court are all in the middle or late stages of the Saint Realm. So Li Mu asked Chen Fan to enter the Demon Sect as a protector first. As for how to take over the Heavenly Demon Sect in the future, there is no need to rush. Misunderstanding resolved? After a few more polite words, Commander Xing left with Chu Xia and the others. Everyone returned to the garden. Li Mu gently patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and said,
You are not familiar with your own power yet. The best way is to enter the ancient god realm and other 4 realms and find a few powerful demons to fight. When fighting the devil, you can completely let go.
Chen Fan nodded.
I know. Get some rest early.
After Li Mu said this, he disappeared into thin air. Outside, Feng Tianlin roared and rushed in.
What happened just now? Did you fight with someone from the demon cult?
Feng Tianlin said a little angrily.
The minister didn't let us in, so we didn't even see such a wonderful battle. Alas!
Shangwan Sanlong and others were also very depressed. Yi Hao shook his head and said,
It's not exciting at all. It's just a punch. Damn!
Feng Tianlin's eyes widened.
We thought the volcano was erupting just now. One punch. Are the people from that demon sect so powerful?
Feng Tianlin looked at Chen Fan and found no injuries on Chen Fan's body. He immediately said strangely,
The people of the demon sect are so crazy? Do they dare to take action against the minister? Aren't you afraid of death?
Shen Taotao rolled his eyes and said,
How come they have the guts to take action against the minister? Then Commander Xing punched Brother Fan, and he was almost shocked to death by Brother Fan's power.
Feng Tianlin narrowed his eyes, looked at Shen Taotao and said,
Although I now call him Brother Fan, and I admire him very much, I feel it's a bit too much for you to flatter him in front of so many people. I know a little bit about the leader of the demon sect. I heard that the leader of the heavenly demon sect is the strongest among the protectors, at least the 8th level or above. What flattery!
Shen Hongxia was furious, raised her eyebrows and said,
Everyone was watching. The commander of the 8th grade 3rd level heaven punched Xiaofan in the chest, and he screamed and flew away. If the minister hadn't removed Xiaofan's power from him, he would have shed his skin this time.
Feng Tianlin and others. They all already knew that Chen Fan had left them far behind. But? Are you so strong? Can you rely on the power of counterattack to kill someone in the 8th level without taking any action? What an international joke. Chen Fan glared at Feng Tianlin and said,
It's so late. Why don't you go back?
Feng Tianlin said,
It's so late. Let's have some midnight snacks.
As he said that, he turned around and shouted,
Uncle Dong! Uncle Dong? Make some midnight snacks. We are so hungry. Maid,
Yi Hao said,
aside from making money, do you do anything else? There must be something else.
Feng Tianlin said,
I was just thinking about you and Chu Xian and the others going to challenge other martial arts universities. Brother Fan definitely won't do it anymore. If he wants to take action, everyone will pressure him to win. Even those from the martial arts university are not willing to fight him. But if you guys take action, and our Feng family and Shangwan family help build momentum, we will be able to make a big profit by then.
Chen Fan and others were a little speechless. Feng Tianlin is probably crazy about making money. I caught a big one last time, and now I'm still trying to make money from it.
However, if you don't make money, you won't make it in vain,
Yi Hao said.
Brother Fan, you don't have to come forward. Chu Xian, myself, and the rest of them should each choose a martial arts university. Let's have a good fight before the new year. I also want to see how strong I am now without using Tantian.
Feng Tianlin was overjoyed and immediately turned on his smartwatch.
Come on. Let me introduce you to these martial arts universities. I'm the boss of the Magic City. I know all the geniuses from the martial arts university. Let's plan carefully.
Yi Hao's eyes lit up and he said,
There is another very important thing.
Feng Tianlin was stunned.
What's the matter?
Yi Hao said,
Help us find some news programs and put us on TV. I want people in my hometown, Donghai City, to watch it. It doesn't matter how much I spend. I have hundreds of billions.
Everyone. Shangwan Wu Lei.
Hazi, lend me 10 billion first, and I will pay you back as soon as I make the money.
Yi Hao nodded.
Okay.
Feng Tianlin was in disbelief.
Aren't you unwilling to borrow money? Why? Nonsense.
Yi Hao said.
Wu Lei is a beauty. Can you compare with her?
Feng Tianlin and others.
You guys can chat. I'm going to bed.
Chen Fan turned around and walked into the house. Sleeping is not the purpose. Dreaming is the purpose. Chen Fan now wants to learn some information through dreams. Information about the Dark Abyss. Information about the vast divine world. Chapter 277 Dark Moon White Tiger. The Dominant Beast. Early morning. The sun is rising. In the animal breeding base of the Demon City Lord's mansion. For old men and a large group of people were sizing up a dark moon white tiger that was as big as a mammoth. Chen Fan's master Zhang Hai was among those 4 people. The 4 of them frowned and kept checking and saying something. Behind them, a group of people were recording data. After a while, the huge dark moon white tiger flashed with light and transformed into a young woman. Then, a middle-aged man walked out of the crowd and walked up to Zhang Hai and the others. He said solemnly,
With Dark Moon's current condition, do the 4 masters have any hope of breaking through to level 46?
41 to 45 is the dominant level. This level of beast control is comparable to that of a 9th level master. If you break through this limit and reach level 46 or above.
It's hard. It's hard.
An old man sighed and said,
Levels 36 to 40 are the Emperor level. Beasts above the Emperor level can basically turn into human form. As for the growth of beast masters above the Emperor level, most of them actually rely on their own training. Dark Moon stops at level 45. And you stop at the 9th level and 5th level. Any one of you who breaks through may help the other party break through. Beast masters and beast masters complement each other. Beast controlling breakthroughs can feed powerful strength back to the beast controlling master. As the beast master becomes stronger, the beast master space will also release more powerful soul power to nourish the beast.
The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Everyone knows the truth. But how easy is it to do it? At the level of him and Dark Moon, it is simply harder than reaching the sky to go one step further. Another old man said,
There is a way, but the effect may not be very good. That is to cultivate your other beasts. The levels of your other beasts are far inferior to those of Dark Moon, and they are much easier to cultivate through the improvement of several other beasts to help you improve. And finally turn to Dark Moon.
Dark Moon, who had transformed into a young woman, frowned slightly and said,
What year and month will it take?
Except for Zhang Hai. The other 3 old men were a little embarrassed. They are all masters of animal breeding. But the beast breeding master cannot change the situation. Dark Moon is already level 45. How can it be so easy to break through again? Suddenly. And you said again?
Yesterday. The minister told me to relax, and he would be able to help me break through in the next 2 days. Why are the masters so helpless now?
What? An old man was stunned for a moment and said,
Did Li Mu tell you this? Could it be that someone from the Zhang family in the imperial capital is coming? No.
Zhang Hai said with a half smile.
All the old men in my Zhang family were offended by Li Mu. If I ask them to come, they won't be happy to come. If Xing Yuan wants to ask the Zhang family for help, he can only take Dark Moon to the imperial capital.
Lu Xingyuan smiled bitterly again. He can be regarded as the first person under the holy realm of Tang Kingdom. In the past few years, Tang State has spent a lot of resources on him and on you, just to help him break through to the holy realm. Unfortunately, it backfired. Li Mu pointed at the noses of a group of old men from the Zhang family and scolded them. Now those people from the Zhang family are blowing their beards and staring when they hear Li Mu. Naturally, they cannot come to the Magic City. If there is really no other way, he may have no choice but to make a trip to the imperial capital. When the time comes, there is still hope for Master Zhang Hai or Master Zhang Jian to come forward, or for the number 1 animal breeding family in the Tang Kingdom to come forward. Wrong. And you said?
The minister asked me to come over and talk to Master Zhang Hai today. As long as Master Zhang Hai is willing, I can make a breakthrough.
What? The other 3 old men all looked strange. One of them sneered and said,
Old man Zhang may be a little stronger than me in the way of raising beasts, but it's only a little bit stronger. The 3 of us have joined forces, but after so many years, we still can't help you break through to level 46. Now that he's in the Magic City, he can help you break through to level 46? What a joke.
The group of breeders behind looked at each other in confusion. It is said that
the king does not see the king.
These beast breeding masters are not convinced by anyone. Before Master Zhang Hai came to the Magic City, the 3 masters often quarreled, and they were so angry that they almost started fighting. After Master Zhang Hai came, it became even more lively. 3 old men joined forces to squeeze someone out. Now that you said such words, the faces of the 3 old men suddenly lost their composure. What the 3 of us have been unable to do for so many years. Can Zhang Hai do it now? Does this mean that the 3 of us plus 1 person can't compare to Zhang Hai? Seeing the faces of the 3 of them, Lu Xingyuan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly smiled and said,
The minister said that Master Zhang had just come to the devil not long ago, and he wanted you to accompany him around to understand the situation here. No.
And you said?
The minister told me that I want to break through to level 46 or above. If Xing Yuan wants to break through to the Holy Realm, it is only a matter of 1 word from Master Zhang Hai. Pa!
Lu Xingyuan slapped his forehead with his palm. Although Dark Moon has been in human form for many years, she has not yet learned the tact and sophistication of humans. After saying this, the 3 beast breeding masters were completely offended.
Okay.
A beast breeding master said coldly.
I want to see if Zhang Hai is really stronger than the 3 of us plus 1.
Another beast breeding master said.
Old Zhang, I'm not looking down on you, but you are a majestic beast breeding master. In order to make some money, You went out to open some animal breeding shop. In the past few years, you have really been studying animal breeding.
The last old man raised his lips slightly and said,
I've also heard that Lao Kai opened a store number 9. And the business seems to be pretty good. But in the past 2 months, store number 9 seems to have failed to cultivate a few beasts. Many customers are complaining. Right.
That's because my apprentice is trapped in the 5th restricted area. Zhang Hai smiled with his hands behind his back and said nothing. These old guys are quite old. But they are still so competitive. My apprentice Chen Fan will probably give you a heart attack if he comes here.
Dark Moon!
Lu Xingyuan pretended to have a serious look on his face and said,
Hurry up and apologize to the 3 masters.
And you was stunned.
Why do you need to apologize? Did the minister really say that?
Lu Xingyuan. A group of people around. On the tree-lined path not far from the animal breeding base. Chen Fan walked ahead listlessly, followed by a group of people such as Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu.
I said, I came to the city lord's mansion beast breeding base to do business. What are you doing with me?
Chen Fan yawned and said,
Didn't Grandpa Blind tell you to practice hard?
Bai Rouge said with a smile.
Grandpa Blind said that you should relax while practicing. We just came out from there, and we are very nervous. So it is good to relax.
Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Yi Hao looked at Chen Fan and said a little puzzled.
Brother Fan, with your current level of cultivation, even if you don't sleep for a month,
there won't be any problems.
Right. Why do you look like an ordinary person who stayed up all night?
Everyone looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and said,
Aren't you the ones who were tortured by Henry Chu and Tao Tao? Oh?
Everyone was surprised. Henry Chu was also stunned for a moment. Fong Qingqing rolled her eyes in anger. Shen Tao said timidly,
What happened next?
Chen Fan opened his mouth and said,
Later, Han Yan chased Chu Xian, but Chu Xian couldn't defeat him. So he took away the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. Haozi used the Tongtian Divine Pillar to hit Tao Tao with a few sticks. And Tao Tao chased him out. I took the opportunity to escape. Yeah.
Shen Hongxiu jumped up and said,
I must have deliberately let you out while they weren't paying attention. No.
Chen Fan said weakly.
You are chasing after me with your sword. But it's a pity that you can't catch up with me.
Shen Hongxiu. Bai Rouge glanced at Henry Chu and the others fiercely. Then took Chen Fan's arm.
Uncle, you are so miserable. That's not necessarily true.
Chen Fan said.
In the dream, I made the ancient demon clan, the angel god clan, and the Dutian god clan go crazy. They all wanted to kill me, but they couldn't kill me and hated me. I gnashed my teeth with hatred. You boiled me with holy water this time. It's not like I escaped. It seems like my divine body has become stronger.
Shen Hongxiu nodded and said,
That was my intention. I just wanted to throw you there and let you absorb the power of the angels and gods.
Chen Fan sneered.
It sounds like it's true.
Shen Hongxiu looked serious.
It's true.
Li Fingxing ran forward, pointed at his nose and said,
Where's me? Where's me?
Chen Fan slapped Li Fingxing on the head.
You are the most hateful and insidious person. You've been hiding on the sidelines watching the show, hoping to benefit from it. When I run away, I have to guard against you. They can't run as fast as me. I'm not worried. You can't run faster than me. You're driving a palace and wandering next to me, trying to hold me back.
Li Fingxing shrank his head.
Brother Fan, you must have recognized the wrong person. I can recognize your face even if it turns to ashes.
Chen Fan said angrily.
Besides, if I mistake you, can I still mistake that palace?
Li Fingxing was overjoyed.
Is my palace so fast? Even with those wings, Dao Dao can't catch up with you. But can I catch up?
Chen Fan.
Am I praising you now? I'm gnashing my teeth now. I want to kill you.
Li Fingxing shrank his head and hid behind. Shen Hongxiu blinked.
I always feel that your dream is probably the other way around. With Feng Xing's mind, he's hiding on the sidelines trying to make a profit while we're fighting to the death? How is this possible?
Li Fingxing said with a serious face.
I don't think it's possible either. Brother Fan, you know my personality. I must have rushed forward with my sword in hand.
Everyone nodded.
Stop talking. I'm so annoyed.
Chen Fan shook his head and said,
I originally wanted to have a sweet dream. But in the end, the Monkey King was only suppressed for 500 years, while I was burned for hundreds of years.
Yi Hao glared at Li Fingxing fiercely and said,
This wicked guy really wants to push him under the 5 Elements mountain with his butt facing out.
Shen Tao burst out laughing. Shen Hongxiu and Fong Qingqing turned red and glanced sideways at Yi Hao. Suddenly, Fong Qingqing said a little strangely,
Chun Fan, where is your sky-breaking demon sword? Even with the sky-breaking demon sword, can't you compete with Chu Xian and the others?
This, Chun Fan touched his chin and said a little strangely.
It's strange to say that I have had so many dreams, and it seems that there is never a sky-severing demon sword in my dreams. I had a dream before. I dreamed that when I was being chased by Tao Tao and Chu Xian, Tao Tao attacked me with the 12 wings of the God King. I used a knife to resist, but the knife was cut off by his 12 wings of the God King.
Weird. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes and said,
Brother Fan, you don't have the sky-breaking demon sword in your hand. How can you fight 1 against 3?
Chun Fan blinked.
Strictly speaking, it's not 1 versus 3. I'm just running fast.
Bai Rouge burst into laughter. Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing also laughed. Li Fengxing nodded and said,
Brother Fan is still stronger. Without the sky-breaking demonic sword, he could fight 1 against 3. In the end, he successfully killed them all and took over their world.
Shen Tao Ao. And Richu said,
Is there really reincarnation in this world? If the dream is the memory of the past life, did all the ancient gods and ancient demons fall in the end?
Everyone was silent. There are only void demons in the 4 realms, including the ancient god realm. Not even a single person was seen. There are no ancient gods, no ancient demons, and no angels. Is it related to the void demon? Everyone's hearts instantly became extremely heavy.
Go faster,
Chun Fan urged. He couldn't wait to breed animals. At this time, a couple walked out of the animal breeding base in front. Everyone immediately slowed down again, showing strange looks. The couple each brought a royal beast. One of them is an earthworm. The other one is also an earthworm. The earthworm is more than 1 meter in diameter and covered with mucus.
Hiss!
Shen Hongxiu took in a breath of cold air and had goosebumps all over her body. Chun Fan and others also turned their heads in unison. This look is indeed a bit disgusting. But the couple was very happy and smiling. The 2 of them walked past Chun Fan and others with a large and small earthworm. Suddenly, the little earthworm mouthed,
Mom, where is Daddy?
The voice is like that of a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Mother Earthworm said,
Your father went fishing with others.
Chun Fan and Yi Hao all turned their heads and looked at the 2 earthworms. Is this a sad story or a happy story? A group of people arrived at the gate of the animal breeding base. At the door, Yun Songhai and Yi Wuxuang greeted them. Chun Fan was stunned.
Brother Yun? Why are you here?
Yun Songhai smiled, put his arm around Chun Fan's shoulders and said,
Master knows that you are coming, so he asked us to pick you up. I heard that you had a fight with Commander Xing of the Demon Sect last night.
The group of people chatted and laughed and walked into the animal breeding base. On the way, many people looked over here. Almost no one in the animal breeding base knew Chun Fan and Chu Xian. However, there are almost no people who do not know Yun Songhai and Yi Wuxuang. The 2 youngest grandmasters of the Tang Kingdom once again broke the record and reached the 8th level in one fell swoop. The news spread, and now everyone in the entire Tang Kingdom knew about it. When many people saw Yun Songhai and Yi Wuxuang being so close to Chun Fan and the others, they couldn't help but speculate and started talking. In front, a large group of people gathered. All are breeders. On the periphery, there were many guards wearing armors. In order to maintain order, they blocked the rest of the people in the breeding base from outside. Yun Songhai and a group of people, including Chun Fan, walked over directly.
Old man Zhang, are you dizzy?
Before Chun Fan and the others arrived, they heard 2 dissatisfied voices coming from the other side.
This is the Demon City Lord's Beast breeding base. You old guy. You want a young boy to take your place? Are you kidding me?
Yun Songhai gave a bitter smile.
The 3 beside your master are also masters of beast breeding. They actually have a good relationship. But they like to bicker. Just like Grandpa Blind and Grandpa Lame.
Chun Fan said nothing. Even if a few old men pointed at his nose and scolded him, he might not really be angry. After all, they helped the Lord of the Demon City raise beasts, and made great contributions to the Demon City and the Tang Kingdom. But joining a group to run against his master would be a bit too much.
Right?
The ridicule continues.
The beast control here is at least the control beast of the 7th grade and above strong ones. And there are even many beast control beasts of the 9th level powerhouse. Even if you do it yourself, you don't dare to say that you can successfully help the beast control breakthrough in a short time. If you let a little kid raise Zhang Hai, are you suffering from Alzheimer's disease? You, the Zhang family, are known as the #1 beast breeding family in the Tang dynasty. If those old monsters from the Zhang family really come, we will sweep the bed to welcome them. But you sending your own apprentice over? This is really a bit too much.
Chin Fan took a closer look and his eyes fell on you in the crowd. Monster name, Dark Moon White Tiger. Combat power level, level 45. Dominator level. Race level, Middle Lord. Monster attribute Shadow. Fire. Monster state, Irritated. Monster preferences, I like fighting. Crazy fighting. Requirements for breaking through to level 46, the first method. The second method. Racial level evolution route 3.
The royal beast in human form.
Chin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. If you compare a level 45 beast master with a beast master, he is almost at the peak of the 9th level and 5th level. At this moment, and you seem to realize something. She looked beyond the crowd and looked towards Chin Fan. Chin Fan grinned, looked at Zhang Hai's back and said,
Master, I'm here.
Chapter 278. There is something wrong with this man and the tiger. Chin Fan's arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. The reason is simple. Because just now, the 3 major beast breeding masters united to express their dissatisfaction with Zhang Hai Chong because of him.
You came.
Zhang Hai, whose face was as dark as water, immediately laughed, pulled Chin Fan over and said,
Let me introduce him. He is my disciple. Chin Fan. That's the fresh boy you call him.
The 3 beast breeding masters squinted their eyes and looked at Chin Fan silently. Then, the one in the middle stroked his beard and said,
Are you an intermediate breeder or a senior breeder now?
There are 6 levels of breeders. Apprentice breeder, ordinary breeder, intermediate breeder, senior breeder, extraordinary breeder, grandmaster. Chin Fan smiled slightly and said,
What level? I really don't know. My master helped me get a senior animal breeder certificate for my convenience. So I should be a senior animal breeder now.
The whole place fell silent. Many people looked at Chin Fan speechlessly. Even Zhang Hai burst into laughter. The 3 beast breeding masters were also stunned for a while. This kid doesn't seem very smart. Zhang Hai actually accepted such a guy as his apprentice. Whether it is the Earth or the Blue Star, it is a human society. For a master beast breeder like Zhang Hai, if he only has a few connections, it would be nothing if he could get a high-level beast breeder certificate for his apprentice. Even if he could get an extraordinary beast breeder certificate. But there is something wrong with saying this in front of so many people. Is this something to be proud of? You are very proud of the Advanced Beast Master Certificate. You got through the back door, aren't you? The 3 masters of beast breeding looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. Zhang Hai actually wanted to play such an idiot in the Demon City beast breeding base. What a joke. This is not just a breeding base in the main city. Magic City is one of the 3 major cities in the Tang Kingdom. It is said to be the main city. But half of the powerful people in the Tang Kingdom are gathered here. Do you still need to explain the importance of this animal breeding base? How is it possible to get along in a place like this without real materials? You, Zhang Hai, have already made a lot of money by relying on the number 9 store. Do you need to send your apprentice to the City Lord's beast breeding base?
Forget it. Let's go!
The beast breeding master in the middle shook his head and said,
Old Zhang, when we quarreled and accused each other before, we were always focusing on the issue and not the person. But you really disappoint us. Even if your achievements in raising animals are slightly better than ours, I still look down on you.
Zhang Hai smiled and said nothing.
Wait a minute.
Chin Fan took a step forward and said,
Senior, please explain clearly. What did my master do to make you look down on him?
The beast breeding master glanced at Chin Fan, turned his head, and was about to leave. Suddenly, Lu Xingyuan's lips moved slightly, and he spoke a few words to the 3 masters of beast breeding through mental sound transmission.
What?
The 3 beast breeding masters, who were about to leave, turned their heads at the same time and stared at Chin Fan. Chin Fan glanced at Lu Xingyuan speechlessly. Although he didn't know the opponent's name, he was one of the people Li Mu brought over when he came back from the 5th restricted area. This guy won't tell the 3 old men in front of him about the 5th penalty area. Right? No. Probably not. Except for the minister's cronies. Few people in the city know about this matter. Even if the 3 beast breeding masters could trust him, there was no need to tell them such a thing. At this time, the old man who said he looked down on Zhang Hai before narrowed his eyes, glanced at the people around him, and said,
You all, please disperse. Yes.
The surrounding group of breeders left respectfully. On the field, apart from the 4 beast breeding masters, there were only Lu Xingyuan, Dark Moon White Tiger, and Chin Fan. Lu Xingyuan smiled slightly, and his palms trembled slightly. A stream of light blue star power suddenly overflowed, forming a translucent barrier around it. The beast breeding master in the center looked away from Chen Fan and looked at Yuan Songhai beside Chen Fan and said,
Songhai, was he the one who raised your beast?
Yuan Songhai nodded slightly.
Yes.
The beast breeding master's eyes became a little serious, and he asked again,
What level is your crying demon now?
Yuan Songhai said,
The combat power level is level 40. Impossible.
The three beast breeding masters were shocked. Only Zhang Hai remained calm and composed. One of the beast breeding masters said,
More than 2 months ago, your crying demon was only level 32. How could it be possible that more than 2 months later, it has broken through to level 40?
The other two people also widened their eyes with disbelief. The higher the level of the beast master, the more difficult it is to break through. Like Lu Xingyuan's Dark Moon White Tiger, which is now level 45. If you want the level 45 Dark Moon White Tiger to break through to level 1, it is not a matter of time at all. Even if several beast breeding masters join forces and spend 3 to 5 years, this may not be possible. Yuan Songhai's crying demon was brought back from Dahai City some time ago. After bringing it back, Li Mu personally helped Yuan Songhai suppress the evil thoughts of the crying demon, and then came over to let several beast breeding masters check it out. But later Li Mu asked Yuan Songhai and Yi Wushuang to enter the ancient god realm to practice. So the beast breeding masters never saw Yuan Songhai during this period. How long has it been? Yuan Songhai's level 32 crying demon has become level 40? I have never heard of such a thing since ancient times. Sudden, Yuan Songhai said in a low voice,
My crying demon? The racial level is now a medium king. What?
The three beast breeding masters were suddenly shocked again. When Lu Xingyuan heard this, he was also surprised and happy. Although he knew from Li Mu that Chen Fan helped Yuan Songhai cultivate the beast master, and that Yuan Songhai's beast master level had improved by leaps and bounds, he never expected it to be so exaggerated. No wonder the minister told him not to worry. No wonder the minister said it had been arranged long ago. The young man in front of me, who killed the six-eyed abyss lord in the 5th restricted area, may have far surpassed the master of beast breeding in the way of raising beasts.
See?
A beast breeding master said with a sullen face.
Tell the truth. We're not kidding you now.
Another beast breeding master said.
When you brought the crying demon's combat power level was level 32, and his race level was a low-level lord. Less than 3 months have passed, and you said that your crying demon combat power level is already level 40, and your race level is a medium king?
The combat power level breaks through from level 32 to level 40. A full 8 levels. As for the racial level, there are 4 levels from low-level lord to mid-level king. You must know that the improvement of racial level is much more difficult than the combat power level. In less than 3 months, the racial level has gone up? Or was it Zhang Hai's disciple who helped you cultivate him? Do you think we old guys are old fools? When Yuan Songhai saw the 3 old men's eyes spitting fire, as if they wanted to eat him, he immediately laughed bitterly, and then summoned the crying demon. As soon as the crying demon came out of the summoning circle, he looked at the people present in confusion, then ran to Chen Fan and rubbed Chen Fan's hand with his body. 3 masters of animal breeding. Yuan Songhai said.
The 3 seniors contested. How can this kind of thing be a joke? My crying demon's combat power level is indeed level 40, and his race level is indeed that of a medium king. There is no way it is fake. The same goes for unparalleled beast masters. During this period, we successfully broke through from the mid-7th level to the 8th level. It was also because Xiaofan helped us cultivate the beasts and helped us advance by leaps and bounds.
The 3 masters of beast breeding at the 8th level were stunned again. When Yuan Songhai brought the crying demon here, he was still in the middle stage of 7th grade. In less than 3 months, he is already at the 8th level? Is this cultivation speed due to riding on a rocket? Originally, he and Yi Wushuang were already the youngest 7th level masters in the Tang Kingdom. In less than 3 months, this has become the 8th level? What an international joke.
It's indeed level 40.
Dark Moon suddenly said.
Although it is only level 40, the strength of the crying demon is probably on par with mine.
The 3 beast breeding masters opened their mouths as if they could fit an egg into them. On the field, it was eerily quiet. Li Fengxing couldn't help it anymore and shouted.
Old man, you look down on Grandpa Zhang, and you also look down on Brother Fan. Let me tell you, in front of Brother Fan, all of you here are rubbish.
Shen Hongxiu and others looked at Li Fengxing, but they didn't cover Li Fengxing's mouth like before. Although Lingzi's words were very confusing, they were very relieving. Who told you to look down on Grandpa Zhang and Chen Fan? The 3 beast breeding masters came to their senses. The one in the middle took a deep look at Chen Fan and said,
How did you do that?
His expression was calm, but his voice was clearly trembling a little. Before Chen Fan could speak, he immediately said,
If you can really do such a thing, I apologize to you and Zhang Hai. It's me who is blind and arrogant. It's because I'm ignorant and look down on others.
The more he talked, the more excited he became.
If you can do this kind of thing, you will change the fate of our Tang country. We old men salute you.
With that said, the three beast breeding masters all saluted Chen Fan. Fortunately, Lu Xingyuan's barrier blocked the outside world's view. Otherwise, a group of people outside would probably be frightened when they saw three beast masters bowing to a young man.
Tisk!
Zhang Hai frowned and said,
The circles under my eyes turned red as I spoke. Will I have snot and tears next? Your uncle.
The beast breeding master in the middle pointed at Zhang Hai and said angrily,
You have trained such a heaven-defying disciple, and you still hide it. Isn't it so shameful? If you had sent him here earlier, the problem of Dark Moon would have been solved long ago. Maybe our Tang country will give birth to a group of strong men in the Holy Realm. What crime do you deserve? TCH.
Zhang Hai rolled his eyes and turned his head. The three beast breeding masters were furious. When Chen Fan saw this scene and listened to their words, it was hard to blame them anymore. The three old men devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the Tang dynasty, and their relationship with their master was quite good. They were noisy, just like they were noisy with Yi Hao and the others. At this time, Lu Xingyuan said,
Actually, Master Zhang Hai is not to blame, nor is he hiding Chen Fan on purpose, because it wasn't long before Chen Fan came to the devil, and in the past few months, he, San Hai, and the others have been trapped in the fifth penalty area.
Lu Xingyuan didn't say any more, but when the three beast breeding masters heard about the
fifth forbidden area,
they were all shocked. Those who entered the fifth forbidden zone at the beginning, after coming out, they all told one thing. A mysterious man helped them cultivate their beasts and made their beasts stronger. Could this person be Chen Fan? The three old men's eyes suddenly changed when they looked at Chen Fan, the boy in front of them, who was looked down upon by them. Not only is his ability to breed animals extraordinary, but he has also saved the Tang Kingdom and Blue Star. Child. The beast breeding master in the middle had red eyes and grabbed Chen Fan's arm.
I'm sorry.
Zhang Hai flattened his mouth and said,
Look, in front of my apprentice. You look so embarrassed with runny nose and tears. Isn't it too embarrassing? Get out.
The beast breeding master roared.
If you hadn't trained such a disciple, I would have dueled you today. Ha ha ha.
Li Fengxing laughed. Everyone's eyes turned to Li Fengxing. Li Fengxing's laughter disappeared immediately, as if it had been cut off by scissors, and he lowered his head.
All right.
Zhang Hai sighed and said,
Xiao Fan, let me introduce these three old men to you. I'm holding your arm. Call me Zhou Yi. The one with very few hairs at the back is called Qi Nan.
Qi Nan.
This drunkard's name is Zhang Feiyu.
Zhang Feiyu.
I'm quite happy today, and I won't argue with you.
Chen Fan bowed slightly.
Young man Chen Fan, I have met three seniors.
Zhou Yi patted Chen Fan's arm, looked at Chen Fan as if he were his own grandson, and said,
The beasts of the Shangguan family, the Feng family, and the Chu family were all cultivated by you. Right. Yes.
Chen Fan nodded.
I knew it.
Zhou Yi said,
Your master is bragging in front of us, saying that he cultivated the beasts of those three families. He obviously spends most of his time hanging out with us. How can he have time to help those three families? Breeding beasts? This old guy deceived us so hard. Such a precious apprentice. He actually hid it. This is simply unreasonable.
After saying that, Zhou Yi said again,
Xiao Fan, are you married?
Everyone. Chen Fan. Zhang Hai quickly pulled Chen Fan over and said,
Hey, Xiao Fan came here today to see the situation of the animal breeding base and help the animal breeding base cultivate the beasts. Not here for a blind date. I know.
Zhou Yi nodded and said,
Which university are you in now? I have a granddaughter who is a sophomore at the First Martial Arts University.
Shen Hongqiu's face turned pale. Fang Qingqing couldn't help but purse her lips. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao winked at the others. Henry Chu was expressionless from beginning to end. Master Zhou's granddaughter. There's no chance. What's going on with Chen Fan and the demon empress Yi Hongyan? Lu Xingyuan looked at Zhou Yi and then at Chen Fan, with a strange smile in his eyes. Zhang Hai pulled Chen Fan and left.
Si Fan, let's go. This old man is a little mentally disturbed. No. Zhou Yi
pulled Zhang Hai.
Can't I stop talking? Let him see the dark moon first. Dark Moon sighed. You finally remember me.
Lu Xingyuan shook his head at Dark Moon. Chen Fan turned sideways and glanced at Dark Moon. He prefers this type of girl. Not this type of girl, but this type of beast master. Dark Moon's attribute panel shows that Dark Moon likes fighting. Crazy fighting? This kind of beast control is so lovable. He cultivated the beasts in the hope that they would go out and kill monsters like crazy. Otherwise, where does the void energy come from? If, like Feng Tianlin before, after cultivating the beast, he would put it in the garden where it would be popular and drink spicy food. It would really cost him his life. How great would it be if all the trained beasts were so warlike?
You like fighting?
Chen Fan touched his chin and said. Zhou Ye's eyes widened, and he looked at Lu Xingyuan.
Have you told him Dark Moon's information before?
Lu Xingyuan said.
No.
Zhou Ye blinked.
Has he seen Dark Moon before?
Lu Xingyuan shook his head.
The minister took me to see him before. But this is the first time Chen Fan and you have met.
Zhang Hai was furious.
Old man Zhou, don't interrupt. Okay.
Zhou Ye smiled. And you also looked at Chen Fan strangely and said.
Why do you know that I like fighting?
Chen Fan smiled and said nothing. Lu Xingyuan said.
Do you want Dark Moon to transform into a prototype?
Chen Fan shook his head.
No need.
He glanced at Dark Moon's attribute panel. Requirements for breaking through to level 46, the first method. The two methods shown on the panel are very simple. It's as simple as level 4 beast control breakthrough. 1 purple sparkle plant that is 100 years old. 10 pounds of fantasy hard grass. 1 7-star demon grass that is more than 80 years old. 9 level 35 shadow attribute crystal cores. And 9 level 35 flame attribute crystal cores. For a level 45 beast to break through. It doesn't even need a monster core above level 40. It seems that Dark Moon has actually reached the edge of breakthrough, and is just short of finishing. Chen Fan looked at Zhou Ye and said.
Have you used various methods to help her break through? Yes.
Zhou Ye said.
Is there any problem?
But, Zhou Ye blushed and said.
We old guys tried our best but failed to help Dark Moon break through. There's no problem.
Chen Fan said.
Actually, what you did before was not in vain. Dark Moon now wants to break through from level 45 to level 46. It's actually very simple. Very simple?
Zhou Ye and the other three were stunned. Fortunately, they already knew that Chen Fan's ability to cultivate beasts was miraculous. Otherwise, they would probably have to laugh at him again when they heard this. That's a breakthrough from level 45 to level 46. If it takes a few more years to help her break through, it will be considered a huge success. Just like Lu Xingyuan broke through from the peak of the 9th level to the Holy Realm. Even though he was at the peak of the 9th level and 5th level, half of his feet were already on the threshold of the Holy Realm. But Lu Xingyuan might be stuck in this place for the rest of his life, making it difficult to make any progress. The same goes for Dark Moon. Dark Moon's breakthrough from level 45 to level 46, and Lu Xingyuan's breakthrough from the 9th level to the 5th level to the Holy Realm are the same concept. He actually said it was very simple. Zhou Ye couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said cautiously.
Then, what do you think we should do?
Chen Fan said.
The animal breeding base should be able to mobilize the resources of the entire demon city. Right.
Hearing this, Zhou Ye smiled proudly and said.
Not only the demon city and the imperial city, but also the demon city. These are the 3 main cities and the 3 pillars of our Tang kingdom. Not only can the resources of these 3 main cities be shared, the 3 main cities can also mobilize the resources of the entire Tang kingdom.
Chen Fan nodded.
Then, help me collect these things. A 100-year-old purple sparkle. 10 pounds of fantasy hard grass. A 7-star demon grass that is over 80 years old. 9 level 35 shadow attribute crystal cores. And 9 level 35 flame attribute crystal cores.
Zhou Ye clicked on his smartwatch and recorded what Chen Fan said.
Zhou
Ye raised his head, looked at Chen Fan, and said a little puzzled.
What else? No more.
Chen Fan said.
Just these things will be fine.
Everyone present, even Lu Xingyuan, said in disbelief.
Don't you need anything else? Dark Moon is now level 45. To help her break through, doesn't she need a crystal core above level 45? Of course, it will be easier if you have crystal cores above level 45.
Chen Fan said.
But it is not necessary. The minister said that the 5th restricted area last time consumed a lot of resources. Now the City Lord's Palace does not even have crystal cores above level 40. I can't even get a few out. Save it if you can. Anyway, these things are enough to help her break through. Everything you have done before was not in vain. What I have to do now is just to finish the job. Oh, by the way, what I just talked about was just the materials to help her break through to level 46. Let's record these materials again. Collect these things, and I'm going to help her break through from a middle lord to a high lord.
3 people from Zhou Yi. Why does it sound more and more mysterious the more I hear it? How easy is it for a powerful being like Dark Moon to help her break through a combat power level and a racial level at once? Why did it come out of Chen Fan's mouth so calmly? And so sure. Sudden. Qi Nan from behind said.
I just checked in the internal system. The things Chen Fan just mentioned are available in the warehouse of the animal breeding base.
Everyone looked at Chen Fan. Lu Xingyuan's eyes were even more fiery. Chen Fan was stunned.
If there is, send someone to get it now.
Correct.
Find a place with electricity. Get me a big pot and an induction cooker.
Zhou Yi was stunned.
What does the induction cooker do?
Chen Fan laughed.
Cook hot pot for Dark Moon.
Dark Moon frowned.
I don't like hot pot. I like barbecue.
Chen Fan.
It can help you break through to level 46.
Dark Moon.
Even if it's lava, I can swallow it. If we can really improve our combat power level and race level this time, the power I can give back may be able to help Xingyuan break through to the Holy Realm.
As she said that, she looked at Lu Xingyuan affectionately. Chen Fan. There is something wrong with these 2 people. No. 1 person and 1 tiger. Chapter 279 Xiao Bai turns into human form.
Boom!
A burst of energy exploded from the huge Dark Moon white tiger. The stars in the sky fell bit by bit and lingered for a long time. Zhou Yi and the others opened their mouths, but did not close them for a while. Zhang Hai was calm and composed. Yi Hao, Shen Taotao, and others were used to it. Yuan Songhai and Yi Wuxuang looked at each other and smiled. Not surprised.
Ha 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 ha!
Lu Xingyuan laughed loudly.
A breakthrough! Dark Moon has reached level 46.
The feedback power coming from Yu was so huge that Lu Xingyuan's whole body flashed with streams of light.
No need,
Lu Xingyuan said.
Dark Moon, there is no need to give me so much star power in return.
The power of the beast to feed back is within a certain range. There is the lowest and there is the highest. This is decided by the beast himself. After the leader of the demon cult became an orange cat, he was reluctant to give too much power back to Chen Fan every time he upgraded, and always chose the lowest option. Because of this, he received several beatings from Gongzi and the others. Every time Xiaobai and Jade give back their strength, they always choose the best. Before Chen Fan cultivated the void divine body, because he had too many beasts to control and his own cultivation level was too weak. His star power often reached the upper limit of the star sea. So he had to let Xiaobai and the others choose to feed back the lowest value of power. Now that Anu has broken through with the help of Chen Fan, the strength she has given back to Lu Xingyuan has obviously chosen the highest. This made Lu Xingyuan feel very uncomfortable. Dark Moon did this to help him break through to the Holy Realm.
Unbelievable!
Zhou Yi looked at Anu and then at Chen Fan, his eyes widening. They watched every step of Chen Fan's
hot pot cooking.
They also know every ingredient in hot pot. The only thing that seemed unfamiliar to them was the star-gathering array that Chen Fan had arranged around Dark Moon. But the star-gathering formation uses only a few crystal cores of over 30 levels. Before Chen Fan did this, they had actually believed in Chen Fan's methods. But seeing this scene with their own eyes still shocked the 3 beast breeding masters to an unspeakable degree. This is a breakthrough from level 45 to level 46. With such a method, doesn't it mean that Chen Fan can create a holy beast at will? What kind of beast breeding master is this? This is the god of beast breeding. Godlike means. Zhou Yi subconsciously glanced at the closed door. Yuan Songhai also placed a barrier on the door of the room. The fewer people who actually know about this kind of thing, the better.
Thank you.
Just when Zhou Yi and the others were stunned, Dark Moon White Tiger, who still maintained his original form, said,
Thank you for helping me break through. You're welcome.
Chen Fan smiled and said,
But if you want to break through from level 46 to level 47, it might be more troublesome. I just helped you break through from level 45 to level 46 so easily. Mainly because Mr. Zhou and the others have done a lot of things before.
Dark Moon nodded.
I understand.
Zhou Yi and the other 3 suddenly felt their faces light up. And they all smiled slightly. This kid can talk better than that old guy Zhang Hai. Every word Zhang Hai said could make people feel so angry that their stomachs hurt. Look at this kid. Although his methods are superb, he is not arrogant. Too rare. At this time, Chen Fan looked at Henry Chu and said,
Can you still find the Blackheart Demon Soul Flower in the place you visited last time?
Henry Chu was stunned for a moment.
To help the Dark Moon White Tiger break through to level 47, do you need the Black Heart Demonic Soul Flower?
The Black Heart Demonic Soul Flower was the material used to help the little stone man break through. Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang ran to countless places, but couldn't find them. Later, it was Chu Xian and Yi Hao who found the Black Heart Demon Soul Flower in the ancient god realm, and finally succeeded in helping the little stone man break through. Although the Dark Moon White Tiger is relatively high level, it is far from being comparable to a god demonic existence like the little stone man.
Right?
Yi Hao and Shen Hongxiu also had strange looks on their faces. Chen Fan nodded. Henry Chu said,
The black-hearted demon soul flower that Yi Hao and I found was in a strange valley. The valley was dense with een and mist. We left immediately after finding one. Not sure if there are any more. What is the black-heart demon soul flower?
Zhou Yi asked.
Why have we never heard of it?
Shi Nan and Zhang Feiyu looked at each other and shook their heads. With a thought in his mind, Chen Fan used his mental power to transform into the
black-hearted demonic soul flower.
After Zhou Yi and others looked at it carefully for a while, they all shook their heads.
I haven't seen it before,
Chen Fan said.
This is where the trouble lies. This thing is hard to find. But Henry Chu and the others have found it before. Maybe there is still one there. It will probably take some time. Forget it. Let me help Dark Moon break through the racial level first.
3 people from Zhou Yi. After helping Dark Moon break through the racial level, Chen Fan, led by Zhou Yi and the others, walked around the Magic City Beast training base. By the time Chen Fan had recorded all the beast control information at the Demon City Beast training base, the sun had already set. Regardless of Zhou Yi and the others strong pleased to stay, Chen Fan passed a copy of the recorded information to Zhou Yi, and then went back to his residence with Chu Xian and the others. Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang also followed back. Chen Fan sent Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang into the ancient god realm. Li Mu had said before that he wanted Yuan Sanhai and the others to enter the ancient god realm and other 4 realms to explore these 4 realms. The others haven't chosen yet, but Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wushuang can already start taking action. Chen Fan went to store number 9 without stopping. Daily tasks still need to be completed. Moreover, restrictions can now be relaxed a lot. In the beginning, Chen Fan cultivated beasts in shop number 9 and controlled them to around 20 per day. In the past few days after returning from the 5th restricted area, except for the time lost this time due to going to the beast breeding base, he almost had to breed more than 200 beasts a day in the 9th store. The seemingly easy job made Chen Fan wish he could grow more heads and arms. In addition to shop number 9, there are also the Feng family, Shangwan family and Chu family. In the animal breeding base, Zhou Yi and several other animal breeding masters felt like they had been given blood. And now Chen Fan is as if he has been injected with blood. The real madness begins. Starting from store number 9, plus the Demon City Lord's Mansion beast breeding base. Chen Fan could not wait to cultivate all the beasts in Demon City right away. Now, although I don't dare to let go completely, still guarding against the Nightmare Garden. But with the support of the Demon City Lord's Mansion and Li Mu's support, Chen Fan could finally be arrogant. Time flies. 4 days later, Chen Fan was fighting with Yi Hongyan in his dream. Sudden, a scream rang out in his room.
Shen Hongxiu!
Chen Fan was furious. No one except Shen Hongxiu could scream like this. Chen Fan opened his eyes and looked at Shen Hongxiu standing at the door angrily, breaking in the door early in the morning and screaming uncontrollably. Are you crazy? Sudden, Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. He seemed to know the reason for Shen Hongxiu's scream. In his arms, there is a naked body. Chen Fan looked down. Almost had a nosebleed. The skin is like gelatin, and the eyes are bright and clear. So beautiful. The girl opened her eyes. Eyes like stars. Looked at Chen Fan. Fluttered. And then got into Chen Fan's arms.
Don't move!
Chen Fan pushed the girl away. Then wrapped her in a quilt and looked at Shen Hongxiu.
What's going on? I don't know her.
Footsteps sounded, and Yi Hao and others who came after hearing the news stood at the door. Their eyes widened. Snort! Shen Hongxiu pouted and stamped her feet fiercely. Yi Hao gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. At this time, the girl who was wrapped in a quilt by Chen Fan looked timidly at the people at the door and made a sound.
Meow!
At this moment, everyone was petrified. Chen Fan turned his head stiffly, looked at the girl, and said,
Xiao Bai.
The girl's eyes widened and she nodded.
Yeah. She is Xiao Bai?
Shen Hongxiu and others were stunned. The orange cat took a bite of Li Fengxing's foot, got in from Li Fengxing's feet, and said,
A bunch of country bumpkins have reached such a high level. Isn't it normal to turn into human form? Chun Fan, help me break through. Among all the beasts, I am the weakest. I don't want to be a cat anymore. I also want to transform.
Xiao Bai looked at the crowd, then came over timidly and got into Chun Fan's arms. This time, Shen Hongxiu didn't scream. Chun Fan did not resist. However, in front of so many people, Chun Fan wrapped the quilt a little tighter and said,
Hongxiu stays. You all, get out. Xiao Bai needs to wear clothes.
Fang Qingqing immediately turned around and ran.
I'll get some clothes.
Everyone walked to the garden. Shen Naodao touched his chin.
Oh my god. Xiao Bai is so beautiful. Isn't he? I feel like only Empress Yi Hongyan can compete with her.
Yi Hao blinked.
When we return to Dahai City this time, let's go to the first secret realm of Dahai City to catch some succubi.
Henry Chu and others looked at Yi Hao speechlessly. Until now, Yi Hao still remembers the incident about the succubus. This is probably his biggest dream. After a while, Chun Fan came out with Xiao Bai. Behind them, Shen Hongxiu, Fang Qingqing, and Bai Rouge all had extremely weird expressions. Xiao Bai has not yet adapted to the human form. When walking, he wanted to squat down and then land on all fours several times. Gongzi and Fei Cui all ran over and chattered around Xiao Bai. They don't know the girl in front of them, but they can sense that the girl is Xiao Bai. Chun Fan could actually feel it, but after being awakened by Shen Hongxiu's scream, he still hadn't reacted. The garden immediately became very lively. A group of royal beasts started making a fuss. Xiao Hei stood on the head of the ice-white python, sighed and said,
Oh, the lovely Xiao Bai is gone. What's the benefit of becoming a human? You have to take a shower every day. You still have to run to the toilet when you poop.
All the beasts. Xiao Hei then said,
Do you think the goblin will turn into a human after its level becomes the same as Xiao Bai's?
All the beasts. Everyone. Goblin blinked.
I'm just me, so I don't need to change. Right. I'm still a human being now.
Xiao Hei.
You do look like a human now, but you are a bit too short. A bit too ugly. And your skin is a bit too green.
Goblin. Xiao Hei.
The same goes for Xiao Bai. She was so beautiful before. Now she has become this virtuous. It's so ugly. She's still as beautiful as before. Meow.
Xiao Bai flashed over and slapped Xiao Hei away. A group of beasts looked at Xiao Hei, who was shot away, and shook their heads. Jade flew over, circled around Xiao Bai, and then fell into Xiao Bai's hand. Xiao Bai grinned and patted Jade gently. Jade screamed with joy.
Ahem.
Shen Hongxiu coughed lightly and said,
Well, Xiao Bai has turned into a human form. I can't sleep in the same bed with you anymore. No.
Xiao Bai flashed over and hugged Chun Fan.
No.
Chun Fan blinked but did not move or speak. Shen Hongxiu gritted her teeth and said,
Then you turn back into a cat when you sleep. Oh.
Xiao Bai nodded. Gongzi ran to Chun Fan's feet, regarded Chun Fan's feet as a tree, hugged the trunk and shook it. Hiss 11313233333 sin extent. Yes. Yes.
Chun Fan patted Gongzi's little head and said,
Your combat power level and race level are the same as Xiao Bai's. Maybe you will turn into a human form one day.
Gongzi grinned. The atmosphere on the field became a little weird. Except for the 4 blind men who were drinking tea. The other people and the beasts all felt that something was wrong. The eyes of every person and every beast are weird. Mainly, Xiao Bai was always tired of being in Chun Fan's arms and refused to leave for a moment. If she were still a ragdoll cat, it would definitely be normal. If you become a human and still do this.
Then,
Chun Fan rolled his eyes and said,
Last night, I dreamed about Rouge and Qingqing.
Ah. Fang Qingqing returned and Bai Rouge's eyes lit up. Their eyes were full of anticipation. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao also came over. Even the 4 blind men who were drinking tea pricked up their ears. Chun Fan said,
In the dream, Qingqing seems to be the princess of the Sky Demon Clan, and Ru Gu is the leader of the Holy Spirit Clan. Qingqing, the princess of the Celestial Demon Clan? Ru Gu is the leader of the Holy Spirit Clan.
Shen Hongxiu narrowed her eyes and said,
Have you really had such a dream? What did you dream about? Tisk.
Chun Fan frowned and said,
I don't know what's going on. In the dream, I seemed to be making people angry. I was being chased wherever I went. I obviously didn't do anything. But Qingqing and Rouge are gnashing their teeth and trying to hack me to death.
Then the Empress came to save me, and then chopped me after saving me. Very messy. Fortunately, I can run fast and can withstand beatings. I just don't know why. But I haven't found the sky-breaking demon sword.
Fong Qingqing and Bai Rouge looked at each other, their faces turning red. Although they, like Henry Chu, were chasing Chen Fan in his dreams, they were still very happy that Chen Fan could dream about them. But why? Li Fingxing touched his nose, squinted his eyes, and said mysteriously,
Later, Brother Fan found the sky-breaking demon sword, and everyone who opposed Brother Fan was hacked to death by Brother Fan. Qingqing, Rouge, you must have died miserably too. Get lost.
Fong Qingqing and Bai Rouge turned their heads at the same time. Li Fingxing shrank his head and did not dare to speak anymore. All right. Shen Hongxiu glanced at Xiao Bai depressedly and said,
We are about to set off back to Donghai City. The people sent by the minister to see us off have been waiting outside for a long time.
The smile in Chen Fan's eyes slowly dissipated. Early in the morning, Shen Hongxiu went to his room to call him just for this matter. They are going back to Donghai City to celebrate the new year.
Go ahead. I won't send you off.
Chen Fan smiled and waved his hand and said,
Have a good rest during this period, and prepare for hard training when you come back.
Bai Rouge said reluctantly.
Uncle Master, are you really not going back to Donghai City with us to celebrate the new year?
Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said,
I will definitely return to Donghai City in the future, but I definitely can't do it now. If I go to Donghai City, I may cause trouble to Donghai City.
Everyone stood up. After saying goodbye to the four blind men, Shen Hongxiu and Yi Hao didn't say much. At the same time, they took the beast back into the beast space and strode out. Wait until their backs disappear. Henry Chu said,
Send me to the ancient god realm. I will find the black heart demon soul flower.
Chen Fan nodded.
I'll leave a mark on you. I'll go to the city lord's mansion beast breeding base to cultivate the beasts later. And then I'll go to the ancient god realm to find you when I come back.
Chapter 280. The blood of the demon clan flows in your body. Donghai City. Shen family. In the meeting hall, a group of people from the Shen family were discussing something. Suddenly, the faces of the heads of the Shen family changed at the same time.
Dad? What's wrong?
Shen Xiao was stunned for a moment. But several people in the meeting hall ignored him. A group of people dodged and rushed out of the meeting hall. Shen Xiao was startled and hurriedly chased him out. I saw two mysterious men in black armor floating above the courtyard outside the meeting hall.
6th level realm?
Shen Xiao's eyes changed, and he immediately summoned his Death Spider Emperor. People in the city lord's mansion would not hide their heads and tails like this. At this time, the head of the Shen family said in a deep voice,
Who are you two? And why do you want to break into the Shen family?
While they were talking, several members of the Shen family also slowly floated up, then spread out, surrounding the two people. Sudden, one of the two people dodged and punched the person on his right. A simple punch, but it exploded like thunder. Shen Xiao below was shocked.
Second uncle, be careful.
The person who was attacked by the mysterious man was none other than Shen Zhao's second uncle and Shen Daoda's father. Shen He snorted coldly, and without evading, he also punched out. Soon enough, the two fists clashed together.
Boom!
The violent energy exploded, and the two of them retreated backwards at the same time. But the mysterious man in black armor seemed to be much weaker. His body was shaking in the air, and he finally stabilized his figure. Seeing this scene, the Shen family members secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Xiao, who was below, also laughed.
Where does this idiot dare to come to Shen's house and show off his teeth? Are you tired of living?
His words just fell. Another mysterious man in the air suddenly sank quickly. After avoiding the head of the Shen family, he rushed toward Shen Xiao like a ghost.
Careful!
A group of people in the Shen family were panicked.
Call!
The mysterious man landed in front of Shen Xiao and grabbed Shen Xiao's face with one claw. Shen Xiao is only at the peak of the 4th level. How can he dare to compete head-on with the 6th level? He shouted angrily and backed away quickly. At the same time, his beast-controlling Death Spider King opened his mouth and sprayed a spider web towards the mysterious man's back. The mysterious man stepped on the ground with his right foot, increased his speed suddenly, and rushed toward Shen Xiao like an arrow.
Shower!
The head of the Shen family's eyes were about to burst. And before he could say anything, he struck at the mysterious man.
Call!
The mysterious man's speed was mentioned again. After avoiding the cobwebs and sword light, he arrived first and put a claw on Shen Xiao's shoulder.
Ah!
Shen Xiao felt a sharp pain and screamed. The mysterious man grabbed Shen Xiao's shoulders, turned his body quickly, and clasped his other hand around Shen Xiao's neck with a click. A group of Shen family experts, who originally wanted to rush over to lend a helping hand, suddenly stopped in midair with horrified expressions on their faces.
Snort!
Shen Xiao snorted and said,
Kill me if you dare! Don't expect to use me to threaten the Shin family.
At this time, figures rushed towards him one after another from all around. The Shin family members reacted very quickly when they heard the news. In just a few seconds, the entire courtyard was surrounded by 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. The head of the Shin family pointed the sword at the mysterious man and said through gritted teeth,
"Who are you? Your Excellency?"
At this time, the mysterious man suddenly released his grip on Shin Zhao's neck. Shin Zhao and others were stunned for a moment. Immediately, Shin Hongxiu's voice rang out.
"Brother, I haven't seen you for a while. Why have you become so weak?"
All the Shin family members present were stunned for a while. Shin Zhao's eyes widened with disbelief, and he turned his head.
Hongxia?
Shin Hongxiu thought, and with a flash of light, the black armor turned into wisps of black light, fused together, fell on her finger, and turned into a ring. On the other side, Shin Taoao also put away his armor, grinned and said,
"Surprise!"
Shin Zhao blinked, and then roared,
"Shin Hongxiu! Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Tisk!"
Shin Hongxiu bared her teeth and covered her ears. The head of the Shin family walked over slowly, glanced at Shin Hongxiu in disbelief, then at Shin Naonao, and said,
"Hongxiu, have you all broken through to the 6th level?"
Shin Hongxiu smiled slightly, and her body became buoyant again. Then, she said,
"To be honest, Dad, the 6th level is nothing at all. Taodao's strength is not as strong as mine. But if he tries his best, he can kill a 7th grade master level being with one move."
Shin Taoao was furious.
"Stop bragging. How are you better than me?"
Everyone in the Shin family was shocked. When Shin Hongxiu and Shin Taoao left Donghai City, they were only in the 2nd level. It has only been a few months, and they have already broken through to the 6th level? Can Taoao be able to kill a 7th grade grandmaster with one move? What a joke. Shin He walked up to Shin Taoao, narrowed his eyes and said,
"Are you really my son, Shin Taoao?"
Shin Taoao glanced at his father speechlessly and said,
"Dad, I have only left Donghai City for a few months. You don't even know your own son." "Right."
Shin Zhao pursed her lips and shouted,
"I don't believe it. Brother, don't you believe it?"
Shin Taoao glanced sideways at Shin Zhao, then waved his hand and said,
"Uncle, Dad, third uncle, you all need to step back and make some room."
Everyone didn't know what Shin Taoao was going to do, but they all stepped back, with a thought in Shin Naonao's mind. He summoned the 2 void demons in the beast-controlling space, a level 32 void walker, a level 33 4-winged bone dragon. As soon as the 2 huge void demons came out, the overwhelming demonic energy swept away instantly. Although these 2 demons have been purified by Chen Fan and no longer have evil thoughts. Demons are demons after all. As soon as this demon appeared, the Death Spider Emperor fell to the ground with a bang, trembling and afraid to move.
"Spider, don't be afraid."
Shin Hongxiu hurried over and comforted the Death Spider Emperor twice. Everyone in the Shin family, Shin Zhao, Shin He felt the aura of those 2 demons. His heart was pounding. He swallowed hard and said,
"Son,
why do you have 2 more beasts? What are the combat power levels of these 2 beasts?
Huh?
Why do I feel a little frightened when facing them?" "Oh,"
Shin Taoao said, pretending not to care.
"One is a level 32 Void Walker, and the other is a level 33 4-winged Bone Dragon. Both are Brother Fan." "Shut up."
Shin Hongxiu interrupted Shin Naonao's words sternly. Shin Taoao shrank his head slightly, smiled awkwardly and said,
"In short, the real strength of my 2 beast masters should be stronger than the beast masters of several 7th level masters in the City Lord's mansion, because their racial level is already High Lord." "The High Lord?"
Shin family was once again stunned. "If we convert it to medium extraordinary, wouldn't it mean that these 2 beasts are already at level 36 or 37?
Ouch. Shin He grabbed Shin Naonao's arm and was extremely surprised. "My son is so strong." "Ha ha. Ha ha ha."
Shin Zhao looked at Shin Hongxiu, feeling happy and feeling the urge to vomit blood. How did the 2 little brats who were following him turn into such strong men in the blink of an eye? Shin Zhao gritted his teeth and said,
"It should be Chen Fan who helped you. So your cultivation level has improved by leaps and bounds."
"Right?
What nonsense. Of course Brother Fan helped us,"
Shin Taoao said.
"Uncle, Dad, Shin Hongxiu, and I came back to see you. Just pretend to be cool and leave."
Everyone. Shin He was stunned for a moment.
"Aren't you guys here to celebrate the new year?" "Of course not,"
Shin Taoao said.
"We will go back to the Magic City in a while. Brother Fan must be lonely celebrating the new year in the Magic City alone. We have to go back to accompany him.
Shin Hongxiu nodded. Shin Yi slapped Shin Tao on the shoulder and said,
No matter how anxious you are, you won't be anxious for a while. You're not allowed to leave today. Let's have a good chat with us at home today about what you have been doing in the Magic City during this time.
The head of the Shin family also nodded.
Yes. The Demon City sent us a message before. Tell us.
Shin Xiao touched his chin and said,
The armor you are wearing seems to be stronger than the city lord's armor? How much did it cost? The situation has become smaller. Brother.
Shin Dao smiled and said,
The armors we carry are priceless treasures. And you can't buy them even if you have money. If you have to convert them into alliance coins. They are estimated to be at least hundreds of billions.
Everyone in the Shin family was petrified. Shin Xiao frowned.
When will you change your habit of bragging? If you don't brag, you will die. What are you bragging about?
Shin Tao said,
This armor was awarded to us by the minister after we made great achievements. Even an ordinary 9th level expert may not be able to get it.
Everyone looked at Shin Hongxiu, who nodded helplessly.
About this, he is not bragging.
Shin Tao continued to show off.
Your structure is too small. Money, for me, is just a symbol on my body.
Seeing the murderous look in Shin Hongxiu's eyes, Shin Nato decisively shut up. Shin Hongxiu glared at Shin Tao and said,
Send the beast back to the beast space.
Then, she looked at the others.
Dad, second uncle, brother, we brought you some gifts.
Shin Xiao said with a dark face.
It's useless to bring any gifts. You treat your elder brother like this. Why don't you repay him by grabbing my neck?
The summer ring on Shin Hongxiu's finger flashed, and she took out a ring and handed it to Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao snorted coldly.
Shin Xiao, don't eat food that comes from outside.
Shin Hongxiu said calmly.
This armor is a mid-level divine weapon. It is more powerful than the armors worn by many 8th level warriors. The gift from my sister represents the deep relationship between us brother and sister.
Shin Xiao snatched the ring from Shin Hongxiu's hand, and then looked at his father and several uncles warily. Shin Hongxiu rolled her eyes.
Don't worry. They won't rob you. Everyone has.
As they said this, Shin Hongxiu and Shin Tao had a thought at the same time. The light of their shumi rings flashed at the same time. Piles of high-level monster crystal cores, various rare materials, and high-level armors and weapons were piled up in the yard. The Shin family was all boiling. Li family, Li Qingyan, and a group of people from the Li family surrounded Li Fingxing. It's like watching a rare animal.
Li Fingxing also wore black armor. Beside them were 2 void demons exuding a terrifying aura.
My son finally has a future.
Li's mother cried with joy. Li Fingxing hugged his mother's shoulders and was about to speak. Li's mother said again,
What was that thing before? Huh?
Li Fingxing was stunned.
Mom, are you praising me or scolding me? I'm praising you.
Li Qingyan clicked her tongue and said,
Aren't Shin Fan's methods too terrible? Can such a fool be trained into a strong man by him? And it only took 3 months?
Li Fingxing blinked.
I always feel like you are talking very strangely. As if you were praising me or hurting me. Ha ha. Do you think what you see now is all I have? If Brother Fan hadn't warned me, I would have scared you to death.
The head of the Li family wiped his sweat and said,
Boy, you just scared us and you're still hiding?
Li Fingxing said hesitantly.
Dad, I do still have something to hide, but this is not a trivial matter. If I are exposed, I may be killed. Then stop talking.
Mother Li screamed.
Say whatever you can.
Li Fingxing didn't go through so many twists and turns and directly took out everything from the summer ring. War armor, weapons, and various precious materials. Pile into a mountain. Li's mother was stunned.
Son, you wouldn't follow Chen Fan to rob a bank. Would you? No. 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 Mom, please don't say that.
Li Qingyan said quickly.
Chen Fan really has godlike methods. If he wants money, banks may not be able to match this suit of armor. It's just for me. I want it. Pa.
Father Li slapped her hand away.
See clearly. This is a man's armor.
Yejia. Under the stunned gazes of the Yi family, Yi Hao beat up his brother Yi Zhan and a group of Yi Zhan's beast masters.
You brat. Are you pure of heart? Brother, don't you insist on fighting me? Then you don't have to be so harsh. I just used 3 successes. I beat you when I was a kid. Were you just taking revenge? I just made it clear that I wanted to spar with my second uncle. So you have to come forward and be beaten. It's unreasonable. I've been practicing so hard and fighting in the secret realm with the pioneer group every day. Now I'm still only in the 5th level realm. Why did this brat break through to the 6th level realm before me? Brother, Don't be dissatisfied. I didn't use my full strength at all. If I did, I could kill a 7th grade master with one stick. Do you believe it? I'm so sad that after the Chinese New Year, I will go to Shanghai. There is no need to celebrate the New Year. You can come with me soon. Me and the others are just coming back to see you. And we will go back to the Magic City in a while. We can't do this kind of thing if we leave Brother Fan alone in the Magic City.
Ah, leaving soon? Come on. Let's see what gifts I have brought for you.
The City Lord's mansion was also boiling. Bairuja's beast control is better than his father's beast control. Everyone in the City Lord's mansion was shocked. Only the City Lord Bai Tianyu remained calm because he knew some news in advance. Chen Fan is dreaming. This dream was very strange. It was so gray all around that you couldn't see the sky above or the earth below. Chen Fan looked around. There was nothing around.
Sudden,
a disembodied voice sounded.
Chen Fan.
Chen Fan's face turned cold.
What the hell is this? Chen Fan.
The voice floated around.
Do you know your life experience?
Chen Fan said nothing.
You have the blood of the devil. You and we are the same kind of people. Li Mu and the others are taking advantage of you.
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly.
People from the Nightmare Garden?
Upon hearing this, a ferocious and terrifying ghost face appeared in the void. Chen Fan glanced at the grimace, then looked around, slightly startled. No properties panel appears. How is this going? Chen Fan thought and glanced at the system panel. I don't know why, but the system panel is a bit blurry. It felt like I was drunk. Something's wrong with his current mental strength. Even if he drinks for 3 days and 3 nights, he won't be so drunk that he can't even see the system panel clearly. What's more, he basically doesn't drink. Ghostface said.
Do you know the origin of our Nightmare Garden?
Chen Fan said calmly.
The Demon Clan? So you know?
The ghost face floated in front of Chen Fan and said.
Yes. The Nightmare Garden was established by the Demon Clan.
And you have the blood of the Demon Clan flowing in your body. What did you say?
Chen Fan was slightly stunned. Ghostface said.
Have you not noticed that you were special before? Have you ever felt very excited when you were killing someone? Have you ever felt that there is an unspeakable violence in your heart?
Chen Fan remained silent. When he first came to Blue Star, he did feel this abnormality. The first time he killed someone, he was not nervous at all, but was very excited. It seems that there is such a darkness deep in my heart. But, if it involves the Demon Clan, something is wrong. Right? He is from Earth. Chen Fan smiled slightly and said,
Your rhetoric can be true for anyone. Many people have a dark side deep inside. Tell me why you're here. What do you want to do with me?
The ghostly face circled around Chen Fan and said,
Return to the Demon Clan. You are originally from the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan is your destination.
Chen Fan was silent for a moment and moved his palm slightly. The power of the void is gone. He couldn't feel a trace of void power at all.
Is this a dream?
Chen Fan said calmly.
The Demon City has ministers under its control. Even the 5 demon kings of your nightmare court would not dare to run wild in the Demon City. So, you use some kind of ability to drag me into a dream. Right.
He. The ghost face laughed and said,
Introduce yourself. Dream Demon under the Demon King of the East region. Meet His Highness Chen Fan. Your Highness?
Chen Fan also laughed. Next moment,
boom!
The Demon King's body appeared out of thin air behind Chen Fan. In the dream, the void divine body cannot be controlled. But the
whisper of the Demon King,
which is based on mental power, can control it. The Demon King's Dharma body, holding the sky and stepping on the ground, appeared in the dream out of thin air. And the aura of crazy and domineering dominance over the world crushed the dream space in an instant.
This is impossible! Boom!
The dream is as shattered as a mirror. A shadow disappeared into nothingness like lightning.
Got you!
Li Mu's voice rang in Chen Fan's mind. And a big hand appeared from the darkness and grabbed the escaping figure. Chapter 281 Ghost Vision and Demonic Portal. In the room, Chen Fan opened his eyes. Almost the moment he opened his eyes, the angry voices of the blind man and the lame man came from outside. Chen Fan got out of bed and walked into the garden. In the garden, the blind man and the lame man had disappeared. Apparently, after he used the Demon King's Dharma body to shatter the Dream Demon's dream. Not only did Li Mu discover where the Dream Demon's real body was hiding, but even the blind man and the others noticed the anomaly. So they ran to join in the fun. On the other side, Xiaobai, who had transformed into a human form, was playing with Gongzi and the others. Seeing Chen Fan coming out, Xiaobai jumped into Chen Fan's arms with a flash of lightning.
Why are you still up so late?
Chen Fan rubbed Xiao Bai's head. He was still a little uncomfortable with Xiao Bai turning into a human form. Xiao Bai, who had transformed into a human form, still liked to crawl into his arms. Play. Xiao Bai's voice was clear and sweet.
Play with Gongzi and the others.
Xiao Bai, who had just transformed into a human form, was still a little fluent in speech. Chen Fan laid down on the rocking chair next to the stone table, looking at the night sky in silence. After a while, a figure flashed on the field. The four blind men returned again.
Are you okay?
Who was talking in the dream to crush into ashes, was actually inconsistent with her words and deeds, and she was helping him overtly and covertly. In that strange dream, there were only a few rays of light that prevented Chen Fan from completely sinking into the darkness. The dream is too messy. Chen Fan was unable to obtain more memories based on these dreams. At least not yet. He didn't understand what he was doing in his previous life and why he did it. No matter what, he doesn't want to be a villain. He is even less willing to be the enemy of the whole world. Same now. The threats from the human race and demon race all come from the demon race behind the Nightmare Garden. The dream demon said that he has the blood of the demon clan in his body? How ironic. He who wants to bulldoze the Nightmare Garden and eradicate the Heavenly Demon Clan is actually a member of the Heavenly Demon Clan. The blind man and the others seem to have known this for a long time. But how did they know? Li Mu obviously knew this a long time ago. How did Li Mu know? The Nightmare Garden would be even weirder, even if the Heavenly Demon Clan has certain characteristics. After he activated the Void Divine Body, even his blood has now turned golden. How can the Heavenly Demon Clan determine that he is a Heavenly Demon Clan? Chen Fan remembered what happened in the palace of the 5th restricted area. At that time, Han Jiangshu has spilled the beans. Said he was exactly like his father. But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Li Mu. So, does it actually have something to do with your parents? Are his parents from the Demon Clan? So, after beating and beating until the end, are you going to beat your own parents? Xia Fan. The cripple saw Chen Fan's gloomy eyes and said a little worriedly,
Please say a few words. You are making us very uneasy. I'm fine.
Chen Fan laughed and said,
I'm just a little irritable.
With that said, Chen Fan waved to Gongzi and the others who were not far away. All the beasts cheered and gathered around. Chen Fan's eyes swept over several beasts including the Eye Demon and the Phantom Demon. Name of the beast, Beholder. Combat power level, level 42. Race level, Middle Lord. Racial skills, Ghost Vision plus. Demonic Rape plus. Corruption plus. Sacrifice plus. Enslaved Demon plus. Demonic Portal plus. Name of the beast, Phantom. Combat power level, level 42. Race level, Middle Lord. Racial skills, Soul Splitting plus. Phantom Mist plus. Soul Suppressing Chain plus. Magic Sound plus. Curse of Weakness plus. Magic Armor plus. Chaos Arrow plus. Name of the beast, Scythe Demon. Combat power level, level 43. Race level, Middle Lord. Racial skills, Whirlwind Side plus. Dance of Darkness plus. Crystallized Dual Swords plus. Demonic Shield plus. Weakness Contagion plus. Gravity Field plus. Name of the beast, Void Bone Dragon. Combat power level, level 41. Race level, Middle Lord. Racial skills, Bone Dragon Breath plus. Storm Fury plus. 1000 Arrows Volley plus. Bone Shield plus. Black Flame Impact plus. Magic Explosion plus. These 4 demons were all collected by Chen Fan using Whisper of the Demon King and Purification when he was trapped in the 5th restricted area. At that time, he signed the contract with these beasts mainly to obtain the feedback power of these powerful demons and to use them as batteries for the colorful sacred stones. Therefore, when he was in the 5th restricted area, Chen Fan didn't have time to check the skills of these beasts except for their combat power levels. Most of the attacks by beholders and phantoms are directed against the soul. This kind of attack is not weak at all. At first, he just relied on Xiao Hei's spiritual spike to kill powerful enemies many times. Some skills of beholders and phantoms are much more powerful than mental spikes. But if copied to oneself, the skills of the beholder and the phantom demon may not be as useful as Xiao Hei's spiritual spikes. Like the little skeleton, the Scythe Demon is more like a warrior. A very fierce warrior. The last Void Bone Dragon turned out to be the weakest. Most of the Void Bone Dragon skills are group attacks. Group attack skills are the best for sweeping the field. Just like Xiao Bai's Chain Lightning. As Xiao Bai upgrades, the Chain Lightning attacks more and more targets. The problem is, the power of Chain Lightning is too weak. Xiaobai wanted to use chain lightning to deal with beings of the same level, but it would be difficult to cause too much damage to the enemy. Therefore, chain lightning can almost only be used to defeat mobs, and Xiaobai rarely uses it himself. A bunch of void bone dragons attack in groups, and they are quite big, so overall they are a bit embarrassing. Qin Fan's eyes fell on the beholder. The beholder has 3 skills that attract his attention: Ghost Vision, Enslaving Demons, Demonic Portals. The skill of Ghost Vision can see through many invisibility or escape techniques. Qin Fan's system can see the attributes panel of invisible monsters or alien races, but not the human race, like Yun Sanhai, who is already at the 8th level. If Yun Sanhai is invisible, it will be difficult for Qin Fan to see through Yun Sanhai's invisibility unless his mental strength is stronger than the opponent's. But with Ghost Vision, it's different. Enslaving Demons. This skill is a bit like the mind control of soul-raising Mumuling. It can control a demon that is weaker than itself for 15 seconds. This move is useless to Qin Fan because Whisper of the Demon King is much stronger than this move. However, Qin Fan cannot give the Whisper of the Demon King to other beasts, but he can copy the skill Slave Demons to other beasts when the enemy is outnumbered. This move can sometimes turn the tide of the battle around. Demonic Portal, which opens 2 portals, and teammates can shuttle between the 2 portals at will, kind of like a fixed position thunderbolt, from point A to point B, and then from point B to point A. The mobility is not very strong, but the strength is that it can be teleported continuously, instead of having to wait for a period of time after using it 3 times like Thunder Flash. Recover. If you copy this skill to multiple beasts and fight together, there will be portals everywhere. Qin Fan grinned and copied the Ghost Vision onto Xiaobai. Bang! Little bits of light exploded from Xiaobai's body. Skill copy failed. Dark demon skills cannot be copied to noobs with thunder attributes. Qin Fan frowned. When he first turned on the copy skill, he had guessed that some beasts with conflicting attributes would not be able to copy each other's skills. Qin Fan can copy Xiaobai's Thunder Flash to the green crystal demon fox and orange cat, but he cannot copy the Thunder Flash to Xiaohei. After a moment of silence, Qin Fan copied the Ghost Vision onto the old ape. Success? Qin Fan copied the Ghost Vision to Xiaohei again. Success? Really? As long as there are no conflicting attributes, there will generally be no problem. Gongzi has a rock attribute, so rock attributes and devils don't conflict. Right? Qin Fan copied the Ghost Vision to Gongzi again. Success? Qin Fan laughed and directly copied the Ghost Vision to all the beasts except Xiaobai. A group of beast masters discovered that they had an extra skill, and immediately started making a fuss. Old ape! Use the shadow canopy to hide! Gongzi! Go find the old ape! Hide and seek? Gongzi grinned and charged furiously towards a piece of bluestone. Bang! The old ape used the shadow canopy to hide, but Gongzi broke his invisibility. The old ape scratched his head. This skill that he was so proud of suddenly became useless. Even Gongzi can see through his invisibility. Old ape! Use shadow canopy again to hide! You guys! Activate the Ghost Vision and find him! As soon as Qin Fan finished speaking, all the beasts except Xiaobai pointed to the southwest. Jade chirped, flew up lightly, and then landed at the location pointed by all the beasts. The old ape offered his body and touched the emerald on his head, with a depressed look on his face. The lame man glanced at the blind man. How did you do this? The blind man said. Gongzi and Jade's eyes flashed a blue light at the same time, and then they found the position of the old ape. This should be the beholder's skill. Ghost Vision? The cripples and others were stunned. It is normal for beholders to have Ghost Vision and be able to see through invisibility or escaping spells. But did Qin Fan copy the beholder's skills to other beast masters? How could such a thing happen? The beholder was puzzled when he saw Gongzi, Jade, and the others making trouble. Gongzi and the others seemed to have awakened their Ghost Vision? This is so weird. Xiaohei's awakening skill is quite normal. How is it possible that the blue-eyed honey badger and slime have also awakened this skill? Qin Fan then copied the slave demon and devil portal to all the beasts except Xiaobai. Forget about enslaving demons. As soon as Gongzi and Xiaohei had the devil portal, they immediately ran to 2 locations and opened 2 portals respectively. In the blink of an eye, densely packed portals were erected in the garden. The beholder suddenly realized that his master had copied his skills to other partners. His! Gongzi got excited and jumped directly into a portal. Call! His figure immediately rushed out from another portal. Gongzi turned around, charged, rushed into another portal, and then rushed out of another portal. Seeing this, Jade immediately flew over. Xiaobai also laughed and followed them, crawling in and out of the portals.
Come back! Come back! Stop playing now!
Qinfan waved to Gongzi and the others.
Please pay attention. The portals opened by everyone are different. Do you see?
Xiaobai's eyes widened, pointing to the top of a portal, and said,
Door frame.
The blind man, Gongzi and the others took a closer look, and sure enough, there was an emerald statue on the door frame. Xiao Hei flew around the portals, then flew back and said,
These portals are different in size, height, and color. My portal is black. The emerald one is green, and Gongzi's is black and white. And there are sculptures of each of us on the door frame.
Qinfan nodded.
From now on, you will all memorize other people's portals. When fighting, you can choose good positions and cooperate with each other.
The orange cat raised his head.
Why do we humans need to practice martial arts for a long time? But they can directly gain skills in controlling beasts. Isn't this too unfair?
The blind man hit the orange cat on the head with his cane.
You are also a beast master now.
Orange cat, Cripple said.
The skills for awakening the beast are limited. Even if the side demon reaches level 43, there are only 6 or 7 skills. If the human race wants to practice, as long as you have talent and are willing to work hard, you can learn any of the 70 or 80 kinds of methods. After being the leader of the demon sect for so many years, you are now jealous of the beast master? Why can't I be jealous?
Orange cat said.
How long will it take me to practice 70 or 80 martial arts? How hard is it? But Qinfan can copy 70 or 80 skills for me.
The lame man was silent. The mute voice rang in the minds of several people.
If you put it this way, I am also a little jealous of the beast master. Ha ha ha.
The orange cat laughed loudly.
Qinfan, help me copy all their powerful skills. Then I will use various skills to scare them to death.
Qinfan nodded and said,
I will give you Gongzi's furious charge. From now on, you will charge in front and act as a tank. No.
The orange cat was shocked.
I won't do this. Let the little skeleton and the sickle demon be warriors. I'd better be a quiet and beautiful man.
Qinfan raised his toes and kicked the orange cat away. Afterwards, Qinfan copied the gravity field to the little skeleton, and then copied it to himself. This move is indeed very suitable for warriors. In addition, he copied the beholder's curse of weakness and the sickle demon's weakness infection to himself. If separated, these two skills are not very strong, but together they are terrifying. The old ape's slow poison needs to break the opponent's defense and rely on the wounds on the enemy's body to penetrate. But this weak curse will easily fall into the trap unless the opponent's mental barrier is very strong. And the weakness contagion can also spread the weakness curse to other enemies without anyone noticing. After 2 moves, a large number of enemies may have fallen into weakness before they really started to take action. Qinfan looked at the skills on each of these beasts. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he laughed. The 2 skills, Copy 1 and Copy 2, are really weird and unpredictable. With these 2 skills, he can copy any powerful skills of other beast masters. Copy these skills for your own beast control. Copy these skills for yourself. Absolutely outrageous. When you go to the City Lord's Mansion beast breeding base during the day, you should also observe carefully. As long as you have suitable skills and powerful skills, copy them all. The system energy has skyrocketed in the past few days. If you just copy some skills, it will be enough. Chapter 282 Bullying. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Qinfan raised his watch and looked at the time. Blue Star maintains the same customs as Earth. Yi Hao and Shen Tao went back to celebrate the new year. Chu Xian was alone in the ancient god world looking for the Blackheart Demon Soul Flower. Qinfan felt a little lonely inexplicably. Xiaobai, who was walking behind, seemed to sense Qinfan's emotions. He took 2 quick steps and took Qinfan's arm. Qinfan turned his head and glanced at Xiaobai's gem-like eyes and smiled slightly. Jade, who was playing with Gongzi, immediately flew over and landed on Qinfan's head, holding Qinfan's head tightly. Gongzi ran over in a flash, his short legs jumping up and down. Qinfan dialed Shangguan Wulei's phone.
Wulei, where are you?
On the virtual screen, the figures of Shangguan Wulei, Feng Tianlin and others appeared. Shangguan Wulei turned the camera in another direction and said,
Didn't you say you wanted to come to the City Lord's Mansion beast breeding base? We came here early in the morning and are waiting for you at the gate. So fast?
Qinfan nodded.
Okay, I'll be there soon.
Chen Fan and Xiao Bai quickened their pace. After crossing the road and passing various checkpoints, he soon saw several people standing in front of the animal breeding base. In addition to Shangwan Wulei and Feng Tianlin, there are also Shangwan Sanlong and Zhang Chen.
Uncle Master.
Zhang Chen came up to him. Then with a slightly red face, he quickly glanced at Xiao Bai. Shangwan Wulei explained and rushed over.
Xiao Bai, you are so beautiful.
Xiao Bai's face turned red, and he lowered his head. Chen Fan said,
I asked you to come here because of Xiao Bai's matter. Hongxiu and Qingqing have returned to Donghai City to celebrate the new year. Xiao Bai has just turned into a human form, and he doesn't understand many things about girls. So I think, leave it to me.
Shangwan Wulei said with a smile.
I will move to your house in the afternoon. I will stay with Xiao Bai during this time. Don't worry.
Feng Tianlin touched his chin, frowned and said,
Is she really Xiao Bai? You're not lying to us. Are you? I feel like she looks more like Xiao Qing.
Shangwan Wulei was furious and waved his fist at Feng Tianlin.
Are you itchy? Dare you mock Xiao Bai as a vixen? No. No. The conscience of the world.
Feng Tianlin said hurriedly.
But Xiao Bai is also too beautiful. So beautiful that it is a bit of a disaster for the country and the people. Can you use words?
Chen Fan kicked Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin's eyes and noses came together, and he lamented again and again.
Alas! You Xiao Bai have already turned into a human form. And our beast master is only of this level. My grandfather's beasts have not yet transformed into human form. Brother Fan, help us cultivate the beasts. As long as you help us cultivate the beasts well, I will never say no even if I go up to the mountain of swords or to the sea of fire.
Shangwan Sanlong glared at Feng Tianlin and said angrily.
Chen Fan has helped us a lot, let alone saying that he has never helped us cultivate beasts. Without his intervention, our beast masters would probably only be at level 6 or 7 now.
The group of people walked towards the animal breeding base while talking. Feng Tianlin and others were originally not qualified to enter the animal breeding base. But now that Chen Fan has
taken care of
the 3 masters of breeding in the breeding base, he can completely walk sideways in the breeding base. As soon as his identity information was scanned, the faces of those who saw his information immediately changed and became extremely respectful. Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Sanlong were secretly shocked when they saw this scene. In the past, they also visited the animal breeding base under the leadership of their grandfather. But even if their grandfather entered this animal breeding base, he would not receive such treatment at all. Always feel. When those at the animal breeding base saw Chen Fan, it was like seeing Ministerly Moo. Brother Fan. Feng Tianlin squinted his eyes and whispered.
Did you come to the animal breeding base to show off? Snapped.
Shangwan Wulei slapped Feng Tianlin directly.
It's a miracle that a guy like you wasn't beaten to death by Chen Fan. What can I say?
Chen Fan said calmly.
A few days ago,
I came over to meet some of the beast breeding masters.
Feng Tianlin grinned.
Did you scare those old men silly? Snapped.
Shangwan Wulei slapped Feng Tianlin again, then lowered his voice and said through gritted teeth.
This is a breeding base full of animal breeders. And most of them are the disciples and descendants of those 3. Don't cause trouble for us. What are you afraid of?
Feng Tianlin frowned and said.
Brother Fan. What is his identity, and what are his methods? Those seniors, after seeing his methods, are still not allowed to worship him as a god? Didn't you see the look on the face of the person who just checked the ID scan? When they saw us and Brother Fan, those guys had long faces, like donkeys. When they saw Brother Fan's identity information, everyone was shocked and felt as if they saw Ministerly coming.
Speaking of this, Feng Tianlin's eyes suddenly changed slightly.
Brother Fan, you are not here to breed beasts for the beast breeding base. Are you? Yes. What's wrong?
Chen Fan nodded. Feng Tianlin's face suddenly fell.
Then you won't have much time to cultivate beasts for our Feng family? No.
Chen Fan said.
I will still go to the Feng family, Shangwan family, and Chu family every day. Don't worry.
Feng Tianlin immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Then I'll be relieved.
Several people looked at Chen Fan with expressions of gratitude. There are many forces in the Magic City, and there are also many big families. The strongest members of their families are those in the mid to late 8th stage. But in this magical city, there are many great families with 9th level status. But until now, except for the Feng family, the Shangwan family, and the Chu family, Chen Fan has not given much care to other families. Even if he gave Master Chen Fan a house to the Zhua family, Chen Fan only opened the door a little wider in the 9th store and gave some more places to the Zhua family. But he did not go to the Zhua family in person to help the Zhua family cultivate the royal family beast. As for their beast masters, they had been staying at Qin Fan's house before, and their combat power levels and race levels were rising steadily. It's like a dream. Thinking of this, Feng Tianlin suddenly laughed.
When I think of you hitting my head and beating me that day at the gate of the Lord's mansion of Donghai City, it feels like a dream now.
Zhang Qin turned his head and looked at Feng Tianlin. He knew that Feng Tianlin and the others were very familiar with Qin Fan, but he had not heard about Feng Tianlin being beaten by Qin Fan. Qin Fan glanced at Feng Tianlin speechlessly. You feel honored after receiving a beating, don't you? Feng Tianlin grinned and said,
Tao Nao has also been beaten by you, and Fingxing has been beaten by you several times. What a wonderful fate.
Shang Wanwulei said,
Weren't you also beaten several times?
Feng Tianlin shook his head.
No, just once. I'm not as stunned as Fengxing.
Shang Wanwulei said,
Obviously, it was twice. I heard that you were beaten violently by Qin Fan in the East China Sea City Lord's mansion. You went to the hospital that night, and you were taken out of the hospital by Xiaobai with a large group of beasts. He was dragged out and beaten half to death. Don't deny it. I even have the video.
Feng Tianlin turned his head and glanced at Xiaobai. Speechless for a while, Zhang Qin couldn't help laughing. At this time, a strange voice came over.
Qin Fan? If you're not in the 9th store, what are you doing here?
Qin Fan and others were slightly startled, and turned their heads to the right, and saw Li Xinghai standing next to an old man. Looking over here, Feng Tianlin and Shang Wanwulei lowered their heads slightly, walked over, bowed to the old man and saluted.
Hello, Grandpa Li.
Yes. The old man serenely smiled at Shang Wan Songlong and the others, and nodded very kindly. But when his eyes glanced at Qin Fan, they immediately became extremely cold.
Grandpa Li? Li Xinghai's grandfather?
Qin Fan and Old Man Li looked at each other with calm eyes. He killed Li Xinghai's brother, in Shining Firefly's swamp. Later, people from the Li family found out about his head, and were scared away by Li Mu. Later, the matter was settled. From the look in this old guy's eyes, it was obvious that he had killed Li Xinghai, but no evidence was found. Qin Fan withdrew his gaze, and did not look at the two Li family members again.
When Li Xinghai saw this, the anger in his heart suddenly emerged. He sneered and said,
Qin Fan, you are using your connections to squeeze out our Li family, and prevent my Li family's beast from entering the 9th store. What a pity. You don't know. We don't care at all. Our Li family's beasts can be sent here. Magic City Beast Breeding Base. Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha.
Qin Fan glanced at Li Xinghai, and was unwilling to pay attention to this idiot at all. Li Xinghai still wants to continue to ridicule. Shang Wanwulei raised his eyebrows and said,
Hey, you've had enough. Don't think that since Grandpa Li is here, I won't dare to hit you. I'll kill you. Believe it or not.
Li Xinghai was furious.
Are you going to kill me? Your sister Shang Wan Xiaoer has the qualification to say this. Xiao Wulei. Why do you have it?
Shang Wanwulei sneered and said,
I'm better than you.
Li Xinghai had a strange look on his face, and shook his head repeatedly.
Where do you, little girl, get the confidence to show your teeth and claws in front of me? Stronger than me? What a joke. Qin Fan is worse than me, but my skills are inferior, so I have nothing to say. But your superior has no tears.
Shang Wanwulei tilted his head, raised his eyebrows, and said provocatively,
Let's compare?
Li Xinghai's face darkened, and he pointed to the southeast and said,
There is a martial arts field over there. Go to the martial arts field. Today, I will teach you a lesson for your family.
Old Man Li glanced at Shang Wanwulei and Li Xinghai but said nothing. This is a world where strength is respected. Whether within a family, between families, or within schools, fighting can be regarded as the simplest and most direct way of communication. The elders will basically not stop this kind of fighting. It's the same in school. This kind of battle is, after all, the safest way to spar. Much safer than entering a secret realm to fight monsters. The group immediately walked towards the martial arts arena pointed by Li Xinghai. Before the person arrived at the martial arts arena, Li Xinghai jumped into the air and landed in the martial arts arena with a domineering attitude. Shang Wanwulei raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked in slowly. People around him immediately gathered around. Li Xinghai glanced at Shang Wanwulei indifferently and summoned his beast. A level 13 flying purple-striped scorpion. A level 12 crystal spider. Qin Fan had met these two beasts on the first day he entered the first martial arts university. However, at that time, The flying purple scorpion was level 12, while the crystal demon spider was level 11. Shangwan Wulei is also a beast. One is a level 17 angry brown bear. One is a level 17 seven-color civet cat. After Shangwan Wulei summoned the two beasts, Feng Tianlin glanced at Li Xinghai's grandfather, sighed and said,
"Oh, that's too much of a bully."
Li Xinghai's grandfather glanced at Feng Tianlin and said calmly,
"It's just a competition. Don't think too much. Just do your best. Don't worry. I will protect Xiao Wulei and won't let her get hurt." "No,"
Feng Tianlin said.
"I mean Wulei is too bullying. You should keep an eye on her for a while, and don't let her beat Li Xinghai to death."
Li Xinghai's grandfather. How can this brat from the Feng family speak? My Xiao Haizi is a grade higher than yours. Where do you have the confidence to say such a thing? On the field, Li Xinghai clasped his hands on his chest and said proudly,
"My flying purple scorpion has broken through another combat power level, and it is now level 13. And my crystal demon spider has also broken through to level 12. It's not too late for you to admit defeat and apologize now."
Shangwan was silent without tears. Then, she turned her head timidly and glanced at Chen Fan outside the martial arts arena. Her beast masters are already at level 17. Moreover, their racial levels are all middle lords. If the racial level is brought to the level of Li Xinghai's two beasts, then her two beasts are equivalent to level 20. Using a level 20 beast to fight against a level 12 or 13 beast feels like an adult bullying a 3-year-old child. Shangwan Wulei felt a little regretful. She can control herself well, and will not seriously injure Li Xinghai easily. But the two beasts may not be able to hold back.
"What? Are you scared?"
Li Xinghai sneered and said,
"I'll give you one last chance to admit defeat and apologize. I don't remember the faults of villains, so I can let you go."
Shangwan Wulei tilted his head and said,
"I will give you one last chance to admit defeat and apologize. I don't remember the faults of villains, so I can let you go."
Li Xinghai was furious.
"Little girl, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin."
The words just fell. Li Xinghai's flying purple scorpion and crystal demon spider pounced forward at the same time, toward Shangwan Wulei. Shangwan Wulei sighed, and took the seven-color civet back into the beast-controlling space.
"What?"
Not only Li Xinghai, but also the surrounding audience were stunned for a while. At the critical moment, Shangwan Wulei actually took back a beast. It's too late. It's faster than that. The angry brown bear advanced instead of retreating, pounced out, and slapped the flying purple-striped scorpion.
Boom!
Before the flying purple-striped scorpion could react, he was slapped by the angry brown bear and flew to the edge of the martial arts field. He hit the barrier hard and then lay on the ground, motionless. Li Xinghai. People around. Grandpa Li Xinghai.
"Call!"
The crystal demon spider on the other side knew that it couldn't compete with the angry brown bear, so it immediately opened a little distance, and a spider web sprayed on the angry brown bear. Li Xinghai was overjoyed when he saw the angry brown bear wrapped in a spider web, and immediately rushed over, wanting to avenge his flying purple scorpion. But as soon as he rushed to the angry brown bear, I saw the angry brown bear's arms trembled. His arms directly broke the spider web, and a claw clawed towards his chest.
Not good.
He can easily tear apart the crystal spider's web. This kind of power is beyond his ability to compete with. Li Xinghai was so shocked that he rolled out and landed at Shangwan Wulei's feet. Outside the court, Grandpa Li Xinghai wanted to scold his mother. I have seen stupid people, but I have never seen such stupid people. Shangwan Wulei looked down at Li Xinghai on the ground, with no intention of taking action. She actually regrets it now. There is no point in fighting this kind of thing. This angry brown bear couldn't even catch a slap from the angry brown bear, and defeated him again?
How long do you want to lie down?
Seeing Li Xinghai on the ground motionless, Shangwan Wulei couldn't help it anymore.
You have this little ability, and you still want to fight me?
Li Xinghai's face turned red, and he rolled out again. As soon as he got up, his eyes turned green. On the other side, I saw that the angry brown bear had already pressed the crystal demon spider's back, and was using its huge, bare paw to slap the crystal demon spider with one palm after another. The crystal demon spider was completely unable to move, and could only let out a weird scream.
Ah!
Li Xinghai howled and rushed directly towards the angry brown bear. The angry brown bear tilted his head slightly and roared.
Roar!
A flame erupted from the mouth of the angry brown bear and instantly enveloped Li Xinghai, who was rushing towards him. Li Xinghai's whole body immediately burst into flames.
Oops!
Outside, Old Man Li exclaimed, raised his right hand like lightning, and quickly grabbed his grandson.
Call!
The blazing flames were directly crushed by a powerful spiritual power. But even so, Li Xing's clothes became tattered. His hair was burned into a chicken coop, and his face was as burnt as coal. And he was in a miserable state. The whole place fell silent. What kind of discussion is this? It's not on the same level at all. Too weak. Shangwan Wulei glanced at Li Xinghai and shook his head.
You can't even beat me. And you run up to Chen Fan and show your teeth and claws. Do you think you are impatient with life?
3 simple words almost made Li Xinghai vomit blood. Li Xinghai roared.
Shangwan Wu tears. Don't be too arrogant. Let's fight again. That's enough.
Outside the court, Old Man Li shouted coldly.
Xiao Wulei has been merciful. Don't be ungrateful. Still standing there in embarrassment? Get out of here.
With a sad face, Li Xinghai sent the 2 injured beasts back to the beast space, and then walked out of the martial arts arena. Sudden, a figure fell from the sky. A woman in her 20s, about the same age, landed on the martial arts field. She stood in front of Shangwan Wulei, her eyes flashing.
Do you know Chen Fan? Where is Chen Fan now?
Before Shangwan Wulei could speak, Zhang Chen, who was outside the court, had already grabbed Chen Fan's hand and said,
Uncle Master, leave quickly. That woman is a fighting maniac, and she is probably here for you. Zhang Chen?
The woman had a strong sense of perception and immediately noticed Zhang Chen, then looked towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan immediately looked at Feng Tianlin and said,
Chen Fan, the guy inside seems to be looking for you. Hurry up.
Feng Tianlin.
Are you Chen Fan?
The woman walked to the edge of the martial arts arena, but did not look at Feng Tianlin. Instead, she stared at Chen Fan and said,
My grandfather brought me to the Magic City just to see you. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms. It's nothing more than that.
As she said that, she hooked her fingers towards Chen Fan and said,
Come in. Let's have a fight. Let me see how capable you are, so that my grandpa and Grandpa Zhang can praise you to the sky.
Zhang Chen said with a dark face.
Bong Zimo, you, a 7th level senior, are still shameless when you challenge a senior in high school?
Li Xinghai, who had just walked out of the martial arts arena, was very excited and said with joy,
Yes, he is Chen Fan. This kid is arrogant and thinks he is so great. Bang!
Before he could finish his words, his grandfather slapped him and flew him away. Old Man Li glared at Li Xinghai fiercely, turned around and left. So shameful. Why are the children of the Li family so unsatisfactory? Fang Zimo ignored Zhang Chen, just looked at Chen Fan quietly and said,
Don't you dare to fight me? Afraid I'll hurt you?
Chen Fan frowned and said,
To be honest, my control of my power is not very accurate, so I am really a little scared, afraid that I will accidentally kill you.
Chapter 283 Call Me Uncle.
What's going on with those 2 people in the martial arts arena? Are they coming to the Beast base to compete? I've never seen him before. It doesn't seem like he's a descendant of any of the big families in the Demon City. I know the boy. He is a disciple of Master Zhang Hai. I don't know the girl. I have never seen him before. The girl's name is Fang Zimo. She is from the Fang family in the imperial capital. What? People from the Fang family in the imperial capital? That is a super big family second only to the Zhang family.
Outside the martial arts arena, more and more people gathered, and there was a lot of discussion. In the distance, in a building, Zhang Haijin was playing chess with an old man with white hair and beard. Zhou Yi and the 3 other beast breeding masters all came to the window, their expressions a little solemn. Zhou Yi looked at the 2 people in the martial arts arena, then at Zhang Hai, and finally couldn't help but said,
Hey, Lao Zhang, do you really want them to fight? That little girl from the Fang family is very aggressive. Don't let them hurt Chen Fan.
Zhang Hai raised his head, glanced at the old man with white hair and beard opposite him, and said,
You still have time to call that girl down now.
The old man with white hair and beard smiled and said lightly,
It's not like you don't know that my granddaughter is too stubborn and arrogant. She has never suffered any setbacks since she was a child.
Zhang Hai chuckled and said,
Aren't they all spoiled by you?
The old man with white hair and beard gave a bitter smile and said,
Don't laugh at me. After all, she is the youngest granddaughter. I used to want him to become a disciple of your nephew and become a beast breeder with peace of mind. But she refused to live or die, and just wanted to fight and kill. No one would accept it. Let her suffer a little.
On the martial arts field, Fang Zimo pulled out the long sword from its sheath, and then summoned 4 beasts. A level 29 shadow leopard, a level 28 nine-tailed crested snake, a level 29 scorpion tiger, a level 29 eight-eyed wooden owl. Seeing the four beasts appearing, Xiao Bai walked into the martial arts arena with no expression on his face. When Fong Zimo saw Xiao Bai, he was slightly startled and said,
"What? Are you going to go together? Also, I, Fong Zimo, have experienced hundreds of battles. If I fight one against two, what do I have to fear? Hiss!"
Gongzi looked at the four beasts. Extremely excited, Chen Fan raised his eyebrows and said,
"Xiao Bai, Gongzi, you go outside."
Xiao Bai pouted at Chen Fan. Gongzi's little head shook like a rattle. Chen Fan said,
"In fighting, there are many opportunities. Go down."
Xiao Bai had no choice but lowered his head and grabbed one of Gongzi's hind legs. Gongzi's two front legs were caught on the ground, and his little head shook even harder.
Hiss! Hiss! No! I don't want to go down!
Xiao Bai ignored him and directly dragged Gongzi out. On the martial arts field, a long ravine appeared.
Gigi!
The jade on Chen Fan's head looks at Xiao Bai and Gongzi's stance. She was a little unsure whether she wanted to go out. Opposite me, Fong Zimo's face turned a little gloomy.
"Where is your beast? Are you going to use a slime to fight against my four beasts? Except for the nine-tailed coxcomb snake, which is level 28 among my four beasts. The other three beasts are all level 29.
Jade flew up and circled Chen Fan twice. Chen Fan said,
"Don't get me wrong. There's no confrontation. Just let me have Jade. Just for fun."
Fong Zimo raised his eyebrows.
"Chen Fan, you are too arrogant."
Chen Fan ignored him and said calmly,
"Jade, go play with those four beasts and don't kill them. If you do, you'll have to pay for it. Chi 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 chi. Okay. Okay."
Jade cheered and flew out. The four beasts looked at Jade flying over and were speechless for a while. "Is this slime a fool? You slime, dare to come and jump in front of us?" The four beasts looked at each other, and then all three looked at the nine-tailed coxcomb. The nine-tailed coxcomb had no choice but to come out with a groan and spat the message at Jade. Although it doesn't like bullying a slime, what can it do? It is the weakest among the four beasts. You must listen to the three elder brothers. The nine-tailed coxcomb looked at Jade silently, then opened its mouth and sprayed flames. Seeing this, Jade opened her mouth as well.
"Stormwind blade. Call!"
A storm swept out, rolled up the nine-tailed coxcomb snake, and threw it into the sky.
TSK, 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 TSK!
In the storm, a series of wind blades instantly cut the body of the nine-tailed coxcomb snake into bruises. Under everyone's stunned gaze,
boom!
The nine-tailed coxcomb snake fell heavily to the edge of the martial arts arena. Who I am? Where am I? The nine-tailed coxcomb raised its head with difficulty. My eyes are filled with stars.
Bang!
The nine-tailed coxcomb's vision went dark. Its head fell heavily to the ground, and it fainted. People in the martial arts arena. Fong Zimo, Shadow Leopard and three other beasts. Chen Fan frowned.
"Jade, don't be so harsh. What if you get killed? Shichi." "Oh."
Jade fluttered and flew towards the Shadow Leopard and other three beasts. The hairs of those three beasts stood on end.
"Call!"
Black smoke erupted from the Shadow Leopard's body and disappeared from the field. Scorpion Tiger and Eight-Eyed Wood Owl quickly dodged, one to the left and the other to the right, sandwiching Jade in the middle. Here, Fong Zimo looked gloomy, glanced at the long sword Chen Fan carried behind his back, and said,
"Draw the sword."
Chen Fan shook his head.
"No need."
Fong Zimo's face turned red.
"Chen Fan, don't you think you are too arrogant?"
Chen Fan shook his head.
"I don't think so." "You?"
Fong Zimo was furious. He no longer cared whether Chen Fan drew his sword or not. He swayed, and the long sword in his hand was already like a poisonous snake, piercing Chen Fan's chest. Because it was just a sparring match, she did not stab Chen Fan directly in the heart. Chen Fan spread his legs slightly and remained motionless.
Chong!
Just when everyone thought Chen Fan was about to make a move, Fong Zimo's sword had already stabbed Chen Fan in the chest. Obviously, he was not wearing armor. But Fong Zimo's long sword actually flashed a string of sparks and made the sound of gold and iron.
What?
Fong Zimo was shocked. If Chen Fan was wearing a battle armor, it would be reasonable if this sword could not hurt Chen Fan. But Fong Zimo's body swayed, and he circled behind Chen Fan like lightning. With his backhand, he stabbed Chen Fan in the back of the heart with his sword.
Chong!
There was another sound of gold and iron ringing together, sparks flying. Outside the martial arts arena, Old Man Li's eyes suddenly shrank, while people watched in disbelief.
Fong Zimo quickly spun around Chen Fan, attacking with one sword after another. But Chen Fan remained motionless, and all of Fong Zimo's attacks didn't even hurt a hair on his head. Sudden, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from behind Chen Fan and bit his right foot. It's the shadow leopard that was invisible before. Ah! Outside the martial arts arena, a girl screamed uncontrollably. The shadow leopard bit it twice, and it felt like it had bitten into deep-sea black iron. It bit Chen Fan's foot while raising its head. He saw Chen Fan lowering his head and looking at it coldly. Not good. The shadow leopard was shocked, opened his mouth, and wanted to run away. Click! As soon as it let go of its mouth, Chen Fan pinched its neck. The shadow leopard's body, which was larger than an adult buffalo, was lifted up by Chen Fan. Chen Fan held the shadow leopard with his left hand and slapped the shadow leopard on the head with his right hand. The shadow leopard was beaten until his eyes burst into tears and his eyes turned black. Stop! Seeing his beast being bullied, Fong Zimo immediately jumped forward. The light on his long sword flashed, and he slashed at Chen Fan's back. Snort! When? Amid Chen Fan's cold snort, violent energy burst out at the point of contact between his back and Fong Zimo's sword. Fong Zimo groaned and flew backwards like a missile. At this time, Jade on the other side was addicted to playing, and the water dragon bullets made the scorpion tiger and eight-eyed wooden owl run around all over the place. The skill, Water Dragon Bullet, is actually a relatively weak skill among beasts at the same level. But Jade's combat power level and race level are much higher than those of Scorpion Tiger and eight-eyed wood owl. When the Water Dragon Bullet is fired, it looks like Gatling. Even though Faitsue didn't dare to use all his strength after listening to Chen Fan's words. When he hit Scorpion Tiger and eight-eyed wood owl, he beat the two beasts until they howled and screamed. Chen Fan stunned the shadow leopard with a slap and threw the shadow leopard towards Fong Zimo. Fong Zimo shouted angrily, caught the shadow leopard, put it down, then turned his body. The khaki aura around him turned and disappeared from everyone's sight. Next moment, a chill suddenly came from the ground. Chen Fan's body, starting from his feet, quickly froze, but in the blink of an eye, Chen Fan was frozen into an ice sculpture. Call! Fong Zimo emerged from the ground, jumped high, and slashed towards Chen Fan's right shoulder with his sword, between lightning and flint. Boom! All the ice on Chen Fan's body shattered. His body turned quickly. His right hand reached out and grabbed Fong Zimo's sword with a snap. What? Old Man Lee outside the court suddenly jumped at the corner of his eyes, catching the magic weapon with bare hands. He, who is at the peak of the 8th level, can naturally do such a thing when faced with Fong Zimo's strength. But how could Chen Fan do it? Chen Fan is not wearing a battle armor at all. Under Old Man Lee's gaze, Fong Zimo groaned, let go of the sword, and staggered back. Everyone took a closer look and saw Fong Zimo's drooping right hand. Its mouth cracked, and drops of blood dripping down. Too strong. Even an ordinary 7th grade master cannot do such a thing. Although everyone doesn't know Fong Zimo's level of cultivation. But just now, Fong Zimo reported his level of beast control. Of her 4 beasts, 3 are level 29, and 1 is level 28. Judging from the combat power level of the beast master, Fong Zimo is at least the peak of 6th grade and 5th heaven. It is even very possible that he is already at the 7th level, facing Fong Zimo's full blow with such strength. Chen Fan actually grabbed the blade with his bare hands and snatched the magic weapon from Fong Zimo's hand. Unimaginable. Call! Fong Zimo was stunned when Chen Fan appeared in front of her like a ghost. Not good! Fong Zimo swayed and moved to the right. Then, she activated her earth escape technique, and the earthy aura around her body flashed, and she escaped into the ground again. Chen Fan remained expressionless as he activated the ghost vision, copied from the beholder yesterday. As soon as the ghost vision is activated, the whole world becomes extremely dark. But in this dim world, all the beast masters and beast masters are as eye-catching as light bulbs. Ground. A light bulb was spinning around Chen Fan. Chen Fan's eyes followed the light bulb for a moment. Then he raised his right foot, and then suddenly dropped it. Boom! A violent and unparalleled energy extended forward from his feet. Bang! Fong Zimo screamed, rushed out of the ground, threw his body backwards, and landed on the 9-tailed coxcomb snake, which had been unconscious for a long time. Hiss! The head of the 9-tailed coxcomb snake was raised high, and then with a bang, it fainted again. Fong Zimo lay on the 9-tailed coxcomb snake, and with a roar, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Sudden,
A figure appeared beside her out of thin air. It was the old man with white hair and beard who played chess with Zhang Hai. Grandfather. Fang Zimo was so wrong that he almost shed tears. Fang Yu put a pill into his granddaughter's mouth and said with a half-smile,
"Do you want to fight again?"
Fang Zimo glanced at Chen Fan hatefully. This kid doesn't know how to cherish a woman's beauty. What a fart. This is not a level battle. If you continue to fight, you will be humiliating yourself. Fang Yu burst out laughing.
Have you been beaten to the point where you doubt your life? Make you arrogant. Now you know that there are people outside the world and there is a world outside the world. Right. Grandpa.
Fang Zimo was so angry that he almost jumped up.
I have been injured like this. And you are still acting weird.
Fang Yu smiled, turned to look at Chen Fan, and then walked towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't know Fang Yu, but he saw that he didn't mean any harm and smiled politely. Fang Yu looked at Chen Fan and said with a smile,
"If I had a grandson like you, I would probably wake up laughing even in my dreams."
Chen Fan blinked. Is this old man praising him or taking advantage of him? At this time, Zhang Hai's voice rang outside the martial arts arena.
"Old Ghost Fang, go ahead and dream. Master!"
Chen Fan quickly ran out of the martial arts arena. Fang Yu also walked out with Fang Zimo. As soon as he reached Chen Fan, Fang Yu said,
"Call uncle."
Fang Zimo's eyes widened.
What?
Fang Yu said.
Chen Fan is your grandpa Zhang's disciple. Are you not happy to call you uncle?
Zhang Chen walked over and said with an expressionless expression,
Fang Zimo, you are of the same generation as me, and my uncle is your uncle.
Fang Zimo blushed, turned around and wanted to run away.
Click!
As soon as she turned around, Fang Yu grabbed her shoulder.
Isn't it okay if I yell?
Fang Zimo glanced at his grandfather with aggrieved eyes, saluted Chen Fan and said,
Hello, Uncle Chen. Be good.
Chen Fan nodded. Fang Zimo almost vomited blood. Zhang Hai glanced at Fang Zimo, put his arm around Chen Fan's shoulders and said,
Let's go over there. Some old guys are waiting for you.
Fang Yu flicked his sleeves, and he, Chen Fan, and Zhang Hai disappeared out of thin air.
Grandfather!
When Fang Zimo saw that he was left behind, he stamped his feet in anger. Feng Tianlin ran over, patted Zhang Chen on the shoulder and said,
Where is Chen Fan?
Zhang Chen said calmly,
Fang Zimo, I went to discuss things with my uncle and the others. You and Grandpa Fang came to the Demon City from the Imperial capital. You must have made a special trip to see my uncle. Right.
Fang Zimo glanced at Zhang Chen silently, then slapped Zhang Chen on the shoulder, almost making Zhang Chen fall to the ground.
Call sister?
Fang Zimo's hand that patted Zhang Chen's shoulder turned into a claw, grabbing Zhang Chen's shoulder, and said viciously,
I'm 4 years older than you. You open and shut Fang Zimo. Are you being polite?
Zhang Chen is only in the second level. How can he escape? He turned to look at Xiaobai on the other side and shouted,
Xiaobai, help me.
Xiaobai flashed behind Fang Zimo.
Thunder Flash?
Fang Zimo was stunned for a moment. Before she could react, Xiaobai slapped her on the back.
Boom!
Fang Zimo screamed and flew straight out, breaking a big tree. Zhang Chen suddenly burst into tears.
No, Xiaobai. I asked you to save me, not kill her. She is not an enemy.
Xiaobai scratched his head. Zhang Chen ran over quickly and helped Fang Zimo up. She looked at Xiaobai, who was much younger than her, and felt a little doubtful about life. She was born in the Fang family in the imperial capital, although she dare not say that her talent is the strongest in the imperial capital. No matter how much she says, her talent can definitely rank high among the geniuses in the imperial capital. Why is it that after arriving in the Magic City, these guys in the Magic City become more perverted than the last? Chen Fan's power is already comparable to the 8th level, and can scare people to death. This novice, who I have never heard of, is actually so strong.
Who is she?
Fang Zimo looked at Zhang Chen and said,
I don't remember such a #1 genius in Magic City.
Zhang Chen glanced at the people around him, lowered his voice, and said in Fang Zimo's ear,
Xiaobai, you are my uncle's beast master. She is a ragdoll cat, and she just turned into a human form a few days ago. Huh?
Fang Zimo almost jumped up. Although there are some special beast-controlling beasts that can transform when their cultivation level is not very high, but ragdoll cats definitely do not belong to this special kind of beast. Most of the beast masters will at least wait until the master of the beast breaks through to the 9th level, or the strength of the beast master reaches the 9th level or above before they can transform. Xiaobai, who is a ragdoll cat, has turned into a human form? Xiaobai has the strength of the 9th level? Does Chen Fan possess the strength of the 9th level? Was she fighting against a 9th level powerhouse on the martial arts field just now? Fong Zimo was messy in the wind. After a while, Fong Zimo turned his stiff neck and asked,
Zhang Chen, you're Master Chen. Are you really only 18 years old?
Zhang Chen glared at Fong Zimo.
How is that possible? Huh?
Fong Zimo felt a little better. Zhang Chen continued,
My uncle will be 19 soon.
Fong Zimo. Zhang Chen waved his palm in front of Fong Zimo and said,
Hey, let's go find a healing beast to heal the injury.
As he spoke, he waved to Feng Tianlin and the others.
My uncle is busy with work. Let's take Xiaobai and Gongzi around. It's my first time to come to the Magic City Beast Breeding Base.
Fong Zimo swayed and chased after him. Zhang Chen was a little helpless.
What are you doing with me? By the way, I said, you came all the way from the Imperial capital to the demonic capital. Aren't you just looking for help from my uncle? Why do you have to show your teeth and show your claws in front of my uncle when you're full? TCH.
Fong Zimo rolled his eyes and said,
What are we looking for Chen Fan for?
Zhang Chen was stunned.
Aren't you and Grandpa Fong coming here to see my uncle?
Fong Zimo said,
My grandfather has been stuck in the first level of the Holy Realm for a long time. Minister Li told him that there is someone in the Magic City who can help him break through. So he immediately flew me to the Magic City with him. Oh, then you still have to find my uncle,
Zhang Chen said.
In the Imperial capital, even my Zhang family can't help your grandfather break through the entire Tang dynasty. Only my uncle has this method.
Fong Zimo stopped and looked at Zhang Chen in disbelief.
Boy, I haven't seen you for a few months. Why have you suddenly become so weird? I remember you didn't brag before.
Zhang Chen looked at Feng Tianlin and Shangguan Wulei and laughed mysteriously at the same time. Fong Zimo was confused. Zhang Chen sighed and said,
Oh, your grandfather really loves you. His granddaughter, the most. He came from the Imperial capital. He didn't take anyone else with him. He only took you with him. Fong Zimo, let me tell you, my master uncle has a lot of money and won't care about people like you. Otherwise, you will regret it.
The corner of Fong Zimo's mouth curled up slightly.
The more you brag, the more mysterious your little uncle is. In your eyes, he feels like a god and omnipotent. Right.
Zhang Chen nodded.
I'm going to tell you without any hesitation. My uncle really has godlike methods.
Feng Tianlin and Shangguan Wulei nodded at the same time. Fong Zimo. Chapter 280 for the current situation. The light of hope. In the crowd, Li Wei glanced at Zhang Chen and others who were walking away. Then at his grandson Li Xinghai beside him, and fell into deep thought. He couldn't hear the conversation between Chen Fan and Fong Yu, but he listened to every word of the conversation between Zhang Chen and Fong Zimo. Levi's mood was a bit complicated. The matter of his grandson Li Xinghai's death in Shining Firefly's swamp has been suppressed by the city lord's mansion. The Li family accepted their defeat and did not investigate further. In this world where monsters are rampant and demons run rampant, what does it mean if Li Xinghai dies? His third son died in the devil's mouth in order to resist the number 0 restricted area of the demon city, leaving no trace of his body. It feels very uncomfortable when a white-haired person gives a black-haired person a gift. But Levi had no choice. Li Xinghai is also dead. He did not let the Li family continue to investigate. He knew very well what kind of virtue his grandson had, not to mention other places. In this magical city, there are countless people who want to kill Li Xinghai, for the sake of the Li family's reputation. The Demon City Lord's mansion did not make public what Li Xinghai did in the sparkling Firefly's swamp, but Li Wei still received the information from the City Lord's palace. Li Xinghai captured a group of people and used them as bait for the Shadow Beast. It's so heartbreaking. Levi felt very sad. If he knew that his grandson had done such a thing, he might not be able to help but kill him with his own hands. How many heroes had the Li family produced in the Magic City for so many years? Why would a little beast like Li Xinghai appear? Levi felt that he suddenly seemed much older. Whether Li Xinghai was killed by Chen Fan actually doesn't matter anymore. Li Wei was just a little curious as to why the minister took so much care of Chen Fan. Is it because Chen Fan is Zhang Hai's disciple? This reason is somewhat untenable. Fong Yu, who came from the imperial capital, was one of the few saints in the Tang Kingdom. Li Wei was very surprised by Fong Yu's attitude towards Chen Fan just now, looking at his granddaughter being injured by Chen Fan. Not only did he not have a trace of anger or blame in his eyes, but he smiled happily. Moreover, there are saint-level beings guarding the Demon City, the Imperial City, and the Demon City respectively. Why did Fong Yu appear in Magic City? Is he here for Chen Fan? This idea shocked Levi. What ability does Chen Fan have that makes so many top experts value him? Levi felt like his heart was filled with panic. If Li Xinghe really died in Chen Fan's hands, then the Li family had completely offended Chen Fan. As for Li Xinghe, this little kid took the wrong medicine again. So he provoked Chen Fan and received several beatings. Li Wei always felt that he and the Li family seemed to have missed something important. But he couldn't figure out what it was. Forget it. Let's go back and ask the minister. Alas, it seems that because of Li Xinghe's incident, even the minister has become a little alienated from the Li family. You really shouldn't have gone to the city lord's mansion to make a scene in the first place. For those few resources, it made it impossible for everyone to get off the stage. In the end, I discovered that the city lord's mansion was not protecting Chen Fan or the demon sect, but taking care of the Li family. If the things that Li Xinghe did were spread, the Li family would immediately lose face and be reviled by others.
Grandfather?
Seeing his grandfather's frown, Li Xinghe couldn't help but ask,
Are you thinking of a way to deal with Chen Fan? Huh?
Li Wei was furious. He slapped Li Xinghe to the ground and said,
You are a worthless thing. His cultivation is no match for others. And he still thinks about plotting against others every day. If you have this time and energy, can't you practice well and train beasts to control? From today on, if you dare to challenge Chen Fan again, I will kill you.
Li Xinghe was stunned. He had never seen his grandfather so angry. In the office, Fang Yu opened a barrier. Lu Xingyuan and Zhou Yi looked at Chen Fan with burning eyes. On the contrary, it was Zhang Hai. The wind was gentle and the clouds were calm. Making tea, Zhang Hai helped Chen Fan and others pour a cup of tea and said,
You have seen this old man just now. Fang Zimo's grandfather. Fang Yu. He is 3 years older than me. He is one of the few saints in the Tang Kingdom. He is now the first level of the saints.
Holy realm. Chen Fan was surprised. Even Lu Xingyuan next to him was still at the peak of 9th level and 5th level. As for the 4 elders in the family, because they are just a clone, they only have the strength of the late 9th grade. Did not expect? Zhang Hai continued.
The higher the level of cultivation, the more difficult it becomes. Like Xingyuan, he has been stuck at the 9th level peak for many years. But the Beast Master's breakthrough has an absolute advantage over the Star Warrior. Because the Beast Master still has the Beast Master. Breakthroughs in Beast Mastering will be of great help to Beast Master's breakthroughs. Old Man Fang's beast has been cultivated by the Zhang family of the Imperial Capital. However, the beast control at the Holy Realm level is just like the Holy Realm. If you want to take another step forward, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. So, Li Mu called him to the Magic City.
Chen Fan nodded.
I understand. Master, don't worry. I will take care of it.
Fang Yu became a little excited.
It's not just about old man Fang.
Zhang Hai sighed and said,
I'm afraid you'll be very busy next time.
Chen Fan smiled.
I know.
Zhang Hai nodded happily and said,
The current strong men in Tang State are actually a little behind Li Mu and Zhang Jiang. We in the Tang State have 4 supreme experts. Li Mu and Zhang Jiang, Han Jiangxue and Chu Qingcheng. They are all at the peak of the 5th level of the Holy Realm. But the other 6 Saint Realms below them are all in the early stages of the Saint Realm. Because of this, the Nightmare Court dares to be so arrogant because Li Mu and the others guard the Demon City, the Imperial City, and the Demon City respectively. And they dare not leave these 3 main cities easily. The Tang dynasty is too big. Chu Qingcheng has his mission. Li Mu and Li Mu are guarding the 3 main cities respectively. To put it nicely, they are as stable as a triangle. To put it harshly, it's just a piece of loose sand.
Fang Yu and Lu Xingyuan all laughed bitterly. Only Zhang Hai dared to say such things. Chen Fan was thoughtful. There are only a handful of people who are powerful in the Holy Realm. At the peak of the Holy Realm, there are only 6 people in the entire Blue Star. Even for Li Mu and Zhang Jiang, who are extremely talented. According to the blind man, it was martial ancestor Chen Han who took them to the Tianyi realm, dug up the ancestral graves of the 4 holy places, and used the power originally reserved for the new generation of emperors, was divided up, and finally reached the peak of the Holy Realm in one fell swoop. A person like Fang Yu, who is in the 1st level of the Holy Realm, without that kind of opportunity, has almost no hope of breaking through to the peak of the Holy Realm in this life. Zhang Hai continued,
In a head-on confrontation, we, the Tang State, can defeat the Nightmare Garden without the intervention of the Holy Realms of the Yang Kingdom and the Star Kingdom. But war can never be fair. The Nightmare Court can allow the 5 Demon Kings to attack at the same time. But it is difficult for several of our supreme powerhouses from the Tang Kingdom to join forces. Without other peaks of the Holy Realm, Li Mu wouldn't even dare to leave the Demon City.
The expressions of several people present became a little heavy. Zhang Hai said,
Originally, if Blue Star wanted to give birth to a peak saint, it would be almost impossible within 100 years. But it's different now.
Zhang Hai looked at Chen Fan and did not continue. Chen Fan saw hope in his eyes. He understood what Zhang Hai meant. The pinnacle of the Holy Realm is out of reach for others. But for him and the Demon Empress He Hongyan, it was only a matter of time. Empress He Hongyan had already reached the third level of the Holy Realm before. Now that He Hongyan has obtained 2 colorful sacred stones, and relying on Suzaka's body, it is very likely that she can break through to the peak of the Holy Realm in a short period of time. And Chen Fan has even transformed into a divine body. The pinnacle of the Holy Realm is, after all, just the pinnacle of mortals. But Chen Fan is already a god. Even the weakest god. He is already far above mortals. In addition, he also has incredible means to help other strongmen break through. After Zhang Hai was silent for a moment, he told Li Mu's plan. Li Mu's plan is to let Chen Fan first help several peak 9th level and early stage Holy Realm masters from the Tang Kingdom to cultivate beast-controlling beasts. The emergence of a few more Holy Realms in the Tang Kingdom, or the advancement of one more Holy Realm, could change the fate of countless people. Like now, with Li Mu in charge of the Demon City, Zhang Jiang in charge of the Imperial City, and Han Jiangxue in charge of the Demon City. They didn't dare to leave easily, for 2 reasons. First, the Nightmare Court is watching eagerly, and if the 3 of them leave, something will happen easily. Second, the Demon City, the Imperial City, and the Demon City actually guard 3 restricted areas respectively. These 3 restricted areas are no small matter. Ordinary Saint Realm experts cannot suppress it at all. For example, the
No! 0 restricted area
in the Magic City is very weird and filled with demons. For years, the Nightmare Court has sought to enter this forbidden area, because the Nightmare Court holds a mysterious power that can control demons. If
Forbidden Zone 0
is occupied by the Nightmare Court, the consequences will be disastrous. The same goes for the Imperial Capital and the Demon Capital. Zhang Jiang and Han Jiangxue were like gatekeepers, guarding a restricted area respectively. In the restricted area of the Demon City, Han Jiangxue faced Endless Zerg. In the restricted area of the Imperial Capital, Zhang Jiang faced the fierce and violent Centaur Legion. In the far north, Empress He Hongyan led the Demon Clan and also guarded a restricted area. In that restricted area, there were also centaurs. The Tang dynasty seems to be calm now. But in fact there is a turbulent undercurrent. In the main city, the people live and work in peace and contentment because there are countless strong people pouring their blood. The pressure from Tang State was really too great. But after so many years, apart from martial ancestor Chen Han, a ray of hope is rising slowly. This ray of light is Chen Fan. Chen Fan's incredible method of cultivating beasts made Li Mu and Zhang Jiang cry with joy. If Chen Fan can help several of the 9th level peak people in the Tang Kingdom break through to the Holy Realm by cultivating beasts, or help the beast masters of the strong ones in the Holy Realm to improve their cultivation and strength to a higher level, the fate of Tang State and Blue Star will change. Xiao Fan, Zhang Hai hesitated for a moment before saying,
Li Mu asked me to ask you if you can pause the cultivation of other beasts during this period, including the cultivation of the 9th store. First, help the 9th grade peak in Holy Realm. Do strong men cultivate beasts? Whether you are short of money or resources, Tangwa can help you solve it. We will use the power of the whole country to help you solve it.
Lu Xingyuan and Fan Yu looked at Chen Fan silently. Chen Fan laughed and said,
Master, cultivating other beasts does not prevent me from cultivating beasts for the 9th level experts and those in the Holy Realm. The only problem I encountered was materials. To put it simply, if the minister and others can help me get the materials I need, no matter what level the beast is, I can easily help it break through.
The whole place was silent. Even Zhang Hai, who knew Chen Fan the most, and Zhou Yi and Lu Xingyuan, who had seen Chen Fan's methods, looked in disbelief at this moment. No matter what level the beast is, you can easily help it break through. How arrogant! How outrageous! How unimaginable! Seeing everyone stunned, Chen Fan added,
For example, the Blackheart Demon Soul Flower I wanted before. I just helped Dark Moon White Tiger raise a combat power level and a racial level. But if you have the Blackheart Demonic Soul Flower now, and all other materials are complete, I can immediately help Dark Moon break through another combat power level.
Lu Xingyuan was stunned. Zhou Yi and others were also shocked. Chen Fan said before that he helped Dark Moon break through, mainly because they had helped Dark Moon cultivate it for a long time. And Chen Fan was just a last resort. But only 2 days after Dark Moon broke through, he said that if the materials were complete, he could help Dark Moon break through again immediately. What does that mean? This means that as long as he can find relevant materials, Chen Fan can easily help the beast to break through, and can help the 9th level and Holy Realm to break through with the help of the beast. No one dares not to believe Chen Fan's words. Even Fang Yu, who had just arrived in the Magic City, was convinced. However, this is really unbelievable. Is this God? Lu Xingyuan looked at Chen Fan, feeling dazed for a while. Regarding Chen Fan's divine body, not many people in the entire Tang Kingdom knew about it. He counts as one. Chen Fan added, there are only a few at the peak of the 9th level and the holy level in the entire Tang Kingdom. There is no conflict at all between helping others cultivate beasts and helping these powerful men cultivate beasts. By the way, I have asked Xian Chu to find the Blackheart Demon Soul Flower as soon as possible. Please help me collect all the materials on the form given to you that day. Perhaps, in a few days, I will help Dark Moon break through another level of combat power. Okay. Ha ha ha. Lu Xingyuan was extremely excited and held Chen Fan's hand. Little brother, it all depends on you. He is 1 generation younger than Zhang Hai, so he and Chen Fan are brothers. Fang Yu also became excited and geared up. Then, what is that? Zhang Hai said. Find a larger training ground. Summon all your beasts, and let Xiao Fan take a look. And Xingyuan, your other beasts have also been summoned. Zhou Yi immediately said. You don't have to go far. Just behind this building, there is a training ground behind. Fang Yu swung his sleeves and robe, and a cloud of energy swept up everyone, and they burst out of the window. Crash! The window glass was all shattered and scattered all over the floor. Zhang Hai. No one has fallen below yet. Call! Fang Yu moved his fingers slightly. A ray of light flashed through, and the barrier had enveloped an area of 100 meters in radius. Then, he and Lu Xingyuan summoned several of his beasts at almost the same time. Chapter 285. The Royal Family of the Demon Clan? Night has fallen, and thousands of houses are lit with lights. Chen Fan, Shangguan Wulei, and others walked out of the Demon City beast breeding base. It's getting late. Let's go back. Chen Fan put his hands in his trouser pockets and tilted his head. Feng Tianlin blinked and said, we haven't had dinner yet. Let's go to your house for a drink. Okay, Shangguan Wulei said. He has been breeding animals at the breeding base all day today. He has been tired for a long day. Let him rest for a while. Feng Tianlin put away his playful smile and said, tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and the day after tomorrow is New Year's Day. Are you really not going to my house to celebrate the New Year? My grandfather and father have been talking about you every day these days. Shangguan Sanlong said, my family members are the same. The door to Shangguan's house is open for you at any time. You can go whenever you want. Thank you. Chen Fan patted Shangguan Sanlong and the other two on the shoulders and said, I will go to pay New Year greetings. Let the old man prepare a red envelope for me. Shangguan Sanlong and Feng Tianlin all laughed. Shangguan Wulei said, I'll go home to get some clothes and I'll go to your house later. Chen Fan once said before that he wanted Shangguan Wulei to help Xiaobai during this time. Xiaobai has just transformed into a human form, and many of his habits have not yet been changed. And Shen Hongxiu, Fang Qingqing, and the others returned to Donghai City. Shangguan Wulei planned to live directly at Chen Fan's house. The group of people said nothing more, waved their hands and left together. As soon as Xiaobai saw them leaving, he immediately took Chen Fan's arm. I guess I learned it from Shen Hongxiu. The gesture of holding arms is exactly the same. Chen Fan picked up the jade man on his head and said, Let's go. Let's find a place to eat. Just after walking out for more than 200 meters, Chen Fan saw a small shop. The name of the small shop is Authentic Cantonese Cuisine. Chen Fan walked in with Gongzi in his arms and ordered a few dishes. Crispy roast goose, mini Buddha jumping over the wall, Hakka Yong Tao Fu. It tastes really good. Gongzi's mouth was full of oil. Xiaobai picked up the vegetables with chopsticks, picked them up and dropped them, and picked them up again. Gongzi was so happy that he was hit on the head by Xiaobai. Chen Fan said to the boss, Boss, are you from Cantonese? The busy boss raised his head and said with a hearty smile, That's not good. Chen Fan. At this time, a woman walked in from outside the store, walked up to Chen Fan and said, Hello.
Are you Mr. Chen Fan?
Chen Fan raised his head. You are.
Oh,
The woman said.
someone just asked me to hand this note to you.
With that said, the woman handed over a note. Chen Fan took the note and quickly scanned the woman with his mental energy. There is not a trace of star power fluctuation. Just an ordinary person. After the woman left, Chen Fan opened the white paper. It was really a blank paper, with not a single word on it. But just when Chen Fan frowned slightly, lines of text appeared on the white paper.
Chen Fan, if you want to know your life experience and who your parents are, come to the third secret realm outside the Magic City.
Life experience? Parents? Chen Fan rubbed his fingers slightly, and the white paper on his hand immediately burned. Last night, the dream demon sneaked into his dream and said that he was a member of the demon clan. After Li Mu captured the dream demon, he never showed up. When he went to see Fan Yu today, Li Mu didn't show up either. Obviously, he was deliberately avoiding it. But Chen Fan didn't care much. So what if it's the demon clan? So what if he's not a demon? Isn't the identity of the demon king more terrifying than this? The only thing Chen Fan cares about is his parents. He didn't want his parents to have anything to do with an evil, shameless and crazy organization like the Nightmare Court. He didn't even want to have to fight to the death with his parents at the end of the fight.
The third secret realm.
Chen Fan sent Xiao Bai, Gongzi, and the others back to the beast-controlling space. Next moment, his body soared into the air. The shop owner was stunned for a moment.
Such a young 6th level person? Today's young people are really getting more and more powerful.
The third secret realm of the Magic City. The secret place here is directly west of the Demon City, less than 400 miles away from the Demon City. There are also troops stationed at the entrance to the secret realm. But because the monster levels in the third secret realm are not very high, there are only a few strong men of the 6th level guarding the entrance to the third secret realm. The Nightmare Garden is quite good at choosing places. Chen Fan activated the stealth skill copy from the Shadow Demon and floated in the air. After quickly sweeping his mental power downwards, he jumped directly into the third secret realm. The peaks are sharp. There are ravines and ravines. Chen Fan appeared. Walking slowly on the bluestone road. Chen Fan's spiritual power radiated out in all directions. After a while, a trace of star power fluctuation suddenly appeared in the right direction. Chen Fan tilted his head slightly and saw a little light flickering in the darkness to his right. The bright light jumped a few times, as if someone was waving towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan had no expression on his face, soared into the air and flew towards the bright light. The small bright light was like the light of a firefly, fluttering and flickering through the jungle. Chen Fan followed slowly. After Yamofei traveled more than 500 miles, that little light stopped. A woman's voice sounded faintly in the bright light.
You are here.
Chen Fan.
I'm here.
Woman.
You shouldn't have come.
Chen Fan.
But I'm still here.
Woman.
I knew you were coming.
Chen Fan.
Nonsense. Weren't you the one who asked me to come?
Woman. Chen Fan fell from the sky. It was dark all around. There were only a few weird plants emitting a strange red light. In the darkness, the red light was like a monster's eyes, which was heart-stopping. This is a small valley. Under the big tree in front, a woman wearing a white dress sat. This scene, this atmosphere, is very similar to the scene in Liaojai when the female ghost and the scholar meet. But Chen Fan is not a scholar. Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. The spiritual power he radiated also sensed two other breaths. There were also two men. One is in the stone to his left. One is in the ground to his right. 3 mid-7th grade. The investigation in Shanghai is indeed tighter. 9th level people in the Nightmare Court almost dare not approach the Demon City. The 8th level realm dare not show up easily. As for the 6th and 7th level realms, they basically can't make any waves, as long as they don't run out to show off in the city after eating too much. The strong men in the Magic City won't care too much. Chen Fan walked up to the woman in the white dress and said calmly, "Go ahead." The woman stood up and smiled brightly at Chen Fan.
Master Dream Demon. Was he captured by Li Mu?
Chen Fan had an expressionless expression on his face.
How dare you come here knowing that the Dream Demon has been captured?
The woman smiled and shook her head and said,
A person like Li Mu will not notice little ants like us. Since Lord Dream Demon has entered your dream, you must know something. Right.
Chen Fan remained silent. The woman in the white dress added,
You can control the devil. Have you never thought about why you can do such a thing?
That's because I have such a system. Chen Fan grinned.
How do you know that I can control demons?
The woman in the white dress said,
Although the Demon City is impregnable, our Nightmare Garden is pervasive. You have signed a contract with demons. And there are more than one. This kind of thing cannot be hidden from us. You concluded that I am a demon clan based on this?
Chen Fan's face became a little weird.
Because I have signed contracts with several demons. So you think I am a demon clan? Of course not.
The woman in the white dress said.
This is just the most direct characteristic of the demon clan.
Cough.
Master Dream Demon and the others have actually determined your identity a long time ago. It's just that he didn't tell us the reason.
Chen Fan's eyes became cold and cold.
So, you actually don't know who my parents are? Although I don't know. There are people in the Nightmare Court who know.
The woman in the white dress said.
Chen Fan, there is no doubt that the blood of the demon clan is flowing in your body. There are countless races in this world. And only the demon race can control demons. Not only can the heavenly demon clan control demons, they can even make star warriors, like us, who have not awakened to the beast-controlling space sign contracts with demons.
Chen Fan said nothing. The woman in the white skirt continued.
You came from the earth. Not only were you able to sign many beasts when your cultivation level was low, but your cultivation level also improved by leaps and bounds. In just a few months, you reached the 6th level. No one can do this except the demon clan. Master Dream Demon told me that you are not only from the heavenly demon clan, but also from the heavenly demon clan royal family.
Royal? Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. After the dream demon sneaked into his dream. He once called him, Your Highness. Chen Fan raised his head slightly and said,
Other than the dream demon, who else in your nightmare court knows about my parents' situation?
The woman in the white dress said.
There is also Master Fongemo.
Chen Fan.
Where is Fongemo now?
Woman in white dress.
In Star Country.
Chen Fan frowned.
Are you kidding me? Of course not.
The woman in the white dress said.
Follow me to Star Country, and I will take you to see Master Fongemo.
Chen Fan tilted his head.
Do you only know this little information?
The woman in the white dress smiled.
I think this much information is enough.
Chen Fan.
It disappoints me a bit.
Woman in white dress.
But we are not disappointed.
Chen Fan.
You brought me here because you want to take me away?
Woman in white dress.
Yes.
Chen Fan.
What if I don't want to?
Woman in white dress.
You have no choice.
As soon as this was said,
crack!
Chen Fan flashed in front of the woman in the white dress with a flash of lightning. And with a click of the 5 fingers of his right hand, he grabbed the head of the woman in the white dress.
No! I do!
Chen Fan exerted a slight force on his palm, forcing the woman in the white dress to kneel down on one knee with a ferocious look on her face.
You?
The woman in the white dress was furious. With a flash of light in her hand, a dagger appeared out of thin air and stabbed Chen Fan in the abdomen.
When?
The sound of gold and iron clashing came out. The woman in the white dress was stunned for a moment. The next moment, overwhelming power poured into her body, instantly sealing all her meridians. At this time, the 2 men hidden in the rocks and underground appeared at the same time. One sword after another. They crossed on Chen Fan's neck like lightning.
Let her go!
One of the men said coldly.
What a good boy. You moved very quickly, and you actually struck first. But no matter how good you are, you can't escape my hand today.
Chen Fan tilted his head slightly and said,
Do you two know the same information as she does?
The man who just spoke said,
If you want to know more information, just follow us. You will naturally know it when you meet Lord Fongemo. Don't think that because you are a member of the Heavenly Demon Clan royal family,
we don't dare to touch you. If I beat you half to death, and then bring you to Lord Fongemo, Lord Fongemo won't blame us.
Chen Fan said calmly.
If you only know this little information, then you are useless.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan grabbed the woman's head with his right hand, exerted a slight force, and crushed the woman's head with a click.
Damn it. How dare you?
The 2 men behind him were shocked, but they didn't dare to slash Chen Fan's neck with their swords. The weapons in their hands were retracted at the same time, and they slapped Chen Fan on the back. Crack! Chen Fan flashed with lightning and moved behind the man wielding the knife on his right side, and struck the man's shoulder with a lightning strike of his hand knife. The man's shoulder felt as if he had been struck by a sharp knife. Most of his body slid down and was cut in 2.
Impossible.
The man holding the sword in his hand was so horrified that he retracted the sword instantly, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared into the darkness. At the same time, a summoning circle appeared on the ground behind him, and a demon with 3 horns crawled out. He actually wanted to use the devil to stop Chen Fan from pursuing him.
I just want to run away now. Is it too late?
Chen Fan's mental power locked onto the man and the demon.
activating the Whisper of the Demon King.
Boom! The man felt as if an angry thunder exploded in his mind. The next moment, he had lost control of his body, suddenly turned around, and flew towards Chen Fan again. And the demon that had just crawled out of the magic circle fell to the ground with a bang. Not daring to move, the man holding the long sword had never seen such a strange thing before. He was so frightened that he almost cursed. Unfortunately, at this moment, he couldn't even make a sound. Call. He flew directly to Chen Fan. Motionless like a puppet, Chen Fan's eyes flashed red, and he searched the man's memory directly through the control of
Whisper of the Demon King.
No further information. As the woman said before, the three of them were just subordinates of the Dream Demon, and they only knew that Chen Fan might be a member of the royal family of the Demon Clan. After the Dream Demon was captured by Li Mu, the three of them panicked and had no choice but to take the risk and lure Chen Fan out, hoping to take Chen Fan to the Star Kingdom.
Wasting my time.
Chen Fan frowned and said,
I'd rather go to you to find the Dream Demon. However, you are still somewhat useful. You allowed me to see in your memory the method and process of how the Nightmare Court helped you contract the devil.
As he said that, Chen Fan's right palm shot out like lightning and hit the man's head. The man groaned and fell limply. In the middle stage of 7th grade, there is no resistance. Behind, the demon suppressed by the
Whisper of the Demon King
was trembling with fear, and his whole body was shaking. Chapter 286 Demon Blood Plan.
Waste.
On a small island in the Star Kingdom, a middle-aged man with double horns on his head was floating in the air, surrounded by evil aura. Below, a group of strong men in black robes were frightened and did not dare to speak. The middle-aged man glanced towards the east and said in a deep voice,
It seems that I can only go to the demon city of Tang Kingdom in person.
Absolutely not. A black-robed man below said hurriedly,
Lord Fengemo, the Tang Kingdom now prohibits entry into the 9th level realm. Li Mu is so arrogant and domineering that he has already captured Lord Dream Demon regardless of his identity. If you go to Tang State, he won't let you go. Bastard.
Fengemo said coldly.
Am I afraid of him? Li Mu?
The group of people below did not dare to say anything. Fengemo seemed to feel that he was too arrogant, and coughed slightly and said,
Li Mu will not leave the demon city easily. As long as I don't get close to the demon city, I will be fine.
The man in black robe, who spoke before, asked cautiously,
Sir, are you sure that the boy named Chen Fan is really from the demon clan and is really related to those two people?
Fengme's eyes narrowed slightly.
It can't be wrong. In that battle 18 years ago, we originally wanted to take the opportunity to bring him back to the Nightmare Garden. It's a pity that I fell into Chu Qingqing's trick. Not only did I not find the child, but I was killed by Chu Qingqing and Li Mu. It was at that time that Chu Qingqing sent him to Earth. Snort. For many years, we have been trying to find cracks leading to the Earth, but we have never been able to do so. Now that he has come to Blue Star, he has saved us a lot of things.
From the crowd below, an old man came out and said,
If Chen Fan is really the child of those two, Li Mu and the others probably won't give us a chance to deal with Chen Fan. Back in Donghai City, we said 2 8th level realms. We could have easily defeated Donghai City, but something unexpected happened. The defensive formation in Donghai City was actually set up by Chu Qingqing himself, and Chu Qingqing's father, Chu Tianan, pretended to be in the 6th level and endured it for 18 years. Now it seems that the Chu family stayed in Donghai City just to wait for Chen Fan. As soon as Chen Fan arrived in the Magic City, the Chu family immediately moved away. We have missed the best opportunity.
Another man in black robe also frowned and said,
Yes, if he stays in the Demon City now, unless several Demon Kings take action. Otherwise,
Fengemo put his hands behind his back, raised his head slightly, looked at the east, and said nothing. Let the devil take action? If you really dare to take action against the Tang Dynasty's Demon City, and Imperial City, it will be an all-out war. 18 years ago, there was already a war. As a result, the Tang Kingdom suffered a small loss, while the Nightmare Court suffered a heavy loss. There were originally 5 Demon Kings in the Nightmare Court, but one of them was killed by Zhang Jiang. Although the Demon King's soul was snatched back, his body was destroyed, and he had already been knocked down to the Holy Realm. So the original 5 Demon Kings have now become 4. Now that the Demon King of the East region has also been seriously injured by Yi Hongyan, the 4 Demon Kings have become 3. There are also 2 Demon Kings who were injured by Chu Qingqing and Li Mu and have not recovered from their serious injuries. If an all-out war breaks out, the Nightmare Court may be completely defeated. From beginning to end, the goal of Nightmare Garden is not to occupy Blue Star. Their real goal is Tianyu Realm. A small blue star. What does it mean? How could it be possible to get into the eyes of the Demon Clan? Comparing Blue Star to Tianyu Realm is like comparing the mortal world to the fairy world in novels. What the Nightmare Court wants to do is to find the key to Tianyu Realm, rescue the 6th Heaven Demon King, and then return to Tianyu Realm. The Nightmare Court will not go into full-scale war with Tang State unless it is absolutely necessary. But now, the key has not been found. I don't even know where the Demon King was sealed on the 6th day. The 5 Demon Kings are also a little angry now. Sudden, a vortex appeared out of thin air above the void. Then, a demonic figure appeared in the whirlpool. The Demon King of the southern region among the 5 Demon Kings. When Feng Mo saw this, he flicked his sleeves and robe.
You all should stand down.
The group of men in black robes below bowed and took 2 steps back. At the same time, they turned into black wind and disappeared. The Demon King of the Southern Territory said calmly,
"The Wind Demon is preparing to implement the Devil's Blood plan on Blue Star."
"What?" Feng Mo was startled and said,
"Sir, we are trapped in Blue Star and cannot return to Tianyu Realm. The blood of demons is extremely limited. Even if we heal several Demon Kings, it is impossible. If the Devil's Blood plan is implemented on Blue Star, how will the Demon Kings heal their wounds?"
The Demon King of the Southern Territory was silent for a moment and then said,
"We have no other choice except the Devil's Blood plan. Both the Eastern region and the Central region have been abolished. Even if you use the blood of demons to help them return to their heyday, it won't be enough to compete with Li Mu and the others. Then, let the entire Blue Star go crazy with us."
Feng Mo opened his mouth and said after a while,
"So, where to start first?"
The Demon King of the Southern region said,
"Let's start with the Demon Clan in the far north."
"Ah?" Feng Mo was horrified.
The demon race won't accept this trick at all. They will never swallow the blood of demons willingly like the Star Warriors of the human race.
And Yi Hongyan now has 2 colorful sacred stones in her hand, and a magic knife that can kill ghosts and gods. Too risky,
the Demon King of the Southern Territory said.
Starting with the Demon Clan in the far north. I just want to use the Demon Clan to attract the attention of Li Mu and Zhang Jiang. The far north is no small matter. There is a restricted area connected to the Centaur Kingdom, and Yi Hongyan has always been guarding it. The Tang State will not allow Yi Hongyan to be moved in the Nightmare Court.
Feng Mo nodded slightly.
Then our real goal is,
the Demon King of the Southern Territory said indifferently,
Yang Kingdom.
Feng Mo was surprised again.
There is a person at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm in Danyang Country. We need to get rid of one person first,
said the Demon King of the Southern Territory.
Blue Star has a total of 6 Saint Realm pinnacles. Get rid of this one from Yonggwa, and then implement the Devil's Blood plan in Yonggwa. The next step is Star Kingdom. Li Mu and the others don't dare to leave Tang Kingdom easily.
Feng Mo's eyes widened, and he nodded slightly.
Yes, I understand.
The Demon King of the Southern Territory glanced at the Wind Demon, and his huge body slowly faded, and finally disappeared. The vast world of gods.
Ha ha ha! Don't run!
Chen Fan held a red ribbon in his left hand, and a skull staff in his right hand, chasing Shen Taotao and Henry Chu. The faces of Shen Taotao and Henry Chu were extremely gloomy. Shen Hongxiu blushed and gritted her teeth in anger.
Shen Hongxiu!
As Shen Taotao flew, he turned around and shouted,
Why did your Chaos Ling appear in his hand?
Shen Hongxiu pursed her lips and said,
It was stolen by him. Wasn't your 12 wings of the God King almost stolen by him? Ah!
Shen Taotao was a little crazy. Shen Hongxiu's Chaos Ling's attack power is actually not very strong, and its defense power is average. But Chaos Ling is the most powerful weapon for restraint. That Chaos Silk is the black and yellow energy born from the edge of chaos in the God realm. Any divine weapon caught in it will have a portion of its power sealed within a short period of time. Just now, Chu Xian used the Heaven Sacrifice Monument to attack Shen Fan, but Shen Fan almost snatched the Heaven Sacrifice Monument away with the Chaos Ling. Shen Fan originally had the invincible body of the Demon King. Later, he refined the Tontian Divine Pillar into his spine, and infused it with the essence and blood of the ancient demon dragon, making him almost immortal. Now with the Chaos Ling and the Heavenly Demon Clan's demonic staff. How to fight this? Unless Chu Xian or Shen Taotao becomes ruthless and risks having the magic weapon in their hands stolen to entangle Shen Fan. Otherwise,
Shen Fan!
The space was torn apart, and Fang Qingqing rushed out of the space.
Give me back the demon staff. Why did you put a skull on my staff? Ah! Why did you wrap a snake around my staff? What did you change my staff to look like?
Fang Qingqing was furious. Shen Taotao and Henry Chu immediately stopped.
Qingqing, join forces with the three of us,
Shen Taotao shouted.
The four of us join forces to kill him.
Chen Fan laughed and pointed at Shen with the heavenly demon staff in his right hand.
Crack!
A red thunder beam fell from the sky. Shen Taotao was startled. The 12 wings of the God King behind him moved slightly and dodged out at the critical moment.
This thing is so useful.
Chen Fan glanced at the staff in his hand and said,
Isn't this cool? In the dark abyss, there was an old man who plotted against me. So I beat him to death, then tore off his head, and after refining it, I embedded it in the heavenly demon staff. Li Fengxing hit me on the head with the palace, and I killed 100 dragons from the Tianlong clan, pulled out their dragon tendons, and integrated them into the heavenly demon staff. This is a dragon tendon, not a snake. What kind of look are you looking at?
Fang Qingqing was so angry that her eyes turned black. The good heavenly demon staff was turned into this bastard. Fang Qingqing turned her palm slightly. As the light flickered, an ancient sword was held in her hand.
Chen Fan, this time you call.
Before Fang Qingqing finished speaking, a flash of red light revealed that Chaos Ling had swept the sword away from her hand. Fang Qingqing. Shen Taotao.
Forget it.
Qingqing, you should go back. I suspect you came here on purpose to give him the baby. Send it to you.
Uncle. Fang Qingqing was furious.
Chen Fan. Give me back the things.
Henry Chu sighed.
Even Qingqing can be so angry by you.
Fang Qingqing looked at Shen Hongxiu fiercely.
Shen Hongxiu. You cheated and betrayed the Angel God clan. Fart.
Shen Hongxiu said.
Your own heavenly demon staff was stolen by him. How dare you blame me? You just came here and sent the shattering sky sword over again. You have the nerve to accuse me?
Fang Qingqing's face turned red. Chen Fan's face straightened up, and he said calmly,
Have you guys argued enough? If you've had enough noise, prepare to face hate. Why do I say such weird lines? What does it mean to face the wind? Forget it. Don't worry. Everyone, let me kill you one by one.
Shen Taotao shouted coldly and pointed towards Shen Fan.
The finger of death.
A ray of light that was as dazzling as the sun appeared on Shen Fan's chest in an instant. As if tearing apart the space, Shen Fan's body became illusory for a moment, then immediately condensed into a solid body. That dazzling light flickered in the void and disappeared instantly.
He.
Chen Fan sneered and threw the Chaos Ling in his hand.
Hoo ho ho.
The Chaos Ling suddenly grew larger, as if it enveloped the entire world. Not only that, after the Chaos Ribbon turned into a cover and covered the group of people, hissing sounds came from all directions, and countless Chaos Ribbons appeared, scurrying around like red snakes.
Damn it.
Fang Qingqing looked at Shen Hongxiu angrily.
You even taught him how to cover the sky with chaos.
Shen Hongxiu looked innocent.
He entered my dream and learned from it secretly.
Fang Qingqing glanced at Shen Taotao and Chu Xian and said,
You guys stay away from Shen Hongxiu. Be careful of being attacked by her. This woman has already betrayed the Angel clan for Chen Fan. This is unreasonable.
Shen Hongxiu was furious and struck Fang Qingqing with a palm in the air. Fang Qingqing sneered.
I guessed it right.
Chen Fan couldn't help but shook his head.
In the dream, Qingqing's temper was much more explosive than that of Hongxiu. But Hongxiu...
Huh?
Dream?
The moment Chen Fan reacted, the dream is like glass, shattering piece by piece.
Call.
Chen Fan turned over and sat up on the bed. Sure enough, I dreamed again. Fortunately this time, I wasn't being hunted this time. This time he is chasing Xian Chu and the others. A little cool. It seems like I stole a lot of good stuff this time. The red-sleeved Chaos Ling is so terrifying. Can it still restrain the God King's 12 wings and the Sky Sacrifice Monument? I just don't know where Chaos Ling is now. It would be great if we waited for the 4 realms in the ancient God realm. Qingqing's natal magic weapon is the Heavenly Demon Staff, which seems to be the most powerful magic weapon of the Heavenly Demon Clan. But he also stole it and merged it with a big demon and 100 heavenly dragons.
Skull Staff.
A little strange. Obviously this thing appeared for the first time in a dream. Why do I seem to have heard it somewhere?
Sudden.
Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Human Emperor Staff. Grandpa Blind and the others said at the beginning that when Tianyi Realm encountered a great disaster, the Human Emperor Staff came through the air and saved Tianyi Realm once. That Human Emperor Staff seems to be holding a skull. Moreover, The blind grandpa said that the aura emanating from the human emperor's staff is very similar to that of the sky-breaking demon sword. The human emperor's staff in the hands of the human emperor of Tianyu realm is very likely to be Qingqing's heavenly demon staff. TSK. In the Tianyu world, I won't be able to go to Tianyu realm in a short time. This can be a bit troublesome. Just when Chen Fan was thinking wildly, there was a sudden noise outside. It seems like a lot of people are coming here. What are you doing? No one is allowed to sleep early in the morning. Chen Fan opened the door and walked out. Call out. Call out. Above the void, several figures were flying towards them quickly like meteorites. Brother Fan. We are back. Before the people arrive, the sound arrives first. Yi Hao's voice exploded in the void. All the sleeping beasts in the garden opened their eyes. Call. Yi Hao, Shen Hongxiu, Shen Daodao, Fang Qingqing and others all fell down in the garden. Chen Fan blinked, sat down on the chair, and said calmly, Didn't you go back to celebrate the new year? Why are you back again? Shen Daodao smiled and said, Do you think we are all so unloyal? Yi Hao also walked over with a smile and said, Brother Fan, do you see who we brought here? Outside, a dark crowd poured in. Chen Fan's face suddenly became extremely exciting. You brought all the students from the 3 major colleges in Donghai City? Yi Hao smiled and said, The senior students from the 3 major colleges, as well as people from several major families such as our Yi family and Shen family. My father and others did not come because they still have to guard Donghai City and cannot leave easily. In order to escort us, many people from the 3 major pioneer groups also came. Sister Qing is here too. I have booked 5 nearby hotels. We are all celebrating the new year with you in Shanghai. Among the crowd, Zhen Qing, the deputy leader of the Aries Pioneer Regiment, walked out and smiled sweetly. Chen Fan, long time no see. Chapter 287 Such vigorous behavior. Haven't seen you for a long time. Chen Fan laughed. Welcome everyone. A large number of people came from the Yi family, the Shen family, the Li family, the Fang family, and the Bai family. The senior high school students from the 3 major colleges in Donghai City were all brought here by Yi Hao and the others. Under the command of Yi Hao and others, everyone entered the garden in batches as if holding a school sports meeting, and then sent representatives to walk up to Chen Fan. Gongzi and Jade rushed over and wormed their way through the crowd. Li Sheng, Chen Fan's class teacher at Aries Academy, came over with the dean of students. Li Sheng's eye circles were a little red. The boy who carried a pig into the mine has become so powerful. Chen Fan, Li Sheng added, I have heard about the things you encountered on the way to Magic City and many things in Magic City. As expected of my students, you have given us Donghai City and the face of our war god Dean. With that said, Li Sheng slapped Chen Fan hard on the shoulder. Boom! A terrifying energy burst out at the point of contact between Li Sheng's palm and Chen Fan's shoulder. Li Sheng screamed, drew a beautiful parabola in the air, and flew directly out. Everyone was stunned. The dean who had just extended his hand quickly took it back. Chen Fan flew out with a lightning flash. Arrived first, caught Li Sheng who fell, and then dragged Li Sheng back with another thunder flash. The teaching director shouted angrily, You are only in the 3rd level. Why are you pretending to be so stupid? I am not afraid of a slap to death. Chen Fan, what kind of cultivation are you now? Everyone looked at Chen Fan with burning eyes. Chen Fan blinked. How do you say this? Fang Qingqing smiled and said, Chen Fan can kill someone in the 8th level now. The whole place instantly became silent. If Shen Hongxiu said this, no one would believe it. But when Fang Qingqing said it, it was different. Can you kill someone in the 8th level? On the way to the Magic City, he was still being hunted by the 5th level realm. How many months has it been? You didn't tell me earlier. Li Sheng rubbed his numb palms and looked at Chen Fan speechlessly. A group of classmates gathered around. Chen Fan, I heard that you defeated Zhong Hao, the genius of the first martial arts university? Isn't that Zhong Hao of the 5th grade and 5th level? I heard that you didn't even make many moves. Next, are you going to challenge the juniors and seniors of the first martial arts university? How do you and Henry Chu practice? Are you really able to kill someone at the 8th level? Where is Mr. Chu Xian? Why haven't you seen him? Brother Fan, we miss you so much. After you left Donghai City, we couldn't find a place to eat. Chen Fan found the girl who said the last words in the crowd. The girl has short hair and looks very heroic. Chen Fan pointed at the short-haired girl. Okay, so it's you. Are you still thinking about coming to my house for dinner? I remember you. What's your name? The girl with short hair was still smiling slightly.
But when she heard Chen Fan's words, her smile suddenly froze. And then she made a long face.
Am I such a failure in life? You forgot my name again?
Chen Fan was a little embarrassed.
How could I forget you? I still remember clearly that you took a group of classmates and Xiao Bai Gongzi and the others to grab the meat of Skyfire ants.
The short-haired girl laughed.
You remember this so clearly. Listen carefully. I will say my name again. And don't forget it this time. My name is Zhou Han.
Chen Fan nodded.
Okay. If you remember this time, you won't forget Zhou Shi? Zhou Han. What Han?
Oh, you. Li Feng walked over and said expressionlessly.
Brother Fan, you must remember it well this time. Don't forget it again.
Chen Fan was stunned. It's none of your business whether I forget the girl's name or not. Li Fengxing raised his head slightly and said,
Zhou Han is now my girlfriend. That is, your younger brother and sister. You can't forget your younger brother and sister's name.
The whole place fell silent again. Even the classmates next to Zhou Han, as well as Li Sheng and others, were shocked. Yi Hao was also stunned. And Shen Hongxiu, Fang Qingqing and others were also shocked. Chen Fan thought he heard wrongly. Zhou Han became Li Fengxing's girlfriend? Is this world too crazy? This guy went back to Donghai City and brought back a girlfriend. Zhou Han is from Aries Academy, but Fengxing is from Tianshan Academy. The two sides didn't have much interaction in the first place. Something always feels wrong. Among this group of people, Yi Hao is the one who likes racing the most. The one who likes to stare at beautiful women the most is Yi Hao. It was Yi Hao who kept talking about catching a succubus every day. Even if Yi Hao is surrounded by a group of women. In the eyes of Chen Fan and others, it is normal. But from Donghai City to now, Yi Hao has never seen him fall in love or hold hands with a woman except for his flirtatious words. As for nagging, Tao Tao is still haunted by his friend's ex-girlfriend. He sighs when he mentions love. He is an infatuated person who has been hurt by love. Unexpectedly, the usually silent Erluzi turned out to be a master in love. Not long after he came to the devil, Fengxing fell in love with Ding Lingling of the Ding family. And Ding Lingling was already preparing to take him to meet his parents. However, Chen Fan saw that the girl was greedy and knew that Feng Xing would suffer. So he blocked her directly. It's only been a few days. He went back to Donghai City and took care of Zhou Han again? Chen Fan thought of the dreams he had had. Li Fengxing in the dream is the leader of the Tianlong clan. He looks honest on the surface, but is actually cunning, despicable and shameless. He always wants to let Chu Xian and the others fight to the death with Chen Fan, and then reap the benefits. In the end, Chen Fan was annoyed. After beating him up, Chen Fan directly killed 100 heavenly dragons from the Tianlong clan as revenge. He also extracted the tendons of those heavenly dragons and integrated them into Qingqing's heavenly demon staff. Made. These idiots seem to have been like this in their past and present lives. He looks very honest on the outside and is usually dull. But he actually has another kind of personality. Brother Fan. When Li Fengxing saw Chen Fan squinting at him, he felt a little panicked. I didn't do anything. At most I just held Zhou Han's little hand and fell in love. Is that normal? Yi Hao squeezed over and pushed Li Fengxing. You brat. You found a girlfriend after 2 days back? Do you really like her? Or do you want to cough? You have to be responsible. Of course I really like it, Li Fengxing said with a frown. After Brother Fan asked me to block Ding Lingling that day, I felt very depressed. So I just found someone to chat with. Let's chat. Right. When did we become boyfriend and girlfriend? Everyone. Zhou Han blushed and pinched Li Fengxing's arm. At this time, Li Fengxing's sister Li Qingyan said, Don't underestimate this kid. We were in love when we were in Donghai City. But my parents didn't agree because of the gender incompatibility. Gender incompatibility? Everyone's eyes glanced at Li Fengxing again. This guy. What's the point? Li's mother raised her hand and knocked Li Qingyan on the head. It's a personality incompatibility. Li Qingyan. It's all the same. Li's mother. It's different. The difference is huge. In the air, Xiao Hei circled around everyone's heads and said, What's the difference? Li's mother gritted her teeth. Is this Chen Fan soul-eating bird? Xiao Hei. It's me. Your uncle. Motherly. Li Fengxing quickly grabbed his mother and said, Mom, calm down. Xiao Hei's current combat power level is almost level 40. All of us in the Li family can't defeat him. Li's mother was stunned. How much more? Li Fengxing said. Level 40. Oh, its combat power level has not actually reached level 40, but his racial level is very high.
If you convert it, even if it is calculated according to high-level extraordinary, he is already over level 40.
Motherly. Everyone. Johan whispered.
I remember when we were promoted to the league. Xiao Hei was probably only around level 10.
Right. Xiao Hei smiled proudly. Stupid mortals.
How can you understand God's methods? I, Xiao Hei, have done what I have done all my life. Why do I need to explain to you?
Everyone. Li's mother turned her head with a dark face and said,
Where's Xiaobai? I heard that only Xiaobai can defeat this little bitch.
Li Sheng and others also turned around and looked around. Just now they saw Gongzi and Jade, as well as Lao Yuan and Xiao Qing who were on the other side. But Xiaobai was not seen. Xiaobai took a step forward and said,
I'm here. Your name is Xiaobai too. Oh, what a beautiful little girl.
Li's mother said.
I'm looking for Chen Fan's beast controlling Xiaobai. Yeah.
Xiaobai nodded.
That's me.
The Shang one on the side said without tears.
She is Xiaobai. She just turned into a human form a few days ago.
Everyone. Li Sheng grabbed Chen Fan's arm and widened his eyes.
Xiao Xiaobai, have you turned into a human form?
Before Chen Fan could speak, Xiao Hei had already said,
It's rare to see many strange things. You're over level 40. Isn't it normal to turn into a human form? I just don't want to turn into a human form. Because I think it's too troublesome to turn into a human form. I have to run to the toilet to poop. Women have to put on makeup and remove makeup every day. Men have to shave every day and take showers every day. How can I be as free as I am now?
Everyone. Xiaobai raised his hand. And it was a thunder spear.
Crack!
Xiao Hei was smoking and fell to the ground. Gongzi shook his head, rushed out, grabbed Xiao Hei, and took Xiao Hei out. Everyone couldn't help but wipe their sweat. Chen Fan's own cultivation level can scare people to death without paying for their lives. His beast control has actually reached this level. Level 40. How many beasts are there in the entire Tang Kingdom that are above level 40? At the time, the beast masters of several 7th grade masters in Donghai City were only around level 32.
Okay.
Yi Hao waved his hand and said,
Brother Fan, let's go to the open space over there at the training ground and show you what we brought from Donghai City.
Chen Fan was stunned. What? Yi Hao and Shen Tao flew out at the same time. The shimmy rings of a group of people shone brightly at the same time. In an instant, various fruits, vegetables, snacks and candies piled up into several hills.
This is the New Year's purchase we purchased.
Shen Hongxiu, who had been silent, pointed to the mountain of New Year's goods and raised an eyebrow at Chen Fan. Seeing this, Gongzi squeaked into the pile of New Year's goods, but was held down by the old ape and dragged back. Jade also flew into the pile of goods, but was dragged out by a tentacle of the beholder. Shen Hongxiu floated into the air, looked at the butler Dong Shu behind the crowd and said,
Uncle Dong, send a few people to sort out these New Year's goods. For the New Year's Eve dinner, we have invited several hotel chefs to come over. You can make arrangements then.
Uncle Dong smiled and nodded.
Okay.
Johan and others immediately raised their hands.
Let's help together.
The garden became more lively. Feng Tianlin and Shangwan Sanlong came over.
What's going on? So many people?
Feng Tianlin walked up to Chen Fan and others.
Didn't you go to Donghai City? Are you back so soon? I'm about to find you.
Yi Hao grabbed Feng Tianlin and said,
During the Chinese New Year period, we are planning to go to various martial arts universities in Magic City to compete in gymnasiums and block the doors. You ask the Feng family and Shangwan family to help build momentum. Finally, we make a huge profit on the black market.
As soon as he heard about making money, Feng Tianlin immediately became excited. But as soon as he got excited, he immediately squinted his eyes and said,
You and Henry Chu? Brother Fan won't take action? Nonsense!
Yi Hao said.
Brother Fan takes action. What's the point of suspense? You can't make any money at all. Unless he chooses juniors and seniors from major martial arts universities. If he were still a freshman or sophomore, everyone would probably bet on him and win.
Feng Tianlin frowned.
Don't blame me for speaking harshly. Although your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing Songlong and I, you have only just broken through to the 6th level. For example, you want to challenge the freshman and sophomore years of the first martial arts university? Are you sure? Zhong Hao, Suen Tianji, and the others have also broken through to the 6th level. I heard that after they came out of the 5th restricted area. Their power has improved again. How confident are you guys that you can beat them?
Yi Hao.
I said I am 100% sure that I will sweep through the first and second years of the first martial arts university. Do you believe it?
Feng Tianlin shook his head.
I don't believe it.
Yi Hao.
Then let's compete, and let you see my strength. Get lost.
Feng Tianlin said with a dark face.
What does it mean if you beat me? What level am I at? Tell me. Where is your confidence?
Yi Hao was silent for a moment and said,
Our confidence comes from the personal teachings of Grandpa Blind and the others.
Hearing this, Feng Tianlin's eyes lit up. Yes. Forgot about it. It seemed like the four old men had personally led them for a while. Yi Hao lowered his voice and said,
A few of us have practiced the unique skills of the four holy places of Tianyu realm. In that case,
Feng Tianlin nodded slightly.
Okay, I believe you. But you must not lose. If you make me bankrupt, I will not let you go. Don't worry.
Yi Hao put his arm around Feng Tianlin's shoulders and said,
Let's go over to the side to discuss the details.
Seeing this, Qin Fan shrugged.
You guys chat. I'll go to the 9th store to breed the beasts.
Shen Hongxiu quickly grabbed Qin Fan.
It's already New Year's Eve. But you still need to raise animals? Can't you take a break? If you are short of money, I will transfer all the hundreds of billions in my account to you.
Fang Qingqing blushed and said,
I can also transfer it all to you.
A group of people nearby looked at Qin Fan. Qin Fan, are you surrounded by a group of young rich women? This is too happy. Right? Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Zhou Han narrowed his eyes, glanced at Li Fengxing, and said,
Brother Fan will be short of money? It's impossible. Wait, why are you talking about hundreds of billions? Are you happy beans?
Li Fengxing had no expression on his face, opened his account, and gave Zhou Han a look. 300 billion. Alliance coins. A group of students were all petrified. When they were in Donghai City, most of them had been jealous of the children of these famous families. Because the families of Yi Hao and the others are all big families in Donghai City. And their families give them hundreds of thousands of alliance coins every month. Other students can only receive a few thousand alliance coins from the school. Especially the students who came from Earth. It is not an exaggeration to describe them as extremely poor. If they want to obtain alliance coins, they can only go to Xinxinghe to kill the blue-scaled demon fish. Fortunately, Teacher Li Sheng asked Qin Fan to find some benefits for everyone. Otherwise, however, I never expected that after not seeing each other for a few months, Li Fengxing and Yi Hao would have hundreds of billions in each of their accounts. No wonder. They booked all the big hotels outside without batting an eye.
I'm not short of money.
Qin Fan smiled bitterly and said,
Anyway, I'm going to shop number 9 and the animal breeding base. And I'll be back soon. It won't take a few hours.
Shen Hongxiu held Qin Fan's arm.
I'll go with you.
Xiao Bai took Qin Fan's other arm. Very naturally. Fang Qingqing coughed lightly and said,
I'm fine anyway. I'll go take a look too.
Bai Ruja's face was expressionless.
This crowd of people is so noisy that I'll go hang out with my uncle.
A group of boys were extremely jealous. At this time, Zhou Han also took Li Fengxing's arm and said,
If I tell you now that I want to drink milk tea, will you think I'm sick?
Li Fengxing,
do you want Taiwanese style or Hong Kong style? Taiwanese. Right. Do you want it cold or warm? Anything is fine. Want all sugar or half sugar? Half sugar is.
Okay.
Want pearls or pulp? Forget it. I don't want it anymore. Do you not want it today? Or do you not want it in the future?
Everyone looked at Li Fengxing. Even Qin Fan, who had taken a few steps out, couldn't help but look back. It's unreasonable that Li Fengxing can pick up girls. Sudden. In the beast control space, the orange cat meowed. Henry Chu is back. Qin Fan stopped and said,
Xian Chu is back. I'll pick him up.
Shen Hongxiu and Xiao Bai let go of Qin Fan's hands. Qin Fan moved into the room with a flash of lightning and took Henry Chu out.
I picked the black-hearted demon soul flower. 4 in total.
Henry Chu handed the things to Qin Fan. Then, he frowned.
Outside? Why is it so noisy outside?
Qin Fan.
You'll know when you go out and take a look. Is it Yi Hao and the others who are back? Teacher Li Sheng and the others are also here.
Henry Chu was stunned for a moment and said,
Send me back to the ancient god realm. I will continue to practice. You've been tired for a few days. Take a rest.
Qin Fan moved out with a flash of lightning. As soon as he moved to the garden, Qin Fan pointed to the house and said,
Chu Xian just woke up. Female classmates. You can go find him.
With a bang, a group of female classmates rushed in. Henry Chu stood in the living room like a piece of wood. His whole body was in a mess. In this situation, he would rather go to the ancient demon world to kill demons. Chapter 288 Saint Level Qingwan with Red Eyes. The 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Demon City Beast Breeding Base. A huge Qingwan with red eyes opened its mouth and sucked in all the soup prepared by Chen Fan. Behind them, Zhang Hai, Zhou Yi, Lu Xingyuan and Fan Yu had stern and unblinking eyes. This is Fan Yu's beast. Level 46 Qingwan with red eyes. Modu also spent a lot of effort to find all the materials listed by Chen Fan. Can Chen Fan help the level 46 Red Eye Qingwan break through like he helped the Dark Moon White Tiger break through? 8 days ago, Chen Fan brought the Black Heart Demonic Soul Flower and helped the Dark Moon White Tiger increase its combat power by another level. If Li Mu hadn't blocked the news, there would have been an uproar in the entire Tang Kingdom and the entire Blue Star. Lu Xingyuan's Dark Moon White Tiger broke through 2 combat power levels and 1 race level in just a few days. When Li Mu found out, he laughed loudly and drank 3 glasses of wine. Lu Xingyuan was even more delighted. If it weren't for the fact that Fan Yu came to the Demon City from the Imperial Capital and needed him to receive him, Lu Xingyuan would have gone into seclusion and prepared to attack the Holy Realm. Under the gazes of Fan Yu and Lu Xingyuan, Chen Fan put his hand on the head of Qingwan with red eyes. On any other occasion or time, except for Fan Yu, Li Mu and others, no one would dare to put their hands on the head of Qingwan with red eyes like this. Although Qingwan with red eyes is a beast master, having reached this level, he is also a proper Saint Realm level existence. How many holy realms are there in the entire Tang Kingdom? But the red-eyed Qingwan watched Chen Fan help the Dark Moon White Tiger break through with his own eyes a few days ago. How could he feel any dissatisfaction at this moment? Red Eyes Qingwan's pair of red eyes were full of nervousness and anticipation at this moment. Breakthrough after eating hot pot. This kind of thing is really unbelievable. Will it fail? Will it be invalid? The red-eyed Qingwan's heart was pounding. He is already level 46. If you want to take a step forward, it will be extremely difficult. Does the young man in front of me really have such magical abilities? Just when Tong Qingwan was extremely nervous, the system energy input by Chen Fan had already acted like a catalyst, catalyzing the power in his body. The red-eyed Qingwan's body shook violently, revealing a look of pain. It's like there's a strange force inside the body that's about to burst out. Qingwan with red eyes raised his head and said in a hoarse voice,
"It seems like we are about to break through."
Chen Fan shook his head.
"It doesn't seem like it."
The words just fell. The star power in the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be attracted, gathering towards the red-eyed Qingwan. The vast and unpredictable star power formed a huge vortex directly above the head of Qingwan with red eyes. The higher the level, the more exaggerated the star power stirred up when breaking through. Red-eyed Qingwan took a deep breath, activated the star power in his body, and began to pull the star power in the surrounding heaven and earth.
Boom!
The moment the vast star power poured into his body, the stars in the sky exploded on the red-eyed Qingwan and floated down.
Level 47.
Fan Yu's eyes were red, and he murmured,
"Shitong, you are finally level 47.
The red-eyed Qingwan's body flashed with light and transformed into a handsome middle-aged man. He took a step forward, saluted Chen Fan respectfully and said,
"Thank you, little brother. I've been stuck at this level for many years. I can't believe it." "Thanks. You're welcome,"
Chen Fan said.
"There are still a few materials missing to help you improve your racial level. But my master said that the Zhang family has it in the imperial capital. Now the Zhang family has sent the things over. It is estimated that they will arrive tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. After all the materials are complete, I will help you to be promoted from a low-level king to a mid-level king. Thank you so much."
Red-eyed Qingwan didn't know what to say and saluted Chen Fan again.
"Ha ha ha."
Fan Yu, who had white hair and beard, laughed loudly, patted Chen Fan heavily on the shoulder, and then said loudly,
"Old Zhang, you have such a good apprentice. You can show off for the rest of your life."
Zhang Hai smiled and said nothing. Fan Yu put away his smile and said,
"Look back and let those old antiques from the Zhang family take a good look at it. It's not me who is causing discord. But they did go too far back then. Those old antiques from the Zhang family have always only had eyes for Zhang Jiang. But they don't take you, Zhang Hai, into consideration. They will regret it."
Zhang Hai couldn't help but rolled his eyes.
Lao San is a disciple of the martial ancestor, at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm, and the patron saint of the Tang Kingdom. They only have Lao San in their eyes. This is normal. I only have the third child in my eyes. I'm proud of him. Stop talking nonsense here."
Chen Fan glanced at his master, thoughtfully. It seems that Master also suffered a lot of grievances in the Zhang family. Otherwise, he would not have left the imperial capital and traveled far away. Chen Fan blinked, changed the subject and said,
Master, is the minister still avoiding me now? Isn't it okay if I don't ask him about my parents' affairs?
What? Zhang Hai was stunned.
Your parents? Do you know the news about your parents?
Master doesn't know yet. Chen Fan smiled bitterly and said,
That day in the palace in the 5th restricted area, Han Jiangxue let the news slip. She seemed to know my parents, but the minister got a little nervous and interrupted her.
Zhang Hai's expression changed.
This is happening. Okay. You bastardly Mu. You still hide such a big thing from me? Don't worry. I'll find him when I get back. No. No. No.
Chen Fan waved his hand and said,
The minister probably has his own reasons. It won't be too late to tell me when he wants to tell me. I just want to say that I just want to know about my parents. But I don't really care about their identities.
Zhang Hai nodded. Lu Xingyuan hesitated to speak. Chen Fan added,
I just wanted to ask. Why didn't the minister bring his beast to me to see? Are you worried that I don't have the ability? Or are you? Oh, that's not the case.
Zhang Hai said quickly.
Li Mu's beast control is no small matter. To be precise, several beast control players at the peak of the Holy Realm in the Tang Kingdom. Although their real strength is not as good as that of Li Mu and Zhang Jiang, they are all considered Blue Star controllers.
The pinnacle of the beast. Li Mu has a total of 4 beasts. 3 of them are guarding the other 3 main cities. One of them has been fighting demons in the restricted area of Magic City 0. Li Mu didn't expect you to be so capable at the beginning. Otherwise, it won't be Fan Yu's turn now. The Tang Kingdom is led by Li Mu and Zhang Jiang. If any of the beasts of the 4 of them breaks through a level, the strength of the Tang Kingdom will skyrocket.
Zhang Hai said,
When Fan Yu came from the imperial capital, Li Mu had already sent people to find the man in restricted area 0. He's making his own plans now. He wants you to help his beast control break through. And at the same time, let Blind Old Man and the others give you guidance. A 2-pronged approach. If we can help him break through the bottleneck of the Holy Realm in one fell swoop, what's there to fear in the Nightmare Garden?
Everyone in the room became excited. Li Mu is already at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm and is known as the #1 person in the Tang Kingdom. If such an existence can break through the bottleneck of the peak of the Holy Realm, it will be the legendary demigod realm. The blind and the lame exist like themselves. If such a being was born in the Tang Dynasty, this kind of thing was something that no one had dared to think about before. But after Chen Fan was born, everything became possible. What's more, there are 4 old men in Chen Fan's family. Chen Fan nodded.
I understand.
At this time, Zhou Yi came over and said,
Several saints from the Demon City have also been recalled by the minister. They are on their way back now. I'm afraid I will bother you again.
Chen Fan nodded again.
I will go all out.
With that said, Chen Fan glanced at Red Eyes Qingwan and recorded the materials for upgrading Red Eyes Qingwan to the next level. Chen Fan, Xiao Bai, and Shen Hongxiu and others had just walked out of the animal breeding base. Yihao's phone call came.
Brother Fan, have you done it? We are all waiting for you.
On the virtual screen is the gate of the Magic University of Martial Arts. The crowds were huge. Yihao brought all the people from Dahai City over to wave the flag and shout.
Urgent. Why are you urging?
Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said,
If you lose later, I will kill you. This time I press 300 billion.
Yihao said with a playful smile.
Don't worry. Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji, who are freshmen and sophomores at Modern Martial Arts University, are still a bit of a threat to me. But for these 2 people, I have already thought of countermeasures. Come here quickly. If you don't come, it won't be fun for me to fight.
Chen Fan hung up the phone and jumped into the air. Xiao Bai, Shen Hongxiu, and the others immediately took off. Jade circled quickly and landed on Chen Fan's head with great precision. Below, Gongzi's 4 short legs were like a whirlwind, running and shouting.
Hiss! 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 Wait for me! Wait for me!
Chen Fan glanced at Gongzi below and was a little speechless. Xiaobai and Gongzi are at the same level. Xiaobai has learned how to fly, but Gongzi is still running on his legs. Even if a beast master of this level does not have flying skills, he can easily fly into the air as long as he thinks about the use of star power. Chen Fan had no choice but to fall to the ground again, and then copy Jade's flying skill,
Wings of Wind,
and Xiaobai's
Thunder Flash,
to Gongzi. Gongzi. Then, Gongzi's eyes showed a look of ecstasy. A pair of wings appeared on his body, and he started to fly. Pedestrians passing by were stunned. Can the green-eyed honey badger also awaken the skill of flying? Fong Qingqing couldn't help but praise.
Gongzi's wings are so handsome.
Gongzi was elated, shaking his head and grinning. Everyone created a whirlwind in the air and quickly flew towards the gate of the Magic University of Martial Arts. At this time, the gate of the Magic City Martial Arts University was much more lively than the gate of the first martial arts university last time. During the Chinese New Year period, the Feng family and the Shangwan family helped with the operation, and various media and TV stations hyped it up like crazy. Yi Hao, Chu Xian, and the others wanted to pick up all the martial arts universities in Magic City one by one. Yi Hao directed the group of people who came from Dahai City, as well as those who didn't come from Dahai City, to comment like crazy. Before the fight even started, people from major martial arts universities were already so angry that they almost vomited blood. There will definitely be no shortage of geniuses in this world. But there is no such monster like Chen Fan. Chen Fan defeated Zhong Hao easily, leaving the freshmen and sophomore students in the major martial arts universities in the Magic City afraid to say a word. But Yi Hao and the others, who are they? Do they think they can all compare with Chen Fan? How dare you challenge freshmen and sophomores from major martial arts universities? Just outside the gate of the Magic City Martial Arts University, the faces of the students from each martial arts university were extremely gloomy. Yi Hao has not appeared until now. This is simply unreasonable. Someone pointed to the sky in the distance and said, "Look! Someone is coming!"
The crowd looked up and suddenly became noisy.
It's Chen Fan! Chen Fan and Shen Hongxiu are here. It's strange. You didn't see Yi Hao? Does Yi Hao not dare to come? Holy crap! Slimes can fly! I won't tell you. But can blue-eyed honey badgers also fly? Is it Yi Hao or Chen Fan who will fight this time? It's Yi Hao. The black market is open. I heard that Yi Hao and Chu Xian have also broken through to the 6th level. Only Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji, who were freshmen and sophomores at the Moda Martial Arts University, broke through to the 6th level some time ago. If the others go up, they will probably be humiliating themselves.
Chen Fan, who was in the air, fell down with Xiaobai and others. Li Sheng, Yi Hao's mother and others immediately came over. Chen Fan looked for it, but didn't see Yi Hao, so he couldn't help but ask,
"Teacher, Aunt, where are the people from Haozi?"
Before Li Sheng and Li Sheng could speak,
boom!
A burst of energy exploded in the garden at the other end of the square. Everyone looked up and saw a figure, like a meteorite, throwing itself at the entrance of the Magic City Martial Arts University from the garden at an extremely fast speed. Yi Hao's feet landed on the ground with a loud bang, creating a big pit in the ground.
"Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate terms. No, I'm here to block the door."
Yi Hao emerged from the pit with unparalleled arrogance. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the group of students from the Magic University of Martial Arts.
"This kid has really broken through to the 6th level. If you are in the 5th level realm, don't go up there. Going up there will be a disgrace to yourself. How do these guys practice? Shop number 9 is opened by Master Zhang Hai, Chen Fan's master. Yi Hao and Chu Xian have a good relationship with Chen Fan. They probably sent the beasts to number 9 shop for cultivation early. That's no wonder."
Just as people were talking, Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji walked out. Xian Tianji said with a gloomy face,
"Yi Hao, if you want to challenge us, we will always accompany you. But what do you mean by finding a group of trolls to scold us on the internet? Bastard."
Yi Hao slowly lowered his body and said,
"How could I, Yi Hao, do such a thing? That was all done by Feng Tianlin."
"Feng Tianlin.
It belongs to your uncle."
Zhong Hao smiled.
"Okay, don't talk nonsense. You go up first or do I go up first?"
Xian Tianji frowned.
"You have fought with Chen Fan. Leave this kid to me. I see that he is very unhappy. It doesn't matter,"
Yi Hao said calmly.
"I'll beat you up later."
Xian Tianji sighed.
"You brat. You are too arrogant. Chen Fan is much stronger than you. And I have never seen Chen Fan as arrogant and domineering as you."
Yi Hao smiled slightly.
"I have the qualifications to be domineering."
With that said, Yi Hao summoned a void demon that he signed.
"Demon?"
Everyone present, including Xian Tianji, were stunned for a moment. According to the information they knew, Yi Hao had 4 beast-controlling beasts: the heavenly sacred ox, the holy moon morning glory, the earth-splitting fire dragon, and the orange-red poisonous spider. When did he sign up for a demon? These guys are too annoying. Right? You're not even a freshman. And you already have so many beasts to control. It's so irritating that people are so different from each other. Etc. Why did he only summon one beast? Xian Tianji narrowed his eyes.
Yi Hao, are you going to fight me with this beast? You think you are Chen Fan?
From the Magic City Martial Arts University. 8 instructors each flew over carrying a pillar.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Pillars were inserted into the ground. Several instructors stood in front of the pillar and slapped their palms on the pillar at the same time. The pillars immediately released electric light. Lines of electric light connected all the pillars together. A transparent barrier formed quickly, with Yi Hao and Xian Tianji surrounding it in the center. Others retreated some distance away, seeing that Yi Hao was not going to summon other beasts. Xian Tianji said coldly,
Yi Hao, I have 3 beasts, and each of them is already level 30. Are you sure you want to fight me with only one beast?
He and Zhong Hao's beast masters in the 5th restricted area were helped by the mysterious man to increase their combat power by several levels. Against him and Zhong Hao, there was no way an ordinary 6th level person could be their opponent. But Yi Hao still didn't care when he heard this. Yi Hao nodded and said,
just use this beast. I'm afraid I'll bully you too much.
Xian Tianji's forehead had blue veins protruding. Yi Hao added,
the name of my beast is Black Demon Crocodile, and its combat power level is level 32.
Xian Tianji. Everyone around was also stunned. Yi Hao added,
I still have level 35 beast masters. Do you really want me to summon them?
Xian Tianji. Everyone. Outside the barrier. Shen Hongxiu shouted,
Yi Hao, are you here to challenge? Or are you here to show off? Hurry up and fight.
Shen Tao Ao.
Oh, he has pretended everything that should be pretended. When we go up, Henry Chu, help me think about how I should appear more impressive.
Henry Chu.
Climbing out is more impressive.
Shen Tao Ao.
Get out.
Xian Tianji pursed his lips. He kind of wanted to get out. However, several instructors arranged the barriers. Isn't it outrageous to admit defeat without even fighting? Xian Tianji was a little annoyed. Chapter 289 President of the Martial Arts Club of the Magic City Martial Arts University. The fact that Yi Hao and Chu Xian were planning to go to the major martial arts universities in Shanghai to block the doors has caused a stir on the internet since New Year's Eve. The last time it was so lively was when Chen Fan was about to go to the Magic City Martial Arts University to block the door. However, last time Chen Fan let everyone go. Many people waited at the entrance of the Magic University of Martial Arts for several days. But Chen Fan did not go. In the end, Zhong Hao had no choice but to go directly to Chen Fan's school, the first martial arts university, to block the door. That battle attracted nationwide attention, driven by the Feng family and the Shangguan family. There was an uproar on major TV stations and online platforms. In the end, Chen Fan defeated Zhong Hao with a crushing attitude. The major martial arts universities in the Magic City have been frightened for a long time. I was afraid that after Chen Fan defeated Xian Tianji of the Magic City Martial Arts University, he would pick up all the other major martial arts universities. Unexpectedly, before Chen Fan could take action, news came that Yi Hao and others were challenging major martial arts universities. Many students and instructors at Wuhan University were furious. Your first martial arts university is too arrogant. Right? I don't take other martial arts universities seriously at all. How many geniuses like Chen Fan can be found in the entire Tang Kingdom? You are now sending out a large number of Yi Hao, Chu Xian, Shen Hongxiu, Fang Qingqing, Shen Nato, Li Fingxing, and Bai Rouge. They are all from Donghai City. They are all students from the first martial arts university. Are you thinking about going to heaven? The atmosphere at the entrance of the Magic City Martial Arts University became weird and abnormal. People from all the major martial arts universities have very strange expressions. Others also became nervous and excited. This time the black market opened. It was much more exaggerated than the battle between Chen Fan and Zhong Hao. That time, although there were many people paying attention to the major cities across the country, most of them were just watching the excitement. After all, people in the main cities, such as Demon Capital and Imperial Capital, did not know Chen Fan and Zhong Hao at all. But it's different now. Chen Fan, as a recommended student, crushed the 5th grade and 5th heaven student, who was already a sophomore. The video of that battle caused an uproar across the country. Therefore, this time the black market in the Magic City opened. People from other major cities also participated through the internet. It can be said to attract worldwide attention. In the crowd, Feng Tianlin kept rubbing his hands nervously. Upon seeing this, Shangguan Sanlong couldn't help frowning and asked,
You won't put all the money on it again, right?
A group of people nearby looked at Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin grinned and said,
Men should be fiercer.
Shangwan Songlong wiped away cold sweat and said,
What if Yi Hao loses? What happened last time in the 5th restricted area?
Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji also went in. As did my sister and your sister. After coming out, their strength has improved a lot.
Feng Tianlin rolled his eyes at Shangwan Songlong, pointed at Yi Hao's demon on the field, and said,
Do you think the level 32 black demon crocodile can lose to those level 30 beasts from Xuantianji?
Shangwan Songlong still frowned.
Then why are you so nervous?
Feng Tianlin wiped his sweat and said,
Well, I'm not afraid of 10,000. Just in case. I'm also worried that Yi Hao will capsize in the gutter.
Shangwan Songlong. Zhongchen smiled and said,
I also pressed a little. But it was just for fun. I never thought about making money from this. You are different.
Feng Tianlin said,
Your Zhang family is the #1 animal breeding family in the Tang dynasty. How can you still be short of money?
At this time, Kimura Lingfeng came over with Chiyoko and others. Kimura Lingfeng glanced at the sword in Zhang Chen's hand, feeling so distressed that he couldn't breathe. That knife was originally his, after being defeated by Chen Fan. Chen Fan directly lost to Zhang Chen. Kimura Lingfeng glared at Zhang Chen, and then his eyes fell on Feng Tianlin.
You all went over Yi Hao?
Feng Tianlin.
Otherwise? You people from Tang State like to talk about loyalty.
Kimura Lingfeng said,
We people from Yang State are different. We are more pragmatic. A few days ago, I already investigated Yi Hao and Henry Chu. Yi Hao cannot be the opponent of Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji. Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji entered the 5th restricted area some time ago. I heard that they had a wonderful encounter inside. The combat power levels of several beasts increased by leaps and bounds. And their cultivation levels also broke through from the 6th level, 1st level, to the 6th level, 2nd level, sky.
Feng Tianlin glanced sideways at Kimura Lingfeng and said,
Did you win over Xian Tianji and Zhong Hao?
Kimura Reifeng nodded.
Last time in the battle between Chen Fan and Zhong Hao, I lost a lot and went bankrupt. This time, I'm going to win it back.
Shangwan Songlong sighed and said,
People who like gambling all have this mentality. Yi Hao stretched out his hand, and the axe behind his back immediately flew up and landed on his right hand. So, Xian Tianji shouted softly,
Fight!
The words just fell. The colorful butterfly king suddenly pounced towards Yi Hao, and then turned into countless colorful butterflies. The overwhelming colorful butterfly instantly enveloped Yi Hao. Even the outside audience can't see Yi Hao at this moment.
Roar!
The iron-eating beast's body suddenly grew larger, and a sledgehammer came out of nowhere. It was rounded with a hammer, and it hit the black demon crocodile's original location.
When?
A loud sound of metal and iron clashing was heard. The huge body of the iron-eating beast flew out upside down.
What?
Xian Tianji's heart suddenly sank. The loud noise just now was obviously the iron-eating beast's hammer and Yi Hao's axe colliding together. His iron-eating beast was so powerful that it defeated the formation with just one move?
Ha 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 ha!
Yi Hao didn't care at all that the colorful phantom butterflies were blocking his sight. He jumped into the air and struck at Xuantianji with an axe.
So strong!
Xian Tianji was taken aback and blocked with his sword, as if he wanted to have a head-on confrontation. The axe and the knife collided instantly.
Call!
There is no sound of gold and iron. Xuantianji's sword and body instantly collapsed and turned into countless colorful phantom butterflies.
Yi Hao was surprised. Watch your back!
Shen Taotao exclaimed. Before Yi Hao turned around, the shadow of Xian Tianji appeared behind him. Before Xian Tianji's shadow became solid, he had already slashed towards Yi Hao's shoulder. Yi Hao was not afraid. He quickly turned around and saw the axe standing in front of him like a shield.
Boom!
Xian Tianji's long knife struck Yi Hao's axe. Amidst the muffled sound, the two of them retreated at the same time. At this time, the flying shark flying in the air opened its mouth towards Yi Hao and sprayed out a rotating water column. Yi Hao snorted coldly, took a step back with his right foot, and threw the axe in his hand.
Call!
The giant axe cut the water column in half and struck the flying shark on the head with one strike.
Baby shark!
Xuantian's eyes are about to burst, but he hasn't had time to act yet. The black demon crocodile, who was trapped behind countless colorful phantom butterflies, suddenly roared and lashed out with his tail.
Not good!
Xiantian was so shocked that he turned his star power and soared into the sky.
Boom!
Xuantianji, who had just rushed out 2 meters, was hit by the huge tail of the black demon crocodile. The armor on his body was shattered, flew out like a missile, and landed heavily on the barrier. In the air, the flying shark hit by Yi Hao's axe fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing that Xian Tianji and Fei Shark were seriously injured at the same time, the iron-eating beast became furious and rushed towards Yi Hao with a hammer in hand. Yi Hao closed his palms and quickly made a seal with his fingers.
Martial arts boundless falling wood.
It gets dark suddenly. Huge logs appeared out of thin air and fell towards the iron-eating beast and flying shark. The iron-eating beast looked horrified.
Enough!
A figure flashed on the field. Two figures stood beside the iron-eating beast and the flying shark out of thin air. The pieces of wood that fell on the heads of the two men shattered into pieces and turned into nothingness. One of them glanced at Yi Hao and said loudly,
Yi Hao won this battle.
Outside, there was silence. There are indeed many people who think Yi Hao will win. After all, the level 32 Black Demon Crocodile is much stronger than the level 30 beasts. But the Black Demon Crocodile only flicked its tail, and Yi Hao took action himself, seriously injuring the flying shark and the iron-eating beast. Isn't this too fast to lose? Didn't it mean that Xian Tianji, Zhong Hao, and the others had an unexpected encounter in the 5th restricted area? Back then, Zhong Hao was still at the peak of 5th grade and 5th heaven, and he had a back-and-forth fight with Chen Fan. Why did Xian Tianji break through to the 6th level and bring 3 level 30 beasts with him, yet lose so quickly and miserably? Could it be said that Yi Hao is stronger than Chen Fan? Within the boundary, several healing beasts entered the scene and began to treat Xian Tianji and several beasts. Xian Tianji sat on the ground, a little doubtful about life. Zhong Hao walked over and stretched out his hand.
What are you thinking about? You can't afford to lose. Right.
Xian Tianji frowned.
How on earth did I lose? Absolute power.
Zhong Hao said.
Neither you nor I can be Yi Hao's opponent. In a head-on confrontation, you should know it when you injure the iron-eating beast with one move. Even if you are not whipped away by the black demonic crocodile, you and your 3 beasts cannot resist the borderless falling wood move that covers a wide area.
Xian Tianji stood up depressed, walked to Yi Hao, and said,
Are you stronger than Chen Fan now?
Yi Hao grinned.
I'm very happy that you think so highly of me. But, even if I summon all the beasts, I will only get beaten in front of Brother Fan.
Xian Tianji and Zhong Hao were both silent. Yi Hao just said that he still has a level 35 beast master. If you summon a level 35 beast, you will only get beaten? In the crowd outside, Shang Wanxiu gently bumped Feng Xiaoxiao with her arm and said softly,
Do you think Chen Fan's back looks familiar?
Feng Xiaoxiao glanced at Chen Fan's back in front of him and smiled slightly.
Isn't it normal to look familiar? Some time ago, he went to our house every day to breed animals. And he even went to my house and your house to pay New Year's greetings on the first day of the new year. He is so familiar. That look in your eyes.
Shang Wanxiu narrowed her eyes and said,
Every time you hide something from me, you have this look in your eyes.
Thanks, Yaxu, Shang Wanxiu said.
I always feel like I have seen this figure from behind somewhere, but I can't remember where I saw it.
Of course you have seen it. But you just couldn't imagine that the mysterious man who saved the Tang dynasty would be Chen Fanfeng. Xiao Xiao blinked and said nothing.
Zhong Hao, we can't let Yi Hao be so proud. You should be able to defeat him with all your strength. Our Magic City Martial Arts University hasn't lost yet. Yi Hao, don't be too proud. Senior Zhong Hao, let him see the power of our Magic City Martial Arts University.
Outside the barrier, a group of students from the Magic City Martial Arts University started shouting. Not everyone can see Yi Hao's strength through just a few moves. Yi Hao simply defeated Xian Tianji, which was a bit difficult for many students at the Magic University of Martial Arts to accept, especially those girls who regard Xian Tianji as their idol. These people all placed their hopes on Zhong Hao. Xian Tianji also looked at Zhong Hao. Zhong Hao was stunned.
What are you doing?
Xian Tianji said.
I have already tested out his details. If you join forces with Yusho to suppress Yi Hao with the power of thunder, it is not without a chance of winning.
Yi Hao, who was standing on the side, said,
Do you think I am heir?
Xian Tianji and Zhong Hao glanced at Yi Hao and then looked at each other. Zhong Hao said,
This is a world where strength is respected, and anger is useless. Yi Hao is better than us. Just better than us. The huge gap in strength cannot be made up by combat skills or tactics.
The instructor who had saved Fei Shark before walked over slowly and said,
Yi Hao, are you interested in competing with the juniors and seniors?
Yi Hao smiled proudly, turned around and left.
No fight.
Tutor. Everyone. At this time, a figure fell from the sky.
Boom!
Within the barrier, flying sand and rocks.
Senior Lu Qing? Why is she here? President of the Martial Arts Club of the Magic City Martial Arts University? What? Does she want to stand up for Xuantianji? The genius of the senior year. Even if he beats Yi Hao, he can't help the Magic City Martial Arts University save its face. Right.
Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji walked to Lu Qing's side and bowed slightly.
President.
Lu Qing nodded slightly, looked at the crowd outside, and said calmly,
Is Chen Fan here?
Chen Fan raised his hand and said,
He's gone.
Everyone. Zhong Hao pointed at Chen Fan and said,
He is Chen Fan.
Chen Fan turned around and left.
Wait a moment.
Lu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. Lightning crackled on his body. He disappeared out of thin air and appeared behind Chen Fan. She stretched out her right hand and grabbed Chen Fan's shoulder.
Call!
Lu Qing's right hand was empty. Chen Fan in front of him has disappeared. Next moment, Chen Fan's voice sounded from behind Lu Qing.
Is something wrong? He didn't use lightning flash. He just moved his body simply. I felt the breeze when he moved. He was moving at a ghostly speed.
Lu Qing's whole body tensed up. Everyone around them also had their eyes widened at this time, with disbelief in their eyes. Among the crowd, Zhen Qing, the deputy leader of the East China Sea City Aries Pioneer Regiment, looked at Chen Fan silently. When she sent Chen Fan here, Chen Fan was already capable of killing 5th-level experts. But at that time, it was relatively difficult for Chen Fan to kill a strong person in the 5th level. Unexpected, after not seeing each other for a few months. Even a strong man like Lu Qing, who was at the peak of the 6th level, fell short in front of Chen Fan. Lu Qing turned around and was silent for a while before saying,
I don't want to fight you. I just want to ask you a question.
Chen Fan tilted his head slightly and said,
What's the problem?
Lu Qing gritted his teeth and said,
Why did my grandfather ask me to call you Uncle Grandpa?
Chen Fan. People around. Chen Fan blinked.
Who is your grandfather?
Lu Qing gritted his teeth again.
My grandfather's name is Lu Xingyuan.
Chapter 290 Prepare to attack the 7th level. Chen Fan looked at Lu Qing and was speechless for a while. Although Lu Xingyuan is at the peak of the 9th rank, he is indeed a generation younger than his master Zhang Hai. After Chen Fan helped Lu Xingyuan cultivate the Dark Moon White Tiger, Lu Xingyuan became brothers with him. As Lu Xingyuan's brother, Lu Qing should indeed call him uncle. But Chen Fan is actually very open-minded about this kind of thing. Unless a member of the Zhang family comes to Chen Fan, this kind of seniority cannot be messed up. Other people's words. Back in Donghai City, Bai Ruj called Chen Fan uncle, and Li Fingxing, a fool, was yelling at the side if everyone should call Chen Fan uncle. And he almost got beaten. It's okay if everyone hands over his or her own thing. Chen Fan glanced at Lu Qing, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and prepared to leave.
Stop!
Seeing that Chen Fan ignored him, Lu Qing became even more angry and slapped his right hand on Chen Fan's right shoulder. Her eyes darkened slightly, and the star power on her arm urged her to pull Chen Fan back. Motionless, Lu Qing felt as if he was moving a huge mountain just now. Chen Fan turned around helplessly, looked at Zhong Hao who was coming from behind, and said,
Is this really the president of your school's martial arts club?
Lu Qing raised his eyebrows.
What do you mean?
Chen Fan sighed and said,
Your grandpa asked you to call me grandpa uncle. So you were very annoyed and angry? Nonsense!
Lu Qing said with a confused look on her face. Chen Fan tilted his head and said,
If you are very annoyed and angry, then just come to me quietly. I'm not interested in being someone else's grandfather. You came over to question me in front of so many people. Do you want to tell everyone that I am your uncle?
Lu Qing was stunned for a moment. She had accumulated anger all night and really didn't think too much about it. After I came to school today, I heard that Chen Fan was also here, so I rushed out immediately. Chen Fan added,
Look over there. Today Haozi is competing with Senior Xiantianji, and many TV stations are here. Even if I don't want to be your uncle and grandpa. Now the whole Tang Kingdom knows that I am your uncle and grandpa.
Lu Qing was a little confused. Chen Fan rolled his eyelids and said,
My master's name is Zhang Hai, and he comes from the Zhang family in the imperial capital. My master is a generation older than your grandfather, and I am the same generation as your grandfather. Your grandfather asked you to call me Uncle Grandpa. Is that wrong?
Lu Qing's face turned pale. The truth is this. But it's so irritating. Chen Fan continued, If you don't chatter in front of so many people,
when we meet, let's forget about each other. Maybe I will call you senior sister. Now you put the Uncle Grandpa hat on me. What do you want me to do?
Lu Qing gritted his teeth. Okay.
Dot.
Chen Fan glanced sideways at Lu Qing and said calmly,
With this kind of IQ, don't be the president of a martial arts club. You will lower the IQ of the entire martial arts club in the Magic City Martial Arts University by a level.
The faces of a group of people from the Magic City Martial Arts Club turned dark.
That's unreasonable.
Lu Qing was angered by Chen Fan's cannon-like words. He turned his palm into a sword and slashed Chen Fan's shoulder. Chen Fan remained silent.
Boom!
Under everyone's stunned gaze, Lu Qing screamed and flew backwards, knocking Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji away with him. Lying on Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji, Lu Qing became even more doubtful about life. Naturally, she didn't dare to use all her strength with the sword strike just now. At most, she wanted to teach Chen Fan a lesson and vent her anger. But the power that bounced back was really overwhelming. This guy. Is he already a 7th grade grandmaster? How can this be? Zhong Hao looked at Lu Qing, who was lying on his belly, and said softly,
President, can you get up?
Lu Qing blushed, moved, and stood up. Xian Tianji rolled his eyes at Zhong Hao.
Idiot! You dare to scold me?
Lu Qing suddenly turned around and kicked Xian Tianji away with a backward swing of his leg. Zhong Hao patted his clothes, stood up and said,
President, he is scolding me.
Lu Qing. Looking at all this, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh secretly. This Lu Qing looks so much like Li Fengxing. This kind of character can actually become the president of a martial arts club. Just because she can fight? Someone in the crowd shouted,
Chen Fan, didn't I say before that you would come to Mada Martial Arts University to challenge the freshmen and sophomores? Why did you change it to Yi Hao and Chu Xian? Have you heard that Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji have broken through to the 6th level? So you are afraid of failure and don't dare to come?
Everyone's eyes looked over there. The students and teachers at the Magic University of Martial Arts were all furious. This shameless thing. Everyone knows that Chen Fan is definitely stronger than Yi Hao and Chu Xian. Yi Hao just said that even if he summoned a level 35 beast facing Chen Fan, he would only get beaten. The person who spoke was simply trying to sow discord and wanted Chen Fan to take action and completely defeat the Magic City Martial Arts University. Zhong Hao found the speaker in the crowd and said coldly,
Xiao Jian, you don't have to be so weird. Chu Xian chose your Fudan Martial Arts University. And you Fudan Martial Arts University will probably be more embarrassed than us. From Fudan Martial Arts University?
Chen Fan laughed and said,
Very good. I will go to your Fudan Martial Arts University tomorrow morning to have a good discussion with the seniors.
Xiao Jian waved his hand.
Don't come. Our school is on holiday tomorrow. Then I'll go the day after tomorrow. We also have a day off the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is also a holiday. When won't you have a holiday? As long as you come, you will have a holiday.
In the crowd, a student couldn't help it.
If you are so shameless, why can you, Xiao Jian, speak so righteously?
Xiao Jian sneered.
If you have the guts, let him go to your first military academy. Do you think I don't dare? Then tell him now. We'll talk about it after I get back from vacation. Depend on.
The people around burst into laughter. Not many people think that people from Fudan University of Military Arts and the First Military Academy are cowardly. Chen Fan is really a bit ridiculously powerful. Not even a freshman yet. If a fight really breaks out, he will penetrate the whole freshman year, which will be a huge loss of face. It is better for Xiao Jian to be embarrassed alone than for Fudan University of Martial Arts to be embarrassed. After being interrupted by Xiao Jian, Lu Qing calmed down a little. Amid the commotion, Chen Fan, Shen Hongxiu and others were preparing to leave. At this moment, Fang Zimo fell from the sky.
I heard that the Magic University of Martial Arts is full of geniuses. And I, Fang Zimo, want to see them.
Fang Zimo said calmly.
I come from the imperial capital, Huaqing University of Martial Arts. Which of you senior students from the Magic City Martial Arts University dares to challenge?
The crowd that was just about to disperse became excited again. One camera after another was immediately pointed at Fang Zimo. Xian Tianji turned to look at Zhong Hao.
Who is this? Do you know him?
Zhong Hao.
I don't know him.
Xian Tianji.
You were defeated by Chen Fan. And I was defeated by Yi Hao. We are convinced. But now can any cat or dog come to challenge our Demon City Martial Arts University? A cat or a dog?
Fang Zimo appeared in front of Xian Tianji and Zhong Hao like a ghost. Before Xian Tianji and Zhong Hao could react, she swung out her hands like lightning and knocked Zhong Hao and Xian Tianji to the ground. A group of students from the Magic City Martial Arts University were all furious. The faces of several instructors also became a little ugly. Zhong Hao lay on the ground and glanced at Xian Tianji speechlessly.
You seem to have troubled me several times today. Next time, could you please stay away from me?
Xian Tianji yelled.
Maid, sneak attack on me?
You. Fang Zimo stepped down, causing Xian Tianji to almost vomit blood. Chen Fan couldn't stand it anymore.
Hey, if you want to spar with others, just spar with them and don't hurt them at every turn.
Fang Zimo pursed his lips and said nothing. Zhong Hao sat on the ground and said calmly,
You should challenge the first martial arts university and challenge Chen Fan. Beating sophomores like us won't prove how good you are.
Fang Zimo shook his head and said,
If you don't fight, that's my uncle.
Everyone. Lu Qing's face was ashen as he rushed out.
Where did this bastard come from and dare to take advantage of me?
Fang Zimo called Chen Fan his uncle, and Lu Qing called Chen Fan his uncle and grandpa. Lu Qing thought that Fang Zimo was taking advantage of him. Seeing this, Zhong Hao, Xian Tianji and others rolled their eyes at the same time. People from her own school were beaten like this. But she didn't see her getting angry or taking action. As a result, when Fang Zimo called Uncle Chen Fan, he immediately became furious. Chen Fan rose into the sky, taking Shen Hongxiu and Xiaobai with him, and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Yi Hao and Li Fengxing followed immediately. Fang Zimo stretched out his right hand, but it was too late to stop Chen Fan. She gritted her teeth in anger and stamped her feet fiercely. Previously at the animal breeding base, she was beaten by Chen Fan until she doubted her life. This time she finally seized the opportunity and wanted Chen Fan to see her true strength. But Chen Fan left without saying a word. Very angry, just appeared over the garden. With a flash of lightning, Chen Fan moved to the rocking chair next to the stone table. The cripples and the others were watching the live broadcast on TV. The deaf man asked,
Yi Hao is such a waste.
The blind man and the other three nodded at the same time. Yi Hao, who had just fallen down and wanted to show off his pride, immediately stood up straight with a sad face. Shen Hongxiu came over and said,
It's really useless. And you still use level 32 beast control. Grandpa Blind. They taught you so many secrets of the Holy Land, but they were all in vain.
Yi Hao frowned and said,
I use boundless falling wood.
Henry Chu glanced at Yi Hao.
Trash.
Yi Hao was furious.
Do you want to fight?
Henry Chu had no expression on his face. Walked to the side and poured himself a cup of tea. Fang Qingqing asked,
Tomorrow morning, will Henry Chu go to Fudan University of Martial Arts?
Henry Chu nodded. Yi Hao said a little unconvinced.
Then I want to see how you are not a waste. If you have the ability, use a level 30 Beast Master.
Henry Chu nodded.
I do think so.
Chen Fan was silent for a moment and suddenly asked,
Blind Grandpa, tell us about the Tianyi realm.
When the four blind men heard this, they immediately laughed. Chen Fan didn't want to hear this at all before. Orange Cat told him about the Tianyi realm and the demon sect, but he wasn't interested at all.
Why are you suddenly interested in Tianyi world?
The blind man asked.
If the threat from Blue Star is not resolved, Li Mu will not let you go to Tianyi realm. And, depending on what he means, he won't let you go until at least you are above the 8th level.
Chen Fan said.
In the past few days, I have been dreaming again.
Everyone's eyes changed. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao also put away their playful smiles. Chen Fan said,
I seem to have dreamed about the magic weapon used by Qing Qing. My own?
Fang Qingqing looked surprised.
What does my magic weapon look like? Is it also in the 4 realms?
Chen Fan said,
It should be in Tianyi realm. Oh?
Everyone present was stunned for a moment. The cripple said a little strangely,
Have you dreamed of Tianyi realm? But you have never been to Tianyi realm. How can you be sure that the scene in your dream is Tianyi realm? No.
Chen Fan shook his head and said,
The thing I dreamed about is very similar to something the blind grandpa told me before.
The blind man was stunned.
What?
Chen Fan said,
Didn't you tell me about the human emperor staff before? At that time, you described the appearance of the human emperor staff, and said that the aura on it was very similar to my sky-breaking demon sword, and that it also contained divine power. The Qingqing's divine weapon I dreamed about is very similar to the human emperor staff you mentioned. Most likely, it's the same thing.
The 4 cripples' eyes widened. Was the extraterrestrial divine weapon that came through the sky and saved Tianyi realm Fang Qingqing's weapon? They all now know that whether it is Chen Fan's heaven-breaking demon sword, Chu Xian's heaven sacrifice monument, or Yi Hao's heaven-bearing divine pillar, they are all super divine weapons with the power to destroy the heaven and the earth. This kind of magical weapon has the power to destroy the world. It also has the power to save the world. The last time in the 5th restricted area, Qin Fan relied on several magical weapons such as the sky-breaking demon sword and the 5-colored divine stone to defeat the weak and strong, and destroy the 6-eyed abyss lord. If Fang Qingqing's magic weapon is really in Tianyu realm, maybe you can convince Li Mu to let Qin Fan and the others go to Tianyu realm first and get the human emperor staff. With so many magical weapons in hand, Qin Fan and the others may be able to defeat the 6th heavenly demon king in a short period of time. At this time, Fang Qingqing asked a little strangely, "Is my weapon a staff?" She has always liked using swords and has never used a staff. Before Qin Fan could speak, Fang Qingqing asked weakly, "I am not chasing you with a staff. Am I?" "Ahem." Qin Fan coughed twice and said, "That's not true." "Because?" "I think I stole your staff." Everyone. In the dream he told before, not only did he steal the 5-colored sacred stone, but he also stole the Tontian divine pillar. Unexpectedly, Fang Qingqing's magic weapon was also stolen by him. Qin Fan said, "Your staff is called the Sky Demon Staff, and it is the strongest magic weapon of the Sky Demon clan. After I stole the staff, it seemed a little difficult to control. Then I felt that its power was too weak. So I killed a big demon in the dark abyss who had been against me, refined its soul into my head, and then nested its head on top of the heavenly demon staff." Everyone. Fang Qingqing. Qin Fan. "After that, because that bastard Feng Xing took advantage of Chu Xian and I's fight to sneak up on me, I ran to the Heavenly Dragon Clan, killed 100 heavenly dragons, extracted the dragon tendons, and refined the dragon tendons into the Sky Demon Staff." Li Fengxing nodded. "Yes." Everyone turned their heads and looked at Li Fengxing. Qin Fan said he ran into your house, killed 100 of your tribe, and cramped their muscles. What did you mean by When Li Fengxing saw everyone looking at him, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Everyone looked away again. The blind man said, "It should be right. On the human emperor's staff, there are dragons wrapped around it. It seems to be the dragon tendon of the heavenly dragon. When the old man king activates his power, 100 giant dragons will indeed appear in the void and destroy the world." As he said that, the blind man raised his head slightly and said, "Li Mu, please let Qin Fan and the others go to Tianyu realm sometime." Li Mu's voice immediately came from the void. "Well, I will consider it." Qin Fan immediately made a long face. "Has the minister been eavesdropping here?" Li Mu said nothing. Qin Fan added, "Minister, do you know about my parents? So why have you been avoiding me?" Li Mu continued to pretend to be dead. The blind man quickly patted the back of Qin Fan's hand and said, "Don't worry about Li Mu for now. Let's talk about the heavenly demon staff. Li Mu just said that he would consider it. When the time comes, you can help Qingqing get the heavenly demon staff back." The cripple's eyes were a little solemn. "I don't recommend doing this. The staff of the human emperor, the staff of the heavenly demon, is now in the hands of the old man. The emperor is almost exhausted, relying entirely on the divine power of the staff of the heavenly demon to support him. Take away the Sky Demon Staff. The old emperor will not be able to hold on, and the seal will probably collapse." The deaf and mute nodded at the same time. When Fang Qingqing saw this, she immediately said, "I'm not in a hurry. The overall situation is the most important thing." The blind man said, "It's not that there is no solution to both problems. For example, send Qingqing over first. Let Qingqing become the new generation of human emperor. The demon staff itself is her magic weapon, and its true power can only be exerted after recognizing its master. When the time comes, Qingqing will become the new generation of human emperor and can assist the old emperor in guarding the seal." The lame and the mute looked at the blind man with wide eyes. Deaf Nana said, "You can think of such a thing. But isn't the new generation of human emperor Xiaofan? Didn't you say that? Is Emperor Xing actually Xiaofan?" The blind man knocked on the table angrily. "So what if the emperor's star is Xiaofan? How many unnatural things we have done? How big is the difference between Qingqing being the human emperor and Xiaofan being the human emperor?" The cripples were silent. Henry Chu, who had been silent all this time, said, "Qin Fan can still be the human emperor. Qingqing, you can also go to Tianyu realm first and help the old man with the Tianao staff. There's no conflict." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Qingqing looked at Qin Fan and hesitated to speak. She was not willing to go to Tianyu realm alone first. But, Qin Fan said, "Wait a little longer. Qingqing's strength is still a bit weak now. Unless your blind grandfather comes to pick her up as soon as she passes, the risk is still too great." The blind man nodded. Even if you decide, there is no need to rush. 10 or 8 years. I definitely can't wait. But a few months. A year and a half. Nothing. Li Fingxing suddenly asked.
Does Tianyu Realm also speak Mandarin?
Everyone. Luzi's thinking is always so strange. However, this is something that cannot be ignored. The blind man said.
Tianyu Realm has the language of Tianyu Realm. From today on, I will teach you the language of Tianyu Realm. However, you are all already in the 6th level. With the improvement of your cultivation level, your mental power is no longer weak. I will teach you again how to use mental power and how to use mental power to communicate, even if you don't understand the language. For example, if you encounter a void demon in the 4 realms, you can still communicate with the help of spiritual power.
Qin Fan and others nodded. At this time, Bai Rouge asked timidly,
Uncle Master, haven't you ever dreamed about my magic weapon?
Qin Fan looked at Bai Rouge, opened his mouth, and said after a while,
Not only did I not dream about your magic weapon, I even only saw you once in my dream. You stood in the distant void, pointing at me. He laughed and disappeared.
Bai Rouge, Shen Hongxiu said,
After I fight the first military academy in 2 days, I will prepare to enter the ancient god realm. The minister has sent a group of people to explore the 4 realms before. But I'll go too. While practicing, look for my chaos ling.
Qin Fan nodded.
Let Tao accompany you. Then Haozi and Qingqing will team up. And Fingxing and Rouge will team up. Okay.
Shen Daodao and others nodded at the same time. Qin Fan exhaled heavily and looked at the system panel. System energy, 819858565. Host, Qin Fan. Level, 6th grade 3rd heaven. Void divine power, 47 cards plus. Psychic power, 5225 Hz plus. 5-layer soul altar, 3 layers plus. Void pollution degree, 2 out of 100. More than 10 days have passed, and the system energy has reached 8198 W. Among them, most of them come from Dark Moon White Tiger and Red I Ching 1. After helping the Dark Moon White Tiger to increase its combat power by another level, the Dark Moon White Tiger has gone to the number 0 restricted area in the Demon City, replacing one of Li Mu's beasts to guard the number 0 restricted area. The Dark Moon White Tiger is this fighting maniac. As soon as they entered the restricted area number 0, a bloody storm broke out, and the demons inside were killed. And Fang Yu's Red I Ching 1 is even better than the Dark Moon White Tiger. These two acted like bulldozers. Except for existences at the holy level, there are almost no enemies in Iha. Qin Fan looked at the system energy details and was filled with emotions. During the Chinese New Year, he was still breeding animals like crazy. The hard work is not in vain. The daily increase in system energy has far exceeded that before. With so much energy, you can try it today and hit the 7th level Grandmaster realm. Qin Fan stood up, rubbed Xiao Bai's head, then rose into the sky and flew to the top of the back mountain that was flattened by the blind man.